Chapter 1. Rebirth Against the Heavens. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, within Lingyun City, the Yi family, a slender young man, clad in tattered garments, knelt in the center of the grand hall. I hereby declare that Lin Yu is devoid of virtue and capability. His talent is subpar, and his strength is feeble. He is stripped of his position within the Yi family. In half a month's time, should he fail to triumph in the martial arts competition for the hand of Miss Yi Qinyun, the engagement will be annulled, and he shall be expelled from the Yi family, never to return. A middle-aged man, the head of the Yi family, Yi Tian, proclaimed loudly from above. Sirs, I'm right. That good-for-nothing Lin Yu has been with the Yi family for 3 years, living off our hospitality without contributing a thing, yet he dares to dream of marrying Miss Qinyun, scoffed one onlooker. Exactly. Miss Qinyun is a peerless beauty, a prodigious talent who is far beyond the reach of such a waste. His expulsion from the Yi family is nothing short of deserved. Had it been 3 months ago, Lin Yu might have had a chance in the competition, but now participating would be akin to courting death. Laughter erupted from the surrounding members of the Yi family, who regarded the kneeling Lin Yu with scornful derision. How dare you? At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from beyond the hall. A frail young girl, around 12 or 13 years of age, entered the grand hall, her clear gaze and striking features marred by evident anger. Upon entering, she proclaimed loudly, "Patriarch, my brother has fought valiantly for the Yi family, risking his life on multiple occasions. How can you treat him in such a manner? If it were not for his injuries sustained while aiding the Yi family in the pursuit of the spirit mine, how could my brother have lost his star soul and become a cripple? His current plight is entirely for the sake of the Yi family. Now you wish to cast him out and annul his engagement? This is utterly outrageous." The girl was Lin Ye's younger sister, Lin Yunxi. Upon hearing her words, a hush fell over the hall, and all eyes turned to the frail young man kneeling on the ground. Lin Yu, once the top genius of Lingyun City, awakening his Xian-level star soul at the age of 3, reaching the 6th level of star disciple by 6, and attaining the 9th level by 10. At 15, he became the first individual in Lingyun City's history to reach the star spirit realm before turning 16. When Lin Yu displayed his extraordinary talent, the Yi family, one of the 3 great families of Lingyun City, proactively extended an olive branch, not only welcoming him as an honored guest but also arranging for him to marry the Yi family's eldest daughter, Yi Qinyun. Lin Yu and Yi Qinyun were a match made in heaven. However, just 3 months prior, the other 2 great families of Lingyun City conspired to seize the Yi family's spirit mine. During that confrontation, Lin Yu was besieged by experts from the Liu and Qin families, suffering severe injuries that caused his star soul to dissipate, rendering him a cripple. Now, merely 3 months later, the Yi family declared his expulsion and announced a martial arts competition for Yi Qianyun's hand. As Lin Yu knelt there, he slowly raised his head. This Lin Yu is truly pitiable. Once utilized by the Yi family, he is now discarded. How unfortunate that I have reincarnated into the body of such a wretched soul. Lin Yu let out a bitter laugh. He was not of this world, rather. He hailed from a place known as Earth, where he was an SS-level assassin, feared and revered as Ghost Sea Trouble. However, during a mission to seize an item known as the Wind and Cloud Pearl, an accident occurred, and the next moment, he found himself here, inhabiting the body of Lin Yu. From the memories he received, he learned that this was a world of martial arts, where strength reigned supreme. Those of formidable power could move mountains and fill seas, while the weak could only suffer humiliation. According to his recollections, every individual in this world awakened a star soul. Star souls came in various forms, including beast star souls, weapon star souls, and plant star souls. All star souls were classified into 5 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and the most powerful, the Supreme Star Soul. The higher the rank of the awakened star soul, the greater the strength and potential for development. The original owner of this body had awakened a Xian-level star soul, boasting excellent qualifications and rapid cultivation speed. Yet, he never anticipated being exploited by the Yi family, losing his star soul and nearly his life in the process. Now, he was stripped of his honored position and on the verge of losing his fiancée. Upon grasping the fate of this boat's former owner, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of bitterness. This fellow had endured great injustice, serving the Yi family dutifully, only to be rendered a waste. Now he found himself in such a predicament. Ding! Congratulations, host. The infinite refinement system has been activated. Host: Lin Yu. Age 15. Star soul count: 0. Experience points: 0. Strength: Star Disciple level 1. Star Disciple, Star Spirit, Star Master, Star Commander, Star General, Star King, Star Emperor. Qualification: trash. What is this infinite refinement system? What is happening? Lin Yu was momentarily bewildered by the voice resonating within his mind. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended the situation. This infinite refinement system could purify his body by expelling impurities, enhancing his physical form. In simpler terms, it would eliminate the useless elements and retain the beneficial ones, strengthening his body. Ding! Detected that the host possesses 100,000 impurities in the body, inquiring if refinement is required. At this moment, the voice in his mind echoed once more. 100,000 impurities. Lin Yu felt his scalp tingle. Did his body really contain so many impurities? He had been a genius after all. While all martial artists had impurities, 100,000 sounded terrifying. Refine! Without hesitation, Lin Yu commanded. Ding! Host body is undergoing refinement. Buzz! At that instant, Lin Yu felt a mysterious force enter his body. This force coursed through him, traveling from his limbs to his veins and bones, ultimately merging into his dantian. Wherever this mysterious force flowed, Lin Yu felt the impurities within him being purified. Torrents of dark impurities were continuously cleansed. Lin Yu could clearly see the interior of his body, astonished by the sheer volume of impurities he had never noticed before. In just a moment, Lin Yu felt as if he had been completely rejuvenated. His entire being felt as pure as that of a newborn. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed that as the impurities were being refined, his strength was rapidly increasing. Star Disciple Level 1. Star Disciple Level 2. Star Disciple Level 3. Star Disciple Level 7. Star Disciple Level 8. Star Disciple Level 9. He only paused when he reached Star Disciple Level 9. Boom! Finally, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted. Lin Yu instantly opened his eyes. As he did, two beams of brilliance shot forth from his gaze, and he clenched his fists, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 2. Rising Against the Heavens. What a terrifying refinement! It has completely purged the impurities from my body, allowing me to instantly reach Star Disciple Level 9, and my qualifications have become even more formidable. I should soon attain the Star Spirit Realm. Lin Yu mused within himself. Achieving Star Disciple Level 9 in mere moments, such a cultivation speed would undoubtedly shock and terrify anyone who learned of it. Ding! Host has successfully refined for the first time and received a novice gift pack, inquiring whether to open it. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again. A gift pack? Open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Azure Dragon Star Soul. Boom! As soon as the system finished speaking, a torrent of terrifying power surged forth from within Lin Yu. This ferocious force surged wildly throughout his body. Simultaneously, an azure dragon slowly traversed within him, obliterating everything in its path as if it were a force of nature. The Azure Dragon Star Soul. It was one of the 10 supreme Star Souls. Lin Yu was ecstatic. He had unexpectedly acquired the Azure Dragon Star Soul, one of the most powerful Star Souls in the Starry Continent. Once possessed, it would grant unparalleled combat prowess. He never anticipated acquiring it so effortlessly. Impudent! At that moment, Yi Tian roared from above, pointing at the girl standing in the center of the hall. Lin Yunxi, this is a family meeting. As an outsider, you have no right to be here. Get out at once. How dare you? Lin Yunxi retorted loudly. Patriarch, my brother has sacrificed so much for the Yi family. He has made countless enemies for your sake. If you cast him out, he will surely perish. You cannot do this. Yi Tian scoffed disdainfully. The Yi family is not a place for waste. Lin Yu has lost his star soul. He is nothing but a useless burden. What purpose does it serve to keep him here? Merely to consume our resources. And you, if you care so much for Lin Yu, then you may leave together. With that, Yi Tian waved his hand, commanding, Yuan, throw Lin Yunxi out. Yes. Following Yi Tian's order, a family member of the Yi family stepped forward to seize Lin Yunxi, preparing to toss her out. Stop! At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the voice, all eyes turned to the source. Lin Yu stood, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the assembly within the grand hall. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my sister shall meet a fate worse than death. Lin Yu spoke in a sharp tone, his voice echoing beside everyone's ears. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the crowd in the great hall was taken aback. Ever since Lin Ye's star soul was destroyed, he had become a mere shadow of his former self, rarely daring to utter a word in ordinary times. Yet now, he had suddenly transformed into such a brazen figure. Yuan was equally astonished. Though he was merely an ordinary member of the Yi family, the current Lin Yu was not the same as before. He lacked the qualifications to act arrogantly in front of him. Lin Yu, you worthless wretch! Your star soul has been annihilated, and yet you dare to put on airs before me? I will destroy you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan hurled a punch at Lin Yu. Seeking death, Lin Yu retorted, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he met Yi Wen's assault with a punch of his own. Boom! In an instant, their fists collided, and Yi Wen's entire arm was shattered, sending his body flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! Detection of spiritual power within the individual before you, the host, may refine and subsequently absorb it. So it is possible to refine and absorb the essence from other bodies. What delightful news! Refine, Lin Yu declared without hesitation. Buzz! Subsequently, a surge of pure energy erupted from Yi Wen's body, slowly flowing into Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a surge of power within him, his strength enhanced yet again. What he absorbed was entirely refined, pure spiritual energy. Congratulations, host. Refinement successful. You have gained 10 energy points. Energy points? What is that? What purpose do they serve? Lin Yu pondered in confusion. System. The refined spiritual energy can be directly fused, while the accumulated energy points can be exchanged for items. It can be exchanged? How delightful! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This system seems tailor-made for him. Wow! In the great hall, everyone stood in stunned silence. Lin Yu had killed Yuan. Yuan, a member of the Yi family and a 7th-level star disciple, though not exceptionally powerful, still possessed a certain level of strength. Yet he was instantly vanquished by Lin Yu. Wasn't Lin Ye's star soul destroyed? Wasn't his strength obliterated? Hadn't he become a useless husk? How could he suddenly be so formidable? Lin Yu, you have the audacity. In the next moment, Yi Tian, standing above, roared furiously, pointing at Lin Yu. You worthless scum! How dare you kill a member of my Yi family? You seek death. Lin Yu scoffed, pointing back at Yi Tian. You old fool! What right do you have to call me worthless? If it weren't for my service to the Yi family, could your family have risen to be one of the 3 great families of Lingyun City? If it weren't for my efforts over the past 3 years, would your family enjoy such prosperity today? My talent surpasses that of all the so-called geniuses of your Yi family combined. What qualifications do you have to label me as worthless? Gasp! Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the hall erupted in astonishment once more. Lin Yu dared to confront Yi Tian directly. Yi Tian was the clan leader, after all. However, Lin Ye's words held a grain of truth. In his prime, Lin Ye's talent surpassed that of anyone in the Yi family. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Tian's expression darkened considerably as he pointed at Lin Yu. You insolent wretch! That was the past. The current you is merely a worthless being without a star soul. Any member of my Yi family could crush you. Your actions today have violated clan rules, and according to those rules, you deserve to die. Clan rules? Lin Yu laughed coldly. I am not a member of the Yi family. What do your clan rules have to do with me? You old fool. Do you think you are worthy to kill me? Rascal, I will slay you right now. Yi Tian was utterly enraged, bellowing as he struck down with a palm. That palm strike was earth-shattering, a tremendous force enveloping Lin Yu completely. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, Lin Yu felt it was nearly impossible to move. Eighth Desolation, demon-subduing palm. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu met the attack with a palm of his own. Boom! As their palms clashed, a deafening sound erupted, and the two palm prints exploded violently. Lin Yu staggered back several steps, while Yi Tian also swayed slightly from the impact. How is this possible? Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. He was a warrior of the star spirit realm, his palm strike exceeding 5,000 pounds of force. This worthless wretch had not perished under his blow. Moreover, just moments ago, he sensed the presence of star soul power within Lin Yu. Hadn't Lin Yu's star soul been destroyed? How could he still possess star soul energy? Chapter 3. The fiancé appears. Lin Yu let out a derisive laugh, casting a scornful glance at Yi Tian. Old rag, you are truly pathetic. You cannot even eliminate a waste like me. You might as well just end it all by crashing into something. You little beast, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. That Yi Tian, consumed by rage, was about to make a move when a voice rang out from outside the grand hall. Stop. Lin Yu looked over and beheld a woman clad in white, gracefully striding into the room. This woman, strikingly beautiful with a slender figure and an extraordinary aura, had long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an ethereal presence. She was none other than Yi Qinyun, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and Lin Yu's fiancé, Yi Qinyun. You have finally arrived, Lin Yu said coldly, fixing his gaze on her. From his memories, he recalled that this woman was no ordinary individual. When he was at the pinnacle of his strength, Yi Qinyun had lavished him with flattery, nearly groveling at his feet. However, as soon as his star soul was shattered and his power dissipated, she had swiftly adopted a hostile demeanor, eager to trample him underfoot. The contrast was stark. That Yi Qinyun coldly retorted, Lin Yu, you are no longer my fiancé. In half a month, I will publicly hold a martial arts competition in Lingyun City for suitors. Only those of considerable strength may claim the title of my betrothed. Whatever you say now is futile. That if you possess any capability, prove it by winning in the competition. Only then will I acknowledge you as a man. A martial arts competition? Lin Yu scoffed. Yi Qinyun, it has only been 3 months since we last shared a bed, and you are already unable to resist seeking another man. Your desires are rather insatiable. Very well. Since you have spoken, let us wager. Wager on what? Yi Qinyun asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Lin Yu replied, if I emerge victorious in the competition in half a month, you shall personally annihilate the Yi family. Slay Yi Tian, and then take your own life. At his words, Yi Qinyun's expression shifted slightly. And if you lose? She inquired. Then I shall tear up our engagement papers and leave your fate to your discretion. Very well, I accept your wager. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qinyun gritted her teeth and declared, then in half a month prepare for a spectacle. Yunxi, let us depart. With that, Lin Yu took Lin Yunxi and left the Yi residence. As Yi Qinyun watched Lin Yu's departing figure, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Qinyun, you should not have let him leave. Just kill him. Why go through all this trouble? Yi Tian said from above. Yi Qinyun replied coldly. To kill him so easily would be too merciful. I want him to humiliate himself before all of Lingyun City, ultimately kneeling before me to atone for the humiliation I have endured these past 3 years. Yi Tian frowned slightly, but from my observations today, he seems to have regained some strength, and he possesses a hint of spiritual energy. It feels somewhat unsettling. What if something unexpected happens? Rest assured, father, there will be no unforeseen events. Even if he has regained some strength, how could he possibly contend with the likes of Chen Guang and Lu Xiu? Furthermore, the members of those two families, any one of them could easily dispatch him. And don't forget, I am here as well. Indeed. Hearing Yi Qinyun's words, Yi Tian nodded. Regardless of how Lin Yu regained his strength, as long as Yi Qinyun was present, his defeat was assured. Lin Yu, prepare to face your demise in half a month. Yi Tian sneered at this moment. Lin Yu had already taken Lin Yunxi away from the Yi family. Brother, are you truly going to participate in Yi Qinyun's martial arts competition in half a month? Please don't go. It will be dangerous, Lin Yunxi said, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently patted Lin Yunxi's head, assuring her, do not worry, Yunxi, I will not face any danger. Moreover, I intend to make Yi Qinyun and the entire Yi family pay the price. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. But, brother, your strength, Lin Yunxi still appeared anxious. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Have faith, I will not let you down. Just watch closely in half a month. All right, I believe in you, brother. Lin Yunxi nodded earnestly. Then, where shall we go now? Lin Yunxi inquired. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied. First, I will take you to a place to rest. Then I have some matters to attend to. Okay. Lin Yunxi nodded obediently. Lin Yu chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Lin Yunxi's hair. They had grown up together, sharing a profound bond, and no matter the circumstances, Lin Yunxi had always been by his side, his closest companion. Subsequently, Lin Yu arranged for Yunxi to stay at an inn before he ventured out of the city. Once outside the city, Lin Yu headed southwest. Half a day later, he arrived at the outskirts of a vast forest. The Tianhuang mountain range, situated outside Lingyun City, is a colossal mountain range rumored to be home to countless magical beasts and spiritual treasures. The three prominent families of Lingyun City send their members to train within the mountains each year. Lin Yu's purpose for coming to the Tianhuang mountain range was to enhance his strength. He had learned from the system that the refining process could be applied not only to humans, but also to magical beasts. Thus, coming to the Tianhuang mountain range would allow him to train and refine simultaneously. However, what he lacked most was still strength, and this mountain range was the perfect place to bolster his abilities. Without further thought, Lin Yu plunged into the Tianhuang mountain range. Not long after entering, he detected a faint tremor of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the forest. Soon after, a magical beast appeared before Lin Yu. Resembled a wolf, slender and menacing, with sharp claws and blood-red eyes. Its sleek black form moving with lightning speed. Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Level 7 Magical Beast. Just what I was looking for. Lin Yu focused intently on the Swift Wind Demon Wolf at the same moment. The wolf noticed Lin Yu, its crimson eyes glinting with malevolence. In the next instant, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf lunged forward, leaping towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Move. As the wolf charged, Lin Yu swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The wolf's claws struck a massive tree behind Lin Yu, producing a deafening crack as the tree splintered. As the wolf prepared to attack again, Lin Yu unleashed his technique .8 Desolation's Demon Palm. Channeling his spiritual energy, Lin Yu thrust his palm forward in the air. A dark palm imprint coalesced, crashing down upon the Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Boom! With a resounding crash, the demon wolf's massive body was sent crashing to the ground. Refine. Seizing the moment before the beast perished, Lin Yu commenced the refining process. Chapter 4. Ice Star Soul. A surge of mysterious and pure energy erupted from the body of the fallen Swift Wind Demon Wolf, swiftly entering Lin Yu's own. This energy was the most refined essence the wolf possessed. Moments later, the wolf's energy was entirely absorbed by Lin Yu. Instantly, Lin Yu felt his body grow stronger. Ding! Successfully refined Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Gaining 700 energy points the wolf fell. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Excellent. Lin Yu clenched his fists, acknowledging the boost in his strength. Moreover, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf was merely a low-tier magical beast. Higher-level beasts would surely yield even greater energy and points. Onward. After vanquishing the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, Lin Yu continued his search for more beasts. Approximately 2 hours later, a second magical beast appeared before him. It was a towering 3-meter-tall giant ape, its snow-white form exuding an aura of formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath its weight as it moved. Level 9 Magical Beast. Earth Spirit Ape. Upon recognizing the creature, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. The Earth Spirit Ape possessed immense combat prowess and defense, making it nearly invincible among magical beasts. Lin Yu had not anticipated that his second encounter would be with such a formidable foe. Very well, let us see just how powerful you are. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Yu charged forward without hesitation. .8 Desolation's Demon Palm. He struck with his palm. The Earth Spirit Ape, upon seeing the palm strike approaching, did not retreat. With a mighty roar, it slammed its own palm forward to meet Lin Yu's. Boom! As their palms collided, a thunderous sound erupted, sending both Lin Yu and the Earth Spirit Ape staggering backwards several meters. Indeed, quite powerful. Lin Yu regarded the Earth Spirit Ape coldly. Its strength undoubtedly surpassed 5,000 pounds, rivaling that of a celestial realm warrior. Roar! With a mighty roar, the Earth Spirit Ape charged at Lin Yu once more. As it closed the distance, it leaped into the air, aiming a devastating stomp at Lin Yu. "Come at me." Lin Yu scoffed, gradually channeling his Azure Dragon power. Azure Dragon destruction. With a thunderous roar, an Azure Dragon surged forth from within him, embodying the essence of the Azure Dragon Star Soul. The dragon spiraled in the air a few times before forcefully charging towards the Earth Spirit Ape. With a resounding crash, the immense power of the dragon sent the Earth Spirit Ape hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground several dozen meters away. Upon landing, the Earth Spirit Ape was drenched in blood, its bones completely shattered from the impact. That it was gravely injured, devoid of any fighting capability. From the Earth Spirit Ape, a stream of pure energy erupted, flowing into Lin Yu's body. Ding! Refinement successful. Gained 900 energy points. That moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Delightful! A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. This method of collecting energy points was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, as he refined and fused with these demonic beasts, he could distinctly feel his strength continuously rising. I shall take a moment to rest before continuing. Lin Yu intended to pause briefly before seeking his next target. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Tianhuang mountain range, a group of 4 or 5 individuals was making their way forward. "Did you see clearly? That brat Lin Yu truly entered the Tianhuang mountain range?" inquired a young man in purple robes. "Young Master Lu, rest assured, he definitely entered the Tianhuang mountain range. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I have been following him since he left the Yi family," replied a young man clad in gray. The young man in purple coldly retorted, "That little beast Lin Yu has repeatedly opposed my Lu family. Half a year ago, he even severely injured me. I have long wished to eliminate him. Now that he has been hiding in the Yi family, I finally have the chance to strike while he is out." The young man in purple, named Lu Shi, belonged to the Lu family, one of the 3 major families of Lingyun City. Accompanying Lin Yu into the Tianhuang mountain range was solely for the purpose of revenge. 6 months prior, Lin Yu had left him severely injured, and with Lin Yu's star soul dissipating and his strength waning, it was the perfect opportunity for Lu Shi to avenge himself. The gray-clad youth interjected. "Young Master Lu, that little beast Lin Yu is now a mere waste. There is no need for you to take action. We can easily handle him ourselves. No, I must personally slay him," Lu Shi declared sharply. "That beast broke one of my legs half a year ago. This time, I will shatter all his limbs and then slowly torture him." With a sinister smile, Lu Shi continued, when Lin Yu was at his peak. "I did not dare to provoke him. Now that he has become a waste, it is time for me to trample him beneath my feet. Enough of this chatter. Find him immediately. I can barely contain my urge to eliminate him," Lu Shi commanded. Yes. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly began their search for Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu had just slain his 3rd demonic beast, a 9th-level Fire Lion beast. Although the Fire Lion beast possessed formidable attack power and mastery over flames, it posed no threat to Lin Yu. With a single strike, he dispatched the Fire Lion beast, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Being fused with the Fire Lion beast, gained 900 energy points. Ding! Detected that the host has accumulated 2,000 experience points. Activation of exchange initiated. Can I exchange now? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu was filled with joy, curious about what he might obtain. Ding! Congratulations, host. Energy point exchange successful. Gained the Ice Sovereign Star Soul. Suddenly, as the system's words concluded, the temperature around Lin Yu plummeted drastically. In mere moments, the surrounding forest was encased in ice. The powerful force of the ice swiftly froze the entire space. Yet Lin Yu remained unharmed within the icy confines. He gazed in astonishment at the frozen surroundings, realizing he had acquired the supreme Ice Star Soul. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. His luck was nothing short of extraordinary. The Ice Star Soul was a Supreme Star Soul. Just recently, he had obtained the Azure Dragon Supreme Star Soul, and now he had acquired the Ice Supreme Star Soul as well. This meant that within a short span of time, he had secured 2 Supreme Star Souls. Heavens, are you granting me the power to rise against fate? With this, I shall carve out my own dominion in the Jiuzhou continent, Lin Yu proclaimed aloud. Afterward, he casually found a nearby cave, set up a barrier at the entrance, and sat cross-legged on the ground to comprehend the power of Ice as a Supreme Star Soul. The power of ice was extraordinarily potent, possessing not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also significant control. Typically, once an opponent was frozen by the power of ice, they would have little to no chance of resistance, allowing for an effortless kill. Thus, in many respects, the Ice Star Soul was even more terrifying than the Azure Dragon Star Soul. While the Azure Dragon excelled in attack, the Ice offered superior control and a certain degree of offense. Of course, utilizing both Supreme Star Souls in tandem would yield even greater power. Subsequently, Lin Yu closed his eyes and began his training. Chapter 5. Martial Arts Competition and Marriage Proposal. This training lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days, within the cave, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, continuously radiating outward, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. His strength had risen, reaching the star spirit realm. Feeling the robust spiritual energy within him, Lin Yu murmured to himself. After these days of training, he had successfully attained the star spirit realm, specifically the second level of star spirit. The star spirit realm represented a significant tier above the star disciple realm, marking a true threshold into the martial arts path. Previously, Lin Yu was at the star spirit realm, and now he had finally regained that status. The most notable distinction between the Star Spirit and Star Disciple realms was the ability to summon the Star Soul for direct attacks. Thus, Lin Yu could now leverage both the Azure Dragon and Ice powers for offense, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With my current strength, I should be nearing 10,000 Gene, Lin Yu mused. The average Star Spirit realm strength is around 5,000 Gene. But Lin Yu felt that his power was at least 10,000 Gene, if not more. What a thrill! A gleam of excitement sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes. With this increase in level, he felt far more confident regarding the martial arts competition and marriage proposal scheduled in 10 days. As he contemplated the competition, a fierce determination flickered in Lin Yu's gaze. His goal was not merely to win, but to make the Yi family pay a heavy price. Boom! Just then, a violent tremor reverberated at the entrance of the cave. Hearing this disturbance, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Someone is attacking the barrier, I said, at the cave entrance. Who could it be? Without further thought, Lin Yu stepped out of the cave. As he emerged, he was taken aback to see 5 individuals standing at the cave's mouth. All were young men, and among them stood one he recognized, Lu Shi. Lin Yu was astonished to find Lu Shi there. Lu Shi was from the Lu family, one of the 3 major families in Lingyun City. Previously, there had been ongoing conflicts between the Yi and Lu families, and Lin Yu, as a protector of the Yi family, had clashed with Lu Shi. If memory served, he had indeed broken Lu Shi's leg. Lin Yu, you little beast, you finally came out? I thought you would remain in there like a turtle. Lu Shi sneered upon seeing Lin Yu. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Lu Shi and said, Lu Shi, how did you know I was here? Lu Shi laughed heartily. Little beast, I've been following you since you left the Yi family, watching you enter the Tianhuang mountain range. Naturally, I would know you are here. That's so. Lin Yu replied coldly. And what do you intend to do by following me? To kill you, of course. Lu Shi's eyes gleamed with malice as he declared. Lin Yu, you waste, how dare you break my leg? I am here for revenge today, and I will shatter your arms and legs, making you taste the bitterness of being crippled. Revenge? Just you, Lin Yu scoffed. Lu Shi, you have quite the nerve to seek me out for revenge. Then aren't you afraid I might kill you? Lu Shi laughed maniacally. Lin Yu, do you still think you are that genius from before? Back then I might have feared you, but now, you are a waste. What qualifications do you have to act arrogantly before me? You are doomed today. That's so? You seem quite confident. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Shi's voice turned harsh. Your star soul is destroyed, and you are not even at the 5th level of Star Disciple. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Lin Yu, prepare to die. With that, he waved his hand imperiously, commanding, go after him, kill him. As soon as Lu Shi's voice fell, the 4 individuals standing behind him swiftly encircled Lin Yu. Each of these exuded a formidable aura of spiritual power, their strengths ranging between the 8th and 9th levels of the Star Disciple realm. Kill him. With Lu Shi's explosive command, the 4 lunged simultaneously towards Lin Yu, each unleashing their respective techniques. Xian Yun Palm, Explosive Slash, Heavenly Demon Blade, and Red Fire Decision. The air filled with their 4 thunderous roars, and in the next moment, their attacks converged upon Lin Yu. Upon witnessing the incoming assault, Lin Yu merely snorted disdainfully and charged forward. 8 Desolation's Demon Suppression Palm. With a single palm strike, he sent a massive imprint crashing towards the four, colliding with their attacks. A resounding boom echoed, and in an instant, their offensive was obliterated. Simultaneously, the 8 Desolation's demon suppression palms struck the four, sending their bodies hurtling backward, lifeless as they crashed to the ground. All 4 dead. A notification chimed. Refinement successful. Gained 700 energy points. Another chime followed. Refinement successful. Gained 800 energy points. The system's voice echoed continuously. And within a brief span, Lin Yu amassed nearly 4,000 energy points. How is this possible? At that moment, Lu Shi stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. How could you be so powerful? Lu Shi was utterly petrified. That wasn't Lin Yu supposed to be a cripple. How had he suddenly become so formidable? His 4 subordinates had been slain in an instant, without a shred of resistance. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere cripple. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed Lu Shi. Lu Shi, 6 months ago I spared your life, yet you failed to show gratitude and dared to bring people to kill me. Since you have chosen this path, today I shall ensure your complete eradication. With that declaration, Lin Yu surged forward towards Lu Shi. Seeing Lin Yu charging at him, Lu Shi let out a desperate roar. You little beast, do not be arrogant. I am of the Star Spirit realm. It will not be so easy for you to kill me. With that, Lu Shi summoned a long blade and swung it fiercely towards Lin Yu. Boom! Lin Yu effortlessly struck out with a palm, the impact colliding with Lu Shi's blade. With a crack, Lu Shi's weapon shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the palm imprint struck Lu Shi, sending him flying several meters through the air. As he landed, Lu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be? How is this possible? Lying on the ground, he trembled in shock. He was a first-level Star Spirit, yet Lin Yu had injured him with a single move. What had Lin Yu experienced to attain such power? Die! In the next moment, Lin Yu closed the distance to Lu Shi once more and unleashed another palm strike. Boom! With the second blow, Lu Shi had no means of resistance and perished instantly. Lu Shi is dead. 2 moves, and Lu Shi was vanquished. Ding! Refinement of Star Spirit successful. Gained 1,100 energy points. The system's voice sounded once more. Trash. Lin Yu coldly regarded Lu Shi's corpse on the ground, his eyes narrowing. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet a singular fate. Death. After eliminating Lu Shi, Lin Yu set fire to the bodies of the 4 and swiftly departed from the scene. In the following days, Lin Yu continued to hone his skills within the Tianhuang mountain range, hunting ferocious beasts and refining energy points. His rate of cultivation was remarkably swift. Within just a few days, Lin Yu's realm advanced sharply from the 2nd level of Star Spirit to the 5th. In a mere handful of days, his strength had escalated to the 5th level of Star Spirit. Pausing only at that threshold, if others were to learn of this rapid advancement, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Just half a month prior, Lin Yu had been but a first-level Star Disciple, and now, merely 15 days later, he had reached the 5th level of Star Spirit. Such a pace of cultivation was beyond what any ordinary individual could achieve. It's almost time. I must return. Once he attained the 5th level of Star Spirit, Lin Yu lifted his gaze towards the sky. According to the timeline, in just 2 days, Yi Qinyan would be holding her martial arts contest for suitors. It was time to return and settle the score with her. Yi Qinyan, wait for me. I am coming for you. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he spoke coldly, before vanishing from the spot. A day later, Lin Yu returned to Lingyun City, which was bustling with activity. Crowds had gathered at the heart of the city for a singular reason. Today marked the day of the martial arts contest for suitors hosted by the Yi family, one of the 3 great families of Lingyun City, for their esteemed young lady, Yi Qinyan. Yi Qinyan was renowned as the unrivaled beauty of Lingyun City, and her family, the Yi clan, held significant power. Whoever emerged victorious in the contest and won Yi Qinyan's hand would be blessed with both beauty and authority, a fortune passed down through generations. Thus, talents from Lingyun City and nearby towns converged here. Eager to participate in the contest at that moment, the center of Lingyun City was thronged with thousands of individuals eagerly awaiting the commencement of the martial arts contest for suitors. Chapter 6. Lin Yu enters the contest meanwhile. Within the core of the Yi household, in a private chamber, an exquisite beauty lay entwined with a young man in purple robes upon the bed. The beauty was none other than Yi Qinyan, the esteemed young lady of the Yi family. while the young man was Chen Guang, the heir of the Chen family, another of the three great families in Lingyun City. Chen Guang, after today's contest. We can finally be together openly. How wonderful, Yi Qinyan cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. Chen Guang laughed heartily. Qinyan, we should have been together long ago, if it weren't for that Linyu trash getting in the way. You would have been mine by now. Yi Qinyan replied with disdain. That waste Linyu actually thinks he can marry me. He should take a good look at himself that a man without a star soul is beneath notice. Being with him was revolting. If my father hadn't insisted I cultivate a relationship, I would have long since disposed of him. Qinyan, you have suffered 3 months ago. I should have killed him directly, but I never expected him to escape. It's infuriating, but do not worry. After today's contest, Linyu will be no more. Once I win, we shall marry and then head to Fengyan Academy to train together, where we will stand out in the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Chen Guang gently caressed Yi Qinyan's smooth skin. 3 months prior, Yi Qinyan had informed him of Lin Yu's whereabouts, and he had set an ambush in the spiritual mine, injuring Lin Yu upon his arrival. Even with the sneak attack, he had only managed to cripple Lin Yu without killing him, which left him unsatisfied. However, today, he could finally resolve this nuisance once and for all. Yes, Yi Qinyan nodded, giggling. Once Lin Yu is dead, we can be together every day. Let's go. The contest should be starting soon. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can marry. With that, Chen Guang and Yi Qinyan tidied themselves and made their way to the contest. At the center of Lingyun City, several grand arenas had been erected, surrounded by throngs of spectators. At least tens of thousands had gathered to witness this grand event, as Yi Qinyan's fame attracted hundreds of applicants eager to compete in the contest for her hand. So many people. It seems there are quite a few who desire this woman. Lin Yu, cloaked in a black hat and masked from view, remarked with a sneer upon observing the crowd gathered for the contest. He had rushed from the Tianhuang mountain range to partake in this event, arriving just in time for its commencement. Brother, are you really going to participate in the contest? Perhaps it's best to reconsider. We shouldn't provoke that wicked woman. Lin Yunshi tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. Lin Yu gently patted Yunshi's head and reassured her, do not worry, Yunshi. Once the contest is over, I will take you away from Lingyun City to find a new place to cultivate. Yunshi blinked, but brother, I've heard that Chen Guang and Lu Tianxi are both here for the contest, and I'm afraid you may be in danger, that it's all the better if they are here. Today, I will settle all old scores. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. 3 months prior. It was Chen Guang and Lu Tianxi who had joined forces to cripple his star soul. Today was the perfect opportunity to settle the score. They are quite formidable, brother, but I don't want you to be in danger, Yunshi said, her head lowered. Do you not trust your brother? Lin Yu smiled. Rest assured, I will be fine. I promise. Yunshi paused for a moment, then nodded in a daze. For some reason, since her brother returned, he seemed somewhat different. Yet she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Welcome, esteemed young talents, to the contest for my daughter Qinyan's hand. The one who emerges victorious shall become the noble son-in-law of the Yi family. I now declare the contest officially commenced. On the platform, Yi Tian declared in a resounding voice. Seated beside him was Yi Qinyan. Yi Qinyan radiated an air of cold beauty, exuding an icy aura akin to that of a stunning ice mountain. Upon seeing Yi Qinyan, everyone fell into a stupor. How breathtaking! I have never encountered a woman so exquisite that if I could marry her, I would willingly face death tomorrow. Stop dreaming. You think you stand a chance with Yi Qinyan? A woman of her caliber is only worthy of the most elite geniuses. We have no opportunity whatsoever. Are you referring to Lin Yu? I heard Yi Qinyan is actually his fiancée. Lin Yu is no genius. He is merely a useless wretch without any spiritual power now, incapable of even protecting his own woman. Once he shows up, he is as good as dead. Indeed, Lu Tianxi and Chen Guang will not spare him. The moment he appears, he is doomed. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Soon after, the martial arts competition formally commenced, divided into 4 battle arenas, where combat erupted simultaneously. The ultimate victor would emerge as the champion of this marriage contest. For a period of time, the battles raged across the 4 platforms, each one fiercely contested. All participants came with a certain level of prowess. However, after several rounds of combat, only 3 individuals left a profound impression on the audience. The first was Chen Guang, the young clan leader of the Chen family. The second was Lu Tianxi, the heir of the Lu family. And the third was a mysterious young man adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. These three consistently defeated their opponents with a single strike. Displaying a level of skill that far exceeded that of the other contestants, it appeared that the victor of this marriage contest would undoubtedly be among these three, observing the battles from below. One remarked, "It is evident that these three possess strength that surpasses the others. But who is the masked individual? What is his background? Indeed, I find it strange." Chun Guang and Lu Tianxi are renowned geniuses from the prestigious Chun and Lu families in Lingyun City. Their victories are expected, but this young man in the black hat, who is he? Regardless of his background, he stands no chance against Chun Guang and Lu Tianxi. Those two are the twin dragons of Lingyun City. The moment he encounters either of them, he is certain to fail. Quite so, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be one of Chun Guang or Lu Tianxi. The crowd continued to murmur, though they were curious about the identity of the hat-wearing individual. They deemed it inconsequential, as it was clear he could not surpass Chun Guang and Lu Tianxi. Chapter 7. The mysterious young man at this moment. On the platform, Yi Qinyun frowned slightly. She had been scanning the crowd, searching for Lin Yu's figure. Half a month prior, Lin Yu had promised to attend the marriage contest and even made a wager with her that Yi Qinyun intended to eliminate Lin Yu during this event, thereby resolving this troublesome matter entirely. Yet, she had not seen him anywhere. Could it be that this waste is too afraid to show up? Yi Qinyun pondered with a furrowed brow that it must be so. With Chun Guang and Lu Tianxi present, Lin Yu would undoubtedly be too intimidated to make an appearance, knowing that if he did, he would meet his demise. "Qinyun, do you recognize that masked youth wearing the wide-brimmed hat?" At that moment, Yi Tian inquired why Yi Qinyun glanced at the figure cloaked in black and shook her head that "I do not know him. His face is obscured, and his aura feels unfamiliar." Yi Tian furrowed his brow. "I too find it peculiar. This individual is clearly intent on concealing his identity, and I cannot sense his aura either. It is rather strange. I hope it does not lead to any trouble. Rest assured, father, with Chun Guang's strength, he can easily deal with him. He is merely an unknown junior. Nothing to fret over." Yi Qinyun replied nonchalantly that indeed. Yi Tian nodded. "I have already arranged matters with the Lu family. Lu Tianxi will intentionally lose in the end as long as this mysterious individual does not cause any disruptions. The victor will be Chun Guang. Indeed, there should be no complications. The only regret is that Lin Yu, that waste, did not come. Otherwise, Chun Guang would undoubtedly have slain him before everyone." Yi Qinyun said with a hint of reluctance that "Do not worry. I have sent someone to locate that little rascal, that we should receive news soon." Yi Tian assured. "Let us hope for the best." Yi Qinyun thought to herself that as the battles continued, after roughly half a day, the marriage contest reached its final stages. Chun Guang, Lu Tianxi, and the mysterious young man in the wide-brimmed hat had all secured their places in the top three with absolute prowess, effortlessly defeating all other participants. When the time was right, Yi Tian stood up and proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the final three contenders for this marriage contest are Chun Guang, Lu Tianxi, and this mysterious young man. Now let the three engage in their ultimate battle." After Yi Tian spoke, all eyes were fixed upon the three contenders that as expected. The final victors were indeed these three. However, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail and claim Yi Qinyun as their bride. Is there any question? It must be Chun Guang. He is the foremost genius of Lingyun City. Indeed, it is most likely Chun Guang that, of course, Lu Tianxi has a chance as well, but he seems slightly inferior to Chun Guang. In any case, it will be one of Chun Guang or Lu Tianxi. The odds favor Chun Guang. What about that mysterious young man in the black hat? Does he stand no chance at all? He has no chance whatsoever. Just because he has made it this far does not mean he can compare to Chun Guang or Lu Tianxi. Either of them could easily dispose of him. He is merely posturing. The crowd continued to discuss, casting disdainful glances at the masked youth that on the platform. Chun Guang, Lu Tianxi, and the masked youth stood side by side. Yi Tian surveyed the three and declared, "The time has come for the decisive battle. Whichever of you emerges victorious will be the beloved son-in-law of the Yi family. First, Lu Tianxi will face off against this young man in black. The winner will then contend with Chun Guang. Let the battle begin." With that, everyone vacated the platform, leaving only the masked youth and Lu Tianxi. "Now kneel and beg for mercy. I shall spare your worthless life." Lu Tianxi sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the masked youth. "You think you are worthy?" The masked youth replied coldly. "Arrogant." Lu Tianxi shouted that "I in all of Lingyun City, No one dares to speak to me in such a manner. You little wretch, regardless of who you are, today you shall die. As his words fell, Lu Tianxi leaped into action. Swiftly charging towards the masked youth, he moved with incredible speed, reaching the masked youth in an instant. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a powerful punch engulfed in flames that was the Lu family's signature technique, the Scarlet Flame Fist. Lu Tianxi had not hesitated to employ it from the outset, evidently aiming to eliminate the mysterious youth in one blow. The Scarlet Flame Fist was a treasured martial art of the Lu family, classified as profound level, with immense power. With Lu Tianxi using the Scarlet Flame Fist, the masked youth was surely doomed. He would likely be defeated in a single strike. Boom. The arena erupted with the force of the flaming punch, an overwhelming display of might. Shatter the ice, just as Lu Tianxi brimmed with confidence. Prepared to obliterate the arrogant youth before him, the masked figure uttered a soft command. He then gently waved his hand, unleashing a surge of icy power. Boom! In an instant, the icy force collided with the Scarlet Flame Fist. Crack! In that fleeting moment, Lu Tianxi's entire arm was shattered, and the icy energy encapsulated his entire being, freezing him solid. The frozen Lu Tianxi was hurled several hundred meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasp! Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was left dumbfounded, the arena enveloped in astonishment. How is this possible? A single strike has heavily injured Lu Tianxi. Lu Tianxi is the young master of the Lu family, a super genius of Lingyun City. Who is this young man? Lu Tianxi has reached the 5th level of the Star Spirit Realm, yet he was instantly defeated. This is terrifying. What formidable icy power. I have never witnessed such a terrifying icy force. Even from hundreds of meters away, I can feel my whole body trembling. The onlookers were left in shock. They had anticipated Lu Tianxi would effortlessly dispatch the masked youth. Yet the opposite had occurred. Even Yi Tian and Yi Qinyun above stood up abruptly, unable to believe their eyes. Who is this young man? How can he be so powerful? Yi Tian murmured, and at that moment, when the masked youth released his aura, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, stirring a disquieting feeling within his heart that on the arena, Lu Tianxi lay heavily injured on the ground, his face ashen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a look of sheer terror, he gazed at the youth cloaked in a black hat before him and stammered, Who? Who are you? As the young master of the Lu family and a prodigy of Lingyun City, he was utterly astounded to have been defeated in a single blow. Who could this person possibly be? Curious to know my identity? Very well, I shall oblige you, the masked youth beneath the black hat sneered, slowly removing the hat that shrouded his face. Chapter 8. Lin Yu emerges. As the hat was lifted, the crowd was left in a state of shock, their mouths agape. Lin Yu, it was Lin Yu. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to have been rendered powerless? His star soul extinguished. How could he possess such formidable strength? Wasn't it said that he had not come to participate in the martial arts competition for marriage? To think he had concealed his identity to enter. The implications were terrifying. Had he truly regained his strength? Upon witnessing the face beneath the black hat, the onlookers were utterly astounded, for this was Lin Yu, once the foremost genius of Lingyun City, a figure of great renown in all of Lingyun City. There was not a soul who did not recognize Lin Yu. Yi Qinyun, Yi Tian, and Chun Guang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had been searching for Lin Yu without any leads, only to discover that he had hidden his identity to partake in the competition and had effortlessly incapacitated Lu Tianxi in a single blow. He truly has returned, Yi Qinyun murmured that on the arena. As Lu Tianxi realized that the person before him was Lin Yu, his countenance shifted abruptly. Lin Yu, were you not rendered powerless? How is it possible that you have regained your strength? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. Lu Tianxi, 3 months ago, you and Chen Guang conspired to ambush me and cripple my star soul. Today, I shall let you experience the meaning of suffering worse than death. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yu unleashed a powerful strike, shattering Lu Tianxi's legs. Ta-da! Lu Tianxi's anguished cries echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Lin Yu began to extract the energy from Lu Tianxi. A surge of pure energy erupted from Lu Tianxi's body, coursing into Lin Yu Ding, extracted 5-fold star spirit, gaining 1,500 energy points. Once Lu Tianxi was fully drained, the system's voice resonated within Lin Yu. Simultaneously, he felt a noticeable increase in his own power, the five-fold star spirit. Quite impressive indeed. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. Lu Tianzi, at the five-fold star spirit realm, had significantly bolstered Lin Yu's own spiritual energy. And he had also amassed a considerable amount of energy points. Meanwhile, the crowd below was utterly dumbfounded. Countless eyes fixated on Lin Yu, astonished that he had so effortlessly vanquished Lu Tianzi, who had been reduced to the status of an insignificant insect. Was this truly the same individual who had been rendered powerless? Now it is your turn. After dispatching Lu Tianzi, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Chen Guang. Sensing Lin Yu's stare, Chen Guang shivered slightly, but his expression quickly darkened. Lin Yu, you possess quite the audacity, daring to enter the martial arts competition for marriage. Very well, I shall eliminate you and ensure you pose no further threat. Chen Guang leaped onto the arena, declaring you, along with Lu Tianzi and that wretched Yi Qianyun, conspired against me and destroyed my star soul. Today, none of you shall escape. You will all perish. Lin Yu replied in a voice as frigid as ice. Ha! Chen Guang, you foolish wretch. Do you think that by slaying that useless Lu Tianzi, you can compare with me? Let me enlighten you on what true genius entails. With that, Chen Guang unleashed a torrent of powerful spiritual energy towards Lin Yu. The very air around the arena trembled as the energy surged forth. Childish tricks, Lin Yu scoffed, casually releasing a wave of his own spiritual energy. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, and Chen Guang's attack was instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, the overwhelming force struck Chen Guang directly, sending him hurtling backward. Impossible! Crashing heavily to the ground, Chen Guang's face paled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. He could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Yu, despite having attained the sevenfold star spirit realm, a level far superior to Lu Tianzi's. That is this truly the extent of Chen family's genius. How disappointing. Lin Yu approached Chen Guang step by step, his voice icy. You. As Lin Yu drew near, Chen Guang trembled, feeling an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Lin Yu. Under the pressure of Lin Yu's presence, he found himself unable to move. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu unleashed another powerful blow. The 8 desolation demon-slaying palm struck mercilessly towards Chen Guang. Chen Guang attempted to evade, but he soon realized that he was completely ensnared by Lin Yu's power. Unable to escape. Boom! In an instant, Chen Guang was obliterated. Just before his death, Lin Yu extracted his energy. Ding! Extracted sevenfold star spirit, gaining 1,700 energy points. The system's voice chimed into sevenfold star spirit. Hardly impressive. Lin Yu's expression remained indifferent as he surveyed Chen Guang's lifeless body. With his current strength, dealing with a sevenfold star spirit was akin to slaughtering a mere dog. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. Thousands of eyes fixated on Lin Yu in awe. All were left in utter shock. Lin Yu had just slain Chen Guang and Lu Tianzi, 2 prodigies of Lingyun City, with such ease, both dispatched in mere moments. How could Lin Yu be so powerful? Even before his star soul was extinguished, he never possessed such strength. One person murmured. The rest fell into a profound silence, grappling with the unexpected resurgence of Lin Yu, who had concealed his identity to participate in the competition, only to emerge victorious over Chen Guang and Lu Tianzi, leaving the crowd in a state of disbelief. Only Lin Yunxi below wore a proud expression. Brother is so incredible. I never expected him to become this strong. Who would dare bully him now? Now, having effortlessly dealt with Lu Tianzi and Chen Guang, Lin Yu turned his attention to Yi Qianyun. Wretched woman, it is now your turn. Lin Yu's voice was chilling. Lin Yu. Yi Qianyun's face drained of color, her mind racing as she failed to comprehend the swiftness with which Chen Guang had been defeated. The Lin Yu of today was far more terrifying than the one she had once known, that a sevenfold star spirit like Chen Guang had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. Such power was far beyond her capacity to contend with. Now, under the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Yu, Yi Qianyun felt her very soul tremble. Lin Yu, do you not recall? I am your betrothed. Do not act recklessly. Yi Qianyun trembled as she spoke. Betrothed? Lin Yu scoffed. You conspired with Chen Guang and Lu Tianzi to ambush me. shattering my star soul and reducing me to a state of powerlessness. Now you dare to invoke the term betrothed? You treacherous wretch. I shall not let you escape alive. It would be a disservice to the suffering I have endured these past 3 months. Die with that. Lin Yu leapt forward, appearing before Yi Qinyun in an instant. The 8 desolation demon-slaying palm. With a devastating strike, the terrifying palm imprint descended upon Yi Qinyun. She attempted to evade, but to her horror, she realized her entire body had been completely ensnared by Lin Yu's overwhelming presence, rendering her unable to move. Boom! In the next moment, the 8 desolation demon-slaying palms struck Yi Qinyun with tremendous force. Yi Qinyun spat a mouthful of blood. Her body sent flying backward at extraction day. As soon as she hit the ground, Lin Yu began to extract the pure spiritual energy from Yi Qinyun, drawing it into his own body. Ding! Extracted 7-fold star spirit, gaining 1,700 energy points. The system's voice echoed, 7-fold star spirit. Lin Yu's expression remained cold to Yi Qinyun, like Chen Guang, was also a 7-fold star spirit. Indeed, a pair of treacherous lovers. Then, with a single strike, Lin Yu ended Yi Qinyun's life. Lin Yu, you seek your own demise. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the front. The source of the furious shout was Yi Tian. Chapter 9. Fengyun Academy. Yi Tian exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. His gaze locked onto Lin Yu, filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had struck down Yi Qinyun without warning, leaving Yi Tian no time to intervene. Yi Qinyun was his most beloved daughter. And now she lay dead at Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu, how dare you kill my daughter? I vow that if I do not slay you today, I shall never be a man again. Yi Tian roared. Ha! Lin Yu laughed heartily, retorting, You old fool. Even if you do not kill me, I will not spare you. You and your daughter are cut from the same cloth. One seeks to exploit my strength, while the other seeks to manipulate my affections, only to turn on me in the end. Neither of you is virtuous, and today you shall meet your end. You seek death. Yi Tian let out a fierce roar and charged directly towards Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and with a powerful punch infused with frantic spiritual energy, unleashed the Xian Tian fist. Lin Yu did not falter. He too summoned his spiritual energy and met the attack with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists echoed through the air, resulting in a thunderous explosion as 2 immense forces clashed. Lin Yu was sent reeling back several dozen meters. Such formidable strength. This old man has already reached the 8th level of the Star Spirit realm. Lin Yu mused silently to ask the head of the Yi family. Yi Tian's power was indeed formidable, being at the 8th level of the Star Spirit realm. You little beast, I will tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tian bellowed once more, charging forward with ferocity. Come at me, Azure Dragon's Fury. Lin Yu sneered, activating the Azure Dragon Star Soul, that a magnificent Azure Dragon erupted from within him, surging towards Yi Tian. The next moment, the Azure Dragon struck fiercely against Yi Tian. Bang! The force of the Azure Dragon sent Yi Tian hurtling back several hundred meters, landing on the arena, his face ashen and his body trembling. How is this possible? How could you possess the Azure Dragon Star Soul? Yi Tian exclaimed in shock. What Lin Yu had just unleashed was indeed the Azure Dragon Star Soul, one of the 10 supreme star souls of the continent. Lin Yu, from where did you acquire the Azure Dragon Star Soul? Yi Tian's astonishment was palpable. Lin Yu smirked and replied, Old fool, you cannot fathom my potential. Today, I shall show you what a true genius looks like. With that, Lin Yu leaped into the air once more. Ice condensation. With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming force of icy energy surged from Lin Yu, quickly enveloping the entire arena in thick frost to the center of the arena. Yi Tian was frozen solid like a popsicle. The Ice Star Soul. You actually possessed 2 supreme star souls. Yi Tian was utterly dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon Supreme Star Soul and the Ice Supreme Star Soul. Lin Yu had both. In the Starry Continent, possessing a single Supreme Star Soul already marked one as a super genius that if nurtured, such talent could become a legendary figure across the continent. Yet Lin Yu possessed 2 Supreme Star Souls. If memory served, the last genius to harness 2 Supreme Star Souls now stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Yi Tian stared blankly at Lin Yu, speechless for a long moment. Die, old man. Lin Yu exclaimed, unleashing the powers of both supreme star souls upon Yi Tian. The combined might of the Azure Dragon and ice surged into Yi Tian's body, and in an instant he was obliterated. In his final moments, Yi Tian's eyes were filled with regret. Lin Yu, with two supreme star souls, was indeed an extraordinary genius. Had he not targeted Lin Yu, allowing him to remain as a patron of the Yi family and marry Yi Qingyun, the Yi family would have risen to become the most prestigious family in the entire Tianfeng kingdom, and even beyond. However, in a moment of folly, he chose to abandon Lin Yu, leading to this dire outcome. Regret came too late, ding. The system's voice echoed as Lin Yu refined Yi Tian's essence, earning 1,800 energy points. Not bad, Lin Yu nodded. The individuals he had slain today were all quite powerful, collectively yielding over 5,000 experience points, a significant gain. The system task updated. Task: enter the Wind and Cloud Academy and become the newcomer king. Deadline: half a month. Note: failure will incur severe penalties. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. Another task. Lin Yu was taken aback. Previously, he had been unaware that the system could issue tasks. What happens if I successfully complete it? Lin Yu inquired. There will be a mysterious reward. The system responded, a mysterious reward. Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. With the affairs in Lingyun City resolved, he planned to leave. The system's new task presented a perfect opportunity to explore the Wind and Cloud Academy. If memory served, it was the foremost sacred ground for cultivation in the Tianfeng kingdom. I accept the task, Lin Yu declared. Subsequently, he leaped down from the arena to AT that moment. Everyone below gazed intently at Lin Yu, their expressions filled with shock and fear. Upon his descent, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path, no one daring to meet his eyes. This was the reverence afforded to the strong. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Such is the world of martial arts. Only strength earns you respect. Without power, one is but a stepping stone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu approached Lin Yunxi and gently took her hand. Come, sister, let me take you to a more exciting place. Lin Yunxi nodded lightly. Together, they departed from Lingyun City. Once outside the city, Lin Yu turned back, gazing at Lingyun City. Just wait, I will return one day. Lin Yu thought to himself. Brother, where are we going? Lin Yunxi looked up at him, her large, watery eyes filled with curiosity. Tianfeng City. Lin Yu slowly pronounced the three words. Tianfeng City. Isn't it the capital of the Tianfeng kingdom? Lin Yunxi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Lin Yu affirmed with a smile that we are heading to Tianfeng City, where it will be far more enjoyable than Lingyun City. Really? Lin Yunxi giggled. Wherever you go, I will follow. Yes, let us go. With that, Lin Yu led Lin Yunxi away. They traveled for an entire week. During that time, Lin Yu traversed mountains and rivers, and finally, after a week, they arrived at Tianfeng City. Wow, is this Tianfeng City? How grand! It's much larger than Lingyun City. Lin Yunxi exclaimed in awe as she beheld the magnificent city before her. Lin Yu also marveled at the towering walls of Tianfeng City. As it was his first time visiting such a grand metropolis, it was said that Tianfeng City boasted a population of millions, being the largest city in the Tianfeng kingdom and also its capital. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Lingyun City was already considerable in size, but it paled in comparison to Tianfeng City. That moment, the streets of Tianfeng City bustled with pedestrians. Let us go in, Lin Yu said, leading Lin Yunxi into the city. Chapter 10. The Wind and Cloud Conference inside Tianfeng City. The streets were teeming with people, predominantly young individuals. The avenues, dozens of meters wide, were crowded with pedestrians. Wow, there are so many people. This place has far more inhabitants than Lingyun City, Lin Yunxi remarked, her eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, the number of people was staggering, especially in a city with a population exceeding 10 million, and the capital of the Tianfeng kingdom at that. After a casual stroll through Tianfeng City, Lin Yu purchased a few sets of clothing for both Lin Yunxi and himself. After a week of travel, their attire had become quite shabby, drawing disdainful glances from passers-by. Once they changed into their new clothes, Lin Yunxi patted her stomach and said, Brother, I'm hungry. Feeling hungry? Then let us go eat. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Having been on the road since leaving Lingyun City, he too felt a pang of hunger. Really? That's wonderful. I must feast today, Lin Yunxi exclaimed joyfully, her laughter ringing out. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head before leading Lin Yunxi in search of something to eat. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally came upon a grand tavern. Upon entering the tavern, Lin Yu noticed it was quite busy, nearly at full capacity. They found a window-side table and sat down. After placing an order for several dishes and a jug of wine, Lin Yu began to observe the patrons around him. The tavern was filled with young people, and the atmosphere was quite noisy as they animatedly discussed various topics. The most prevalent subject was the Wind and Cloud Conference. Have you heard? The Wind and Cloud Academy is hosting the Wind and Cloud Conference this time, and many geniuses have arrived. Talents from across the Tianfeng Kingdom and beyond are here in droves. It's bound to be a grand spectacle. Of course, the Wind and Cloud Academy is the highest-ranking institution in the Tianfeng Kingdom and the most prestigious sacred ground for cultivation. Anyone who can train there is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Gaining entry to the Wind and Cloud Academy is a testament to one's future potential. Who wouldn't want to be part of it? Every Wind and Cloud Conference is a breathtaking event, especially the competition for the Newcomer King title. I'm curious who will seize the title this time. The title of Newcomer King is exclusive to the most formidable among the new disciples. And I've heard that whoever claims it will receive superior cultivation resources once they enter the Wind and Cloud Academy. The benefits are endless. I can't wait to see which talent will claim the title of Newcomer King this time. Within the bustling confines of the tavern, discussions abounded. Lin Yu, overhearing the chatter from a nearby table, felt a subtle stir within his heart. The mission assigned by the system was to enter the Fengyun Academy and seize the title of Newcomer King. This Newcomer King, as mentioned by these individuals, must surely refer to the same entity discussed in the Fengyun conference. That it appeared that claiming this title would not be an easy feat, Lin Yu mused. The conversations among these patrons indicated that a plethora of talented individuals had gathered for this event. Competing against such a multitude of prodigies for the Newcomer King title would undoubtedly prove challenging. At that moment, two figures entered the tavern from outside. Both were young men, one notably portly, the other emaciated, presenting a strikingly unbalanced appearance. As they stepped into the establishment, the lively chatter diminished significantly, revealing that the patrons recognized them. They were none other than Qian Hu and Qian Bao, renowned talents from the Tianfeng nation, their formidable prowess unexpected in this locale. Seems like there's no seating left, the rotund Qian Bao remarked. Surveying the tavern, his slender brother, Qian Hu, frowned slightly, scanning the room before his gaze settled on two individuals by the window. Upon noticing a remarkably beautiful young woman, a glimmer of covetousness flickered in Qian Hu's eyes. Without hesitation, he strode toward the window. "Out of my way, kid," Qian Hu coldly addressed a young man clad in white before him. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu replied, furrowing his brow slightly as he looked up at the gaunt youth. He had been enjoying his meal when the sight of the stout and thin pair entering the tavern had drawn his attention, but he had not anticipated their approach to his table, nor their immediate demand for him to leave. "Hey, are you deaf? My brother told you to scram," Qian Bao shouted. Lin Yu maintained a frigid demeanor. "That I heard you perfectly well. However, this is my seat. Why should I vacate it? And who do you two think you are to demand such a thing? You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you?" Qian Bao retorted, momentarily taken aback before responding coldly. "In the entire Tianfeng nation, few dare speak to my brother and me in such a manner that you do well to vacate this spot, or you'll find yourself in dire straits. Oh really? I'd very much like to see how you intend to bring about my demise." Lin Yu scoffed. Despite having just arrived in Tianfeng City with no intention of seeking trouble, it seemed trouble had sought him out instead. Were these two fools offering him energy points at that moment? Qian Hu interjected, "Little brother, take care of this brat and save that pretty girl. I haven't encountered such a lovely damsel in ages. She looks like a pure maiden, just perfect for some fun." Boom! Before Qian Hu could finish his sentence, a fist flew towards his face. "Watch out." Qian Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he barely managed to evade the strike, which was swifter than he could react. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Qian Hu's shoulder, sending him crashing to the floor, his face paling in shock. "Damn it, you little wretch. How dare you ambush me?" he seethed, glaring at Lin Yu with malice in his eyes. The audacity of this young man to attack him was tantamount to seeking death. It was indeed Lin Yu who had struck, his gaze fixed on Qian Hu as he declared, "To insult my sister warrants death." With that, Lin Yu lunged forward again, delivering a powerful blow known as the Eight Desolations Demon Extermination Palm. The air trembled as an overwhelming force surged forth towards Qianhu. "Brother, stop him!" Qianhu shouted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, whoosh, as Qianhu spoke, Qian Bao had already dashed towards Lin Yu, unleashing his heavenly spirit fist. Simultaneously, Lin Yu met the attack with his own palm. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, shattering the air around them. While Lin Yu remained steadfast, Qian Bao stumbled backward, retreating several steps in shock. "How is this possible?" Qian Bao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Despite being at the 7th level of stellar spirit, he was pushed back by someone who appeared to be merely at the 5th level, at that moment. Qianhu, still on the ground, sensed that this young man was far more formidable than he initially appeared. "Who are you?" he demanded, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "That you're not worthy to know who I am. You two dare to take my seat and insult my sister. Prepare to meet your end," Lin Yu declared with a fierce glare as he surged forward once more. "Brother, let us take him down together," Qianhu shouted as both brothers charged at Lin Yu, their combined strength formidable. A fierce battle erupted, drawing the attention of onlookers, all of whom were agog at the unfolding spectacle. Lin Yu's boldness in confronting Qianhu and Qian Bao, both formidable young warriors with considerable renown in the Fengyan Empire, was nothing short of reckless. This kid insane, challenging Qianhu and Qian Bao. He must have a death wish, one bystander murmured as the tension escalated. With a sudden thunderous crash, the ground quaked as Lin Yu and the brothers clashed violently, sending shockwaves through the tavern. As the dust settled, both Qianhu and Qian Bao found themselves breathless and battered, while Lin Yu stood unharmed, exuding an air of calm confidence. "What in the world is happening? How can we not even defeat this 5th-level wretch?" Qianhu seethed internally, bewildered by their predicament. With a fierce determination, Lin Yu brandished a sword, its blade glinting ominously. "Not good." Both brothers exchanged anxious glances, realizing the peril they faced. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Qian Bao shoved Qianhu aside just as Lin Yu's blade pierced through him, delivering a fatal blow. As Qian Bao collapsed, Lin Yu wasted no time in extracting energy from the fallen foe. Ding! Extracted from 7th level stellar spirit, gained 1,700 energy points. Silence enveloped the tavern. All eyes were wide in shock as they processed the scene. Lin Yu had slain Qian Bao amidst a 2-on-1 confrontation. Who was this young man, and how could he possess such overwhelming power? A solitary figure gazed vacantly at Lin Yu. Overwhelmed by terror, To faced 2 opponents alone and slayed Qian Bao, all while possessing merely the 5th realm of star spirit. How was this feat accomplished? This young man appeared unfamiliar, not resembling a figure of renown. Could it be that another prodigy had emerged from the kingdom of Tianfeng? Surrounding onlookers fixated their curious eyes upon Lin Yu. At that moment, Qianhu let out a deafening roar, his blood-soaked eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. "You little beast, you dare to kill my brother. Today, I shall not rest until one of us is dead." Qianhu bellowed, consumed by rage after witnessing his brother Qian Bao fall to Lin Yu's hand. The bond they shared was profound, having grown up together. Now, with Qian Bao slain by this young man, Qianhu longed to rend Lin Yu into pieces. Lin Yu sneered, "Even if you choose not to kill me, do you really believe I would let you go? You two brothers dared to usurp my seat and harass my sister. You deserve death. Your brother is already gone, and now it is your turn." With that, Lin Yu charged forth once more, unhesitatingly declaring, "Kill." Upon reaching Qianhu, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful palm strike towards him. Already injured, Qianhu could not withstand the force of Lin Yu's attack. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, spewing blood. "Die!" Lin Yu shouted, reappearing before Qianhu to strike at his dantian. Just as death loomed imminent, a figure suddenly materialized before Qianhu, intercepting Lin Yu's lethal blow. "Who dares?" Lin Yu's icy gaze swept over the scene, shocked that someone would dare to meddle. Looking up, he saw a young man clad in purple, standing resolutely before him while Qianhu cowered behind. Upon recognizing the young man, Qianhu's face lit up with joy. "Young Master Shangwan, you have finally arrived. This brat just killed my brother. Please, young master, take vengeance for me." He clung desperately to the purple-clad youth's leg, pleading fervently. Shangwan Yun regarded Lin Yu with a frosty expression. You have quite the audacity, young man, to commit murder within Tianfeng City. Chapter 12. The Shangwan clan Shangwan Yun. The name echoed through the tavern, a wave of shock washing over the patrons as they beheld the appearance of this illustrious figure. He was a member of the Shangwan clan, one of the four great families of the kingdom of Tianfeng, renowned for their formidable strength and martial prowess. Not only was Shangwan Yun a prodigy himself, but he was also a strong contender for the title of Newcomer King at the upcoming Fengyun Conference. Who would have imagined encountering such talent here? The crowd buzzed with admiration, their eyes filled with reverence as they regarded Shangwan Yun, the elite of the Shangwan family. Meanwhile, Lin Yu took note of the commotion surrounding Shangwan Yun, but he remained indifferent. "Why do you obstruct me?" Lin Yu queried coldly. Shangwan Yun replied with disdain. "In Tianfeng City, fighting and killing are strictly prohibited. You possess an astonishingly reckless spirit to commit murder here, especially of a member of my Shangwan family. You must be seeking death that I was unaware of the regulations of Tianfeng City upon my arrival. Moreover, these two were the instigators that shouldn't accountability start with them." Lin Yu retorted icily. "Qian Hu and Qian Bao are members of my Shangwan family. They're permitted to kill, but you are not. You, a lowly commoner, dare to defy the hierarchy by engaging in combat and murder in Tianfeng City. You have violated the law of the land and deserve to die," Shangwan Yun declared sternly. Lin Yu scoffed derisively. "So, according to you, only your kind are allowed to kill in Tianfeng City, while us commoners must meekly await our demise. What kind of absurd rule is that? Should we simply submit to the slaughter by self-proclaimed elites?" "Such a bold statement," Shangwan Yun exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yu. "You dare to mock the laws of Tianfeng Kingdom. You are courting death. Today, I shall execute you according to the law." With that, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth from Shangwan Yun, bearing down on Lin Yu. Was Shangwan Yun truly about to strike? The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Lin Yu daring to confront him. Did he truly believe he could contend with Shangwan Yun? The latter was a genius among geniuses in the kingdom of Tianfeng, and with his intervention, Lin Yu seemed doomed to perish. "Die!" Shangwan Yun roared, launching himself toward Lin Yu with a single, powerful punch. The air crackling with energy. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with determination. Eighth Heaven-esque devilish hand. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy and met the oncoming attack with a forceful palm strike. The collision of fist and palm reverberated throughout the tavern, shattering the very structure as the shockwave sent patrons reeling backward. For several breaths, the two forces clashed, neither yielding. It was only after what felt like an eternity that they finally erupted apart, the sheer force propelling both Lin Yu and Shangwan Yun backwards several meters. "Impossible," Shangwan Yun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu, astonished he had not only failed to annihilate this young man, but had instead been repelled himself. The onlookers were equally stunned. They were well aware of Shangwan Yun's prowess. Few could surpass him among the young generation of Tianfeng Kingdom. Now, to witness him being pushed back by an unknown youth was nothing short of extraordinary. "Who is this young man?" they whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" Shangwan Yun demanded, fixing Lin Yu with an intense gaze. The realization that he had been thwarted struck him hard. Among the youth of Tianfeng, only a handful of exceptional talents could rival him. Who was this young man before him? Lin Yu's expression was chilling. "Who am I? You think you're worthy to know? Is this all the strength your so-called nobility possesses? Truly pathetic. Curse you, you believe you can escape me? I merely sought to test your strength before. Now, I shall show you what a true genius is capable of." With a fierce shout, Shangwan Yun summoned a surge of formidable energy, shaking the ground beneath them. "Die!" he thundered, preparing to strike once more. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his fury, a commanding voice rang out from the front. "Stop!" A young man clad in blue, flanked by a contingent of soldiers, stepped forward. His striking appearance and commanding presence silenced the crowd. Upon his arrival, he positioned himself between Shangwan Yun and Lin Yu, delivering a chilling reprimand. Shangwan Yun, as a noble, is it befitting to engage in such a brawl before so many witnesses? "Zhuge Qing." Shangwan Yun's demeanor turned icy as he recognized the blue-clad youth. "What business do you have here?" "I intend to act. Why should it concern you?" Zhuge Qing, the blue-clad youth, replied firmly, "I am the general of the Tianfeng City Guards, tasked with maintaining order. that I cannot allow you to engage in violence within the city. Shangwan Yun scoffed. Why do you not deal with this brat? He was the one who killed a member of my Shangwan family, prompting my response to ask the city's general, should you not first punish him? Chapter 13, The Four Great Families Shangwan Yun. Do not confuse the issue that I have a clear understanding of today's events that it was Qian Hu and Qian Bao who provoked matters first, forcing Lin Yu to retaliate. Yet upon your arrival, you indiscriminately attacked Lin Yu as a noble of the Tianfeng kingdom. Does this not tarnish your reputation? Zhuge Qing coldly remarked. Utter nonsense about reputation. Shangwan Yun retorted sharply. That little wretch has killed members of my Shangwan family. If I do not slay him today, how can my family maintain a foothold in the Tianfeng kingdom? He must die today. As long as I am present, who dares to lay a finger on him? Zhuge Qing stepped in front of Lin Yu, fixing his gaze on Shangwan Yun. Shangwan Yun, this matter has escalated, and if you wish to persist in this conflict, I will have no choice but to take you to His Majesty and let him decide. You dare. Shangwan Yun seethed with rage, taken aback by Zhuge Qing's threat of the emperor. However, he felt a hint of trepidation. It was true that Qian Hu and Qian Bao had instigated the confrontation. And with the Wind and Cloud Conference approaching, the emperor had repeatedly instructed against causing disturbances, that if this were to escalate to the emperor's ears, it would likely be he who ultimately suffered. With that thought, Shangwan Yun snorted coldly. Fine, Zhuge Qing, I shall temporarily spare this little wretch for your sake today. However, this matter is far from over. He then glared at Lin Yu, saying, You wait, for killing a member of my Shangwan family. I will ensure you regret it. With that, Shangwan Yun turned and departed. Trash. Lin Yu coldly glared at Shangwan Yun, but he had no fear of this worthless individual. If it were not for his recent arrival in Tianfeng City and his desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would have already dealt with this scum. Lin brother, I apologize for the scare. Zhuge Qing turned to Lin Yu, offering his apologies that no need for such formality, that I am most grateful to Zhuge brother for coming to my aid. However, I do wonder why you chose to help me. Lin Yu inquired curiously that he had not previously known Zhuge Qing, and it was puzzling that he would intervene on his behalf. Moreover, Zhuge Qing was clearly no ordinary individual, likely another genius of the Tianfeng kingdom, and Lin Yu was curious about his motivations. Zhuge Qing laughed heartily. Lin brother, I'm the guard general of Tianfeng City, tasked with ensuring its safety. With such a significant battle erupting here, I naturally had to come and see for myself for that scoundrel Shangwan Yun. He has always been a troublemaker. I could have guessed he was looking for a fight, that I see. Lin Yu nodded. Regardless, I thank you once more, Zhuge brother. Zhuge Qing's demeanor was friendly, and Lin Yu found him quite likable. That you're here to participate in the Wind and Cloud Conference, are you not? Allow me to escort you to register. To avoid further complications, Zhuge Qing suggested. That would be most appreciated, Lin Yu replied, grateful for Zhuge Qing's guidance as he was unfamiliar with Tianfeng City and unaware of the location of the Wind and Cloud Academy. Soon after, Lin Yu called for Lin Yunxi to join them, following Zhuge Qing ahead. That on the way, Zhuge Qing glanced at Lin Yunxi. This must be your younger sister, quite a lovely sight. Indeed, her name is Lin Yunxi. My sister, Lin Yu confirmed. Zhuge Qing chuckled. Lin brother, with such a beautiful sister, you must be extra vigilant. Tianfeng City is rather chaotic, especially recently with all sorts of people about. You must keep a close watch on her, lest any unfortunate incidents occur. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze darkened, and he replied coldly, Should anyone dare to lay a hand on my sister, I will ensure they meet a most gruesome end. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him. Even Zhuge Qing felt a shiver run down his spine from the intensity of Lin Yu's murderous intent. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I merely intended to offer a word of caution. There is no need for such agitation. Indeed, Lin Yu replied, retracting his aura with a nod that a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Lin Yunxi is my reverse scale. Having grown up alongside Lin Yunxi and having been cared for by her during his most vulnerable moments when his star soul was destroyed and his spiritual power dissipated, Lin Yu held deep gratitude towards her. He had vowed that should anyone ever dare to harm a single hair on Lin Yunxi's head, they would face dire consequences. Now, with Lin Yunxi being his only remaining family, he was determined to protect her at all costs. That in the midst of his thoughts, Lin Yu, Zhuge Qing, and Lin Yunxi arrived at the center of Tianfeng City. Before them stood a magnificent gate, grand and imposing, spanning several hundred meters in width, flanked by two stone statues of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Above the gate were inscribed four large characters: Wind and Cloud Academy. This was the foremost sacred ground for cultivation in the Tianfeng Kingdom, a place coveted by all young geniuses. Such an enormous gate! Lin Yunxi exclaimed in awe as she surveyed the impressive entrance. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a sacred ground for cultivation, Lin Yu affirmed, nodding in agreement. Zhuge Qing laughed heartily. Naturally, the Wind and Cloud Academy is renowned even throughout the entire northern region. It is certainly no ordinary establishment. Have you heard of the One Academy, 3 sects, and 4 families? I have not, but I would like to know more, Lin Yu replied, intrigued. Zhuge Qing continued in a solemn tone. The so-called One Academy, 3 sects, and 4 families represent the 8 most powerful factions in the entire Tianfeng Kingdom. Each of these factions holds tremendous influence, capable of shaking the kingdom with their slightest actions. The One Academy refers to the Wind and Cloud Academy itself. I see. What about the other factions? Lin Yu asked, nodding in understanding. The 3 sects are the Xintian sect, the Qihua sect, and the Xueming sect. The 4 families are the Shangguan family, the Zhuge family, the Sima family, and the Li family. These 7 factions, aside from the Wind and Cloud Academy, are the most formidable powers in the region, Zhuge Qing explained. After listening to Zhuge Qing's elaboration, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, then scrutinized Zhuge Qing. That if I am not mistaken, you must belong to the Zhuge family, correct? Indeed. Zhuge Qing replied proudly that I am a member of the Zhuge family, one of the 4 great families. Indeed. Lin Yu smiled. The name Zhuge Qing was clearly associated with the Zhuge family, needing no further conjecture. The one I clashed with earlier, Shangguan Yun, is also from the Shangguan family. Is he not? Lin Yu inquired, recalling their earlier encounter. Correct, Shangguan Yun is indeed a member of the Shangguan family, one of the 4 great families. Lin brother, the Shangguan family wields immense power in Tianfeng City, with countless experts within their ranks. Now that you have offended Shangguan Yun, you must exercise caution in the future, Zhuge Qing warned gravely. That I understand, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. The so-called Shangguan family holds no fear for me. He was unfazed by any individual or faction. If Shangguan Yun dared to trouble him again, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and convert him into energy value. The registration has already begun. Lin brother, hurry and register so you may participate in the Wind and Cloud Conference, Zhuge Qing urged. Understood. Lin Yu acknowledged, proceeding to the registration area. The line was quite extensive, requiring him to wait for over 2 hours before it was finally his turn to register. Name: one of the 2 young men seated at the registration table, one clad in gray and the other in black, asked. Lin Yu, he replied. Lin Yu? The gray-clad youth's pupils narrowed upon hearing the name. He looked Lin Yu over and then stated, You cannot register. Leave at once. Cannot register? Why? Lin Yu asked, confused. There is no reason that I said you cannot register, so you cannot. Now get lost and do not waste my time. The gray-clad youth replied impatiently. Lin Yu's expression darkened, that he glared at the gray-clad youth, stating, Everyone here is allowed to register, and the Wind and Cloud Academy has no restrictions on registration. Why am I not permitted? Give me a reason. Are you annoying? The gray-clad youth slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. You little wretch, did you not hear what I said? You cannot register without reason. And who do you think you are to demand a reason from me? Get lost or do not blame me for being rude. Humph, Lin Yu scoffed. Is this the conduct of the esteemed Wind and Cloud Academy, the foremost sacred ground for cultivation in the Tianfeng Kingdom? I traveled a great distance to register, and not only am I denied, but I am also met with such disrespect that I must say, I am truly witnessing something remarkable. Impudent. How dare you insult the Wind and Cloud Academy? You have an audacious spirit to insult the academy before its gates. I see you are looking for trouble. Guards, seize him. The young man in gray suddenly let out a fierce shout, and shortly after, several individuals approached from behind him, encircling Lin Yu. Did so. Are you planning to make a move? Lin Yu coldly remarked. Indeed, you are nothing but refuse. Not only did you fail to register, but you also wish to eliminate me here. I have truly witnessed the caliber of Fengyan Academy, he continued. You are courting death, the young man in gray retorted sharply, that I have long declared that you cannot enroll. Since you insist on causing trouble, I shall send you to your demise. Fengyan Academy is not a place for waste like you to disrupt. With that, the young man waved his hand. Go, seize him. If he resists, kill him without mercy. As soon as the young man in gray spoke, the 4 individuals behind him charged towards Lin Yu. All 4 were in their 20s, exuding a formidable aura, clearly seasoned warriors with considerable strength. Without uttering a word, they launched their assault. Seeking death, seeing the 4 attackers, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with intensity, and without hesitation, he charged forward. This moment, the throng of over 10,000 spectators was captivated by the commotion. All eyes drawn towards Lin Yu. Such audacity to engage in combat at the gates of Fengyun Academy, especially against its own members. Who was this brash individual? Unfamiliar to the crowd, yet undeniably audacious. They had never witnessed anyone daring enough to clash with Fengyun Academy's disciples at its entrance. This was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. That it appeared he had come to register for the Fengyun tournament. He was finished, confronting 4 against 1. Certainly doomed. The crowd observed Lin Yu's confrontation with the 4 disciples of Fengyun Academy. Murmurs of speculation filled the air, their gazes tinged with pity. Lin Yu was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Academy's members at its gates. And the outcome could be summarized in one word: death. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the front. The crowd turned to see Lin Yu already engaged with the 4 disciples of Fengyun Academy. He swiftly closed in on them, unleashing a powerful strike. 8 desolate demon-slaying palm. With a soft exhalation, a palm imprint materialized in the air, sweeping forward rapidly towards the 4. The expressions of the 4 Fengyun disciples turned icy as they simultaneously gathered their spiritual energy to retaliate. In an instant, Lin Yu's palm imprint collided violently with their collective force. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in the air, and chaotic spiritual energy surged outward, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Lin Yu and the 4 clashed incessantly. After several breaths of time, the 5 forces shattered explosively. The 4 young disciples of Fengyun Academy, struck by the overwhelming force, were sent flying, careening through the air for several hundred meters before crashing to the ground. Upon landing, they all spat blood, their faces ashen. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. They stared at Lin Yu, their gazes filled with astonishment. This young man had single-handedly repelled 4 disciples of Fengyun Academy with a mere single strike. Emerging unscathed. How could this be? Though the 4 were not formal students, they were still formidable recruits of Fengyun Academy, each possessing strength equivalent to the 6th or 7th rank of Star Spirit. Yet they had been wounded by this young man in one move. How was this possible? To defeat 4 opponents, he must at least possess the 8th rank of Star Spirit, yet this young man was clearly only at the 5th rank. It was unfathomable that a 5th rank could annihilate 4 at the 6th or 7th rank. Who was this individual? Having never seen him before, he appeared to be no scion of a prominent family. Could he be yet another hidden genius? The crowd buzzed with speculation, utterly astounded by the spectacle. That moment. The most shocked of all was the young man in gray. Known as Shengwan Bing, he was a disciple of Fengyun Academy and one of the registrants for the upcoming tournament. The reason he had sought to prevent Lin Yu from registering was due to his clan receiving orders to eliminate someone by the name of Lin Yu. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yu's name, he immediately refused his enrollment and prepared to strike him down. Little did he expect Lin Yu to single-handedly overpower 4 members of Fengyun Academy, completely shattering his expectations. Just then, Lin Yu exhaled lightly, having incapacitated the 4 and began to absorb their power, that he cared not for their identities. Anyone daring to attack him would simply meet their end. Ding, extracted from a 6th-rank Star Spirit, gained 1,600 energy points. Ding, extracted from a 7th-rank Star Spirit, gained 1,700 energy points. The system's notifications rang out successively, and in an instant, Lin Yu amassed nearly 7,000 energy points that, if memory served correctly, his current total should now be approaching 20,000 at audacious. At that moment, Shengwan Bing's voice erupted, filled with fury. You dare to kill members of Fengyun Academy. You show complete disregard for our institution. Today, you shall not leave here alive. Lin Yu chuckled coldly. I will indeed kill today. What will you do about it? With so many witnesses present, it was your people who initiated the attack. That if I do not strike them down, shall I simply await my own demise? You are insolent. Shengwan Bing seethed. Fengyun Academy has been established for over a millennium, a sacred ground for cultivation in Tianfeng country, renowned throughout the northern realms. To kill here is a provocation against us. You must be a spy from another nation. If I do not eliminate you, what will become of Fengyan Academy's reputation? With that, Shangguan Bing took a step forward. An overwhelming force radiating from him, shaking the very ground beneath them. The crowd fell silent, all eyes glued in astonishment at Shangguan Bing. Star Master. Someone gasped. Shangguan Bing was a warrior of the Star Master realm. Unlike the previous four, who were merely subordinates, Shangguan Bing was a formal disciple of Fengyan Academy, tasked with overseeing this tournament's registration. His status within the academy was undoubtedly significant. This young man had provoked a formidable opponent. A Star Master, even in Tianfeng country, was a figure of great power. Lin Yu, being only at the 5th rank of Star Spirit, could not possibly contend with Shangguan Bing. He was surely doomed for his reckless actions. Having angered someone of such stature, the crowd shook their heads, silently lamenting Lin Yu's fate. So, he belongs to the Shangguan clan. Lin Yu overheard the murmurs around him and let out a cold laugh. He had been puzzled as to why this man would deny him registration and sought to eliminate him directly. Now, the reason became clear. This man was of the Shangguan clan, having recently clashed with them. Encountering another member here would certainly not bode well for him. Trash, Lin Yu scoffed inwardly, placing the Shangguan clan firmly on his list of targets. You dare to stir chaos at the gates of Fengyan Academy, to kill its members and provoke us, possibly even being a spy from another nation. Now, I shall represent Fengyan Academy and execute you. Shangguan Bing's piercing gaze fixed on Lin Yu, his voice dripping with menace. Enough of your prattle. Lin Yu replied coldly that you're merely a hound of the Shangguan clan, that if you wish to kill me, spare me your futile justifications. Come, let me see the extent of your abilities. Hound, seeking death. Upon realizing Lin Yu was aware of his identity, Shangguan Bing's eyes glinted dangerously that I end the next instant. He leaped forward, rapidly closing the distance to Lin Yu, a terrifying spiritual energy emanating from him, causing the air to quiver. The crowd was left in shock. A disciple of Fengyan Academy was engaging in combat with an unknown ordinary person, and during the Fengyan tournament no less, a scenario unprecedented in the past. Come at me! As Shangguan Bing charged, Lin Yu shouted defiantly, refusing to retreat, matching his advance, that he was eager to test the mettle of this hound. With a mighty strike, he unleashed the 8 desolate demons slaying palm. A powerful blow aimed directly at Shangguan Bing. Simultaneously, Shangguan Bing retaliated with a fierce punch. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided mid-air, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy that surged outward. With mere moments passing, Lin Yu's 8 desolate demon slaying palm was obliterated, and a tremendous force struck him directly. Bang! The impact sent Lin Yu hurtling backward, skidding 100 meters as the ground beneath him shattered under the force. What immense power! Lin Yu's complexion was slightly pale, and he cast a grave glance toward Shangguan Bing ahead. Shangguan Bing's strength had already reached the Star Master realm, and this was Lin Yu's first encounter with a warrior of such caliber. Indeed, he was formidable. The Star Master realm transcends the Star Spirit realm, placing them in entirely different tiers. That it is said that even 10 peak Star Spirits would not stand a chance against a single Star Master. Trash! Shangguan Bing sneered disdainfully at Lin Yu, saying, "You worthless piece of garbage dare to challenge me. You must be tired of living. Before me, you are less than an ant. Killing you would be as simple as squashing a bug." "Is that so?" Lin Yu retorted coldly. "You, a Star Master and a student of Fengyan Academy, take pride in defeating a mere Star Spirit warrior. You hold a significant advantage in realms and sub-realms, yet fail to eliminate me in one strike. And here you are, reveling in your own delusion that if I were in your position, I would have long since ended my life in shame. Shut your mouth." Shangguan Bing shouted angrily that I was merely warming up. "It would take just one move to eliminate a waste like you. Now prepare to die." With that, Shangguan Bing charged forward with overwhelming force, his power surging around him. "Stop!" At that critical moment, a booming voice resonated from the sky. A middle-aged man appeared, hovering in mid-air, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. Upon seeing him, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts, even feeling an impulse to bow in reverence. That it was Master Xian, one of the 4 great mentors of Fengyan Academy. To everyone's astonishment, Master Xian had made an appearance as a top-tier expert in the entire Tianfeng kingdom. It was rumored that his strength had reached the Star Commander realm, which was exceedingly terrifying. With Master Xiyun's presence, the onlookers felt a surge of excitement. Shangguan Bing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing him, and he bowed. Master Xiyun, what brings you here? Xiyun replied coldly, Shangguan Bing, who permitted you to engage in combat at the entrance of Fengyun Academy? An icy aura radiated from him, causing Shangguan Bing to tremble in fear. Master, it was this brat who caused trouble at the entrance of Fengyun Academy and even harmed one of our students. I acted to subdue him. Please judge fairly, Shangguan Bing hastily explained. Chapter 16. Kneel and apologize. Shangguan Bing immediately defended himself, but he was acutely aware that Master Xiyun was no ordinary individual. He was a mentor at Fengyun Academy. Before Xiyun, he dared not even breathe too heavily. That do you take me for a fool? Explain why you denied him registration. Fengyun Academy has a long-standing rule that any warrior under the age of 25 is eligible to participate in the Fengyun Conference. What was your reason for refusing his registration? Master Xiyun fixed his cold gaze upon Shangguan Bing. Shangguan Bing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a response. His actions against Lin Yu stemmed from the influence of the Shangguan family. And now, faced with Xiyun's inquiry, he found himself speechless, why failing to provide a reason. You imply that your actions were deliberate, Xiyun stated icily. Master, I kneel. Xiyun's voice thundered, unleashing a powerful pressure that struck Shangguan Bing, causing him to tremble violently, his face turning ashen. Kneel and apologize to him. But master, I am an official student of Fengyun Academy. While he is yet to enter, is it appropriate for me to kneel and apologize? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of Fengyun Academy? Shangguan Bing protested, shocked by Xiyun's uncompromising stance, that I demand you kneel and apologize to him, so that everyone in Tianfeng Kingdom and the entire northern region knows that Fengyun Academy is a place of fairness and justice, where no one will be mistreated for wishing to participate in the Fengyun Conference. Your unwarranted rejection of him has brought disgrace upon our academy, that if you refuse to kneel, I will have no choice but to end your life to demonstrate our academy's stance. Xiyun declared coldly that I will kneel. I will kneel. Hearing Xiyun's threat, Shangguan Bing's face changed dramatically, that he dropped to his knees before Lin Yu, bowing his head. I was wrong. Please forgive me that I should not have denied your participation in the Fengyun Conference. Gasp. The crowd was taken aback as they witnessed Shangguan Bing genuinely kneeling before Lin Yu. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Shangguan Bing was not only an official student of Fengyun Academy, but also a member of the Shangguan family. To see him kneel before a nameless individual was astonishing. Trash, begone. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at the kneeling Shangguan Bing and spoke. The elder in midair had already shown him enough favor. Today's events would be set aside. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, Shangguan Bing had already become a mere corpse, destined for slaughter in due time. Shangguan Bing glared fiercely at Lin Yu before swiftly turning to leave. After he departed, Master Xiyun descended from the air and regarded Lin Yu. Young man, Fengyun Academy welcomes every youth eager to participate in the Fengyun Conference. The previous incident was poorly handled on our part, and I hope you will not take offense. You may now proceed to participate in the conference as normal. Thank you, senior, Lin Yu replied with a respectful bow. Master Xiyun seemed quite agreeable, possessing immense strength and high status. Yet he was amicable and fair, truly a hallmark of an expert from a premier cultivation sanctuary. Xiyun narrowed his eyes, surveying Lin Yu, that I look forward to your performance in the Fengyun Conference. If you manage to successfully enter Fengyun Academy, you may consider becoming my disciple. Wow. The crowd was once again dumbfounded by Xiyun's words. All eyes were fixated on him in shock. As one of the 4 mentors of Fengyun Academy and a formidable star commander. It was rumored that he was extremely selective in choosing students. Typically, he would not even glance at ordinary talents. Now, he was actively seeking to recruit this young man. This young man truly had struck gold, turning misfortune into fortune and gaining the favor of Master Xiyun. He was likely to ascend to great heights in the future. However, he must first pass the Fengyun Conference to enter Fengyun Academy. Did you not hear? Master Xiyun stated that only by succeeding in the conference could one qualify to be his disciple, that if he could not even pass the conference, it would be quite embarrassing. Indeed, the Fengyun Conference was not something just anyone could navigate. This time, Fengyun Academy would only admit 100 participants, while the number of applicants was in the tens of thousands, making the chances of success exceedingly slim. Given that he was only at the 5th level of the Star Spirit realm, his prospects appeared dim. The crowd buzzed with speculation, casting envious and jealous glances at Lin Yu. Soon after, Master Xian smiled and turned to leave. After Master Xian departed, Zhuge Qing approached with Lin Yunxi. I was genuinely terrified just now. Thank goodness Master Xian intervened, or you would have been in serious trouble. Zhuge Qing sighed in relief. What trouble? Did you truly believe that Shangguan Bing could kill me? Lin Yu replied coolly. Although Shangguan Bing is a Star Master, killing you would not be as simple as he thinks, Zhuge Qing remarked. Regardless, Master Shiyun's intervention saved you, and it seems he holds you in high regard. This is a good sign that if you can really pass the Fengyan Conference and enter Fengyan Academy, your future is limitless. Haha, I appreciate your well wishes. Lin Yu laughed heartily. As they chatted, they awaited the commencement of the Fengyan Conference. As time passed, the crowd grew larger. What began with around 10,000 had swelled to 50 or 60,000 participants, all of whom were there to register for the conference. Lin Yu scanned the applicants briefly, noting their varying strengths. Some were already at the 7th or 8th level of the Star Spirit realm, even reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. The weaker ones were at the 2nd or 3rd level, with the majority residing within the Star Spirit realm. Hidden among the crowd were several formidable auras, likely belonging to Star Master warriors. It seemed that obtaining a position among the top 100 to enter Fengyan Academy would not be an easy feat, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Moreover, the system's task was not merely to enter Fengyan Academy. It was to become the newcomer king, which made the challenge even more daunting. The system was truly relentless, Lin Yu thought to himself. Silence. After approximately half a day, a figure emerged ahead, clad in white garments. This individual appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage and an extraordinary aura. I am Meng Xiaowei, a disciple of Fengyan Academy, responsible for presiding over this Fengyan Conference. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all participants. Now, allow me to announce the rules of the conference. This event is divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be a melee, and the second round will consist of one-on-one duels. Only those who secure a position within the top 100 after both rounds will be granted admission to Fengyan Academy and become its students. Chapter 17. The conference begins. Moreover, this Fengyan Conference will also herald the emergence of a new champion. Whoever claims the title of Newcomer King will be generously rewarded by Fengyan Academy. And upon entering the Academy, they will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the esteemed Dean. Upon hearing Meng Xiaowei's words, the tens of thousands surrounding him widened their eyes in astonishment. The prospect of becoming the newcomer king, with its accompanying rewards and the chance for direct tutelage from the Dean, was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. The rewards from Fengyan Academy were well known, and since they were substantial, they were undoubtedly exceptional. The personal instruction from the Dean, a figure shrouded in mystery and reputed to be a top-tier expert throughout the Northern Territories, was an invaluable offer. How could they not be excited at the thought of such an opportunity? However, they were also acutely aware that only one individual could claim the title of Newcomer King, making the competition fierce. Now, we shall commence with the melee. At this juncture, Meng Xiaowei spoke again. The rules of the melee dictate that 100 individuals will simultaneously ascend the stage to compete. Ultimately, only one shall pass the test. That a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they processed Meng Xiaowei's announcement. 100 participants on stage, with only one permitted to succeed, implied that the remaining 99 would face elimination. Furthermore, the inherent danger of such a melee was considerable. A moment's inattention could lead to injury or even death. The draw for positions would now begin. Participants would be grouped in hundreds, with those numbered from 1 to 100 ascending the first stage, and those numbered from 101 to 200 ascending the second stage, and so forth. After Meng Xiaowei concluded his speech, the drawing commenced in earnest. Lin Yu casually drew a slip, revealing the number 430, that he would be fighting on the 4th stage. Without hesitation, Lin Yu leaped onto the platform, soon followed by others. In no time, 100 individuals had gathered. As the 100 contestants on the 4th stage assembled, their gazes, some more discerning than others, fell upon Lin Yu. They had all witnessed the recent events at the entrance of Fengyan Academy, where Lin Yu had slain 4 of the Academy subordinates and had engaged in combat with a disciple. Shangguan Yuan, without succumbing to that moment, they all recognized Lin Yu, and now on the stage, they naturally regarded him with a more hostile demeanor. This was not a favorable situation. Below, Zhuge Qing surveyed the stage with a furrowed brow. What troubles you, Brother Zhuge? Is there an issue? Lin Yunxi inquired, her expression one of confusion. Zhuge Qing replied, not long ago, Lin Yu demonstrated considerable strength at the entrance of Fengyun Academy. Others have already set their sights on him. Generally speaking, in a melee, participants will collaborate to eliminate the strongest contenders on stage before turning their focus on those who are weaker. Lin Yu's display of power has made him a target. So if I am not mistaken, those individuals will likely band together to confront him. What upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Lin Yunxi's face drained of color. Will my brother be in danger? Zhuge Qing shook his head. That depends on Lin's capabilities, that if he cannot contend with them, he may indeed encounter trouble. Lin Yunxi panicked at the thought. Lin Yu, no matter how formidable, was but one person, while there were over 90 opponents on the stage. Simultaneously, many onlookers turned their attention to Lin Yu's stage. Due to his earlier commotion, a great number of spectators were focused on him. This young man has now become the target for everyone on stage. He is surely doomed. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence knows not to provoke trouble before the Fengyun conference begins. Those who stand out attract danger, with inadequate strength and such arrogance. He is courting death. It is unlikely he will leave the stage alive. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu, with a glint of coldness in their eyes. Arrogance comes at a price. At this moment on the stage, over 90 individuals were already eyeing Lin Yu with predatory intent, that we should eliminate this brat first, then contend for that solitary spot, one voice declared with an edge. Indeed, let us deal with him first. Otherwise, our chances of victory are slim, concurred another. Wasn't he just so cocky? Let us see what he is truly capable of, several voices chimed in, their eyes glinting with malice as they regarded Lin Yu. With a single shout, the mob surged forward, racing toward Lin Yu. Trying to target me? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed with a fierce glint. Seeking death. With an emphatic shout, Lin Yu charged forward. 8 Desolation's demon slaying palm. With a powerful shout, Lin Yu unleashed a palm strike, coalescing a pitch-black imprint in the air. The imprint crashed down upon the front ranks of dozens of opponents. With a thunderous boom, the foremost 10 or so individuals were sent flying, crashing to the ground, with several even being killed outright. With a single strike, he had dispatched over 10 opponents. Yet Lin Yu did not cease his assault. He pressed on with his attack. Ice condensation. With a fierce shout, Lin Yu summoned the power of ice. Instantly, the temperature on the stage plummeted, and all present felt an overwhelming chill enveloping them. Many found their bodies frozen by this icy force. Within mere moments, all were encased in ice, transformed into solid blocks. Break for me. After encasing his opponents in ice, Lin Yu bellowed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering ice echoed throughout the stage as the ice encasing numerous individuals fractured simultaneously. Under the onslaught of the icy power, at least half of them spat blood, their faces pale. The weaker 20 or so were directly frozen to death. That I'm done. I concede, as the bodies continued to fall. One individual shouted desperately, I concede too, don't kill me. Another cried out that I concede. Let me go. I'm freezing. Chapter 18. Frenzied absorption on the stage. Many voices filled with despair echoed as they surrendered. The power of ice was simply too formidable. Those below the 5th realm of Star Spirit were nearly all frozen to death by the chilling force, while those above that realm, though they survived, were grievously injured. Some even found their dantians frozen solid, that in an instant, numerous individuals conceded and leaped off the stage, leaving only a handful who remained, all of whom now regarded Lin Yu with palpable fear. Get lost. I'll spare your lives, but otherwise, you will die. Lin Yu glared coldly at the few remaining individuals on stage. These individuals were relatively powerful, mostly between the 5th and 6th realms of Star Spirit. Initially, they had contemplated a gamble, but now, sensing the overwhelming killing intent exuding from Lin Yu, and witnessing the carnage strewn about, they obediently descended from the stage. They understood that if they continued to fight, they might indeed be slain by this young man. Silence, that a deathly stillness enveloped the surroundings as all present stared at Lin Yu on the stage, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Yu had single-handedly defeated over 90 opponents. That terrifying icy attack had instantaneously claimed the lives of over 20, that the remaining individuals were either grievously wounded or had surrendered. None dared to challenge Lin Yu further. From the start to the conclusion of the battle took less than 3 minutes. While fierce battles raged on other stages, Lin Yu was the first to conclude his fight. This is utterly terrifying. He dispatched the other 99 with such ease that he truly only at the fifth realm of star spirit. The chilling force I just witnessed was utterly terrifying, even from several hundred meters away. It felt as though my entire body had been encased in ice, that I have never encountered such a formidable manifestation of ice power. What could it possibly be? It must be a particularly potent ice-based technique. I have heard rumors that there exist some exceptionally powerful ice techniques across the continent, possessing remarkable control abilities. Lin Yu must have cultivated such a technique. How incredible it would be if I could learn it as well. Around me, the crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. Every face turned towards Lin Yu with palpable awe. After this battle, nearly everyone would remember the name Lin Yu. Subsequently, he descended from the arena, having garnered a substantial amount of energy points, several tens of thousands. To be precise, a smile crept upon his lips as he reflected on the fact that he had dispatched over 20 opponents in that confrontation, thus securing a considerable amount of energy points. As he stepped down from the stage, Zhu Guqing and Lin Yunqi approached him. "Brother Lin," Zhu Guqing exclaimed, "your prowess is truly formidable. In a mere 3 minutes, you dispatched 99 opponents with ease. It was nothing short of a rout." Being a genius himself, he could certainly appreciate the tremendous power behind Lin Yu's earlier strike. Lin Yu replied calmly, "They were merely low-level martial artists, posing no real threat, that if I were to encounter someone significantly stronger, it would not have been so effortless. Indeed, those he had just faced were not particularly strong. The highest among them barely reached the 5th or 6th level of the star spirit realm. Such warriors were no match for him. In the world of martial arts, it is impossible for a multitude of ants to take down an elephant. A top-tier expert can easily vanquish countless lower-tier fighters. Brother, you are amazing. To take on so many opponents single-handedly is simply astounding." Lin Yunqi gazed up at her brother with admiration. She was aware that he had become exceptionally powerful, yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Defeating 99 adversaries alone was nothing short of terrifying. "Haha, this is merely the beginning. What will truly astonish you lies ahead." Lin Yu laughed heartily, ruffling Lin Yunqi's hair. "This Storm and Cloud Conference has attracted many experts, presenting an excellent opportunity to witness the talents of these geniuses from Tianfeng country." Just then, Lin Yu felt a sudden stirring within his dantian. It was as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. He quickly sought out an unoccupied area, seated himself in meditation, and erected a barrier around his body. Closing his eyes, Lin Yu began to circulate his spiritual energy, directing it gradually towards his dantian. Within his dantian lay a delicate barrier that if he could penetrate this barrier, he would achieve his breakthrough. As he channeled his energy, he felt the surrounding spiritual power begin to flow into his body. Initially, the influx was subtle, with only the energy within a radius of 10 meters gradually entering him. Lin Yu skillfully navigated this energy, enhancing his meridians. As time passed, the demand for spiritual energy grew increasingly significant. The radius from which he drew energy expanded from 10 meters to dozens, then to hundreds, and eventually to thousands. Ultimately, the spiritual energy surrounding the entirety of the Storm and Cloud Academy converged upon Lin Yu. His body became akin to an immense vessel, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy that vanished from the surrounding space. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy around me dissipating? Concurrently, at the entrance of the Storm and Cloud Academy, thousands sensed something amiss. Some were embroiled in fierce battles, only to suddenly perceive that the spiritual energy around them was vanishing at an alarming rate. "Damn it, I can feel it too. The spiritual energy in the air is evaporating, and it seems even the energy within my body is being siphoned away," another exclaimed. "What on earth is happening? Where has all the spiritual energy gone? I am gravely injured and need to absorb energy to recover, yet it has vanished." Panic ensued as everyone searched for the source of the disappearing energy. "Over there!" Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing to the right rear. "All the spiritual energy is being drawn to that location." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze to the indicated area, where they beheld a young man seated beneath a large tree, steadily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Chapter 19. Breakthrough of power. As the onlookers beheld this young man, who was continuously drawing in spiritual energy, they were rendered speechless. It is him. This was none other than Lin Yu. The one who had recently defeated 99 opponents in the arena. What is he doing? How can he absorb such an immense amount of spiritual energy? The energy within a radius of several thousand meters is being consumed entirely by him. His body resembled a furnace, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy that I have never witnessed someone so fearsome in their capacity to absorb spiritual energy that he not concerned about his body exploding. I sense he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Someone remarked. All of his power is converging towards his dantian. This is undoubtedly a sign of impending advancement. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their eyes fixed on Lin Yu, who was voraciously consuming the spiritual energy. Almost all the energy within a radius of several thousand meters had been absorbed by him. Now, thousands of people were glaring at him with indignation. Were it not for the sheer number of witnesses and the location being the entrance of the Storm and Cloud Academy, they might have already taken action against Lin Yu. This boy is indeed causing quite a commotion. Meanwhile, deep within the academy, Suyin opened his eyes. Sensing the thinning spiritual energy outside, he shook his head slightly. Realizing that Lin Yu's breakthrough was the cause of this immense energy absorption. Even so, he was somewhat astonished. Lin Yu was merely a martial artist of the Star Spirit realm, yet his breakthrough elicited such a tremendous disturbance. It was truly remarkable. It seems this young man harbors secrets, yet undisclosed, that Suyin mused. From their first encounter, he had sensed that Lin Yu was far from ordinary. Not only did he possess strength that exceeded his realm, but there also resided within him two mysterious and formidable powers that even Suyin found daunting. That Suyin speculated that Lin Yu was not an average martial artist, which is why he had invited him to train under his tutelage. Now, witnessing the unprecedented commotion caused by Lin Yu's breakthrough, he felt an even stronger sense of foreboding. I am curious to see just how much of a storm you will stir at this Storm and Cloud Conference. Suyin murmured to himself, this moment. Outside the Storm and Cloud Academy, thousands of eyes were fixated on Lin Yu. They watched in disbelief as he absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. Within a radius of several kilometers, there was nearly no spiritual energy remaining, and they felt their own spiritual power being siphoned away. The realization that their internal energy was diminishing sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting them to flee in terror, fearing Lin Yu would drain them of their remaining energy. This is utterly terrifying. Even the energy within my body is being consumed. This person is a monster, a true aberration. My internal energy has been reduced by a third. Had I not fled quickly, I would have lost the remaining 2/3 as well. Though energy can be replenished, the direct siphoning of it from one's body is beyond outrageous. Monster. He is nothing short of a monster. The crowd erupted in angry murmurs, their eyes locked onto Lin Yu, who had now absorbed spiritual energy not just from the air, but from their very bodies. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yu, seated on the ground, suddenly released a tremendous burst of power, causing the space within a kilometer radius to tremble slightly. As this powerful energy surged forth, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, a gleam of brilliance flashed within them that he had successfully broken through. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, a smile spread across Lin Yu's face. At last, he had achieved his breakthrough. And remarkably, he had ascended 2 realms, now reaching the 7th level of the Star Spirit realm. For Lin Yu, a 2-realm advancement was hardly a significant feat. With his dual supreme, Star Soul physique, he could effortlessly transcend 2 or 3 realms in a single breakthrough. Thus, he was not particularly concerned. His combat prowess had also seen a substantial increase, now reaching an impressive strength of at least 50,000 pounds. Lin Yu spoke in a low voice. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the Star Master realm can possess a strength of 50,000 jin. However, Lin Yu felt that he too should now possess a similar magnitude of power. This is the might of the supreme martial soul. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of eyes fixated upon him. After a moment of introspection regarding his own body, Lin Yu was startled to see tens of thousands of gazes directed at him, all watching intently. Moreover, these countless eyes bore a fierce intensity, as if they wished to devour him whole. What has happened? Lin Yu wondered aloud. You are being rather ostentatious, aren't you, to break through in front of so many people and create such a commotion? Zhu Guqing remarked, approaching with a wry smile. Did I ask there a problem? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Zhu Guqing widened his eyes in disbelief. You don't know. Just now, you absorbed all the spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand meters. Even siphoning off the spiritual power from some martial artists. Some were engaged in battle on the stage, and at a critical moment, they suddenly felt the absence of spiritual energy. Can you imagine their frustration? All the energy was drained by you, and you did this under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. You are truly unprecedented, that I see. Lin Yu said calmly, shrugging. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. If they can't compete for the spiritual energy, that's their issue, that it's simply there for the taking. Those who are capable will use it if they are unable. What concern is that of mine? Even so, the speed at which you absorb spiritual energy is simply astounding. Who could possibly contend with you? Zhuge Qing said, shaking his head in a bemused manner. Even he was astonished by the terrifying speed at which Lin Yu absorbed the energy. However, as Lin Yu noticed the fierce and covetous gazes surrounding him, he felt an exhilarating thrill that he relished the sight of those who looked at him with disdain, yet were powerless to act against him. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyi's voice boomed. That was merely an accident. The competition will continue. After a span of over 10 minutes, the spiritual energy gradually returned, and the contest resumed. Lin Yu continued to meditate and regulate his body. After more than half an hour, feeling sufficiently rejuvenated, Lin Yu opened the system to check his energy value. That I want to see how much energy I currently possess. Energy value. 34,000. That the system displayed a number. 34,000. Lin Yu's heart stirred at the sight of this figure. 34,000 energy points was a considerable amount that he wondered what treasures he could exchange for such energy within the system. He then opened the system shop, only to find a plethora of items available. However, the majority were rather mundane, low-level techniques, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts, none of which piqued his interest. Are there no higher-tier treasures? Lin Yu inquired tentatively. System. The host currently lacks the qualifications to select higher-tier treasures. What? No qualifications. When will I be able to exchange for higher-tier treasures? Only upon accumulating 100,000 energy points can the host unlock the advanced shop, from which higher-tier treasures may be exchanged. 100,000? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the system jesting? It required him to amass 100,000 energy points to access superior treasures. He was currently at just over 30,000, leaving a significant gap to bridge. There was no choice. He had to adhere to the system's stipulations. 100,000 it is then. I shall see how long it takes to accumulate that amount. After exiting the system, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he noticed Lin Yunxi and Zhuge Qing standing beside him. Lin brother, you are awake, Zhuge Qing said with a slight smile. Yes, Lin Yu nodded, rising to his feet. What is the current situation? The first round of the melee has essentially concluded, Zhuge Qing replied. Approximately 200 individuals have passed the initial test. Next, we will proceed to the second round, which consists of one-on-one battles that as long as one can achieve 2 consecutive victories, they will likely gain entry into Fengyan Academy and become a disciple. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. What is the strength of those remaining? Very formidable, Zhuge Qing stated solemnly. After all, they emerged from a pool of 100 competitors. Each possesses considerable strength. From my observations, every individual among the 200 has at least reached the 6th level of Star Spirit, with some even attaining the 8th or 9th levels. Truly exceptional fighters. Who is the strongest among them? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. That is difficult to say, Zhuge Qing pondered before shaking his head. Since the arena battles have yet to commence, it is hard to determine who is the strongest. However, I know of 4 individuals who are extremely well known and exceptionally powerful. Each is a strong contender for the title of Newcomer King. You should pay attention to them. These 4 individuals are Shangguan Yun, Li Yunfei, Lin Yuan, and Mei Ying. Lin Yu nodded. These 4 must be the prodigies of the top 4 factions. Indeed, Shangguan Yun hails from the Shangguan family, and you have fought him before, so you should be aware of his strength. The Li Yunfei is from the Li family. Lin Yuan belongs to the Xintian sect, and Mei Ying is from the Blood Demon sect. Each is an elite talent with immense power, and as far as I know, their abilities are nearing the Star Master level, if not already attaining it, Zhuge Qing said with a grave tone. Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Lin Yu nodded. While he may not know the others well, he had first-hand experience with Shangguan Yun. Previously, in the tavern, Shangguan Yun had repelled him with a single palm strike. Where Lin Yu had distinctly felt the terrifying strength he possessed, that it was surprising that he too had come to participate in the Fengyan conference, that it seemed quite fated. Furthermore, I have learned that the Shangguan family has issued a kill order against you, intending to eliminate you during this Fengyan conference. Therefore, it would be wise to exercise caution. Zhuge Qing warned solemnly. Did I ask that so? I will await their attempt to slay me. Lin Yu replied with a cold chuckle. The Shangguan family had caused him trouble several times since he entered Tianfeng City, that he planned to pay them a visit when the opportunity arose that asked for the upcoming Fengyan competition. Lin Yu harbored no concerns about those from the Shangguan family. Even before his strength had increased, he had not feared Shangguan Yun. Now, with his enhanced abilities, he was even less apprehensive. By the way, what about you? Lin Yu turned to Zhuge Qing and asked, aren't you participating in the Fengyan conference? Zhuge Qing, being a top-tier talent himself, had not joined the competition, which surprised Lin Yu. That I do not need to participate in the Fengyan conference, Zhuge Qing explained with a faint smile. Fengyan Academy has allocated several spots for each of the 7 major factions in Tianfeng country, allowing them to enter directly for training. Hence, I do not need to compete in the conference to gain entry. Did I see? Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Such was the privilege of nobility. Ordinary people had to struggle tirelessly to enter Fengyan Academy, while they could simply rely on their noble status to gain immediate access. Silence. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the front. Everyone looked up to see Meng Xiaowei standing on the arena, his powerful voice silencing the crowd. Once the audience quieted down, Meng Xiaowei continued. The first round of the melee has concluded. We will now commence the second round of arena battles, which will be one-on-one contests. Those who can finish in the top 100 in these battles will gain entry into Fengyan Academy. The weakest among them will be crowned the newcomer king of this Fengyan conference and will receive great rewards. Now, let the arena battles officially begin, starting with the draw. After Meng Xiaowei finished speaking, everyone began to draw lots. Lin Yu casually picked a bamboo stick. Number 16. That after a brief moment, the drawing was completed. I hereby announce that the draw is concluded. The arena battles are officially underway. Contestants 1 and 2 proceed to the first arena. Contestants 3 and 4 to the second arena, and so on. Once Meng Xiaowei had finished, everyone made their way to the arenas. Lin Yu ascended to the 8th arena. Upon reaching, he noticed a figure already standing there, a young man clad in gray, around 20 years of age, tall and lean, resembling a slender bamboo stalk. However, he emanated a formidable aura. This gray-clad youth, named Lu Fei, was a martial artist at the 6th level of Star Spirit. Lin Yu, I kindly ask you to show mercy, Lu Fei said, bowing slightly to Lin Yu, that he was aware of Lin Yu's strength and spoke politely. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a faint nod. Let us begin. Xintian Palm, with a thunderous shout, Lu Fei leapt into the air, hurtling towards Lin Yu. Chapter 21. A single move to defeat. That in an instant, Lu Fei reached Lin Yu's side, delivering a powerful strike downward. This blow bore immense strength, coalescing into a golden palm imprint in the air, which then crashed fiercely towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood immobile, waiting until the palm was mere moments from him before he gently unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Boom! The force collided with the golden imprint, producing a tremendous sound as the imprint shattered into fragments. The shards of the palm imprint disintegrated. Lu Fei was sent flying backward, hurtling several hundred meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, Lu Fei's face turned pale, clearly injured. I concede, Lu Fei declared, acknowledging his defeat directly. Well fought, Lin Yu replied with a nod, then descended from the arena. Lu Fei, possessing merely the strength of the 6th level of Star Spirit, was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. One strike was all it took to incapacitate him. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Fei was an astute individual, recognizing when to concede. Had the battle continued, the repercussions would have been far graver. After defeating Lu Fei, Lin Yu stepped down from the platform, casually observing the ongoing battles on the other stages. That he was the first to conclude his match, while the fights on the dozens of other platforms persisted. However, after a brief glance, Lin Yu averted his gaze. He held little interest in the other contests and merely awaited his next encounter. Approximately an hour later, the first round of battles concluded. With the first round of arena fights finished, the second round was about to commence. Beginning with the drawing of lots, Meng Xiaowei announced the start of the second round. Lin Yu drew number 9. Afterward, he promptly ascended the 5th arena. Lin Yu, It seems our paths have finally crossed, that I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time, declared a youth clad in blue, standing opposite him. This blue-clad youth was named Wang Hao. His gaze swept over Lin Yu, brimming with formidable combat intent. Having witnessed Lin Yu's impressive display of strength earlier, he had longed for an opportunity to spar with him. And now that chance had finally arrived. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Yu inquired. "Naturally, to defeat you by besting you, I can prove my own strength and gain recognition in the Wind and Cloud Conference." Wang Hao proclaimed loudly that that's so. "Yet, I fear you may lack the capability to achieve that," Lin Yu replied calmly. Wang Hao, being at the 7th level of Star Spirit, possessed considerable strength. Yet for him, this level was hardly anything to be concerned about. "Regardless, I will give it my all," Wang Hao asserted, clenching his fists. "Very well, let us begin," Lin Yu stated calmly. "Storm Fist," Wang Hao bellowed as he slowly raised his fist. A formidable surge of spiritual energy coiling within it to be obliterated. In the next moment, Wang Hao unleashed a punch, the energy radiating from it causing the surrounding air to tremble ominously. This was his most powerful strike, aimed at decisively defeating Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu remained composed as he observed the approaching fist. "Break," he uttered softly, extending his palm in response that a wave of pure spiritual energy collided with Wang Hao's fist. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as both forces clashed violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Wang Hao's domineering punch was utterly shattered, as his fist's energy dissipated. Lin Yu's palm strike continued unabated, charging toward Wang Hao's body. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the concentrated force crashed into Wang Hao. Wang Hao spat a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing down from the arena. With a single strike, he had been defeated. Hiss! The onlookers, many of whom were observing Lin Yu's match, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. Although Lin Yu was undeniably powerful, Wang Hao was also at the 7th level of Star Spirit. The fact that he had been so swiftly vanquished was nothing short of overwhelming. "Lin Yu is victorious," announced Meng Xiaowei, revealing the outcome of the battle. Lin Yu calmly descended from the arena. "Congratulations, Lin Yu, for successfully advancing to the top 100. You are now eligible to join the Wind and Cloud Academy. From henceforth, we shall be brothers in arms," chuckled Zhuge Qing. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "This is merely the beginning. It would be more fitting to congratulate me after the entirety of the Wind and Cloud Conference concludes. May I inquire, Lin brother, what is your goal in this Wind and Cloud Conference?" "Surely it is not merely to enter the top 100 and join the academy?" Zhuge Qing queried, curiosity evident in his tone. That it seemed Lin Yu was not entirely satisfied with merely reaching the top 100. "The title of Rookie King," Lin Yu stated succinctly. What? Upon hearing these words, Zhuge Qing was momentarily stunned. "Rookie King. Lin Yu seeks to claim the title of Rookie King. Surely you jest, Lin brother. To I appear to be someone who jokes." Lin Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Zhuge Qing swallowed hard, utterly astonished that Lin Yu harbored such grand ambitions. To aspire for the title of Rookie King was something that few dared to even contemplate. After regaining his composure, Zhuge Qing remarked, "Lin brother, it's not that I doubt your strength. It's just that there can only be one Rookie King, and countless individuals vie for that position. Among them are super talents like Shangguan Yun, Li Fei, Lin Yuan, and Mei Ying. Securing the title from their grasp will be no easy feat. You must prepare yourself for the possibility of failure." Lin Yu's expression remained calm as he declared, "My goal is the title of Rookie King. Anyone who attempts to obstruct my path to that title will pay with their life." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He cared not for the lineage or status of his opponents. The title of Rookie King was destined to be his. Anyone who dared to snatch it from him would meet their demise. Zhuge Qing regarded Lin Yu intently, suddenly realizing that Lin Yu was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. This seemingly ordinary youth was, in truth, far more terrifying than he had anticipated. To aspire for the Rookie King is perhaps a fanciful dream. Do you truly possess the qualifications? Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yu and Zhuge Qing turned to see two young men approaching them. Shangguan Yun and Lin Yuan. "It is you." Zhuge Qing's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing them. The newcomers were none other than Shangguan Yun and Lin Yuan, both prodigies from the 7 major factions. Shangguan Yun locked his gaze onto Lin Yu, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Kid, your luck is quite remarkable, managing to reach the top 100. It seems that this wind and cloud conference is filled with nothing but waste. Allowing even garbage like you to place among the top 100 truly pitiful. Indeed, you two have made it into the top 100, which makes you just as much of a waste," Lin Yu coldly retorted. "Oomph, how glib you are," Shang Guanyin scoffed. "Had it not been for Zhuge Qing's intervention, I would have ended your life in the tavern before you ever reached this point. You should be grateful that I spared you. Otherwise, you would not be standing here speaking to me now." Lin Yu chuckled derisively. "The one who should be grateful is you. Had you attempted to strike me earlier, you would already be a corpse by now." Arrogant. A glint of malice flickered in Shang Guanyun's eyes as he growled, "You've grown more arrogant than before. Very well. I hope you don't encounter me on the arena. Otherwise, you'll regret ever having drawn breath. Then I suggest you go home and pen your last words for your parents. Otherwise, you may not have the chance to do so," Lin Yu sneered. "You little brat, you're courting death." Shang Guanyun's composure was already strained. But Lin Yu's taunts ignited his fury. Were it not for the crowd surrounding them, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this insufferable wretch. "Shangguan brother, there's no need to waste your breath on such a worthless brat. In my view, he doesn't even deserve to face you on the arena. He'll likely be eliminated in the next couple of matches before you even have a chance to act," remarked Lin Yuan, standing beside Shang Guanyun, his tone dripping with disdain. "Indeed, I have been too concerned. Let us see if he can survive the next round. Perhaps someone else will dispose of him before I have a chance." Shang Guanyun chimed in, taking the opportunity to belittle Lin Yu. "Enough," Zhuge Qing interjected coldly. "What purpose does it serve to engage in idle chatter here? If you possess the capability, prove it on the arena. You both are renowned talents of the Celestial Wind Kingdom. Is this all you can do? Merely boast?" "Lin Yu, await your reckoning," Shang Guanyun spat, leaving behind a chilling threat as he and Lin Yuan turned to depart. "Scum!" Zhuge Qing cursed under his breath as he watched them go. He then turned to Lin Yu and said, "Lin brother, do not concern yourself with those two. They are both insidious individuals, not worth your time. My mindset is not as bleak as it may seem. Once I step onto the arena, I shall educate them with my fists." Lin Yu stated matter-of-factly in his heart. He regarded Shang Guanyun as already deceased. Leaving little room for discussion, Zhuge Qing shook his head, feeling quite helpless at the moment. This was because Lin Yu showed no regard for individuals like Shang Guanyun and Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yu's current realm rendered him incapable of contending with those individuals. He was uncertain about Lin Yu's true thoughts. The battle continued unabated. In the subsequent matches, Lin Yu triumphed effortlessly, as his opponents were of mediocre strength. The most formidable among them was merely at the 8th-star spirit level, while the weaker ones were at the 7th-star spirit level. Given his current capabilities, facing practitioners at the 7th and 8th-star spirit levels posed no challenge for him, leading to a string of easy victories. After several consecutive wins, Lin Yu had already ascended into the top 20. Many spectators observed his battles, and upon witnessing his advance into the top 20 through successive victories, they were all astounded. This was particularly striking as Lin Yu was only at the 7th-star spirit level, while the others in the top 20 were at least at the 8th-star spirit level or higher. Among the top 20, Lin Yu was the weakest, and even more astonishingly, he had dispatched all his opponents with a single strike, effortlessly. Curiosity surrounded Lin Yu's origins as people wondered where such a dark horse had emerged from. The next round of matches was about to commence. Lin Yu, number 1, was set to face Zhao Wuji, number 2. Just then, Meng Xiaowei spoke up, announcing the combatants. The moment these names were revealed, astonishment swept through the crowd. Lin Yu's opponent was none other than Zhao Wuji, a member of the Red Fire sect. Zhao Wuji was a prodigy of the Red Fire sect, although he was not the strongest within the sect. He was undoubtedly a young master of considerable renown throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom. The fact that Lin Yu was to confront him was quite intriguing. Many speculated whether Lin Yu could indeed prevail against Zhao Wuji. Wasn't that obvious? He certainly cannot win. After all, Zhao Wuji is from the Red Fire sect. Although Lin Yu possesses some strength, how could he possibly stand against Zhao Wuji? The crowd buzzed with discussions, all equally astonished that Lin Yu's opponent was Zhao Wuji. Zhuge Qing's expression suddenly changed. This is troublesome. Lin Yu is now facing a formidable opponent. What is it, brother Zhuge? Is Zhao Wuji that strong? Lin Yunxi inquired with curiosity. Zhuge Qing nodded gravely. Zhao Wuji is from the Red Fire sect, and it is said that his strength has already reached the 9th star spirit level. He is quite formidable, and he is a strong contender for this newcomer king title that I never expected Lin Yu to encounter him so soon. This time, Lin Yu is likely to be defeated. Is that so? Then my brother must be careful, Lin Yunqi said, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Lin Yu at that moment. Lin Yu had already stepped onto the stage, with Zhao Wuji also ascending to the platform. Zhao Wuji appeared exceptionally fierce, his body adorned with well-defined muscles, radiating immense spiritual energy. From Zhao Wuji, Lin Yu could sense a powerful flame energy that, if he was not mistaken, Zhao Wuji's star soul was likely of the fire attribute. Lin Yu, I have long heard of your name. It is finally time for us to battle, Zhao Wuji said, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu with a sly grin. Likewise, I have heard you are a prodigy of the Red Fire sect and a strong contender for the newcomer king title. It is fortuitous to meet you, Lin Yu replied indifferently. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Indeed, I have observed all your previous matches. Your strength surpasses your realm, that if I am not mistaken, you must be concealing your true abilities. However, I am not like those weaklings. Against me, you better unleash your full strength, or you may find yourself defeated. That will depend on whether you possess the capability, Lin Yu replied coolly. Good, Zhao Wuji exclaimed. Let me see just how capable this mysterious figure truly is. With that, Zhao Wuji sprang into action, his feet striking the ground as he propelled himself towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yu, unleashing a powerful strike, Flame Cloud Palm. This attack was imbued with formidable fiery energy, flames roaring as they surged towards Lin Yu. 8 Desolation's Demon Extermination Palm. Lin Yu's expression remained calm as he responded with a palm of his own. The two palms collided fiercely in mid-air. Boom. In that instant, two immense forces erupted, sending shockwaves through the arena. The air trembled violently, the fiery energy surging with overwhelming might. Boom. After a brief moment, another loud explosion resonated throughout the arena. Under the impact of the tremendous force, Zhao Wuji's fiery palm imprint was instantly shattered. Moreover, Lin Yu's palm strike crashed into him directly. Zhao Wuji was propelled back several dozen meters, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He stared wide-eyed at Lin Yu, as a practitioner at the 9th star spirit level. He had exerted 80% of his strength in that last attack, which was immensely powerful that he could have easily obliterated any other 7-star spirit practitioner. Yet, Lin Yu not only remained unscathed but had also sent him flying. The spectators below were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom how Zhao Wuji found himself at a disadvantage after the first exchange. You truly are extraordinary. However, I am not so easily dealt with. Lin Yu, witness my second strike. With that declaration, Zhao Wuji leaped into the air again, forming intricate hand seals that as he performed the seals, waves of potent fiery energy surged forth from his body, engulfing him entirely. Crimson Dragon Technique. Zhao Wuji roared, and the flames surrounding him transformed into a fierce fire dragon that spiraled ominously around the arena, exuding terrifying power. The Crimson Dragon Technique, the pinnacle martial art of the Red Fire sect. Someone gasped in astonishment. The Crimson Dragon Technique is the very foundation upon which the Red Fire sect has risen. Zhao Wuji is utilizing it right from the start. It seems he intends to defeat Lin Yu in one fell swoop. With the might of the Crimson Dragon Technique, Lin Yu may not withstand it. The crowd was filled with shock, recognizing the terrifying power of the Crimson Dragon Technique, especially in the hands of Zhao Wuji. Could Lin Yu truly endure this assault? Annihilate him! Zhao Wuji shouted, and the fire dragon surged towards Lin Yu with ferocity, enveloping him in a torrent of flames. Come at me! Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination as he summoned the power of his ice sovereign star soul. Waves of chilling energy surged from within him. Buzz! The icy force rushed towards the fire dragon. Boom! In the next instant, the freezing energy collided violently with the fire dragon, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Yet, within a mere heartbeat, the overwhelming icy power completely encased the fire dragon, freezing it into a solid block of ice, rendering it immobile. Shatter! Lin Yu uttered softly, and the sound of cracking echoed as the ice dragon disintegrated into countless shards. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji stared in disbelief. Utterly stunned, This was the Crimson Dragon technique, the most powerful martial art of the Red Fire sect, but he had defeated countless opponents with it. Yet today, the fire dragon conjured by the technique had been frozen and obliterated. The sheer might of Lin Yu's icy power had far surpassed that of his fire dragon. The two forces were clearly not of the same caliber. What kind of icy power is this? How can it possess such formidable strength? Zhao Wuji murmured to himself. I concede. Moments later, with his head bowed, Zhao Wuji admitted defeat. The Crimson Dragon technique was his strongest attack, yet it failed to inflict any damage on Lin Yu. He had lost this battle to I appreciate your graciousness. Lin Yu replied calmly. Your fire dragon was impressive. Against anyone else, you would surely have triumphed. Unfortunately for you, you crossed paths with me. Zhao Wuji possesses formidable strength, particularly with his fire dragon, whose flames are immensely powerful. Regrettably, his ice, which is the supreme ice star soul, far surpasses the might of a mere fire dragon. Thus, Zhao Wuji is destined to lose. That I understand that there is a significant gap between us. So I concede. Lin Yu, may you strive onward. With that, Zhao Wuji turned and descended from the arena, resulting in Lin Yu's victory. Shortly thereafter, Meng Xiaowei announced the outcome of the battle. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the venue as countless eyes fixated on Lin Yu in the arena. Lin Yu has triumphed once more, moreover. This time he faced Zhao Wuji, a genius of the Crimson Fire sect, who even employed the Red Dragon technique, yet still suffered a crushing defeat, voluntarily conceding. What level of prowess has Lin Yu attained? One murmured. Zhao Wuji, at the 9-star spirit realm, was effortlessly vanquished by him. Everyone was left astounded by Lin Yu's strength. Soon after, Lin Yu also descended from the arena. Congratulations, Lin Yu. You have advanced into the top 10, said Zhuge Qing, who regarded Lin Yu with astonishment that he had anticipated an intensely fierce battle between Lin Yu and Zhao Wuji, believing they would exchange blows for at least 100 rounds. To his astonishment, it was resolved in merely 2 moves, leading him to find Lin Yu increasingly enigmatic. This young man, whom he had fortuitously met, was far more powerful than he had imagined. Brother Lin Yu, you are truly impressive, having entered the top 10. Lin Yunqi gazed at him with admiration. Lin Yu nodded calmly, then glanced at the other arenas, inquiring, how are the others faring? At this moment, the battle for the top 10 was underway. Anyone capable of reaching the top 10 was undoubtedly formidable. Following this round, the contest for the title of Newcomer King would commence, promising to be an exhilarating showdown. Zhuge Qing remarked. Indeed, Lin Yu replied, nodding lightly. After observing for a moment, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground to regulate his breathing. The title of Newcomer King was not easily won, although he held absolute confidence in his current strength. Lin Yu was acutely aware that none on the platform were weak, especially the likes of Shang Guanyun, Li Fei, Lin Yuan, and Mei Ying, all of whom likely had reached the Star Master realm. The true battle was likely just beginning. After 2 hours, this round of combat finally concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the top 10 of this Wind and Cloud Conference has been determined. Meng Xiaowei proclaimed loudly. Chapter 24. Entering the top 10 are as follows. Shang Guanyun, Li Fei, Lin Yuan, Mei Ying, Xiao Zi, Wang Tianlong, Chen Shuangji Yifei, Meng Fong, and Lin Yu. As Meng Xiaowei announced the names, silence fell over the venue. These 10 individuals were the most powerful contenders of this Wind and Cloud Conference, and the Newcomer King would arise from among them. Next, the competition for the Newcomer King would begin, and the drawing of lots commenced anew. Lin Yu remained calm as he drew a lot at random. It mattered little to him who he faced. Number 4 did after drawing. Lin Yu glanced at the wooden lot in his hand, indicating number 4. Soon, the results were revealed. I announced the draw results. Number 1, Mei Ying, battles number 2, Wang Tianlong. Number 3, Chen Shuangji, faces number 4, Lin Yu. Number 5, Yi Fei against number 6, Shang Guanyun. Number 7, Lin Yuan meets number 8, Meng Fong. Number 9, Li Fei contends with number 10, Xiao Zi. Meng Xiaowei announced the matchups. Chen Shuangji. Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. His opponent was indeed Chen Shuangji. I did not expect your opponent to be Chen Shuangji. He is quite a formidable figure, Zhuge Qing remarked, somewhat astonished. How formidable? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Zhuge Qing explained. Chen Shuangji's origins are mysterious, seemingly lacking a significant background, yet his strength is exceedingly terrifying. having surpassed some geniuses among the 7 top powers. He is also a strong contender for the newcomer king. You would do well to be cautious in this encounter. Yes, that's so. Then I shall see for myself, Lin Yu replied, his expression indifferent as he stepped onto the arena. At that moment, Chen Shuangji had already arrived on the platform. With a striking appearance and exceptional demeanor, he held a fan in hand, resembling a refined gentleman. Yet, Lin Yu sensed a faint aura of malice emanating from him. Lin Yu, you may concede right away, Chen Shuangji declared with an air of arrogance as he surveyed Lin Yu upon his arrival. Concede? You expect me to concede? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Chen Shuangji affirmed. By conceding now, I might spare your life. Should you choose to fight, your life may be forfeit. His tone reeked of arrogance, as if he viewed Lin Yu as nothing more than an ant easily crushed beneath his heel. How presumptuous, Lin Yu scoffed. Among all those I have encountered, you are not the strongest, yet you are undoubtedly the most arrogant. However, those who once boasted before me have all met their demise. Humph, Chen Shuangji snorted. Lin Yu, do you truly believe that with your pathetic strength, you can contend with me? Since you refuse to concede, prepare to die. As words fell, Chen Shuangji stepped forward, advancing toward Lin Yu. That a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, bombarding Lin Yu relentlessly. However, as this energy approached within 100 meters of Lin Yu, it dissipated into nothingness. Chen Shuangji furrowed his brow slightly, then shouted fiercely as he lunged forward, cloud-turning palm. He rapidly closed the gap, delivering a forceful strike. The palm imprint was incredibly powerful, drawing in spiritual energy from the surrounding area, creating a tempest of force that surged toward Lin Yu. Trivial technique, Lin Yu replied coolly, 9-fold kill. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a stream of golden energy. Buzz! The golden energy surged forth toward Chen Shuangji, comprising 9 layers, each more powerful and terrifying than the last, with each layer's strength doubling from the previous. The 9-fold kill was merely a basic martial technique, yet in Lin Yu's hands, its power multiplied exponentially. Boom! In an instant, the 9-fold kill collided with Chen Shuangji's palm imprint, that a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the two forces clashed. Buzz! In a flash, the first wave of Lin Yu's energy was shattered by Chen Shuangji's palm. Trash! With such pitiful strength, you dare to challenge me. You seek death, Chen Shuangji scoffed. Yet before he could finish, a series of terrifying golden energies surged forward, overwhelming his cloud-turning palm and shattering it. The subsequent golden energy rushed toward his body. Impossible! Chen Shuangji's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Boom! Just as he dodged, the force of the 9-fold kill struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep. Whoosh! As the dust settled, before Chen Shuangji could regain his footing, Lin Yu flashed and appeared behind him. 8 Desolation's demon-subduing palm. A powerful strike descended, crashing down upon Chen Shuangji's back. Not good. Sensing the immense threat behind him, Chen Shuangji's expression changed sharply, and he hastily attempted to evade. However, it was too late. Boom! Lin Yu's palm imprint struck Chen Shuangji's shoulder with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, his expression grim. Whoosh! Lin Yu followed closely, coldly gazing down at Chen Shuangji, and sneered, "You a mere waste, dare to be arrogant before me. Who gave you the audacity? Why you?" Chen Shuangji's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief, despite his 9-star spirit strength and superior martial arts. He had been instantaneously defeated by Lin Yu. How could this be? Previously, he had vanquished warriors at the pinnacle of the star spirit realm. What level of strength do you possess? Chen Shuangji roared. What strength do I possess? You are not worthy to know. For now, just understand that you are about to die. Lin Yu replied coldly. You want to kill me? Chen Shuangji's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid. Had it been others, I might have spared them, but someone like you must die. With that, Lin Yu struck down with his palm. Bang! The palm imprint landed squarely on Chen Shuangji's head, simultaneously extracting all of his pure spiritual energy and merging it into his own body. Ding! Refined 9-fold star spirit, gained 1,900 energy points. After the refining was completed, the system's voice echoed, "His such formidable energy." Feeling the energy coursing into his body, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 25. Entering the top 5, that Qin Shuangji, as a warrior at the 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm, was indeed not to be underestimated. Especially after Lin Yu purified the spiritual energy within him, the power he gained became even more formidable. After absorbing Qin Shuangji's pure energy, Lin Yu could distinctly feel the strength within him intensifying. If he continued this process of purification and absorption, it would not be long before he could elevate his power once again. Exhilarating. Subsequently, Lin Yu descended from the arena. At this moment, the crowd below witnessed Lin Yu's descent from the stage, and all gazes were filled with immense dread. Everyone was filled with trepidation. Lin Yu had annihilated Qin Shuangji. Previously, Zhao Wuji, and now Qin Shuangji. Each one was a genius, having attained the 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm. Yet they had all been defeated by Lin Yu, with even Qin Shuangji meeting his demise at Lin Yu's hands. At this juncture, all eyes were fixated on Lin Yu, their gazes imbued with reverence. Having slain Qin Shuangji, Lin Yu had successfully entered the top 5, and he did so with remarkable ease. Every opponent he encountered was dispatched effortlessly, without any pressure. Now, no one could fathom the true extent of Lin Yu's strength. Incredible, Brother Lin! I truly did not expect you to enter the top 5 so effortlessly. Qin Shuangji is also a genius, yet you annihilated him in an instant. That it's simply unbelievable. Zhuge Qing gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. He had watched every battle Lin Yu fought, and the more he observed, the more astounded he became. The strength Lin Yu exhibited had far surpassed his imagination. To eliminate a warrior at the 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm indicated that Lin Yu's true power was at least above that level. Such power was indeed formidable among the younger generation of the entire Tianfeng Kingdom. They are merely ordinary warriors, lacking any challenge, Lin Yu remarked, shaking his head that, Brother Lin, if others hear you say that, they might want to kill you. You dare to call Zhao Wuji and Qin Shuangji ordinary warriors. They are geniuses, idols in the hearts of countless people. Zhuge Qing sighed bitterly, realizing only Lin Yu would dare utter such words. If anyone else were to say that, they would be drowned in spit. Lin Yu shrugged and replied, I did not speak falsely. They are indeed trash. Utterly useless. Of course, they possess one remarkable trait. They can talk a lot. Aside from their mouths, they are of no worth. He spoke the truth to others. The 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm represented a genius. But to him now, they were merely ants. Well, Zhuge Qing sighed. Given the current situation, it seems only Shangguan Yun and his 3 companions pose a threat to you. The others have mostly been eliminated. Lin Yu cast a glance at Shangguan Yun and the other 3 still battling in the arena, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Shangguan Yun, I am eager to see just how capable you are. That he then patiently awaited the outcome. Those remaining in the top 10 were all experts. So this round of battles took over 2 hours to conclude. After more than 2 hours, all battles in the arena came to an end. Silence. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyi's commanding voice silenced the crowd. Once everyone was quiet, Meng Xiaoyi announced, I hereby declare the top 5 of the Fengyan Conference. Shangguan Yun, Li Fei, Lin Yuan, Mei Ying, and Lin Yu. Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. This outcome was anticipated, as Shangguan Yun, Li Fei, Lin Yuan, and Mei Ying were all top geniuses among the 7 major factions and had been strong contenders for the title of Newcomer King since the commencement of the Fengyan Conference. Yet the sole exception was Lin Yu. They had never heard of Lin Yu's name before, yet now he had burst forth into the top 5 like a dark horse. Everyone was curious about who would become the Newcomer King. Now, it is time for the competition for the Newcomer King. You 5 will draw lots to determine your opponents. One among you will receive a bye, and the one drawing number 5 will be the one to advance directly. After Meng Xiaoyi spoke, the drawing commenced anew. As before, Lin Yu casually drew a bamboo stick. Number 5. Upon seeing the number on the stick, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise that he had drawn the bye. What incredible luck! Beside him, Shangguan Yun coldly remarked upon seeing Lin Yu draw number 5. Lin Yu glanced at Shangguan Yun and replied, Mind your own business. Just wait to be defeated by me in the arena. If you are eliminated this round, it would be rather dull. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shangguan Yun was immediately enraged, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, his eyes flickering with intense murderous intent. You brat, just wait. I will slay you in front of everyone, making you understand the consequences of opposing the Shangguan family. Shangguan Yun declared fiercely, "Did I ask that so? Very well, I await your challenge." Lin Yu chuckled coldly before stepping down from the arena. The results of the drawing were soon announced. Number 1 was Shangguan Yun. Number 2 was Li Fei. Number 3 was Lin Yuan. And number 4 was Mei Ying. As soon as the results were revealed, the matches commenced. Two battles took place simultaneously. On the left arena, it was Shangguan Yun versus Li Fei, and on the right arena, it was Lin Yuan against Mei Ying, with Meng Xiaowei declaring the start. The two grand battles erupted. This time, Lin Yu did not leave. He surveyed the two contests, knowing that all four remaining were experts. The victor would become his opponent, and Lin Yu was keen to observe who would triumph in these matches. First up was Shangguan Yun against Li Fei. Both were prodigies of the Tianfeng kingdom, possessing immense strength, and belonged to the top 7 factions. Originally, the crowd believed this would be a closely matched battle. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. After merely 3 exchanges, Shangguan Yun completely suppressed Li Fei on the arena. Despite their fierce combat, Li Fei was utterly overwhelmed by Shangguan Yun. Under Shangguan Yun's relentless assault, Li Fei found himself with no opportunity to even catch his breath, his complexion pale and his breath ragged. Een Ming Palm. After 3 consecutive fierce attacks, Shangguan Yun suddenly roared, then struck down with the palm. The ferocious palm imprint crashed violently into Li Fei's chest. Li Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and simultaneously, his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the arena, his face turning ghostly pale. Just then, Shangguan Yun reappeared before Li Fei, delivering a kick that sent Li Fei tumbling off the arena. Beneath the arena, Li Fei fell unconscious, his breath weak, clearly gravely injured. Wow! Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd was utterly astounded. Li Fei had been effortlessly annihilated by Shangguan Yun. Chapter 26. 1 against 2. In just 3 exchanges, Li Fei was defeated by Shangguan Yun. It should be noted that Li Fei was a prodigy of the Xintian sect, a warrior nearing the Star Master realm, and was well known among the younger generation of the Tianfeng kingdom. He was also a formidable contender for the title of Newcomer King. Everyone believed that Li Fei and Shangguan Yun were roughly equal in strength. Yet the actual outcome was starkly different. Li Fei had been dispatched by Shangguan Yun in just 3 moves. Shangguan Yun is truly terrifying. Li Fei was already formidable, yet he was easily defeated. It seems the title of Newcomer King undoubtedly belongs to Shangguan Yun. Indeed, I had sensed that the strength of these 4 was comparable, but now it appears Shangguan Yun far surpasses the other 3, truly deserving of being the top genius of the Shangguan family. The Newcomer King is certainly his impressive. The Shangguan family is already powerful, and now with Shangguan Yun, it seems they are poised to rise even further. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all astonished by Shangguan Yun's prowess. Upon witnessing Shangguan Yun's effortless victory over Li Fei, Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Shangguan Yun does possess some skill. Lin Yu mused that if I am not mistaken, Shangguan Yun must have reached the Star Master realm. Otherwise, he could not have so easily defeated Li Fei. At that moment, Zhuge Qing spoke up. Brother Lin, I suggest we consider ending the Fengyan conference here. Being in the top 5 is already quite commendable. There's no need to continue. Lin Yu cast a glance at Zhuge Qing and replied, "What? Do you think I would be killed by Shangguan Yun?" Zhuge Qing sighed in exasperation. Brother Lin, it's not that I doubt your strength, but you must have seen it yourself. Shangguan Yun is simply abnormal. Li Fei, who is so strong, was easily defeated by him in 3 moves. Moreover, you have a grudge against him. Once a fight breaks out, Shangguan Yun will certainly not spare you. So, it might be best to call it a day. After all, you have already secured a place in the Fengyan Academy. Whether or not you become the Newcomer King is of little consequence. Indeed, Brother Lin Yu, perhaps it would be best to refrain from further combat. Safety must come first. Lin Yunxi also interjected. To ask me to concede is simply out of the question. Lin Yu cast a cold glance towards the forward figure of Shangguan Yun, stating, I have yet to settle accounts with him properly. How could I possibly give up? Moreover, I have long declared that the title of Rookie King is mine for the taking. Anyone who dares to vie with me for this title must be prepared to face dire consequences. As he spoke, a fierce aura of murderous intent emanated from Lin Yu. Feeling the lethal energy radiating from Lin Yu, Zhuge Qing shivered, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Yu, that he had not anticipated that Lin Yu was truly intent on contending for the title of Rookie King. let alone aiming to slay Shang Guanyun on the arena. While Lin Yu had previously made such claims, Zhuge Qing had assumed them to be mere jest. He now realized that Lin Yu's words were, in fact, serious. Lin Yu, Shang Guanyun is a member of the Shangguan family. Regardless of whether you can kill him, if you truly take action against him, the Shangguan family will undoubtedly seek retribution. To offend the Shangguan family in Tianfeng country is tantamount to courting death. Zhuge Qing warned with a somber expression. Lin Yu sneered. Do you really think I fear the Shangguan family? Besides, I have already crossed them. Whether I kill Shang Guanyun or not, the Shangguan family will not spare me. In that case, what do I have to be afraid of? Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration, Zhuge Qing found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yu's assertion was indeed accurate. He had already incurred the ire of the Shangguan family. Following the family's typical modus operandi, they would certainly not let him off the hook. Thus, regardless of whether Lin Yu killed Shang Guanyun, the outcome would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, Zhuge Qing still felt that with Lin Yu's current strength, he would be unable to defeat Shang Guanyun. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from another arena nearby, that a surge of powerful spiritual energy emanated from the platform. The crowd looked up and discovered that the outcome of the battle on the second arena had also been decided. After a fierce exchange of dozens of moves, Lin Yuan was ultimately knocked off the stage by the fist of Mei Ying, who claimed victory. Thus, the trio of champions had been established. Shang Guanyun, Mei Ying, and Lin Yu. Now that the champions have been determined, we shall commence the battle for the title of Rookie King. Meng shall we announce loudly. As before, the opponents would be chosen by drawing lots. And the drawing would begin immediately to no need. However, just as Meng shall we finished speaking, a voice interrupted to no need. Meng shall we was taken aback, as were all the onlookers around him. The speaker was Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you have something to say? Meng shall we inquired, turning his gaze towards Lin Yu. I assert that there is no need for a drawing. Let the two of them face me together, Lin Yu declared. What? As soon as these words were uttered, an uproar ensued among the crowd, all eyes fixated on Lin Yu. Lin Yu was challenging both Shang Guanyun and Mei Ying simultaneously. Was he mad? To take on two opponents at once when he could barely handle one? It was tantamount to seeking death. Surely he must be out of his mind, and if he can't even handle one of them, how could he possibly take on two? He must be courting disaster. Both Shang Guanyun and Mei Ying could easily dispatch him. How dare he challenge them both? Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to face two opponents, the crowd glared at him with cold disdain. Lin Yu was clearly seeking his own demise. Even Zhuge Qing was taken aback by Lin Yu's words. Simultaneously challenging the other two champions was unprecedented in the annals of the Fengyan Conference. Lin Yu, you are seeking death, Shang Guanyun bellowed. Pointing at Lin Yu, you dare to look down on me? I shall not rest until you are slain. Such empty words, Lin Yu replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him before leaping onto the arena. Enough of your meaningless chatter. Come at me together. You wish to die? I shall grant you your wish. Shang Guanyun shouted as he leapt onto the stage. Mei Ying followed suit, her face dark with determination. Both were prodigies of Tianfeng country and backed by formidable forces. Lin Yu's audacity to challenge them both was a clear sign of his disregard for their prowess. The thought of not killing Lin Yu was inconceivable to both of them. Meng Xiaowei furrowed his brow as he observed the three on the platform, that he contemplated intervening, but reconsidered. The Fengyan Conference did not prohibit one from facing two or more opponents simultaneously, so Lin Yu's challenge was entirely permissible. Furthermore, he was eager to witness just how much strength Lin Yu possessed to be so brazen. Chapter 27. The pinnacle battle at this moment on the arena, Lin Yu stood facing Mei Ying and Shang Guanyun. Waves of formidable energy surged from the three of them. Shang Guanyun and Mei Ying regarded Lin Yu with icy glares, their eyes gleaming with intense, murderous intent. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, his gaze calm and collected. Lin Yu, you are the most arrogant person I have ever encountered. If I do not kill you today, I shall not believe in the Shangguan family, Shang Guanyun said, clenching his fists tightly. Beside him, Mei Ying was enveloped in a chilling aura as he coldly remarked, to challenge us both is to show utter disregard for our strength. You will come to regret this. Enough with the empty threats. You both claim to wish to kill me. I am granting you that opportunity. Come, you two worthless fools, and attempt to slay me. Lin Yu retorted. You seek death. Enraged by Lin Yu's provocation, Shang Guanyun and Mei Ying lunged forward simultaneously. charging at Lin Yu with great speed. Swish, swish. They approached from two different angles, ready to strike. As they drew near, both unleashed their attacks. Mystic Spirit Palm, Netherworld Leg, each shouted their respective techniques, launching their assaults towards Lin Yu. Come at me. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with determination as he summoned the 8 Desolations Demon Extermination Palm, delivering a powerful counterattack that in an instant, the two attacks collided with Lin Yu's technique, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! The arena reverberated with a tremendous impact, and in a mere moment, Lin Yu's technique was shattered. Simultaneously, the combined force of the two attacks struck Lin Yu, sending him flying backward. Bang! He was propelled several hundred meters back, crashing heavily onto the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. Trash! Shenghuan Yun scoffed with disdain. With such pitiful strength, you dare to challenge two of us? You think you are worthy? I alone could easily slay you. Your demise is imminent. Mei Ying added coldly. With your cultivation at the 7th level of the Star Spirit Realm, you dare to face both of us. You must be tired of living. You are doomed. Their powerful murderous intent surged forth. The battle has only just begun. There's no need to rush. Once you defeat me, then feel free to boast. Lin Yu chuckled darkly. I will dispatch you now. Shenghuan Yun roared as he charged forward once more. Xintian movement. As he closed the distance, Shenghuan Yun unleashed a torrent of formidable spiritual energy, striking forcefully at Lin Yu. True Qi of the Netherworld. Mei Ying followed suit, launching a dark energy attack towards Lin Yu. Both forces bore down on Lin Yu, closing the distance in an instant. 9th layer strike. Lin Yu quickly formed a seal, unleashing a surge of energy that surged forth from his body, barreling toward Shenghuan Yun and Mei Ying. In a heartbeat, the three forces collided once more. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, each shockwave reverberating like thunder. With each clash, the entire arena trembled violently, after a series of 9 ferocious impacts. The three forces simultaneously shattered. The sheer force of the collision sent Lin Yu, Shenghuan Yun, and Mei Ying reeling. Sky-breaking slash. As they staggered back, Shenghuan Yun summoned a golden longsword, sweeping it downwards with great force. A blade of light, several meters long, cleaved through the air towards Lin Yu. On the other side, Mei Ying produced a pitch-black long knife in his hand. Netherworld slash. He swung the dark blade downwards with lethal intent. In an instant, both the sword and the knife descended upon Lin Yu's head, locking him in a deadly embrace. As the lethal energies converged upon him, Lin Yu found himself unable to move. What overwhelming power! Gazing at the ethereal blades gleaming in the sky, Lin Yu's eyes momentarily flickered with a grave expression. The duo, Mei Ying and Shenghuan Yun, possessed formidable strength. If my conjecture is correct, both of them have likely reached the Star Master realm. As they simultaneously unleashed their spiritual weapons, the force of their attacks was immense. Very well. Let me see just how much power you two insignificant beings truly wield. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Yu's gaze, and in the next instant, he leaped into the air, executing the dominance of the heaven's 9 slashes. With a resounding shout, a silver longsword materialized in his hand. Brandishing the silver blade, Lin Yu descended with a mighty slash. Buzz! A sword light traversed the air, carving a path dozens of meters long. In the following moment, the dominance of the heaven's 9 slashes collided with the blades of light unleashed by his adversaries. Boom! The three forces clashed violently once more, causing the entire arena to tremble. To the left lay the dominance of the heaven's 9 slashes, while to the right were the blades emitted by Shenghuan Yun and Mei Ying. Each force was more potent and terrifying than the last. In midair, the three powers stood in a deadlock, unable to overwhelm one another. With a thunderous roar echoing after several breaths, the forces eventually shattered. The immense explosion obliterated the arena. Everyone surrounding the scene gazed in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Those of lesser strength were directly flung away by the overwhelming force, while even the stronger ones felt their spirits shaken. All were left in a state of stunned disbelief. As the dust settled, countless pairs of eyes fixated on the arena, now reduced to ruins, where three figures stood: Lin Yu, Shenghuan Yun, and Mei Ying. At that moment, all three bore visible signs of wear, their faces pale and their breaths ragged. Clearly, after an extended battle, they had sustained significant injuries. Yet a terrifying battle intent radiated from them, especially Lin Yu, whose gaze was sharp and whose aura was more imposing than ever before. How is this possible? Everyone was left speechless. Lin Yu had engaged in combat against two foes, enduring for such a long time without being slain. Not only had he survived, but he seemed to be gaining strength rather than faltering. The most astonished were Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. They had believed that defeating Lin Yu would be effortless. But to their surprise, after such a prolonged encounter, he remained unscathed and had even managed to push them back. Damn it. What is this kid up to? Why does he grow stronger as the battle progresses? Shangguan Yun fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yu. Mei Ying's expression was equally grim as he remarked, "Haven't you realized? His strength is far beyond that of a mere 7th-level star spirit." Chapter 28. A battle to the limit. That if he were truly at the 7th-level star spirit stage, how could he withstand our combined assault? The fact that he has endured so many of our attacks is sufficient evidence that his strength is at least at the 9th-level star spirit, if not at the Star Master realm. Mei Ying calmly analyzed. Damn it, this little brat has concealed his true power. Shangguan Yun's expression was equally cold. He too sensed that Lin Yu's strength was anything but that of a 7th-level star spirit. A typical 7th-level star spirit warrior would be easily crushed by a mere finger. Lin Yu was far beyond that. You two fools, what are you debating? Let us continue. Our battle is far from over. Lin Yu coldly surveyed Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. Shut your mouth, Shangguan Yun bellowed, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Yu. Listen here, no matter what hidden strength you possess, it matters not to me. I assure you, I can kill you regardless of your abilities. Today, even if you possess divine powers, you cannot escape death. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and continue. Point one of us must perish in this arena. Lin Yu replied icily. Attack with all your might and eliminate him. Shangguan Yun commanded sharply. Mei Ying nodded in agreement, both realizing the necessity of unleashing their full strength to eradicate this formidable opponent. Heavenly Spirit Annihilation. Ghostly 9-kill technique. They both shouted in unison, unleashing torrents of terrifying power from their beings. That as their formidable energies surged forth, the very fabric of space trembled, break, with a thunderous roar. Two immense spheres of spiritual energy hurtled toward Lin Yu, one a golden orb, the other a pitch-black energy sphere, each brimming with overwhelming force. The spectators were left awestruck by the palpable power emanating from the arena. It is the Heavenly Spirit Annihilation from the Shangguan clan and the ghostly 9-kill technique from the Blood Phantom sect. These are the pinnacle techniques of these two formidable factions. One murmured. Indeed, both techniques are supreme martial arts and treasured legacies of their respective clans. Now that Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying have invoked them, it seems they are determined to eliminate Lin Yu. Another chimed in. With their strengths combined with these ultimate techniques, they wield the power to devastate the heavens and earth. That I fear that Lin Yu may struggle to endure this assault. The crowd buzzed with speculation, analyzing the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, on the arena, Lin Yu's expression remained frosty as he perceived the two terrifying forces converging upon him. Is this truly your trump card? It seems rather underwhelming. Lin Yu retorted coldly. Allow me to show you what true terror looks like. With that, Lin Yu began to channel the power within him. Azure Dragon's Fury, Glacial Convergence. He activated both the Supreme Ice Star Soul and the Supreme Azure Dragon Star Soul simultaneously. As the two Supreme Star Souls manifested, the world around him dimmed ominously to an Azure Dragon coiled around him, while a terrifying icy power enveloped a radius of several thousand meters, freezing everything in its vicinity. Annihilate! Lin Yu roared, directing the icy force and Azure Dragon towards Mei Ying and Shangguan Yun. The Azure Dragon surged toward Shangguan Yun, while the icy power barreled toward Mei Ying. Boom! In the next instant, the four forces collided with tremendous impact. Under the assault of the icy power and Azure Dragon, the energy released by Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying was obliterated in an instant. Simultaneously, the Azure Dragon and icy force slammed into their bodies. In a fleeting moment, both Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying spat out copious amounts of blood, their bodies soaring backward like kites with severed strings. Crashing heavily to the ground, upon landing, they coughed up more blood, their faces as pale as paper. Wow! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. Countless eyes were fixed on the three figures in the arena. Lin Yu stood tall, his gaze piercing, exuding a terrifying spiritual energy. His presence akin to that of a battle god. In stark contrast, Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying lay defeated on the ground, their faces drained of color and their energies depleted. How is this possible? This is inconceivable. The crowd was engulfed in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lin Yu, fighting against two opponents, could defeat both Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying, inflicting injuries upon them. These two were renowned prodigies of the Tianfeng kingdom, and they had all succumbed to Lin Yu's might. What on earth is Lin Yu? How does he possess such terrifying strength? One murmured in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, overwhelmed with awe. I have never encountered such a formidable youth. Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying were already powerful enough, yet he has bested them. To what extent does Lin Yu's strength truly reach? Both Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying were star masters, and this young man had triumphed over them with ease, proving that he possessed at least star master level power. To achieved such prowess at this age, marking him as a first-rate genius of the Tianfeng kingdom, is truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all captivated by Lin Yu's astounding performance. Even top-tier geniuses like Zhuge Qing and Meng Xiaoyi were left in shock upon witnessing Lin Yu's victory over Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. As fellow prodigies of the Tianfeng kingdom, they understood the true strength of Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. For Lin Yu to defeat both simultaneously was a display of power that could shake the very foundations of the Tianfeng kingdom. Whoosh! In the aftermath, Lin Yu's figure flickered and reappeared before Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. What else do you have to say? Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying. Saying you. Shangguan Yun's complexion turned ashen, blood spilling from his lips, his gaze fixed in terror upon Lin Yu. He had been speaking for quite some time, yet not a single word had escaped his mouth. Outnumbered 2-1, he faced a humiliating defeat at Lin Yu's hands. With so many witnesses around, it was a disgrace, a tremendous humiliation. Very well, since you have nothing to say, both of you shall perish. Lin Yu declared with an icy demeanor. You wish to kill us? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, both Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying's expressions shifted dramatically. What a joke, if I do not kill you. Shall I allow two insignificant beings like you to take my life? You are destined to die today. Lin Yu's voice rang out sharply. Chapter 29. Shangguan Batian, he was not one to revel in slaughter. However, anyone who dared to oppose him would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying sought to slay him on the arena. For individuals like them, Lin Yu had but one course of action: to kill. Lin Yu, I am of the Shangguan clan. Do you dare to kill me? Do you understand the repercussions? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yu, Shangguan Yun roared. Threatening me? Lin Yu's expression remained unfazed as he replied. The one thing I fear the least is threats. Those who have threatened me before are already dead. Now, prepare to meet your end. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yu struck out with his palm, aiming for Shangguan Yun's dantian. With this strike, Shangguan Yun was doomed. However, just as Lin Yu was about to deliver the fatal blow, a figure suddenly appeared before Shangguan Yun, intercepting Lin Yu's lethal attack. Who dares? Realizing someone had blocked his strike, Lin Yu's expression changed, his gaze turning icy as he looked ahead. Before him stood a middle-aged man, his countenance stern and forbidding. Uncle, you have finally arrived. Thank goodness. I was almost killed by him. Shangguan Yun exclaimed in frantic joy, rushing to embrace the middle-aged man's leg, his face a mask of despair. Get up. You are a member of the Shangguan clan. How can you bring such disgrace upon us? The middle-aged man scolded sharply. Shangguan Yun obediently stood, then implored, Uncle, please help me kill this little beast. He nearly ended my life. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his voice frantic. The middle-aged man lifted his head, directing a piercing gaze at Lin Yu. You impudent youth, how dare you attempt to kill a member of the Shangguan clan? Do you comprehend the consequences? And who are you? Lin Yu coolly regarded the middle-aged man. This man had suddenly appeared, blocking his lethal strike, clearly not an ordinary individual. Furthermore, Shangguan Yun had referred to him as Uncle. I am Shangguan Batian, a mentor at Fengyan Academy. The middle-aged man announced with authority. Oh, Lin Yu replied with a nod. Then what brings you here? This is a battle between Shangguan Yun and Mei Ying, and it has nothing to do with you. Of course it concerns me. Shangguan Yun is a member of the Shangguan clan. Boy, do you wish to kill a member of my clan? Are you seeking death? Shangguan Batian declared fiercely. What nonsense, Lin Yu scoffed. This is a duel between me and Shangguan Yun. Anyone with sense knows that once one steps onto the arena, life and death are irrelevant. Since you are a mentor at Fengyun Academy, do you not understand this rule? Rules. You dare speak of rules? Shangguan Batian looked down with disdain at Lin Yu. You are nothing. How dare you discuss rules with me? Let me make it clear. Shangguan Yun is a member of my clan. Anyone who lays a finger on him is declaring war on the Shangguan clan. The fate of anyone who opposes us is but one: death. Are you threatening me? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, surveying Shangguan Batian. And if I am? Shangguan Batian retorted with a cold smile. Try touching him, I dare you. Then let us see. Lin Yu's expression turned frigid that in an instant he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Shangguan Yun. Die! In that moment, Lin Yu struck out with his palm, targeting Shangguan Yun's dantian. You dare. Seeing Lin Yu genuinely attempt to kill Shangguan Yun, Shangguan Batian's face shifted dramatically, that he rushed toward Shangguan Yun, but it was too late. Boom! Lin Yu's palm struck Shangguan Yun's chest, shattering his dantian. Simultaneously, Lin Yu purified Shangguan Yun's body, absorbing all the pure spiritual energy within. Ding! Refined a first-level Star Master, gained 4,000 energy points, the system's voice echoed. 4,000! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Shangguan Yun was worth 4,000 energy points. He had thought that the Star Master realm would yield only 2,000 energy points. Yet it was far more than anticipated, that a tremendous profit. Moreover, after assimilating this pure spiritual energy, Lin Yu could distinctly feel his strength multiplying. Silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixated on Lin Yu, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Yu had actually slain Shangguan Yun before Shangguan Batian's very eyes, completely disregarding him. An absolute provocation. You seek death. In the next moment, Shangguan Batian's furious roar erupted from the arena. Lin Yu had the audacity to kill Shangguan Yun right before his eyes, that he wanted to intervene, but was too late. Shangguan Yun lay dead before him, and Shangguan Batian's heart burned with unquenchable fury. No one had ever dared to provoke him so brazenly. You little beast, if I do not kill you today, I shall not be human. Shangguan Batian bellowed, then charged at Lin Yu. His speed was blinding, like lightning, and in an instant, he was before Lin Yu, delivering a ferocious palm strike, a violent imprint aimed directly at him. Seeing the furious attack from Shangguan Batian, Lin Yu's expression turned icy. 8 Desolation's demon-slaying palm. He met the attack head-on. Boom. The two palms clashed in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion, as the 8 Desolation's demon-slaying palm was instantly shattered. At the same time, an immense force slammed into Lin Yu, sending his body flying, that he was propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Damn it, this old coot possesses terrifying strength. Lin Yu's expression grew heavy as he regarded Shangguan Batian. With his current strength, he could easily handle Star Master Realm warriors. Yet this old man had injured him with a single strike, indicating that Shangguan Batian's power far surpassed that of a Star Master. Die. Just then, Shangguan Batian roared once more, charging at Lin Yu with even greater ferocity than before, evidently intent on slaying him outright. Stop. At that critical moment, a booming voice echoed from ahead, followed by a figure descending from the sky, landing before Lin Yu. Seeing this sudden arrival, Shangguan Batian's expression shifted slightly. Then he coldly inquired, Su Yun, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Su Yun, one of the 4 mentors at Fengyun Academy. Su Yun, equally cold in demeanor, scanned Shangguan Batian. That is a question I should be asking you, Shangguan Batian. What are you doing on this arena? This is the Fengyun Assembly, a venue for young disciples to compete. You should not be here, that I am here to kill, Shangguan Batian declared vehemently. Chapter 30. 2 Great Mentors Kill? Upon hearing those words, Su Yun replied coldly, And whom do you intend to kill? Why, this little brat before me. Shangguan Batian's gaze bore down on Lin Yu, his eyes flashing with malice. This little beast has slain a member of the Shangguan clan. Today, I shall ensure his demise. That Su Yun's demeanor remained frigid. Shangguan Batian, you must understand that this is the Fengyun Assembly. All warriors who step onto the arena engage in fair combat, with life and death being matters of their own strength. Shangguan Yun's defeat at Lin Yu's hands and his subsequent death is a result of his inadequacy. As a mentor of Fengyun Academy, It is unbecoming of you to intervene against a junior. Silence, Shangguan Batian barked, pointing at Su Yun. I am overlooking our shared lineage today and will not trouble you. But you must step aside. This little beast, Lin Yu, shall die at my hands. Anyone who interferes will meet the same fate. Is that so? Then let me make it clear. I will protect Lin Yu today. Anyone who wishes to kill him must first step over my corpse. With that, Su Yun took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Yu. Shangguan Baishan's fury surged, that he could not believe that Su Yun would risk offending him to defend this little beast. His eyes narrowed, fixated on Su Yun. Su Yun, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Su Yun's response was unwavering. That I have said it. Today, I protect Lin Yu. Anyone who seeks to harm him must first tread over my dead body. Very well. Shangguan Batian roared, his voice reverberating with fury, that if you are so eager to seek death, then I shall grant it. Upon finishing his words, Shangguan Batian charged directly toward Xu Yun. Unfazed, Xu Yun also surged forward to meet him head-on. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of their clash reverberating like thunder. Both warriors unleashed tremendous forces that surged violently around them, causing the very space within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters to tremble. The onlookers were utterly astonished. They never expected that on this day, Xu Yun and Shangguan Batian, the two esteemed mentors of Fengyun Academy, would come to blows, and their target would be a nameless underdog. Lin Yu. The mentors of Fengyun Academy were regarded as the pinnacle of power throughout the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, and even in the Northern Territories their status was unparalleled. Typically, it was a rare occasion to even catch a glimpse of these mentors. Now, witnessing a fierce confrontation between two such formidable figures was an unprecedented opportunity. All eyes were glued to the aerial spectacle, eager to discern who would ultimately prevail in this clash of titans. At this moment, Lin Yu was equally transfixed by the duel unfolding above. The two combatants were locked in a battle that radiated terrifying waves of spiritual energy within the vast expanse surrounding them. Their fighting space was a tempest of might. Each strike echoed with cataclysmic power, sending shivers through Lin Yu's very being. Even from hundreds of meters away, every move they executed was imbued with the essence of the cosmos. A display of sheer terror. The strength of these two was nothing short of awe-inspiring. If Lin Yu's guesses were correct, they had long surpassed the realm of star masters that he pondered. When would he ever reach such heights? His ultimate goal was to become the strongest on the continent, and these two were undoubtedly experts in their own right. Yet, Lin Yu remained confident. Though Shangguan Batian and Xu Yun were formidable, he believed it would not take long for him to surpass them, especially now that he possessed dual supreme star souls. His potential was extraordinary. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, and a wave of terrifying power cascaded down from above. The ground was violently struck, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Spectators with weaker abilities were sent flying several hundred meters away, while even those with greater strength were pushed back tens of meters. The thousands of onlookers were left in utter shock. Witnessing the fierce clash of the two top-tier warriors, Lin Yu felt equally astonished. This was the true essence of a battle among the elite. After exchanging dozens of ferocious blows, both Xu Yun and Shangguan Batian retreated 100 meters, locking gazes with one another. Each radiated powerful spiritual fluctuations. Shangguan Batian coldly remarked, Xu Yun, it has been years since we last fought, that I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable that it seems your training has yielded significant rewards. Likewise, you two have grown considerably since our last encounter, that if I am not mistaken, you must be nearing the Star General realm. Xu Yun replied that at last, you possess some discernment that I am but a step away from the giant 4-star General realm. Once I attain it, I shall stride freely across the Northern Territories, Shangguan Batian declared fiercely. And yet, despite your proximity to the Star General realm, you have yet to reach it as long as you remain below that threshold. You cannot hope to defeat me that we are, at best, evenly matched, Xu Yun replied with a cold demeanor. Shangguan Batian retorted, Xu Yun, opposing me will yield no favorable outcome for you. There is no need for threats, as mentors of Fengyun Academy. If I were to fear your intimidation, I would not be worthy of my position here. Very well, Shangguan Batian barked, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Yun. Today, I am determined to kill that little wretch Lin Yu. If you insist on protecting him, then I shall eliminate you alongside him, and see how you dare to oppose me afterward." With that, Shangguan Batian began to gather spiritual energy once more, preparing to strike. Xu, too, summoned his inner strength, ready to counter his opponent's impending assault. Waves of ferocious energy surged from both warriors, and the surrounding space cracked and groaned under the intensity of their power. In a fleeting moment, their energies collided with explosive force. The very sky seemed to split asunder, with golden energy on one side and pitch-black energy on the other. Both forces were equally potent, clashing violently in midair, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The multitude of onlookers had retreated several thousand meters away, acutely aware that both warriors had unleashed their full might. Just the mere presence of their energies was enough to obliterate anyone nearby. The entire Tianfeng city was shrouded in the overwhelming aura of their clash, instilling a profound sense of dread among its inhabitants. After a tense silence, the two energies erupted with a deafening explosion, shaking the very heavens. The ground was torn apart, resulting in a massive pit hundreds of meters deep. Both Shangguan Batian and Xu were violently propelled several hundred meters away, their faces pale and bodies trembling, clearly having sustained considerable injuries from the recent cataclysmic strike. Despite their wounds, the fierce determination in their eyes remained undiminished. That it was evident that neither would relent until a victor was declared. As they began to gather their strength once more, a commanding voice suddenly pierced the air, halting their conflict. "Enough!" The voice, imbued with formidable spiritual power, resonated through the arena. Upon hearing it, the crowd felt their eardrums tremble. And even Shangguan Batian and Xu momentarily faltered that a striking figure emerged from deep within Fengyun Academy. A stunning woman in white, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, emanating an aura of icy elegance. What breathtaking beauty! I have never seen a woman so exquisite. Who is she, and how does she come forth from Fengyun Academy? Murmured the crowd, captivated by her presence. The sheer allure of her appearance and grace was unparalleled. Even within the northern territories as the woman approached, Lin Yu was taken aback. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary, and the powerful spiritual energy radiating from her surpassed even that of Xu and Shangguan Batian, implying she was a figure of immense strength, perhaps even more formidable than the two mentors. Vice Dean. Upon her arrival, all the students of Fengyun Academy bowed in respect, and even Xu and Shangguan Batian lowered their heads in deference. Hearing this title, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. This enigmatic woman was none other than the Vice Dean of Fengyun Academy. As she stood before Shangguan Batian and Xu, her piercing gaze swept over them both. "You two, as mentors of Fengyun Academy, should not be engaging in such a disgraceful display at the Academy's entrance. Have you no shame? What would that imply for the Academy's reputation?" Vice Dean. "Please remain calm. There is a reason for this incident. That little wretch killed a member of my Shangguan family, and I had no choice but to act, yet Xu intervened, and thus I was compelled to engage him." Shangguan Batian quickly defended himself, attempting to shift the blame onto Xu. "Umph." The Vice Dean scoffed coldly. "Shangguan Batian, I am already aware of the situation. Lin Yu and Shangguan Yun were engaged in a fair duel on the arena. The outcome, regardless of who won or lost, is their own affair and does not concern you. The death of Shangguan Yun is due to his own lack of strength as a senior member of Fengyun Academy. It is rather inappropriate for you to take action against a junior. But Shangguan Yun is a member of my Shangguan family, as an elder of the Shangguan clan. How could I stand by and allow him to be slain?" Shangguan Batian gritted his teeth and said, "You must remember, Shangguan Batian, you are not only an elder of the Shangguan family, but also a mentor at Fengyun Academy, that if news spreads that you have harmed a junior at the entrance of Fengyun Academy, how shall we maintain our standing in the northern frontier?" The white-clad woman continued, "Now, return at once. You are forbidden to step outside Fengyun Academy for the next 3 months." Upon hearing her words, Shangguan Batian glared at her for a moment before bowing and replying, "Understood." With that, he turned and entered the academy, casting a lingering gaze filled with murderous intent on Lin Yu as he departed. Trash. Lin Yu naturally sensed the hostility emanating from Shangguan Batian and remained composed. Just wait. One day, Shangguan Batian and the entire Shangguan family will meet their demise. After Shangguan Batian left, the white-clad woman declared loudly, "I hereby announce the conclusion of this year's Fengyun conference. The title of newcomer king goes to Lin Yu." Once she finished speaking, All eyes turned towards Lin Yu, the previously unheard name that had triumphed over several top-tier geniuses to seize the title. From this day forth, the name Lin Yu would echo throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Lin Yu, follow me, the white-clad woman instructed. Yes, Lin Yu nodded and followed her into Fengyun Academy. The academy was vast and imposing. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expanse of dense woodland. As the white-clad woman led the way, Lin Yu trailed closely behind her. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, she finally came to a stop. Ahead lay a still dense forest, but within it, some wooden houses began to emerge, scattered amidst the greenery. Lin Yu, this is where the newly admitted students reside. You may choose any vacant house to stay in, she said. Understood. Thank you, Vice President. Lin Yu replied with a nod. The white-clad woman scrutinized him with her clear, bright eyes, making Lin Yu feel as though she could see right through him. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and said, You may not yet know my name, I am Murong Bing, the Vice President of Fengyun Academy, the newcomer king of this year's conference. You may select a mentor to study under after 1 month. In accordance with the Academy's rules, I have a proposal that I hope you will consider. Please, Vice President, go ahead, Lin Yu said. Murong Bing continued, If you are interested, you may train under me for a month, and I will personally guide you. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her offer. The prospect of personal instruction from the Vice President was beyond his expectations that if others were to hear Murong Bing's words, they would undoubtedly be astonished. As the Vice President of Fengyun Academy, she was exceptionally beautiful and immensely powerful, a formidable figure even in the northern frontier. Rarely did she appear at the academy, nor had she ever taken on a student. Many talented newcomers sought to study under her, but had never even laid eyes on her. Yet now, she was actively inviting Lin Yu to be her disciple. The thought of it would leave others in disbelief. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Murong Bing remarked coldly, noticing Lin Yu's silence. No, I am willing. Of course, I am, Lin Yu hurriedly replied. Good, Murong Bing nodded. However, there are certain conditions for studying under me. I see that you are currently at the 7th level of Star Spirit. You must reach the Star Master realm within a month for me to accept you. Can you accomplish that? Absolutely, Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Achieving the Star Master realm in a month seemed daunting for most, but for him, it was hardly a challenge, with the power of dual supreme star souls and the system at his disposal. Reaching the Star Master realm within that time frame posed no difficulty. That is reassuring. Murong Bing nodded. Do you have any other questions? I have one more request. Lin Yu pondered briefly before speaking. Go ahead. I have a younger sister. I wish to bring her into Fengyun Academy for training. Is that possible? Lin Yu inquired, as he could not leave Lin Yunxi to train alone outside. Of course. Bring her in, and I will arrange for her to obtain a student identity, Murong Bing replied. Thank you, Vice President, Lin Yu said, bowing in gratitude. There's no need for such formality. This is for you. As she spoke, Murong Bing handed Lin Yu a delicate jade box. What is this? Lin Yu asked, puzzled, as he examined the exquisitely crafted box emanating pure spiritual energy. This is your reward as the newcomer king. Keep it safe, she instructed. Thank you, Lin Yu expressed his appreciation once more as he accepted the jade box. Now, focus on your training here. I will take my leave for now. I will return in a month, Murong Bing said before turning to depart. As he watched her retreating figure, Lin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. What a peculiar woman! Murong Bing is of similar age to me, yet her strength is formidable, and she holds the title of Vice President. How she attained such a position at such a young age remains a mystery. However, it matters little. I have successfully entered Fengyun Academy. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. You have become the newcomer king and entered Fengyun Academy. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 energy points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Celestial Demon Supreme Star Soul. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the heavenly grade spiritual weapon, Xiantian Sword. As the system's notifications echoed in his mind, a surge of terrifying power erupted from within Lin Yu. Waves of black energy enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a shadowy silhouette. The dark mist swirled around him, causing his eyes to turn blood red. Suspended in midair, Lin Yu was entirely shrouded in this demonic fog as the mist enveloped him. His spiritual power surged exponentially. Within a radius of several thousand meters, thick clouds of dark mist gathered ominously, revealing an enormous skull looming above him. The transformation persisted for nearly 10 minutes before the mist gradually dissipated. And Lin Yu opened his eyes. That as he did, a flash of crimson light burst forth from within him, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy swirling around his body. The celestial demon, supreme, star soul. I can hardly believe I have obtained it. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lin Yu was taken aback that he had suspected that completing the system's mission would yield significant rewards, but he never anticipated acquiring the celestial demon supreme, star soul. It is known that the celestial demon supreme star soul is one of the 10 supreme star souls of the starry continent, boasting extraordinary power. Furthermore, as far as Lin Yu knew, the celestial demon supreme star soul was exceedingly rare. The other supreme star souls had been seen before, yet the celestial demon had not appeared for over a millennium. Now, he had miraculously obtained it. The power of the celestial demon supreme star soul is indeed formidable. My strength has already surged by 2 levels, reaching the 9th level of star spirit. Incredible! Lin Yu mused silently. With the acquisition of the celestial demon supreme star soul, his strength had indeed risen to the 9th level of star spirit, placing him just a step away from becoming a star master. And this Xintian sword, Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the heavenly grade spiritual weapon. According to the system, the Xintian sword was classified as a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, the highest rank among spiritual artifacts, which was an unexpected boon. What a tremendous harvest! Lin Yu exclaimed, visibly elated that he had not only acquired the celestial demon supreme star soul, but also a heavenly grade spiritual weapon, the Xintian sword. With the celestial demon supreme star soul and the Xintian sword, my strength will undoubtedly grow even greater, Lin Yu murmured to himself. After assessing his newfound powers, Lin Yu stepped outside to bring Lin Yunxi into the academy. Brother, where did you go with that woman just now? Lin Yunxi asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Yu. That we just had a conversation. Nothing much, Lin Yu replied casually. Hee, that woman isn't interested in you. Is she, brother? Lin Yunxi teased with a playful grin. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu retorted, shaking his head with a smile. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Yunxi surprisingly claimed that Murong Bing had taken a liking to him. After all, she was the vice president of Fengyan Academy. Of course, brother. You are so handsome, and now you've also earned the title of Rookie King. That woman must surely be fond of you. Not just her. Many girls outside have become your fans. Lin Yunxi said with an air of conviction. That's so. How do you know? Lin Yu asked curiously, gazing at Lin Yunxi. That I certainly know. Just after you won the Rookie King title, they all looked at you with admiration, and some even expressed their desire to be your girlfriend, she replied. Chapter 33. Walking in a death. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Yunxi, you really should listen to the good advice instead of such nonsense. All right, you must be tired these days. Rest for now. Brother still has some matters to attend to, Lin Yu said as he arranged for Lin Yunxi to stay in a wooden cabin. Okay, Lin Yunxi nodded obediently, entering the room to begin her cultivation. Afterward, Lin Yu found another wooden cabin nearby. There were numerous cabins scattered throughout the dense forest. Some were occupied, while others were not. Lin Yu speculated that this must be a place for ordinary academy students to reside and cultivate, for the spiritual energy in this forest was remarkably abundant, making it an excellent location for training. The cabin Lin Yu chose had clearly been inhabited before. It was simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair, devoid of any other furnishings. After a brief tidying up, Lin Yu closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Having just obtained the Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul, he needed to thoroughly study it and solidify his realm. For the next several days, Lin Yu remained in his room, cultivating diligently. 7 days later, he slowly opened his eyes. Buzz, as his eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Excellent. My realm has been mostly solidified. Feeling the spiritual power within his body, a smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. After 7 days of consolidation, he had firmly stabilized his realm at the 9th layer of Star Spirit. Moreover, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul. Unlike the 2 other Supreme Star Souls, the Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul could be directly possessed. Once activated, it would enhance his combat prowess significantly, potentially doubling his strength. Such was the terror of the Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul that I need to find someone to test the might of the Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul, Lin Yu pondered. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the door. Someone was knocking. Lin Yu stood up, opened the door, and found several young people standing there, all in their 20s. The leader was a youth clad in blue. "Who are you?" Lin Yu inquired, scanning the blue-clad youth. The youth replied, "You must be Lin Yu, that's me." Lin Yu nodded. The youth continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Fei, and I'm also a student of Fengyun Academy." What brings you here?" Lin Yu asked. Zhao Fei said, "Pay up." "Pay up? What do you mean?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Zhao Fei explained, 300 spirit stones. Hand over the stones, and you can cultivate here. On what grounds?" Lin Yu frowned, surveying the group before him. "Why should I give you spirit stones?" "Because anyone cultivating in this forest must pay spirit stones as a protection. FEDO, you understand, if you refuse to pay, and something unfortunate happens, like getting killed or having your legs broken, no one will come to your aid." "Protection fee?" Lin Yu scoffed. "Do I need your kind to ensure my safety? You're just here to extort money. I never imagined there would be such trash in Fengyun Academy. How dare you?" Zhao Fei shouted furiously, pointing at Lin Yu. "You dare call us trash? You must have a death wish. Hand over the spirit stones, and I might spare your life. That if not, don't blame us for being impolite. That I asked that a threat." Lin Yu sneered, "That I've never been intimidated by anyone's empty words. That I don't have a single spirit stone. If you want to be impolite, come and try. Searching for death." Zhao Fei's eyes glinted with menace. "That you've brought this upon yourself. Sun Fong. Go kill him." Understood that as soon as Zhao Fei finished speaking, a youth clad in black stepped toward Lin Yu. "You dare oppose our boss? You're asking for death," Sun Fong said, charging at Lin Yu. At this point, numerous onlookers had gathered, their attention drawn to the commotion. Many shook their heads, realizing the danger Lin Yu was in. Zhao Fei and his group were notorious bullies. No one in the lower academy dared to provoke them. This newcomer, clearly unaware of the situation, had foolishly resisted Zhao Fei's demands for protection money. Those who had previously refused to pay had all met unfortunate ends at Zhao Fei's hands. The crowd murmured in dismay, witnessing the impending clash. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where Sun Fong had reached Lin Yu, throwing a powerful punch toward him. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he saw the blow coming. That he casually unleashed a punch of his own, and as their fists collided, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Sun Fong's arm was instantly shattered, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing to the ground hundreds of meters away, lifeless upon impact. Ding! Refined eightfold star spirit. Gained 1,800 energy points. As soon as the black-clad youth fell, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Gasp! The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Yu in shock and incredulity. How is this possible? How could he? This young man had effortlessly killed Sun Fong with a single blow. Sun Fong was also at the 8th layer of Star Spirit, yet he had been dispatched in an instant. Defeating Sun Fong in one blow was far beyond what a mere newcomer to Fengyun Academy should be capable of. Looks like he has some skill. No wonder he dared to oppose Zhao Fei. The crowd was in awe, astonished at Lin Yu's display of power. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei was even more shocked. After witnessing his subordinate's demise, he froze momentarily before his expression darkened into a stormy glare. "You dare kill my man? You're seeking death." Zhao Fei's voice dripped with venom as he glared at Lin Yu, a powerful killing intent radiating from him. Lin Yu chuckled coldly. "Not only do I intend to kill your subordinate, but I will also take your life." Chapter 34. Slaying Zhao Fei, he had just arrived at Fengyun Academy, not wishing to stir trouble. Yet here came someone looking for a fight, demanding protection fees. Such trash was not worth sparing. With that thought, Lin Yu stepped forward, advancing toward Zhao Fei, a wave of terrifying killing intent surging from him. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yu, Zhao Fei's expression shifted slightly. But he quickly regained his composure, barking orders. "Charge! Take this brat down. I want to turn him into mincemeat for the dogs." As Zhao Fei's command rang out, 4 individuals surged toward Lin Yu, all emanating strong waves of spiritual energy. Their powers reaching the 8th and 9th layers of Star Spirit. Seeking death, seeing the 4 charging at him, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes that he charged forward, launching a frenzied assault. He struck the foremost assailant with a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, that individual was obliterated, his dantian shattered, and he fell lifelessly. Having dispatched one, Lin Yu swiftly moved to confront another warrior, delivering another devastating blow. Bang! Another foe fell, lifeless. Then came the third and fourth opponents. With each punch Lin Yu unleashed, another adversary was slain, in mere moments. All four had perished, unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Lin Yu wove through the crowd, and within less than 10 breaths, all four lay dead. Simultaneously, the system chimed in with notifications. Ding, refined eightfold star spirit, gained 1,800 energy points. Ding, refined ninthfold star spirit, gained 1,900 energy points. 4 individuals, collectively possessing nearly 8,000 energy points. Presently, Lin Yu has adeptly mastered the art of energy refinement, enabling him to extract pure energy from his adversaries the moment he vanquishes them, subsequently absorbing it. I recall that in the initial stages, it took him several seconds to successfully extract energy. Now, he can instantaneously draw forth pure spiritual energy. With nearly 8,000 energy points at his disposal, Lin Yu distinctly senses a remarkable enhancement in the strength of his own spiritual power. At this moment, everyone around him stands in stunned silence, their gazes fixated on the slain Lin Yu and the 4 bodies lying on the ground. 4 high-ranking Star Spirit Realm warriors have been dispatched with alarming swiftness. Devoid of any resistance, were it not for their own eyes witnessing this spectacle, they would scarcely believe it. How is this possible? Wasn't this young man only just admitted to Fengyan Academy? How could he possess such formidable strength to eliminate 4 high-level Star Spirit warriors in an instant? He himself is merely at the 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm, yet he has effortlessly defeated adversaries of the same rank. How could this be? I have never encountered a newcomer so overwhelmingly powerful. It is simply unfathomable. Zhao Fei has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. A captivating show is about to unfold. The crowd buzzes with astonishment, all captivated by Lin Yu's extraordinary performance. Zhao Fei, meanwhile, is utterly paralyzed by fear, his eyes locked onto Lin Yu, brimming with disbelief. How can this be? How can he have killed my 4 subordinates in an instant? Overwhelmed by shock, Zhao Fei trembles uncontrollably. Throughout his time collecting protection fees in the lower academy, he has encountered rebellious troublemakers, yet all were effortlessly subdued. Now, however, this young man has annihilated his 4 subordinates in mere moments, something he has never witnessed before. Who on earth are you? Zhao Fei demands, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Who I am is of no concern to you. Now it's your turn, Lin Yu replies, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he strides purposefully toward Zhao Fei. What do you intend to do? Zhao Fei's expression shifts dramatically, panic etched across his face. That, of course, I intend to kill you. What else could it be? Those who dare to cross me face but one fate death. As his words fall, Lin Yu closes the distance in an instant, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power. You dare? Zhao Fei exclaims in terror. You should know that my elder brother is Zhao Tian of the lower academy. If you lay a finger on me, he will not let you off lightly. Is that so? Whether your brother is Zhao Tian or the King of Heaven, today you shall die, Lin Yu retorts. Delivering a powerful punch, as Lin Yu's fist approaches, Zhao Fei lets out a desperate shout, channeling all his strength to withstand the blow. The clash of fist and palm reverberates through the air. Boom! In an instant, the 2 forces collide violently, and Zhao Fei's palm is shattered. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's fist strikes Zhao Fei with devastating force. Zhao Fei spits blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed. A Star Master, Lin Yu muses, somewhat taken aback by Zhao Fei's rank. And no wonder he was so arrogant that if he were merely at the Star Spirit Realm, Lin Yu could have dispatched him with a single strike. As a Star Master, he can barely endure one blow without perishing. Suddenly, Zhao Fei pivots and bolts toward the dense forest, trying to escape. Lin Yu smirks coldly. Do you think you can get away? With a flicker of movement, he swiftly pursues Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei summons all his strength, desperately fleeing forward, his mind singularly focused on one thought, to escape the lethal pursuit of Lin Yu and reach his elder brother. As long as he can find Zhao Tian, he will be safe. Lin Yu closely follows, observing Zhao Fei's rapid pace. It appears he has employed some forbidden technique to forcibly augment his speed. However, even so, Lin Yu continues to close the gap. After nearly 10 minutes of frantic running, Zhao Fei finally halts before a small hill deep within the forest. This hill is modest in stature, with a cave opening before him. Reaching the cave entrance, Zhao Fei bellows, "Elder brother, save me." His voice booms, amplified by his spiritual power. Just then, Lin Yu lands on the ground, eyeing Zhao Fei at the cave's mouth with a cold sneer. "What is this? Your protector is in that cave. Call him out. I wish to see just how formidable your support is. Just wait. Once my elder brother emerges, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Zhao Fei glares fiercely at Lin Yu. With that, he begins to knock on the cave entrance, shouting into the abyss. However, after a long wait, there is no response from within. How could this be? My elder brother is not here. Zhao Fei stares blankly at the cave. Clearly realizing it is empty. Pathetic, Lin Yu remarks coldly. "Since you cannot summon your protector, you shall meet your end here." With that, Lin Yu strides forward and makes his move at this point. Zhao Fei, having exhausted his spiritual power, is utterly defenseless. Lin Yu strikes down with a palm, ending his life. "You will pay for this. My elder brother will not let you off." Zhao Fei shrieks in his final moments. "Useless fool." Lin Yu coolly observes Zhao Fei's lifeless body. To think he dared to extort protection fees. He truly deserves his fate. Let it be known, anyone who dares to cross paths with me shall face the same end, death. With that, Lin Yu ignites Zhao Fei's corpse in flames. Having dealt with Zhao Fei, Lin Yu turns to make his way back. Upon his return, he first seeks out Lin Yun at this moment. Lin Yunxi is seated in meditation, her eyes closed, waves of pure spiritual power emanating from her being. "Since I possess the ability to refine energy, could I also enhance Yunxi's physical form?" Lin Yu muses, contemplating the prospect of refining not only his own body but also that of others. With this thought in mind, he enters the room and gently awakens Lin Yunxi. "Brother, what is it?" Lin Yunxi inquires, her eyes fluttering open, curiosity sparkling within them. "Remain still. I shall attempt to modify your body. Soon my power will flow into you. Do not resist," Lin Yu instructs. "Okay," Lin Yunxi nods obediently. Subsequently, Lin Yu gradually channels his spiritual energy into Lin Yunxi's body, that as the energy circulates within her. Lin Yu detects a significant amount of impurities. Moreover, given that she is already 14 years old, these impurities have amalgamated with her body, adversely affecting her innate potential. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Yunxi's strength is so low. Refinement. After sensing the state of her body, Lin Yu initiates the refining process that he meticulously employs his technique to extract all impurities from Lin Yunxi's form. Having mastered the art of refinement, this task proves to be quite effortless for him. After approximately an hour, all impurities have been successfully extracted from Lin Yunxi's body. She now resembles a newborn infant, her skin as delicate as jade, suffused with the essence of pure spiritual energy. Even her dantian is pristine, brimming with innate vitality. After a brief moment, Lin Yunxi slowly opens her eyes. Upon doing so, a glimmer of brilliance flashes within her gaze, and simultaneously, a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy radiates from her being, enveloping the entire room in its essence. "How delightful!" Lin Yunxi exclaims, marveling at her body, that in this moment, she experiences an indescribable sensation of comfort, warm currents flowing from her dantian throughout her entire being. Her body is filled with clean, pure energy, devoid of any impurities, making her feel as though she has been reborn. Moreover, her strength has significantly increased in this brief interval. Previously, she was at the first level of the star spirit realm. But now, in just a moment, she has ascended to the 7th level, an astonishing leap of 7 ranks. How can this be? How did I suddenly become so strong? Lin Yunxi gazes at her body in wonder. The rapid ascent of 7 ranks feels like a dream. "Brother, what did you do to me? Why have I experienced such a dramatic increase in power, and why does my body feel so different? So comfortable?" Lin Yunxi asks, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looks at Lin Yu. She knows that Lin Yu must have done something to her body. Otherwise, such a profound transformation would be unfathomable. Lin Yu smiles gently and replies, "It's nothing much. I merely made some adjustments to your body, removing the impurities within you. You are now a true genius, and your future cultivation should progress swiftly." "Is that true?" Lin Yunxi wore an expression of sheer astonishment. You might want to attempt cultivating a bit, and see if your absorption of spiritual energy has significantly accelerated compared to before," Lin Yu suggested. All right. Lin Yunxi obediently nodded, then closed her eyes to commence her cultivation. Indeed, as she practiced, she distinctly sensed the pure spiritual energy continuously entering her body from the surroundings. Every pore in her body opened wide, eagerly absorbing the spiritual essence from the air. The rate at which she absorbed this energy was incomparably faster than before. Throughout this process, Lin Yunxi felt her strength steadily increasing, almost as if she were on the brink of a breakthrough, which left her utterly astounded. That it was important to note that previously, every breakthrough had been exceedingly arduous for her, primarily due to her poor physical constitution, which limited her capacity to draw in spiritual energy from the surrounding space. Thus, it often took an extraordinarily long time to advance to a new realm, sometimes even several months without any progress. However, now she was achieving breakthroughs in quick succession, just as she began her cultivation. A vast influx of pure spiritual energy surged into her body, indicating yet another potential breakthrough. This realization filled Lin Yunxi with immense excitement, prompting her to prepare for the impending advancement. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood nearby, silently observing Lin Yunxi, that he could keenly perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy within her and the enhanced speed of her absorption. Witnessing her imminent breakthrough, a smile crept across Lin Yu's face. Indeed, if this continues, I can consistently purify others' energies and improve their innate qualities. In other words, I possess the ability to transform a waste into a top-tier genius, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Having the power to create geniuses was indeed a remarkable feat. Nevertheless, there were few individuals in this world whom he deemed worthy of such an effort. That could be discussed another time. Subsequently, Lin Yu remained by Lin Yunxi's side, vigilantly watching over her throughout the day. It was only after an entire day had passed that Lin Yunxi completed her cultivation. Upon finishing, she discovered that her strength had ascended to the 8th layer of the star spirit realm. A significant improvement from before. Wow, I can hardly believe it. I've advanced again. This is simply incredible, Lin Yunxi exclaimed, astonished by her newfound power. Previously, she had struggled for months to break through even a single layer. And now she had achieved 8 layers in just one day. It felt like a dream. Haha, this is merely the beginning. If you continue to cultivate diligently, your rate of advancement will only increase. Lin Yu chuckled heartily. Yes, I will certainly train hard to catch up to you, brother, Lin Yunxi replied with a playful grin. Having aspirations is commendable, but catching up to me is impossible. Competing with those so-called geniuses should be relatively easy. Though, Lin Yu laughed heartily, finding his little sister quite endearing for her ambition. In the past, it was indeed a possibility. But now, even if Lin Yu refrained from cultivating, his strength would still grow automatically. With his 3 supreme star souls, there was no chance for Lin Yunxi to catch up to him. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Challenge. Lin Yu, come out. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from the surroundings, reverberating through the air. The sound was excruciatingly sharp, causing the very sky to tremble. At that moment, virtually everyone within the dense forest heard the ominous cry. Naturally, Lin Yu, who was inside the wooden cabin, also caught wind of it. He frowned slightly, realizing that someone was searching for him, and judging by the tone, it seemed the visitor bore ill intent. Brother, what is going on? Lin Yunxi asked, her face a mixture of confusion and concern. I am not certain. I'll go outside to investigate, Lin Yu replied, stepping out of the cabin. Upon exiting, he was met by the sight of a figure standing 100 meters ahead, a young man clad in purple, appearing to be in his 20s with striking features. However, an overwhelming aura of hostility radiated from him, permeating the air with a palpable sense of menace. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, surveying the purple-clad youth before him. He did not recognize this individual. Who are you? Lin Yu inquired. Are you Lin Yu? The purple-clad youth scrutinized Lin Yu, his murderous intent surging forth. Yes, do you have business with me? Lin Yu responded. Excellent. You're the one who killed my younger brother. Aren't you? The youth declared, his voice laced with fury. Your brother? Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he recalled a certain individual. Zhao Fei, the one he had slain previously, before Zhao Fei met his demise. He had sought out his brother, but his brother was not present in the cave at that time. Thus, Lin Yu had dispatched him without hesitation. Now, the person before him was evidently Zhao Fei's brother, come seeking retribution. You mean Zhao Fei, don't you? Lin Yu stated. Indeed. The youth replied coldly that you're the one who took my brother's life, aren't you? It was I, Lin Yu stated bluntly. However, your brother deserved it. He and his companions attempted to extort me for protection money. When I refused to pay, he sought to harm me first, so I killed him. How do you intend to discipline your brother for his actions? Silence. The youth, known as Zhao Tian, barked, his gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Yu. You have the audacity to kill my brother Zhao Tian. No one in the academy has dared to lay a hand on him. And yet you think you can escape unscathed. You're merely courting death to ha. Lin Yu scoffed, and I ask your purpose here to threaten me. Perhaps you don't fully understand. I fear nothing, least of all threats. I have already slain your brother. What do you intend to do about it? Very well, Zhao Tian replied coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. You are the most arrogant person I have ever encountered. No one in the academy has spoken to me like this before. Enough of your prattling. We shall meet on the life and death platform in 3 days. Are you brave enough to accept? Gasp. The onlookers around them gasped in shock. Zhao Tian's commotion had drawn numerous disciples of the Wind and Cloud Academy, curious to witness the unfolding drama. They were astonished to learn that Zhao Tian was seeking revenge against the newcomer, Lin Yu, who had slain Zhao Fei just yesterday. They understood that this newcomer was likely in serious trouble, that it was unexpected that Zhao Tian intended to challenge Lin Yu to a duel on the life and death platform. Surely, Lin Yu wouldn't dare to accept, right? Once he steps onto the platform, there's no turning back, one person murmured. Indeed, once on the life and death platform, only one will emerge alive. Zhao Tian will undoubtedly aim to kill Lin Yu. He should know better than to accept such a challenge. The life and death platform is not a place for the faint-hearted, another added. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all convinced that Lin Yu would not dare to engage in such a perilous contest. I accept the challenge. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone present that it was Lin Yu. The simplicity of his 3-word response left the crowd in utter disbelief. What? He actually accepted? Is he insane? How could he dare to face Zhao Tian on the life and death platform? That is a sure path to death. Once on the platform, there is no coming back. Zhao Tian will undoubtedly kill him. Does he not fear for his life? The crowd stared at Lin Yu in shock. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. To accept Zhao Tian's challenge was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Yet Lin Yu remained composed. Since Zhao Tian dared to challenge him, he had nothing to fear. Let us do this, he said coolly. Whether within the Wind and Cloud Academy or beyond, he had never feared anyone, that he understood the stakes of the life and death platform, a battleground where only one could emerge alive. It was clear that Zhao Tian's intent was to kill him, but Lin Yu was unperturbed. Very well. Zhao Tian's gaze flickered with a glimmer of excitement. We shall meet on the life and death platform in 3 days. Prepare yourself. I will end your life. With that, Zhao Tian turned and walked away. Trash. Lin Yu scoffed at Zhao Tian's retreating figure. Just wait and see. Brother, are you truly going to fight him on the life and death platform? Lin Yunxi approached with a worried expression. Yes, Lin Yu affirmed. But I sense that he possesses considerable strength, that he exudes a powerful aura that makes me uneasy. Are you confident in your ability to defeat him? Lin Yunxi voiced her concerns. Haha, what? You doubt me? Lin Yu responded with a chuckle. Lin Yu chuckled heartily, saying, No, I have complete confidence in my elder brother. However, he has just recently joined Fengyan Academy, while Zhao Tian has evidently been here for quite some time. I fear that my brother may suffer a setback. Lin Yunxi reassured him, Do not worry. He is merely a worthless opponent. Just wait and see how I will eliminate this trash. Lin Yu coldly smirked. All right, I trust my brother. Finally, Lin Yunxi nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yu departed. Upon returning to his wooden abode, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. 3 days hence, he would face Zhao Tian in battle. From their previous encounters, it was clear that Zhao Tian possessed formidable strength, certainly not an ordinary Star Master. Thus, preparation was essential. This battle would mark Lin Yu's first official arena contest since entering the academy. Chapter 37. The arena showdown he cultivated diligently for a full 3 days. After this period, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. As he did, a brilliant glimmer flashed across his gaze, and simultaneously, a powerful spiritual force surged outward, causing the entire space to tremble. A tremendous energy radiated forth, boundless and overwhelming. His spiritual power had increased once more. Sensing the robust energy within him, a smile graced Lin Yu's lips. The three supreme star souls truly invigorated him. Any form of cultivation yielded rewards. Now, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy from the surrounding space was several times that of others. It was time to head to the life and death arena. After a brief period of organization, Lin Yu rose to his feet, casting his gaze skyward. Today marked the day of his agreed-upon duel with Zhao Teng. It was time to set forth. With that, Lin Yu made his way to the life and death arena. Fengyun Academy, life and death arena at this moment. The area surrounding the arena was teeming with spectators, with at least 1,000 individuals gathered, creating an atmosphere of great excitement. The sole reason for such a large congregation was that today was the day Lin Yu and Zhao Tian had arranged to battle. 3 days prior, Zhao Tian had issued a challenge to Lin Yu for a life and death fight at the arena. Since the announcement of this challenge, the entire lower academy had been in a state of shock. Zhao Tian, a top 10 genius within the lower academy, was renowned for his incredible strength, while Lin Yu was merely a newcomer, having only just entered Fengyun Academy, although Lin Yu had earned the title of Newcomer King at the Fengyun Conference. It held little weight, as anyone who entered Fengyun Academy was considered a genius, let alone someone as exceptional as Zhao Tian. Consequently, curiosity abounded regarding Lin Yu's audacity to accept the challenge. Today marked the commencement of the life and death duel, and all had come to witness the outcome of the clash between Zhao Tian and Lin Yu. Among the onlookers were even some formidable individuals from the Middle Academy. Below the arena stood several young men, including Zhu Guqing and Shengwan Bing, all present to witness the spectacle. That I never expected this kid to create such a stir. He has just entered Fengyun Academy and is already challenging Zhao Tian. He certainly knows how to make a scene, Zhu Guqing remarked with a wry smile. Since entering the academy, he had yet to encounter Lin Yu, but he was taken aback upon hearing about Lin Yu's impending duel with Zhao Tian. It was indeed astonishing that a newcomer would dare to challenge a top 10 genius like Zhao Tian. Yet, considering Lin Yu's personality, he felt a sense of understanding. There seemed to be nothing in this world that Lin Yu would shy away from. That little brat is doomed. He dares to challenge Zhao Tian on the life and death arena. He won't survive 3 moves, Shengwan Bing coldly declared. The animosity between the Shengwan family and Lin Yu was profound, stemming from Lin Yu's slaying of his brother, Shengwan Yun, and the public humiliation he inflicted at the onset of the Fengyun Conference. Shengwan Bing longed to see Lin Yu suffer a gruesome fate. Now, upon hearing of Lin Yu's duel with Zhao Tian, he felt a surge of joy. Zhao Tian was a genius from the lower academy, and Shengwan Bing was well aware of his prowess. Killing Lin Yu would be a trivial task, and after today, Lin Yu would cease to exist. That's so? I beg to differ. I believe Zhao Tian might not necessarily overpower Lin Yu, Zhu Guqing retorted coolly. Are you out of your mind to suggest that Zhao Tian could lose to Lin Yu? Shengwan Bing laughed mockingly. Even if 10 Lin Yus combined forces, they would still not be Zhao Tian's match. If Lin Yu survives today, I shall no longer bear the surname Shengwan. Let us wait and see who emerges victorious, Zhu Guqing replied indifferently. While he felt Zhao Tian would likely win, as Lin Yu's friend, he naturally wished to support him. Zhao Tian is here. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked up to see Zhao Tian approaching from a distance. As he neared the life and death arena, he leaped gracefully onto the stage. Wow, he's so handsome. Not only is Zhao Tian powerful, but he is also exceptionally attractive. He is simply perfect, exclaimed a female disciple, her eyes full of infatuation. Many other female disciples gazed at Zhao Tian with admiration. Lin Yu also made his entrance shortly thereafter. As he walked towards the arena, he appeared far more understated compared to Zhao Tian, approaching the stage with deliberate steps. This is Lin Yu. He looks rather unremarkable. Quite ordinary indeed. Though he is somewhat good-looking, his strength is disappointingly lacking. How did he even gain admission to Fengyun Academy with his mere star spirit 9th level? I heard he was the newcomer king at the Fengyun Conference. But I wonder what his true strength is. What does being the newcomer king matter? He is in Fengyun Academy now. He cannot compare to the talented individuals here. Indeed, he has chosen the wrong place to show off. The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Yu's ears, yet he chose to ignore them. Once on the arena, Lin Yu and Zhao Tian positioned themselves at opposite ends, their gazes locking in a powerful exchange of spiritual energy emanating from both. Lin Yu, you truly dared to come. That I thought you would shy away and avoid this contest. Zhao Tian coldly surveyed Lin Yu. What is there to fear? Do I need to hide from you? Lin Yu replied flatly. Humph. You are quite arrogant that a newcomer like you, so bold before me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Zhao Tian threatened. Your brother said the same to me before. Now he lies as a corpse. It seems you are destined to follow in his footsteps, Lin Yu scoffed. This pair of brothers truly are two of a kind, speaking in identical tones. All I hear are threats, Lin Yu remarked. You're seeking death. Zhao Tian's fists clenched tightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, an aura of ferocity radiating from him. Enough. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Let us engage in combat. I wish to see just how strong the top 10 genius of the lower academy truly is, Lin Yu declared, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. Zhao Tian nodded. Since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall oblige. With those words, Zhao Tian began to channel his spiritual energy. Chapter 38. The battle against Zhao Tian, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from him, an overwhelming force spreading outward, causing the air above the arena to tremble. Many spectators below felt the intensity of the energy radiating from Zhao Tian, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. The mere hint of Zhao Tian's aura was enough to make them uncomfortable. His strength had reached a truly terrifying level. Indeed, Zhao Tian was deserving of his rank among the top 10 geniuses in the lower academy. After a brief moment, Zhao Tian unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire arena. With a resounding shout, he charged toward Lin Yu. His speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Yu, launching a devastating punch that a dark fist energy hurtled toward Lin Yu. As he witnessed Zhao Tian strike, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, and he countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The two punches collided with a thunderous sound, and in an instant, Lin Yu's attack was obliterated. The moment the punch shattered, a massive force struck Lin Yu, sending him retreating several dozen meters. Just as he landed, Zhao Tian had already reappeared behind him, ready to strike again with the void cloud palm. As soon as he appeared, a sharp reprimand escaped his lips, followed by a powerful strike aimed once more at his opponent. Sensing the looming threat behind him, Lin Yu reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly sidestepping to avoid the blow. With a resounding crash, the force collided with the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble violently and creating a massive pit several meters deep. Just 2 exchanges. Zhao Tian had completely suppressed Lin Yu. Haha, kid, is that all the strength you possess? I expected far more from you. Now it seems you're nothing special, Zhao Tian bellowed triumphantly from the arena. Below, the crowd erupted with excitement, witnessing Zhao Tian's dominance over Lin Yu in those 2 swift moves. Indeed, I said it long ago, Lin Yu's challenge to senior brother Zhao Tian was a reckless endeavor. Senior brother Zhao could eliminate him with a single hand. They murmured among themselves. Point one was a genius ranked in the top 10 of the lower academy, while the other was merely a newcomer, clearly not on the same level. They all wondered how Lin Yu had the audacity to challenge Zhao Tian. The onlookers cast contemptuous glances at Lin Yu. With merely 2 moves, Zhao Tian had him thoroughly subdued. Lin Yu, today you are destined to perish. Even Zhuge Qing furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that Lin Yu's strength was indeed inferior to Zhao Tian's, but the situation in this battle was far from optimistic. At that moment, on the arena, Zhao Tian sneered as he surveyed Lin Yu. Boy, do you have any final words? Speak them now, and I shall send you on your way. Lin Yu's expression remained indifferent as he replied. What is your hurry? Our battle has only just begun. Wait until you can defeat me before you boast. Umph. Zhao Tian scoffed. Do you truly believe you'll live to walk off this stage? You read but a worthless insect. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. Today, you will die. Such a mouthful of nonsense. Lin Yu retorted coldly before gradually channeling his spiritual energy. Point 8 Desolation Demon Subduing Palm. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful strike. Merely a childish trick. Zhao Tian scoffed upon seeing Lin Yu's attack, but he effortlessly waved his hand to counter it with his own force. The 2 powers clashed violently, causing the life-and-death arena to vibrate. In an instant, both forces erupted simultaneously. As the energies dissipated, Lin Yu flickered and appeared directly above Zhao Tian. Ice Palm. In the next moment, Lin Yu shouted, channeling the power of ice, that a formidable ice palm imprint hurtled down toward Zhao Tian. This strike contained the essence of the Ice Supreme Star Soul, demonstrating immense power. Feeling the threat from above, Zhao Tian's expression shifted slightly. From that ice palm, he sensed a formidable danger. Mystic sky annihilation. With a fierce shout, Zhao Tian gathered all his strength into his fist and struck upward with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the ice palm descended in an instant. The two forces collided, causing the entire life-and-death arena to shudder violently. Crack, crack, crack! The ground beneath them shattered under the tremendous impact, sending tremors through the onlookers, some of whom were knocked back by the sheer force. Even the more powerful spectators felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Everyone's eyes were glued to the two combatants on the stage. The two powers continued to clash violently in midair, the icy force against Zhao Tian's domineering fist. The two energies battled fiercely, and after mere moments, the ice power shattered Zhao Tian's fist aura, flooding into his body and encasing him in ice. Annihilate! Lin Yu uttered softly, watching as the frozen Zhao Tian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. As he landed, Zhao Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning an ashen white, his body covered in icy strands. How is this possible? How could this happen? Zhao Tian stared incredulously at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief that he was a Star Master and had already reached the second layer of the Star Master realm. Yet he had been injured by this so-called waste who was only at the Spirit Star realm. Moreover, the icy power Lin Yu had unleashed was terrifying. He had exerted all his strength, yet could not withstand it. His entire body had been gravely injured by the chilling force. What is that icy power of yours? Zhao Tian demanded sharply. Lin Yu chuckled coldly. You're not worthy of knowing the source of my icy power. Zhao Tian, it seems that even as a top 10 student of the lower academy, you are not impressive at all, a second-layer Star Master, and yet you can't even defeat someone of the Spirit Star realm. What a waste! Damn it, shut your mouth, Zhao Tian roared, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu. You truly believe you can defeat me? You're dreaming. I was merely toying with you earlier. If I unleash my full strength, you would already be a corpse by now. Killing you is child's play. Is that so? Lin Yu sneered. Your strength is lacking, yet your tongue is quite bold. Very well, allow me to give you a chance. Use all your strength to come and kill me. Let us see if you have the capability. Chapter 39. A fierce battle. You're courting death. Zhao Tian was thoroughly enraged. His eyes locked on Lin Yu, filled with an intense murderous intent. You wretched creature, if I do not kill you today, I vow I shall not be human. With a fierce shout, Zhao Tian began forming hand seals, channeling an overwhelming spiritual energy that surged from his body. His power rapidly escalated, rising several layers in a matter of moments. At this point, Zhao Tian's eyes glowed crimson, his entire form enveloped in a dark mist, exuding a potent and sinister aura. Lin Yu, prepare to die. Zhao Tian bellowed. He then pressed his palms together, conjuring a pitch-black energy sphere within his grasp. Infused with bloodthirsty energy, in the next instant, he hurled the energy sphere downward with ferocity. Come at me, Lin Yu shouted defiantly, advancing rather than retreating as he channeled his icy power. A sphere of ice light materialized before him, ready to meet Zhao Tian's dark energy sphere. When the two forces collided, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. The opposing energies clashed, unleashing a cataclysmic force that split the life and death arena in two. The left side consumed by the dark energy sphere, while the right was dominated by the pristine, icy light. The two forces clashed violently, neither side able to gain the upper hand. As the energies reached their peak, Lin Yu called out once more. Azure Dragon's fury. In the next moment, a mighty Azure Dragon burst forth from within him, charging toward Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, preoccupied with countering the icy light sphere, was taken aback as the Azure Dragon surged toward him from behind. The power of the Azure Dragon was devastating, tearing through the space above the life and death arena. In an instant, it reached Zhao Tian's rear, and sensing the imminent threat, his expression shifted dramatically, fear flashing in his eyes. He was fully focused on the icy light sphere and had no remaining strength to defend against the Azure Dragon. Realizing the danger, he gritted his teeth and, summoning the last of his strength, conjured a defensive shield around himself. With a resounding crash, the Azure Dragon collided with the defensive shield. Crack, crack, crack! The dark shield shattered under the relentless assault in mere moments. Boom! As soon as the shield broke, the Azure Dragon struck directly at Zhao Tian. Zhao Dian spat a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, the chilling power of ice struck once more against his chest. Zhao Qian's entire form was again encased in frost, and then he was violently hurled away, crashing to the ground several hundred meters away. As he landed, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. His body drenched in crimson. In that moment, Zhao Qian's breath was feeble, his spiritual energy in disarray. He could scarcely rise to his feet, clearly suffering from dire injuries. Opposite him, Lin Yu stood proudly upon the arena, radiating an overwhelming martial spirit, his aura formidable and imposing. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the surroundings as thousands of eyes fixated on the unfolding scene, filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Yu had indeed defeated Zhao Dian, and moreover had grievously wounded him, something no one had anticipated. Before the battle, all believed Zhao Dian would emerge victorious, for he was a warrior of the Star Master realm, ranked among the top 10 in the lower academy, undeniably powerful. Yet to their astonishment, Lin Yu had triumphed that a mere newcomer to Fengyan Academy had vanquished Zhao Dian, who was ranked within the top 10 of the lower academy. This lad is remarkably strong. He truly defeated Zhao Dian, murmured Zhuge Qing, equally astonished. While he had faith in Lin Yu's abilities, he felt that Lin Yu, being relatively inexperienced, could not possibly contend with someone like Zhao Dian, who had been in Fengyan Academy for several years. However, the unexpected had occurred. Lin Yu had indeed bested it. To the side, Shengwan Bing wore a grim expression. He had hoped for Zhao Dian to eliminate Lin Yu, yet Zhao Dian, in his ineptitude, had been outmatched by Lin Yu. Useless fool. Shengwan Bing coldly concluded in his heart. That moment, all eyes were riveted on the arena, on Lin Yu and Zhao Dian on the life and death stage. Lin Yu stood tall, gazing down at Zhao Dian with a frigid demeanor. Zhao Dian, you have lost. How is this possible? This cannot be. Zhao Yan's face was ashen, blood trickling from his lips, but he was gravely wounded, his dantian shattered, devoid of any combat power. He could scarcely believe he had been defeated by a mere Star Spirit Realm warrior who had just entered Fengyan Academy. What is your true strength? Zhao Dian fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, suspicion etched in his features, convinced that Lin Yu had concealed his true power. Otherwise, defeat would have been impossible. With a disdainful laugh, Lin Yu replied, I am but at the 9th level of the Star Spirit Realm. You are simply too pathetic that a Star Master who cannot best a Star Spirit. Truly a worthless failure. Enough of this chatter. Now, I shall send you to your end. You wish to kill me. Zhao Qian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lin Yu's words. If I do not slay you, shall I keep you for the new year? Lin Yu retorted coldly that I have long stated that those who oppose me have but one path, death. You and your brother are cut from the same cloth. Both wretched beings, and you sought to trouble me. You deserve to die. With that, Lin Yu struck toward Zhao Qian's head. Zhao Dian was utterly defenseless, and with a single blow, Lin Yu ended his life. Concurrently, all of Zhao Qian's spiritual energy was extracted by Lin Yu. Coursing into his own body, Ding extracted a second-level Star Master, gaining 4,400 energy points. Following Zhao Qian's demise, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded. Zhao Dian was indeed worth 4,400 energy points. With this victory, his own energy reserves must have grown significantly. After slaying Zhao Dian, Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Zhao Qian's lifeless body before turning to descend from the arena. Below, thousands of gazes were fixed upon Lin Yu. All in a state of shock, as he stepped down from the platform, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. Chapter 40. A month later, no one dared to meet Lin Yu's gaze directly. As he passed, they felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, a testament to his aura of intimidation. Though Lin Yu may not have been a true powerhouse yet, to the ordinary disciples of Fengyan Academy, his presence was already formidable. Stop. Just as Lin Yu had taken a few steps forward, a voice called out from behind. Hearing this, Lin Yu paused and turned to face the source of the voice, that a figure clad in black stood 100 meters away, fixated on him with unwavering intensity. The young man in black was none other than Shengwan Bing. Upon seeing Shengwan Bing, Lin Yu maintained a cold demeanor and asked, What is it? Do you have business with me? Shengwan Bing replied with a sneer, I just witnessed your impressive display of strength in effortlessly defeating Zhao, your senior. I am somewhat eager to test my skills against you, Lin Yu. Might I request a friendly spar? Gasps filled the air as the crowd erupted in murmurs. All eyes were glued to Shangwan Bing, astonished that he would challenge Lin Yu. Shangwan Bing, a member of the Shangwan family, was ranked among the top 3 in the lower academy. His power far exceeding that of Zhao Tan, and one anticipated that Shangwan Bing would step forward to challenge Lin Yu at this moment, that it was known that Lin Yu had previously slain Shangwan Bing's brother, Shangwan Yun, and it seemed that Shangwan Bing was seeking retribution. Certainly, as Shangwan Yun's brother, Shangwan Bing would not let this transgression go unpunished. Defeating Lin Yu on the life and death stage was the best course of action. If Lin Yu accepted the challenge, he would likely perish. If he declined, it would signify cowardice. The crowd speculated whether he would dare to accept. Most believed that Lin Yu would not accept Shangwan Bing's challenge. Shangwan Bing, you are utterly shameless. As a top 3 talent in the lower academy, you would stoop to bullying a mere newcomer? How disgraceful! At that moment, Zhuge Qing's voice rang out, coldly addressing Shangwan Bing. Indeed, a top 3 student bullying a novice is quite unbecoming. Why not target a student from the middle academy instead? Preying on newcomers is pathetic. Those aligned with Zhuge Qing immediately echoed his sentiments. Hearing their words, Shangwan Bing's expression darkened considerably, that he glared at Zhuge Qing and said, Zhuge Qing, are you attempting to oppose me? Zhuge Qing replied nonchalantly, I am merely stating facts that as a top 3 genius in the lower academy and a member of the Shangwan family. Challenging a newcomer is indeed an act of bullying. Allow Lin Yu some time before you challenge him. Oomph. Shangwan Bing snorted. What difference does time make? Do you think you will dare to accept my challenge? Turning to Lin Yu, he continued, Boy, since you desire time, I shall grant you a month. I do not wish for others to accuse me of taking advantage of you. 1 month from now, I shall challenge you on the life and death stage. Do you dare to accept? A month, you say? Lin Yu chuckled coldly. Yes, you wish. I shall indulge you. We shall meet on the life and death stage in a month. But he actually agreed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's acceptance of Shangwan Bing's challenge, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. While Shangwan Bing had granted a month's grace, those with even a modicum of sense recognized that a month was hardly sufficient for a warrior to make significant progress, and one could elevate their realm by several levels in just a month. Let alone Shangwan Bing, who had already reached the Star Master level and was quite powerful within that realm. Lin Yu, merely a star spirit, faced a significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Lin Yu, do not be fooled. You need not accept his challenge, Zhuge Qing urged immediately. It matters not if he wishes to fight a month from now. Then so be it. That I have no objections. Lin Yu responded indifferently, unconcerned that a month later, Shangwan Bing would undoubtedly become a corpse. Very well, boy. You possess some courage. That a month from now, I will show you the meaning of suffering beyond death. With that, Shangwan Bing turned and departed. Trash. Lin Yu scoffed as he cast a cold glance at Shangwan Bing's retreating figure before also leaving the life and death stage. In a month, the spectacle would undoubtedly unfold. The crowd watched with eager anticipation, their eyes fixed on the 2 figures, a newcomer king, Lin Yu, and a top 3 talent of the lower academy, Shangwan Bing. Who would emerge victorious? At this moment, Lin Yu had exited the life and death stage. Not long after, a figure swiftly approached from behind. Zhuge, why have you come? Upon noticing Zhuge Qing behind him, Lin Yu inquired curiously, Is that Zhuge Qing? Zhuge Qing responded. Since your arrival at Fengyan Academy, we have not had a proper conversation, but it's fortuitous that we meet here. I would like to have a chat with you. All right, where shall we talk? Lin Yu asked. Anywhere will do. Let us go to your residence, Zhuge Qing suggested. Very well. Subsequently, Lin Yu led Zhuge Qing to his modest wooden cabin where he practiced at Your training space is rather humble, Zhuge Qing remarked. Slightly astonished by the simplicity of Lin Yu's cabin, that it's not so bad. I find it quite comfortable and tranquil, free from disturbances during my training, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly as he poured a cup of tea for Zhuge Qing, which he had recently purchased and deemed to have a pleasant flavor. Zhuge Qing said, It must be due to your recent arrival at Fengyan Academy. New students generally find their training environments lacking. However, after a month, once you select your mentor, the situation will improve significantly. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. Previously, Vice Dean Murong Bing had approached him, encouraging him to become her disciple, to which Lin Yu had consented to be by the way. May I ask a question? I heard someone mention that Zhao Tian ranks among the top 10 in the lower academy, while Shangwan Bing is in the top 3. What is the standing of the lower academy within Fengyan Academy? Lin Yu inquired, having heard much about the lower academy, but remaining unclear about its significance. That you've been at Fengyan Academy for several days and still don't know about the lower academy? Zhuge Qing exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed Lin Yu. That I don't know. Please enlighten me, Lin Yu replied. All right, Zhuge Qing sighed with a wry smile. Fengyan Academy is divided into several tiers: the lower academy, the middle academy, and the upper academy. The higher the tier, the stronger the disciples and the better their qualifications. Generally, new students commence their training in the lower academy, and as their strength increases, they gradually transition to the middle and upper academies. There are, of course, a few exceptional geniuses who can enter the middle academy upon joining, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, fewer than 20 have directly entered the middle academy since the academy's inception. I see. Lin Yu nodded in understanding after Zhuge Qing's explanation. That's so. Zhao Tian's position among the top 10 in the lower academy is somewhat unimpressive. Not at all, Zhuge Qing retorted. Although the lower academy is the least prestigious within Fengyan Academy, do not underestimate it. There are many remarkable talents there. Some possess the strength to enter the middle academy, but have yet to do so. Each of the top 10 in the lower academy is considered extraordinary. Zhao Tian, whom you defeated, is indeed a formidable opponent within the lower academy, yet he never anticipated falling to you. Lin Yu replied indifferently, then asked, what about Shangguan Bing? What is his standing in the lower academy? Shangguan Bing is even stronger. Zhuge Qing stated seriously that he ranks in the top 3 of the lower academy and hails from the illustrious Shangguan family, making him exceptionally formidable. It is said that he possesses the strength to enter the middle academy, but has chosen not to. His challenge to you is evidently an attempt to kill you on the life and death stage. You should not allow his provocations to sway you into accepting his challenge. Lin Yu scoffed. Do you truly believe I would accept his challenge merely out of provocation? Isn't that the case? Zhuge Qing asked, puzzled. During their earlier exchange on the life and death stage, it seemed that Shangguan Bing had only slightly provoked Lin Yu, prompting his acceptance of the challenge. Everyone believed Lin Yu was angered into accepting. For how could a mere star spirit dare to confront Shangguan Bing on the life and death stage? Rising to his feet, Lin Yu coldly declared, if Shangguan Bing wishes to kill me, I equally desire to eliminate him. A month from now, the life and death stage will present the perfect opportunity. Should I kill him there, no one will dare to speak against it. Zhuge Qing was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's words, staring at him in astonishment that he never anticipated that Lin Yu harbored intentions of killing Shangguan Bing on the life and death stage. Realizing this, Zhuge Qing sighed. You truly are audacious that you comprehend the extent of his strength. Can you truly defeat him within a month? His strength is irrelevant to me. Suffice it to say, a month from now, he will undoubtedly meet his end. Just wait and see, Lin Yu replied, his demeanor cold and exuding confidence. Zhuge Qing stared at Lin Yu for a few moments, furrowing his brow in disbelief that he struggled to accept that Lin Yu could defeat Shangguan Bing within such a short time frame. Yet Lin Yu appeared resolutely confident. Ultimately, Zhuge Qing shook his head, uncertain of what further to say. They would know the outcome in a month. After a brief exchange, Zhuge Qing prepared to depart. By the way, he said as he reached the door. Turning back to scrutinize Lin Yu, you have yet to claim your martial techniques and spiritual weapons, I presume? What martial techniques? What spiritual weapons? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. They are the resources allocated to new disciples by Fengyan Academy. Each new disciple is entitled to them. You must not have claimed yours yet. I haven tea. I was unaware, Lin Yu admitted, shaking his head, that I shall arrange for someone to guide you to collect them. Having these resources will undoubtedly aid in your cultivation, Zhuge Qing stated. Thank you. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, and Zhuge Qing took his leave. After Zhuge Qing departed, Lin Yu spent some time cultivating within his room. Approximately 2 hours later, a figure appeared at his door. Lin Yu, are you in there? I am sent by young Master Zhuge, a voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu rose to open the door, revealing a young man clad in blue standing at the entrance. Lin Yu, young Master Zhuge has instructed me to escort you for your resource allocation, the young man in blue announced. Thank you. Lin Yu replied. Please follow me, the young man said, leading the way. Curious about the blue-clad youth, Lin Yu asked, what is your relationship with Zhuge Qing? Zhuge Qing is both my senior and my lord. I serve the Zhuge family. The young man replied, I see. What is your name? Lin Yu inquired. My name is Sun Yun. The youth introduced himself. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, you are too polite. As a friend of young Master Zhuge. It is my duty to assist you. Sun Yun smiled as they conversed while heading to collect resources. About half an hour later, under Sun Yun's guidance, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of a 3-story pavilion. This is the Songjinggu of Fengyun Academy, where all the martial techniques are stored. Each new disciple may select 2 techniques from within. Lin Yu, I will wait for you outside while you choose your techniques. Sun Yun explained. Understood. Lin Yu replied, proceeding towards the door. As he approached the entrance, he noticed an elderly man with white hair seated beside the door. Upon sensing Lin Yu's arrival, the old man opened his eyes slightly and scrutinized him. Which academy do you belong to? The old man inquired after a brief pause. The lower academy. I have just begun my studies, Lin Yu answered honestly. Very well, the old man nodded. Once inside, do not wander about. You are allowed to select only 2 techniques, and you have half an hour for your selection. After that time, regardless of whether you have chosen your desired techniques, you must exit. Understood? Lin Yu affirmed. Go on in, the old man instructed. Opening the door, as Lin Yu stepped into the old man watched his retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. An interesting young man, he murmured. Upon entering Lin Yu was astonished to find an expansive space within. The first floor alone must have encompassed over 1,000 square meters, filled with countless bookshelves, each laden with an abundance of martial techniques. Such an array! Lin Yu marveled at the sheer volume of techniques available, recognizing Fengyun Academy's status as the foremost sacred ground for cultivation in Tianfeng country. Casually, he picked up a volume from a nearby shelf. Reading its title, Qingfeng Sword Technique, Yellow Grade Upper Tier Martial Technique, where the sword strikes like a gentle breeze, sweeping across the world. Yellow Grade Martial Technique. Lin Yu exclaimed, captivated by the potential before him. Lin Yu was filled with disappointment that he had anticipated that the techniques within this scripture pavilion would possess a high level of mastery. That to his dismay, the Qingfeng Sword Technique was merely of the yellow grade. For him at this moment, yellow grade martial arts were hardly worth considering, even akin to refuse. Lin Yu set aside the Qingfeng Sword Technique and perused another shelf, picking up a martial skill titled Tiantian Leg. This was a mid-tier yellow grade technique, renowned for its formidable leg techniques, capable of shattering stones with a single kick. Yet again, he found it to be a yellow grade skill. Lin Yu shook his head in disbelief. Could it be that the first level contained nothing but yellow grade techniques? Subsequently, he picked up several more martial skills. Shishua Gong, a low-tier yellow grade technique, Tianqing Gong, a mid-tier yellow grade technique, and Zhanma Sword, a high-tier yellow grade technique. After examining dozens of techniques, all were confirmed to be yellow grade. Lin Yu mused to himself. As expected, he had surmised correctly. This first level indeed contained solely yellow grade martial arts that he then made his way to the second level. Upon arrival, Lin Yu observed that the space of the second level was significantly smaller than the first, with far fewer shelves. Just over 10 rows, each sparsely populated with a few techniques that he casually selected one. The Xintian Sword Technique, a mid-tier Xian-grade technique, which commanded the Xintian Sword Qi to rend mountains and stones asunder. The description of this technique captivated Lin Yu. It was indeed a Xian-grade technique. He felt a flicker of joy, realizing that the techniques on the second level were superior in grade compared to the first. While the first level housed only yellow-grade techniques, the second level featured Xian-grade techniques. Lin Yu casually picked up another technique, the 9 turns Wujidi, a high-tier Xian-grade technique. This skill boasted a 9-fold increase in spiritual power with each turn, growing increasingly formidable, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones upon reaching the 9th turn. The detailed description of this technique also caught Lin Yu's attention. It sounded promising, yet it was merely in Xian-grade technique that he shook his head. Xian-grade techniques held little interest for him at this moment. Continuing to survey the surroundings, he discovered several more techniques, all of which were also Xian-grade, confirming that the entire second level comprised Xian-grade martial arts that he decided to investigate the third level. Lin Yu's gaze shifted upward. Xian-grade techniques, while impressive, were still of no use to him at present. Given that the first level contained yellow-grade techniques and the second level Xian-grade techniques, he speculated that the third level must feature even higher-grade techniques. As he pondered this, Lin Yu ascended to the third level. The space here was even more confined, with only a single shelf holding 5 or 6 techniques that he noticed the Zhantian Sword Technique. A mid-tier earth-grade skill, capable of splitting the heavens and annihilating the earth. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Zhan Tian sword technique was indeed a mid-tier Earth-grade skill, just as he had imagined. The techniques on the third level were of a higher caliber that he then picked up another nearby technique, the Tianyi technique, a high-tier Earth-grade skill that merged the power of heaven and earth within oneself, achieving a state of unity with the cosmos, rendering oneself invincible. This was indeed a high-tier Earth-grade technique. Lin Yu was even more astonished that high-tier Earth-grade techniques were considered quite powerful, and the Tianyi technique's ability to fuse oneself with the cosmos was particularly enticing. However, Lin Yu refrained from making a hasty decision, as there were still several other techniques to evaluate. Next, he examined a third technique, the Jiutian bumming sword technique, a supreme Earth-grade skill comprising 9 forms, each more potent than the last, capable of destroying the heavens and earth when combined. As he lifted this technique, Lin Yu's heart quivered. Jiutian bumming sword technique had an imposing name, and its supreme grade was certainly impressive. A smile crept onto his lips. Being a sword practitioner, this top-tier sword technique aligned perfectly with his attributes. With this resolution, Lin Yu decided to take the Jiutian bumming sword technique. Beyond this, he had the option to select another martial skill from the remaining techniques on the shelf. However, after perusing all the techniques, he was left feeling disheartened. The remaining techniques, although all reaching Earth grade, lacked any substantial power. Most were either supportive in nature or simply too weak to be of any use. Aside from the Jiutian bumming sword technique, he found nothing that piqued his interest. Just then, something caught his eye. He noticed a very worn book lying discarded in a corner of the shelf. This book was completely yellowed, lacking a cover, with the text barely legible. It bore the title Taiku Xintianju, level heavenly. Upon picking up the ancient tome, Lin Yu was astounded to see that it was indeed a heavenly grade technique. He was deeply shocked. He had assumed that the highest level on the third floor would only contain Earth-grade techniques, yet here lay a heavenly grade skill hidden in the corner. Puzzled, he wondered why such a high-grade technique would be treated as refuse. Staring at the Taiku Xintianju in his hands, a look of confusion crossed his face. That heavenly grade techniques were the pinnacle of martial arts across the continent, possessing boundless power. Why was it discarded here? After scrutinizing the ancient book for a moment, Lin Yu realized that the Taiku Xintianju appeared to be incomplete. Indeed, it was only half. The latter half of this technique had been torn away. How could this be? Lin Yu was utterly baffled that a complete heavenly grade technique, yet someone had torn it in half. He soon understood why this heavenly grade technique was treated like trash. It was because it was incomplete. Such a flawed technique, if attempted to be cultivated, could lead to disastrous consequences. That a slight misstep could result in complete obliteration of body and spirit. Hence, no one chose the Taiku Xintianju. Well, it seems this works to my advantage. While others cannot cultivate it, I can. With the system at my disposal, even an incomplete technique poses no threat to me, and the power of the Taiku Xintianju is indeed commendable, Lin Yu murmured to himself. With that, he resolved to claim the Taiku Xintianju as well. Thus, he had finalized his choices. The first was the Jiutian bumming sword technique, and the second was the Taiku Xintianju. Both techniques would prove immensely beneficial to him at present, and their formidable powers suited him perfectly. Having completed his selections, Lin Yu intended to leave. This visit to the scripture pavilion had yielded significant rewards, and he was pleased with both techniques he had acquired. "Boy, put down that technique in your hands," a sudden voice called from behind him just as he was about to depart. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but he turned around to see a figure standing 100 meters away. It was a young man clad in purple, in his 20s, with a handsome appearance, sharp eyes, and an aura of formidable spiritual power radiating from him. That moment, the purple-clad youth's gaze was fixated on the techniques in Lin Yu's hands. "Who are you?" Lin Yu inquired, scrutinizing the purple-clad youth with a frown. He had never encountered this individual before. "You need not know who I am. Simply hand over the techniques in your possession," the purple-clad youth replied coldly. "Then on what grounds?" Lin Yu's expression turned icy. "These 2 techniques are ones I just selected. Why should I give them to you?" "On what grounds?" "Simply because I've taken a liking to them. You, boy, are not worthy of cultivating techniques of this caliber. Hand them over obediently and choose others. That would be your best option. Otherwise, you will suffer a dire fate. You intend to seize my techniques?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed that he had just acquired these coveted techniques. And now someone sought to take them from him. What terrible luck! It is not theft, but rather a retrieval. Only someone of my caliber can cultivate those techniques. You, a mere waste, are unqualified to claim the third level's techniques. Return to the second level to select your skills. The third level is beyond your reach. The young man in purple spoke with a sneer. Is that so? Today, I shall take these two martial arts techniques for myself. What can you do about it? Moreover, with your pitiful appearance, do you really think you can seize my techniques? You are not worthy. Lin Yu replied coldly. You have quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. The young man's pupils constricted, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he retorted. Perhaps you are unaware of my identity, that if you truly knew who I am, you would probably have already surrendered your techniques and retreated to the second floor. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, Your identity is of no consequence to me. Even if you were the king of heaven, in my eyes, you would merely be refuse. You are unworthy to covet my techniques. Damn it, you insolent brat. You dare to speak to me like that. I see you are tired of living. Hand over your techniques today, and I might spare your life. Refuse, and I will make you wish for death. The young man in purple roared fiercely. Having mingled in the Wind and Cloud Academy for so many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. This audacious child before him, how dare he disregard him? Enough of your prattle. Lin Yu snorted dismissively. I am standing right here, that if you want the techniques, come and take them. Let us see if you possess the ability. Seeking death, the young man in purple was utterly incensed. With a fierce shout, he leaped forward, rushing towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, arriving before Lin Yu in an instant. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a powerful punch, a fist imprint forming in midair, radiating immense force that in that moment. Lin Yu felt as though his entire being was locked down, unable to move. 8 Desolation's Demon Extermination Palm. Lin Yu coldly snorted without hesitation. He met the attack with a palm strike. Boom! In an instant, fist met palm in a violent clash, 2 colossal forces clashing fiercely, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Bang! Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed as the 2 forces erupted, causing both Lin Yu and the young man in purple to stagger backwards several steps. Impossible! The young man in purple's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yu. Astonished that this child, merely at the star's spirit level, could actually push him back. How could this be? Yet, soon after, a more potent killing intent surged from him. You insolent wretch, you shall perish, with a fierce shout. The young man charged forward once again, his aura now magnified several times over. The surrounding space trembled under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Die! With another explosive shout, the young man surged forward, swiftly closing the gap to Lin Yu, unleashing a barrage of ferocious force. Furious Dragon Fist. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he summoned all the spiritual energy within him to counter the attack. The young man was formidable, far surpassing anyone Lin Yu had faced before, prompting Lin Yu to exert his full strength. The 2 forces collided once more with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire scripture repository, which trembled as if it might shatter under the onslaught. Even so, the terrifying forces emanating from both combatants continued to surge outward. At that moment, the 3rd floor of the scripture repository was entirely divided by their spiritual energies. On one side, Lin Yu's domineering fist radiated might, while on the other, the young man's ferocious spiritual power surged forth. As the 2 forces reached their peak, ready to explode, suddenly, a figure appeared between them. With a resounding crash, the powers unleashed by both Lin Yu and the young man were simultaneously shattered, sending them both staggering back several hundred meters. Both stared in shock at the figure that had intervened, a white-haired elder. None other than the old man Lin Yu had seen at the entrance of the scripture repository. Standing between them, the elder's presence extinguished the spiritual energies of both combatants. You too, how audacious! To dare engage in combat within the sacred halls of the scripture repository. Do you not understand the rules of the Wind and Cloud Academy? The elder's sharp gaze swept over Lin Yu and the young man in purple. Please, elder, calm your wrath. That it was this brat who attempted to steal the martial techniques I had acquired. When I refused to comply, he attacked me, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. I implore you to take action and punish him. The young man, now revealed as Si Ma Feng, quickly spoke up as the elder appeared. That's so. Do you take me for a blind man? The elder coldly retorted, though I was outside the scripture repository. I am fully aware of what transpired within. These two techniques were first acquired by Lin Yu, and you sought to seize them, leading to this conflict. Furthermore, you were the one who initiated the attack. See ma feng do you believe that my advanced years render me easily deceived? I wouldn't dare. See ma feng's expression changed as he hurriedly bowed in deference. The white-haired elder was not just the guardian of the scripture repository. He was also a respected elder of the Wind and Cloud Academy, someone he could never afford to provoke. Umph, the elder scoffed, Sima Feng. While you may be a genius of the Wind and Cloud Academy, do not come here to create trouble in my scripture repository, or you will find yourself in dire straits. Yes, I understand, Dadasai Ma Feng bowed again, his demeanor submissive. Enough, leave the scripture repository at once. You are banned from entering for 1 year to acquire martial techniques. Now go. The elder waved his hand, and Sima Feng, filled with resentment, turned to exit the repository. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Yu. His eyes filled with intense, murderous intent that it was all this little wretch's fault. He had not only stolen his two techniques, but had also barred him from the scripture repository for an entire year. It was utterly outrageous. Sima Feng longed to see Lin Yu suffer a fate worse than death. Once Sima Feng had left, the elder turned to Lin Yu, saying, though today's conflict was initiated by Sima Feng, you should not have resorted to violence within the scripture repository. It houses the accumulated techniques of the Wind and Cloud Academy over many years. Should they be destroyed, my old bones would surely suffer the consequences. I apologize, elder, that I had no choice. He sought to kill me, and I was compelled to defend myself. Lin Yu replied. Very well, the elder nodded. I have observed the situation, but I must caution you. Sima Feng is not an ordinary individual. It would be prudent to let today's incident rest, that do not seek to provoke him further, or it may lead to your disadvantage. That's so? Lin Yu responded indifferently. Elder, rest assured, I will not actively seek trouble. However, should anyone wish to trouble me, I will ensure they regret it. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes that Sima Feng had attempted to seize his techniques. Such an offense could not go unpunished. While he appreciated the elder's intervention, if Sima Feng dared to provoke him again, Lin Yu would not hesitate to eliminate him. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the elder shook his head, letting out a sigh. He understood that this matter was far from over, but it was no longer his concern. You have indeed chosen these two techniques. The elder's gaze fell upon the two martial arts in Lin Yu's hands. Surprise etched across his features. Is there a problem? Lin Yu asked. The elder replied, the techniques you have chosen are extraordinary. The Nine Heavens indestructible sword technique possesses immense offensive power, yet due to its overwhelming force, many practitioners cannot control it, often leading to their destruction. It is perilous. As for the ancient profound sky technique, it is even more dangerous. Although it is a celestial level technique, it is incomplete. It is well known that those who practice incomplete techniques often fall into madness or even self-detonate. The risks are exceedingly high, which is why few dare to take on the ancient profound sky technique. Your choice of these two techniques truly astonishes me. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, I merely feel that these two techniques suit me well. The elder scrutinized Lin Yu. While both techniques possess tremendous power, the risks are equally significant. Since you have chosen them, you must exercise extreme caution. Otherwise, even if you grow stronger, you may ultimately meet your demise. I understand. Thank you, elder. Lin Yu nodded, recognizing that the elder's intentions were for his benefit. Very well. You may go. I look forward to your future developments within the Wind and Cloud Academy, the elder said with a smile as he regarded Lin Yu. Indeed, Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu responded with a soft acknowledgement before turning to depart. As he gazed at Lin Yu's receding figure, the old man's eyes flickered momentarily before he ultimately shook his head. Subsequently, Lin Yu exited the Sutra Pavilion. Upon leaving, he noticed that the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion was now deserted. Sun Yun, who had accompanied him, had mysteriously departed. Lin Yu paid it no mind and proceeded towards the training room. The path from the Sutra Pavilion to the training room was somewhat lengthy, and Lin Yu was not in haste to return. Instead, he wished to take a leisurely stroll and enjoy the scenery of Fengyun Academy. Having been at the academy for a while, he had yet to truly appreciate its beauty. Now seemed like the perfect opportunity to do so. It must be said that Fengyun Academy, as a renowned cultivation sanctuary of the Tianfeng Kingdom, boasted remarkably picturesque views, with stunning landscapes almost everywhere one looked. Additionally, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant. Previously, while cultivating in Lingyun City, Linyu had felt that the spiritual energy there was already quite potent. However, compared to Fengyun Academy, the two were not even on the same level. Linyu sensed that the spiritual energy of Fengyun Academy was at least 10 times, if not more, than that of Lingyun City. No wonder everyone was eager to enter Fengyun Academy to cultivate. The environment and resources for cultivation here were far beyond what those small cities could offer. After wandering around the outskirts of Fengyun Academy for an unnoticeable length of time, he realized that it was already well into the afternoon. Feeling that it was time to return to his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a mysterious aura manifesting behind him. Upon detecting this strange presence, Lin Yu's brows slightly furrowed, but he chose to ignore it and continued walking forward. After nearly half an hour, as he entered a dense forest, the aura still lingered behind him. Lin Yu's expression turned cold as he halted his steps. "Come out," he said, fixing his gaze on a massive tree behind him. The surroundings were silent, devoid of any sound. After waiting for several breaths and still receiving no response, Lin Yu coldly remarked, "What? Are you not coming out? Do I need to invite you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure emerged from behind a large tree. "Kid, you actually managed to discover me," the newcomer said, somewhat surprised as he looked at Lin Yu. "It's you," Lin Yu replied, his expression icy upon recognizing the figure before him. The young man in purple who had previously contested him for martial techniques in the Sutra Pavilion, Sima Feng. "So, it's me surprised?" Sima Feng sneered. "Cut the nonsense. Why are you following me?" Lin Yu retorted coldly, that a glint of malice flashed in Sima Feng's eyes as he coldly replied, "You little beast, you stole my techniques and caused me to be unable to enter the Sutra Pavilion for a year. What do you think I'm doing following you? So, you still wish to seize my techniques?" Lin Yu said icily that I not only want those 2 techniques, but I also want your life that I end Fengyun Academy. No one dares to oppose me. You, a mere waste, dare to steal from me and hinder my access to the Sutra Pavilion. Today, you shall die." Sima Feng declared fiercely, his entire being radiating a strong desire to kill. Within Fengyun Academy, he had never suffered such a significant loss. This mere waste, who was only at the star spirit level, had managed to inflict such a blow on him. He could not accept it. Lin Yu's expression remained frigid. "The techniques were rightfully mine to begin with. That as for your inability to enter the Sutra Pavilion, that is your own doing. That it has nothing to do with me. You should have avoided seeking me out. Since you have, then it is perfect. I was just looking for an opportunity to end you. Arrogant." Sima Feng bellowed, fixing his gaze on Lin Yu. "With your strength, you dare to think of killing me? As a waste at the star spirit level, I could crush you with a mere finger. Is that so? You seem quite confident." Lin Yu mocked with a cold smile. "Humph. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand. I will let you witness what a true genius is," he proclaimed. With that, Sima Feng leapt forward, swiftly charging at Lin Yu, that he moved with incredible speed, almost instantaneously appearing before Lin Yu. And with a single punch, he unleashed a power that fused all surrounding spiritual energy into 1.8 Desolation's demon vanquishing palm. As Sima Feng's punch approached, a sharp glimmer passed through Lin Yu's eyes, and he met it with an open palm. The collision of fist and palm erupted in a tremendous sound, sending waves of force radiating outward. Trees within a radius of several hundred meters were shattered into splinters. The impact caused Lin Yu to stumble back several meters. Across from him, Sima Feng grinned maliciously. "You little beast, with your pitiful strength. You dare to confront me? You must be tired of living. Today you will die." With that, Sima Feng leapt once more, charging towards Lin Yu in a swift movement. He appeared before Lin Yu again, gathering his internal spiritual energy for another palm strike. Mystic Void Palm. A golden palm imprint coalesced in the air, forcefully crashing down towards Lin Yu. What powerful strength! Lin Yu's pupils contracted as he recognized Sima Feng's prowess from the mere power of these 2 attacks. It was evident that Sima Feng's strength far surpassed that of Zhao Tian, whom Lin Yu had previously defeated. Zhao Tian was at the 2nd level of the Star Master realm, indicating that Sima Feng's strength was above that level. The golden palm imprint bore down rapidly. Dodge! Lin Yu's figure flickered, narrowly evading the attack. Just as he moved aside, Sima Feng's palm smashed into the ground where Lin Yu had just stood. Boom! The ground trembled violently, creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep from the force of the impact. With each successive attack, Sima Feng's power grew more formidable. "Waste, you run quite fast, and I want to see just how far you can escape," Sima Feng said coldly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression remained icy. "You talk too much that a Star Master level warrior cannot even kill a mere star spirit like me in 2 moves. If I were you, I would have already smashed my head against a wall in shame." "Shut your mouth," Sima Feng roared, pointing at Lin Yu. "Just now, I was merely toying with you. Do you really think I cannot kill you? Now, I will ensure you die." His words fell. Sima Feng began to form hand seals, and with each motion, sword lights began to manifest around him, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Dozens of sword lights circled his body, radiating an overwhelming sword intent. Breakthrough sword technique, annihilate. As the sword lights reached their peak intensity, Sima Feng unleashed a fierce shout, directing the multitude of sword lights towards Lin Yu. Each sword light contained formidable power, locking on a Lin Yu's form. Under the assault of these dozens of sword lights, Lin Yu felt utterly immobilized. What a powerful sword technique, Lin Yu thought to himself. The sword technique Sima Feng unleashed was evidently a high-level martial art. Otherwise, it would not possess such immense power that in an instant, the sword lights were upon Lin Yu. Frostbite. As the sword lights approached, Lin Yu began to channel the power of his Frost Star Soul. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, an immense force of frost surrounded him, freezing the entire area within several hundred meters. Even the sword lights unleashed by Sima Feng were encased in ice, rendered immobile in midair. How is this possible? Sima Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his formidable breakthrough sword technique frozen in place. The breakthrough sword technique was a peak-level martial art, renowned for its destructive power. He had always been able to defeat even Star Spirit-level warriors of the 4th and 5th realms with it. Yet now, his sword lights had been completely immobilized. How can this kid possess such powerful frost energy? Frost Slash! At that moment, Lin Yu bellowed once more, summoning a long sword of ice in front of him. With the icy sword in hand, Lin Yu swung it downward, unleashing a torrent of ice sword energy towards Sima Feng. Not good! Sima Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he rapidly formed hand seals, summoning a golden defensive shield that enveloped him entirely. Golden Light Shield. This was his most powerful defensive technique, and no one within the same rank could break through it. Boom! The icy sword energy collided fiercely with the Golden Light Shield, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. Sima Feng's face paled from the impact, yet he laughed maniacally. "You little beast, my Golden Light Shield is forged from spiritual energy gathered within a kilometer radius. Even someone several ranks above me cannot break it, let alone you. You are incapable of breaking through my Golden Light Shield, let alone defeating me. You simply lack the ability." Sima Feng, brimming with arrogance, laughed as his voice echoed throughout the dense forest. Lin Yu stood firmly on the ground, his gaze cold as it swept over the golden defensive shield, saying, "Do you truly believe that I cannot shatter your shell? Just by your own strength?" Sima Feng scoffed, replying, "Do not speak of just one of you. Even if 10 of you combined, you would still be incapable of breaching my golden light defense. You have not the capacity, you worthless fool." Chapter 46. The Sima Clan, Azure Dragon Technique. Just as Sima Feng's words faded, suddenly, from within Lin Yu, surged forth an Azure Dragon. The dragon was exceedingly domineering, twisting and coiling in the air, emanating a terrifying power. With a thunderous shout from Lin Yu, the Azure Dragon charged ferociously towards Sima Feng. The dragon, dozens of meters in length, was a force of destruction that in an instant, it was upon Sima Feng. With a deafening crash, the Azure Dragon struck the golden defensive shield with immense force. Crack! As the dragon first collided with the shield, a sharp cracking sound resonated, and a fissure appeared upon the shield. How is this possible? Sima Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. His golden light shield, forged from his utmost spiritual energy, had actually cracked. Boom! In the next moment, the Azure Dragon struck down once more. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed, and the fissure on the shield widened. Boom! Following that came the third impact. With the third strike from the Azure Dragon, the golden light shield shattered explosively. As it fragmented, the Azure Dragon directly slammed into Sima Feng. Struck head-on by the Azure Dragon, Sima Feng spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. He was propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as a sheet. How could this be? How could this happen? Lying on the ground, Sima Feng was gravely injured, his face ghostly pale. His spiritual energy in disarray, unable to rise. His eyes were filled with shock. This mere boy at the Star Spirit realm had grievously wounded him. He was a Star Master at the 3rd level. With such a significant gap in their realms, how could he have been injured? Who on earth are you? Sima Feng's gaze fixated on Lin Yu as he bellowed fiercely. Lin Yu's expression was icy as he approached Sima Feng, declaring, "Who am I? Do you even deserve to know? Sima Feng, I have no enmity with you, yet you sought to seize my techniques and aim to kill me. Trash like you truly deserves to die. Today, you will learn the consequences of provoking me." With that, a powerful aura of murderous intent surged from his being. What do you intend to do? Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Yu, Sima Feng's face turned ashen. He realized the gravity of his situation. This boy intended to kill him. Of course, I intend to eliminate you. You are unworthy of existence. Lin Yu replied coldly to no. Sima Feng shouted in desperation. You cannot kill me. Do you know who I am? If you slay me, you will not live for more than 3 days. His voice was almost a shriek. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his cold demeanor unwavering. Another one threatening me. Even if you were the king of heaven, it would make no difference. You shall still meet your end today. As his words fell, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! His palm slammed into Sima Feng's head, obliterating it in an instant. Sima Feng is dead. Ding! Extracted 3-fold Star Master, gained 4,600 energy points. The system's voice echoed as Sima Feng's demise was processed. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded indifferently upon hearing the system's notification. Energy points were significantly increased after reaching the Star Master realm. Killing a Star Master easily yielded over 4,000 energy points that he believed he had accumulated a substantial amount by now. Once he returned, he would check how many energy points he had. If memory served, accumulating 10,000 energy points would allow him to exchange for higher-level martial arts, techniques, and other treasures that he should be nearing that threshold. Subsequently, Lin Yu ignited Sima Feng's corpse in flames. Unbeknownst to him, as the fire consumed the body, a wisp of green light silently emerged from Sima Feng's remains, disappearing without a trace at that moment. In Tianfeng City, within the grand hall of the Sima family, a meeting was underway with core members of the Sima clan present. Suddenly, a wisp of green light flew in through the window. Crack! Instantly, a green jade pendant hanging on the wall shattered. Whose soul pendant is that? Upon seeing the shattered soul pendant, Sima Quangtian, the patriarch of the Sima family, immediately rose, exclaiming loudly. The entire wall was adorned with pendants, each representing a member of the Sima clan. That a soul pendant was intrinsically linked to its owner, only shattering upon their death. The shattering of a pendant indicated that a member of the Sima family had perished. A young man rushed over to pick up the broken soul pendant, and upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, his expression changed dramatically. Patriarch, it is Sima Feng's soul pendant. What? Upon hearing this, every face in the hall shifted in shock, with several members rising to their feet. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sima Quangtian's face twisted with rage. How could Sima Feng's soul pendant suddenly shatter? What has happened to him? A senior member of the Sima family spoke solemnly. The soul pendant is connected to its owner. It only shatters upon the owner's death. Sima Feng's soul pendant is shattered, indicating he must already be dead. This is impossible, Sima Quangtian retorted fiercely. Sima Feng is a direct descendant of my Sima family, his blood flowing pure within him. Who would dare to kill him in the entirety of Tianfeng Nation? Who would have the audacity to slay a member of the Sima family under our noses? Another elder added, It has been years since a member of the Sima family was slain outside. Who could possess such boldness to kill a core member of our clan? Sima Quangtian pondered for a moment, then coldly stated, if I recall correctly, Sima Feng should be cultivating at Fengyan Academy. Yes, Patriarch Sima Feng is currently a disciple at Fengyan Academy, engaged in his training there, the elder confirmed. Then it follows that the one who killed Sima Feng must undoubtedly be from Fengyan Academy. Can we extract information about the perpetrator from his soul pendant? Sima Quangtian inquired. That I will give it a try. The elder infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the shattered soul pendant. Soon after, a fragmented and unclear image projected itself from the pendant, depicting Sima Feng's chaotic memories before his demise. The members of the Sima family in the hall stared intently at the image in the air. The scene revealed a dense forest, and gradually, a figure emerged within it. Chapter 47. The system shop.it was a young man clad in black. Appearing to be around 20 years old, he stood within the forest. His gaze icy, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. Directly opposite him lay the corpse of Sima Feng. "That's him." A voice rang out. "This is the brat who killed Sima Feng." Sima Quantian's expression turned extremely grim as he fixed his gaze on the figure of the black-clad youth on the screen. "Does anyone recognize who this brat is?" The hall fell into a heavy silence, no one daring to speak. Sima Quantian snorted coldly. "Anyone who can enter Fengyan Academy is generally a genius. How is it that none of you recognize him?" A young man from below spoke up. "Patriarch, I am also training at Fengyan Academy, and I am familiar with nearly everyone from the lower, middle, and upper academies, but I have never seen this person before. He does not appear to be from Fengyan Academy." "Nonsense. If he were not from Fengyan Academy, how could he be there? Do you think the old fools at Fengyan Academy are blind?" Sima Quantian snapped. "He must be a newcomer who just entered the academy. Otherwise, I would have known him. I understand now." At that moment, a young man clad in blue, standing at the back of the hall, shouted, "Patriarch, esteemed elders. I know who this brat is, Sima Ge. Who is this person?" Sima Quantian immediately fixed his gaze upon the young man clad in blue. Within the grand hall, the eyes of all present were similarly drawn to the blue-clad youth, who was none other than Sima Ge, as they awaited his response. Feeling the weight of so many stares, Sima Ge felt a twinge of anxiety. He swallowed hard before speaking. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, the individual depicted in the image is named Lin Yu. He is the champion of the recent Fengyan conference, and I encountered him during the event." The revelation of Lin Yu as the champion of the Fengyan conference stunned everyone in the hall. Sima Quantian's pupils constricted momentarily. In the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "That I care not whether he is the champion or something else. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Sima family is courting death. Now that we are aware of his identity, it simplifies matters. Sima Ge, promptly inform our kin within the Fengyan Academy to spare no effort in eliminating Lin Yu, that I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." "Understood." Sima Ge nodded. The others in the grand hall surveyed Lin Yu's image, each face brimming with murderous intent. The Sima family had endured for many years in the Tianfeng kingdom, and never had anyone dared to provoke them. Lin Yu was destined to die. Meanwhile, in the depths of Fengyan Academy's forest, Lin Yu had returned to his training chamber. Once seated cross-legged on the ground, he felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelid. "How strange. Why is my eyelid twitching? Could it be a portent of something about to transpire?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, the twitching having commenced after he had slain Sima Feng. Could it be related to Sima Feng? There were no witnesses to my act in that secluded place. After a moment of contemplation, unable to discern the reason, Lin Yu shook his head to dispel the thoughts. "Never mind. I shall focus on my training for now." With a silent determination, he accessed the system to check his energy value. Over the recent period, he had amassed a considerable amount of energy. He was eager to discover the total. Energy value, 123,000. The system provided a figure, over 100,000. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Yu's eyes. Based on his previous knowledge, surpassing 100,000 energy points would allow him to exchange for higher-tier treasures. Subsequently, Lin Yu opened the system shop, where he was greeted by an array of treasures, martial arts techniques, combat skills, elixirs, and more. However, this was merely the basic tier of the system shop, and all treasures available were of relatively low rank. "I must unlock a higher-tier system shop," Lin Yu declared. "Received. The third-tier system shop has been unlocked. Please proceed with your exchanges." The system's voice echoed in his mind. The third-tier system shop. Curiosity sparked in Lin Yu's eyes as he wondered what treasures awaited him there. Upon entering the third-tier system shop, Lin Yu was met with a plethora of items. Elixirs, combat skills, spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, and talismans, all available in abundance. Lin Yu scrutinized the ranks of these items. The previous first and second-tier shops had only offered the most basic yellow-tier spiritual weapons and techniques, as well as first-grade elixirs, essentially worthless. The third-tier shop, however, promised greater value that he scanned the shop thoroughly. Supreme-grade martial art, Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique, 5,000 energy points. Third grade Xinming Pill, 6,000 energy points. Supreme grade Spiritual Weapon. Tiangang Sword, 6,000 energy points. Supreme grade Explosive Talisman, 8,000 energy points. After surveying the third-tier shop for a while, Lin Yu realized that most of the items were of the Xian grade, with very few surpassing that rank. The treasures in the third-tier shop seemed of little use to him. Surely, the fourth-tier shop would hold Earth grade or even Heaven grade treasures. How much energy is required to unlock the fourth-tier system shop? Lin Yu inquired. 500,000 energy points are needed to unlock the fourth-tier system shop. Came the system's response, 500,000. Lin Yu frowned. He currently possessed only 100,000 energy points. Far from the required amount, that it appears I must expedite my efforts to gather energy points, he mused. The items in the third-tier shop were of little utility, and he anticipated that the fourth, fifth, or even higher-tier shops would contain superior treasures. However, for now, he lacked the experience to unlock them. Reluctantly, he decided not to waste the 100,000 energy points he had. After careful consideration, he exchanged his points for an Earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Ling Tian Sword. This sword was the sole Earth-grade spiritual weapon available within the third-tier shop. Though it was merely an inferior Earth-grade spiritual weapon, its tier was significant enough to be considered high-ranking even in the entire northern region. As Lin Yu understood, typical martial artists of the Star Master level only wielded Xin-grade weapons. Only elders of certain sects and family patriarchs had access to Earth-grade weapons. Clearly, the status of Earth-grade weapons was not to be underestimated. This Ling Tian sword possesses commendable power. With it, my combat capabilities will surely advance further. Lin Yu murmured. He then closed his eyes and began his cultivation, dedicating an entire week to his training. During this week, Lin Yu immersed himself in mastering 2 combat skills obtained from the Scripture Pavilion: the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique and the Ancient Heavenly Art. Both techniques were formidable offensive martial arts. The Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique comprised 9 swords, each more powerful than the last, capable of unleashing cataclysmic force when all 9 were summoned. After 7 days of practice, Lin Yu was able to summon 6 sword rays. Their power already formidable, in the depths of Fengyun Academy's forest, he shouted, Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique. As he activated the technique, 6 swords, each radiating distinct glows, swirled around him, each imbued with immense sword intent. Annihilate, he commanded, releasing all 6 sword rays toward a small mountain ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 sword rays struck the mountain, obliterating it into dust. The entire space reverberated with the force of the impact. What incredible power! Lin Yu marveled, astonished by the devastation wrought upon the mountain. The might of these 6 swords was nothing short of terrifying. Even Star Masters at the 3rd or 4th level would struggle to withstand such force. If merely 6 sword rays wielded such destructive power, how formidable would the 7th, 8th, and 9th be? The thought was nearly incomprehensible. It was known that the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique's power was cumulative. The later swords bore exponentially greater strength. Indeed, with the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique, my combat prowess will see a significant boost, Lin Yu mused. In addition to the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique, he had also mastered the Ancient Heavenly Art, which surpassed the former in power, as it was a heavenly-grade martial skill. The might of heavenly-grade techniques was beyond that of earth-grade skills, concentrating all energy into a single point for a devastating strike. After a week of diligent practice, Lin Yu had nearly mastered the Ancient Heavenly Art. He could sense its terrifying power, far exceeding that of the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique. Excellent, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With both the Ancient Heavenly Art and the Nine Heavens Immortal Sword Technique in his arsenal, he felt capable of dispatching low-tier Star Masters in an instant and could stand his ground even against formidable opponents. In summary, Lin Yu had reaped tremendous rewards from his efforts. Just then, the system notification chimed, indicating a new task had been updated. Task: enter the Fengyun ranking. Deadline: half a month to AT. That moment, Lin Yu was taken aback. Has the task been updated? Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Yu's gaze. This was indeed a fortuitous development. By completing the task, he stood to gain a plethora of rewards, as well as energy points. His previous endeavor at the Wind and Cloud Conference had yielded considerable benefits. Now, with another task presenting itself, he anticipated a similarly rewarding outcome. However, What exactly was this wind and cloud ranking? Lin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity, as he had not heard of it before and resolved to inquire about it at a later time. Lin, my brother, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu retracted his aura and turned to see a figure approaching from behind. That it was none other than Zhuge Qing. Lin, it appears you are indeed here, Zhuge Qing said with a smile as he approached. I heard a tremendous commotion and surmised that someone was cultivating here. Given the magnitude of the noise, it could only be you, so I came to investigate. To my surprise, it truly is you. Your ears are quite perceptive. Do you require something from me? Lin Yu inquired. Zhuge Qing chuckled. It's been a while since we last met, so I thought I would come to have a chat, strengthen our bond, and, in addition, take you to an intriguing place. What kind of place? Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. An exceptionally interesting one. I assure you will be captivated. Come along, Zhuge Qing replied, already pulling Lin Yu along. Though Lin Yu felt a sense of resignation, he found himself being led away by Zhuge Qing. Initially, he had assumed that Zhuge Qing would take him to a location within the Wind and Cloud Academy. But to his astonishment, they exited the academy entirely and ventured into Tianfeng City. Lin Yu had visited Tianfeng City previously, having strolled about upon his initial arrival. The city was vast and densely populated. During that visit, he had spent the better part of a day, yet barely covered a fraction of its expanse. As evening descended, the streets of Tianfeng City were bustling with pedestrians, a veritable sea of faces. Zhuge Qing strode forward without pause, leaving Lin Yu perplexed. Zhuge Qing, where exactly are you taking me? Lin Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhuge Qing grinned, a splendid place. You shan't be disappointed that we shall arrive shortly. With that, he continued onward, undeterred. Lin Yu cast a glance at Zhuge Qing's retreating figure, shaking his head in bemusement, unsure of what scheme lay beneath his friend's intentions. After a lengthy walk, they soon found themselves entering a narrow alleyway lined with bustling stalls. Each vendor offered a variety of goods, martial arts techniques, elixirs, spiritual treasures, and numerous other trinkets, many of which Lin Yu had never encountered before. It was a veritable bazaar, renowned throughout Tianfeng City. This is the famous marketplace. Zhuge Qing remarked. At a marketplace. Lin Yu echoed, intrigued. Indeed, it is a marketplace where anyone can sell their surplus items. With a stroke of luck, one might secure a good price. Many come here to find hidden gems among the eclectic offerings. As the vendors hail from all corners of the world, and some may unknowingly possess treasures. There have even been instances where individuals unearthed a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon for less than 100 spirit stones. Zhuge Qing explained with admiration. 100 spirit stones? A heavenly-grade weapon? Surely you jest. Lin Yu replied incredulously. Did you not dismiss it too readily? It is indeed true. The seller was oblivious to the weapon's true nature, mistaking it for worthless junk. Only after the purchase was made did the buyer realize the weapon's exceptional power, later identifying it as a heavenly-grade item. Thus, it is certainly possible to strike gold here. Depending on one's fortune, Zhuge Qing elaborated. Very well, Lin Yu nodded. Though he remained unconvinced, he held little interest in the marketplace, doubting his luck in uncovering a treasure amidst the odds, which seemed minuscule at best. He thought it better to devote his time to cultivation. So, after all this, our destination is merely here. Of course not. We are merely passing through. The true destination lies ahead, Zhuge Qing clarified, continuing onward. Lin Yu followed him, determined to discover Zhuge Qing's true intentions. After a couple of minutes' walk, a mysterious aura suddenly wafted from a nearby stall. What is that? Lin Yu wondered, turning his gaze toward the left side of the alley. There, at a stall, an elderly man stood, his eyes clouded with blindness. Before him lay a rusty dagger, approximately 10 centimeters in length. That appeared to be an utterly ordinary dagger, marred by rust and debris. As Lin Yu crouched down to examine the dagger closely, he sensed that the mysterious aura emanated from it. Despite its mundane appearance, he felt an inexplicable connection to this seemingly ordinary weapon. He employed his spiritual energy to probe further, yet detected nothing unusual. How curious! Why did I feel such a powerful and mysterious force from this dagger? Lin Yu pondered, bewildered. It appears so ordinary. Could it be an illusion? Young lad, are you interested in that dagger? The old man suddenly spoke. Lin Yu glanced at the blind vendor and asked, What is this dagger, and how much do you want for it? The blade of the abyss. 500 spirit stones, the old man replied, extending 5 fingers. 500. Are you trying to rob me? This rusty piece of junk isn't even worth 50 spirit stones, yet you demand 500? Zhuge Qing exclaimed in disbelief. The old man maintained a calm demeanor. This blade of the abyss is a divine artifact. 500 spirit stones is a modest price. Were it not for my own difficulties, I would not part with it. Enough with your nonsense. Are you trying to swindle my brother? Zhuge Qing waved his hands dismissively. Lin, let us go. This rusty dagger is of no use that I will gift you a fine one another day. Lin Yu cast a discerning glance at the old man, that I will take this dagger. 500 spirit stones, correct? Here you go. That he handed the old man the required amount. The old man's vacant eyes twitched slightly, and he chuckled dryly. Young man, your discernment is commendable. Take it, and may this blade of the abyss serve you well. Thank you. Lin Yu nodded, grasping the dagger and preparing to depart. Zhuge Qing looked perplexed. Lin, why would you spend 500 spirit stones on such a piece of trash? It's evident the old man is trying to deceive you. Lin Yu chose not to explain himself, that he had an instinct that the blade of the abyss was not as simple as it appeared. Even if it turned out to be worthless, losing 500 spirit stones was a minor setback. It was hardly a significant loss. Let us go, Lin Yu said, clutching the blade of the abyss as he made to leave. Boy, put down that dagger, a voice called from behind, just as Lin Yu was about to exit. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu turned to find a young man in a red robe standing behind him, flanked by a middle-aged man. Who are you? Lin Yu demanded, locking eyes with the red-robed youth. The youth replied, Who I am is of no concern to you. Hand over that dagger, and you may leave unharmed. On what grounds? Lin Yu retorted coldly, that I purchased this dagger with my own money. Why should I relinquish it? The red-robed youth's tone remained icy. What you paid is irrelevant, that I will offer you double the amount. 1,000 spirit stones. Take the stones and depart without further ado. With that, he tossed a pouch of spirit stones at Lin Yu's feet. Lin Yu scoffed, Are you out of your mind? I paid for this item. Why would I give it to you? Not only am I not selling it for double, but I wouldn't part with it for 10 times that amount. Farewell. Having spoken, Lin Yu turned and strode away. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the young man in the crimson robe flickered and instantly appeared before him. Boy, do not provoke me. This dagger is mine for the taking. Hand over the spirit stones and leave quietly. Or do not blame me for being ungracious, the red-robed youth declared sternly. What? Do you intend to rob me? Lin Yu's expression darkened ominously, that I have never given away what I have acquired. If you wish to steal it, then by all means try. Lin Yu sensed that his luck was rather poor, as he often encountered fools during his outings. There was no need for lengthy discourse with such individuals. It was far simpler to eliminate them. The red-robed youth's gaze hardened, and he was about to make a move when suddenly a figure intervened, positioning himself before Lin Yu Del I Xianfeng. Lin Yu is my friend, that it would be rather unbecoming of you to seize my friend's belongings. The speaker was Zhuge Qing, who cast a cold glance at the young man in crimson. I was wondering who it was. So, it is you, Zhuge Qing. You claim this boy is your friend? The red-robed youth raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhuge Qing confirmed. The red-robed youth erupted into laughter. Zhuge Qing, you truly are becoming increasingly pitiful, associating with a lowly commoner. Your Zhuge family is one of the 4 great clans of Tianfeng Kingdom, and yet you choose to befriend a low-born scoundrel. How utterly disgraceful. I feel embarrassed for you. Zhuge Qing replied coldly, Whom I choose to befriend is my own affair, and it is none of your concern. Do you not fear the royal family's retribution for causing a disturbance here? Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, the red-robed youth's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 50. The auction venue recently, the regulations in Tianfeng City had tightened considerably, especially for the noble youths who were not permitted to act recklessly within the city. Otherwise, their entire family could suffer the consequences. While it was unlikely to lead to significant trouble, attracting the royal family's attention could indeed be quite troublesome. With this thought, the red-robed youth snorted coldly. Very well, Zhuge Qing, I shall spare this boy for your sake today. However, boy, you would do well to behave yourself in Tianfeng City, that it would be best if we do not cross paths again. For if we do, you shall find your demise quite unpleasant. Leaving these harsh words behind, the red-robed youth turned to depart. Finally, he was gone as the crimson-clad figure vanished. Those around them collectively exhaled in relief. What a scoundrel! Brother Lin, you need not stoop to his level. This Li Xianfeng has always been a tyrant in Tianfeng City, looking down on everyone that I do not know what madness possessed him today to seek trouble with you. Zhuge Qing remarked. Who is he? Is he also a noble? Lin Yu coldly surveyed the retreating figure of Li Xianfeng. Indeed, he hails from the Li family, one of the 4 great clans of Tianfeng City. Moreover, the Li family currently ranks first among them, which is why he can act so brazenly without fear of repercussions, Zhuge Qing explained, shaking his head with a sigh. The Li family. Lin Yu's eyes turned icy. He had already encountered all 4 great clans of Tianfeng City. The Zhuge family, the Shangguan family, the Sima family, and the Li family that it now appeared that, aside from Zhuge Qing, the others from the 3 clans were not particularly virtuous. He had, to some extent, already forged enmities with members of these 3 families. However, it mattered little to him. Lin Yu was unconcerned. Not only the 3 families, but even the royal family of Tianfeng Kingdom would pose no threat to him. Should they seek to trouble him, he would respond with the same deadly force. Had it not been for Zhuge Qing's intervention, he would have certainly made Li Xianfeng pay a price today. All right, let us proceed. We are almost there, Zhuge Qing said to them. Lin Yu nodded, and they continued onward. After walking another 200 meters, they reached the end of the alley. At the alley's terminus stood a stone door, flanked by 2 guards. Who goes there? The guard on the left inquired. Zhuge Qing produced a jade pendant from his robe and displayed it to the guards. Please enter, the guards responded respectfully after seeing the pendant, stepping aside to allow them passage. Upon entering through the stone door, they found themselves in a long, dark corridor, filled with a sense of oppression. Lin Yu grew increasingly curious about the mysterious location to which Zhuge Qing was leading him. After 100 meters, the corridor ended, and they turned a corner, revealing a vast and expansive space before them. What is this place? Lin Yu gasped in astonishment at the sight of the enormous circular venue filled with seats. With a circular podium positioned at its center, the entire hall was already packed with attendees, numbering in the thousands. This is an auction, Zhuge Qing replied succinctly. An auction. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Indeed, auctions were renowned throughout the continent, with every city hosting its own auction house. The items typically auctioned were treasures of considerable value, drawing many to participate in the hopes of acquiring coveted artifacts. Although Lin Yu had heard of auctions before, he had never witnessed one firsthand. He was astonished that the place Zhuge Qing had brought him to was an auction. Why have you brought me to this auction? Lin Yu asked. Zhuge Qing spoke earnestly. The Linglang auction house we have come to is the largest in all of Tianfeng Kingdom, and it has a certain renown even in the northern territories. I have heard that several treasures will be auctioned today, so I thought it prudent to bring you along to witness it. What treasures? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. That, I do not yet know, that we will find out once we enter. If you happen to encounter something that catches your fancy, you may also bid for it, Zhuge Qing replied with a smile. Very well. Lin Yu nodded, his curiosity now piqued. He was eager to see what level of treasures would be auctioned. The 2 of them then found a seat amidst the throng of people, all of whom were densely packed and many of whom wore masks, seemingly wishing to conceal their identities. After approximately half an hour, the hall was filled to capacity, and a hush fell over the crowd. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a red qipao ascended the podium at the center of the venue. She appeared to be in her 20s, with long flowing hair, a graceful figure, exquisite features, and an air of elegance, truly a paragon of beauty. Standing at the center of the podium, the woman smiled slightly and addressed the audience. Welcome to the auction held by Linglang Auction House. I am your host for today, Xiaoyan. Now, I shall outline the rules of this auction. There will be a total of 10 items auctioned today, and all present may place bids. The highest bidder will secure the item. Additionally, fighting within the auction hall is strictly prohibited. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, no one may engage in combat here, or they shall face the consequences laid out by our auction house. I trust everyone will keep this in mind. Now, without further ado, let the auction commence. We shall begin with the first item. The first item up for bid is the Fire Spirit Armor. With that, a servant brought forth a set of fiery red battle armor, radiating an aura of flame. The host pointed to the crimson armor and began to elaborate. This Fire Spirit Armor is a high-grade spiritual artifact of the Xian level, specifically designed for defense. It is forged from the essence of fiery magma, possessing formidable fiery strength. Not only does it offer exceptional defensive capabilities, but it also harbors a degree of fiery offensive power, making it a balanced piece of equipment. Upon hearing the host's explanation, many in the audience displayed expressions of awe, hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated on the fire spirit armor, filled with longing. To think that the first item auction would be a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, it was evident that the standards of this auction were indeed elevated. Lin Yu mused silently. While a high-grade spiritual artifact was not particularly remarkable, a high-grade defensive artifact was something altogether fearsome. Chapter 51. Ancient treasures. Spiritual artifacts are generally divided into two categories, defensive and offensive types. Commonly found on the continent, offensive artifacts are much easier to forge and are thus abundant. In contrast, defensive artifacts are significantly more challenging to create, making them rare. Consequently, when a defensive artifact appears, it invariably becomes the target of fierce competition among martial artists. The value of a high-grade defensive artifact can far surpass that of an exceptional offensive artifact of the same grade. Hence, it was no surprise that the audience was so excited upon seeing the fire spirit armor. Isn't it remarkable? At this moment, beside him, Zhuge Qing chuckled. I have long asserted that this auction is of exceptionally high caliber. The first item is a premium defensive spirit artifact of the Xian grade. The treasures that follow are sure to be even more remarkable. Lin Yu nodded faintly in agreement. At that juncture, the host announced from above, the auction officially commences now. With an opening bid of 3,000 spirit stones, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000, the host called out the base price. Numerous attendees below immediately began to bid for the price of the fire spirit armor, which soared rapidly. In just a few rounds of bidding, the fire spirit armor had already reached a staggering 13,000 spirit stones. Lin Yu mused to himself, these individuals are truly affluent to call out such a high price for the very first item. Ultimately, the fire spirit armor was purchased by a man clad in black for 15,000 spirit stones. Now for the second item of the auction, a third-tier medicinal pill, the Spirit Surge Pill. After the fire spirit armor, the host once again produced a wooden box. Inside the box lay a round, plump pill. The moment it was unveiled, an incredibly rich aroma of medicine permeated the entire venue. It was indeed a third-tier Spirit Surge Pill. To his astonishment, the second item up for bid was the highly coveted Spirit Surge Pill, a pill of great rarity and value, particularly useful for breaking through realms, significantly enhancing the success rate of such endeavors. Its refinement is quite challenging, and it seldom appears on the market. Who would have thought it would be featured in this auction? I must have this Spirit Surge Pill, many around him exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they fixed their eager gazes upon it. The effects of the Spirit Surge Pill are well known to all present, so I shall not elaborate further. The auction begins now. With a starting price of 2,000 spirit stones, the host declared 3,000. I bid 3,000. 6,000, 8,000, in an instant. Many attendees began to compete fiercely for the Spirit Surge Pill, with dozens of individuals participating in the bidding. It didn't take long for the price to escalate to 20,000, and after several rounds of intense bidding, the Spirit Surge Pill was ultimately sold for 24,000 spirit stones. Such a price for a third-tier pill was indeed substantial. It could only be expected that those seeking to break through to a higher realm would invest such a sum. Now, we shall commence the auction for the third item, the Floating Cloud Sword. Following the conclusion of the Spirit Surge Pill auction, the host presented a silvery long sword, radiating an exceptionally potent sword intent. Every attendee in the venue could distinctly feel the terrifying sword intent emanating from the blade. Holding the Floating Cloud Sword, the host proclaimed, this Floating Cloud Sword is a top-tier Xian-grade spirit artifact, crafted by the renowned master artifact smith, Uyazi. Its attack power is formidable. It is said that Uyazi originally intended to forge an Earth-grade spirit artifact, utilizing materials suitable for such a creation. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to achieve that and ultimately created this exquisite Xian-grade spirit artifact, the Floating Cloud Sword. Even so, the power of the Floating Cloud Sword far exceeds that of other top-tier Xian artifacts. The auction now officially begins. With an opening bid of 5,000 spirit stones, the host concluded a statement. The attendees erupted into a frenzy of bidding. Their interest in the Floating Cloud Sword was evidently far greater than that for the previous Spirit Surge Pill. 7,000, 10,000, 15,000, and I bid 20,000 spirit stones. The bidding continued unabated, and the price for the floating cloud sword rapidly approached 40,000 spirit stones. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Generally speaking, a Xian-grade spirit artifact would only command a price of around 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. Even for a top-tier one, yet here, the floating cloud sword had already reached 40,000 spirit stones, with bids still pouring in. This was a testament to its extraordinary value. After a series of more than 10 bids, the floating cloud sword was ultimately acquired for an astonishing 50,000 spirit stones, leaving Lin Yu astounded. They really are wealthy, casually spending tens of thousands of spirit stones, he murmured to himself. In comparison to these individuals, he felt like a pauper, his total wealth barely amounting to a few thousand spirit stones. Moreover, he had not made any concerted effort to amass spirit stones during this period. So his current funds were quite limited. In the following time, several more items were auctioned, each one a treasure in its own right, including high-grade demon beast cores, rare talismans, and even a fragment of a ground-tier martial technique. In summary, all were exceptionally precious items, attracting considerable interest from the audience. As the auction progressed, the items became increasingly rare and of higher grade. After 8 consecutive items had been auctioned off, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch, with everyone eagerly anticipating the next treasure. Now we begin the auction for the 9th item. At that moment, the host's voice rang out once more. The 9th item is a rather unique treasure, one that our auction house acquired by chance. Even our experts are unable to determine exactly what it is. However, one thing is certain. It is undoubtedly a rare treasure, passed down from ancient times. The host spoke with considerable gravity. What could it be? My curiosity is piqued, someone in the crowd remarked. Indeed, what is it? Let us see it. Another called out that a treasure from ancient times sounds extraordinary. Anything left from that era is typically of the highest caliber. This item must be exceptional. Hurry and show it to us. Upon hearing that it was a relic from ancient times, the crowd became exceedingly animated. It was said that during the ancient era, countless powerful individuals roamed the wind and cloud continent, a time when cultivation flourished, and anyone could attain supreme martial prowess. The ancient period also witnessed the emergence of some earth-shattering treasures, each possessing the power to devastate the world. However, for reasons unknown, all the experts from the ancient era vanished, and the treasures from that time were lost. Today, only a few relics from the ancient period remain, controlled by top-tier powerhouses. Whenever an artifact from ancient times appears, it inevitably becomes the object of contention among many. Thus, treasures from the ancient era are highly coveted on the continent, and their appearance invariably stirs up fierce competition. Now, to think that this auction house has an item passed down from ancient times has left everyone electrified. I never expected to encounter an ancient treasure. I must be fortunate indeed. I have never seen an artifact from that era, Zhuge Qing exclaimed beside him, equally exhilarated. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the host's platform, his own curiosity piqued regarding this ancient treasure. That moment, on the host platform, seeing the audience's interest fully engaged, the woman in a cheongsam smiled and said, "Very well, let us unveil this ancient treasure." With that, she waved her hand, and a person approached bearing a delicate jade box, exuding pure spiritual energy. Even before it was opened, one could distinctly feel the immense power radiating from within. The host took the jade box and slowly opened it. As the box was unveiled, the attendees beheld what lay inside. A round, glimmering orb, roughly the size of a fist, transparent and radiant, emanating a remarkably pure aura of spiritual energy. Upon its appearance, the spiritual energy within the entire venue surged several-fold, with some individuals even sensing their dantians beginning to circulate slowly. What is this? Such terrifying spiritual energy! The crowd was utterly astonished, their eyes fixated on the orb. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He too felt an immense spiritual force emanating from the orb, and upon absorbing this energy, his dantian began to operate, continuously drawing in the orb's spiritual essence. It felt as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. What an extraordinary force! This orb contains a power more potent than that of an entire spiritual vein. Truly incredible. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the orb, instantly realizing that this was undoubtedly a treasure of extraordinary significance. A true gem, and one that would greatly benefit him, that he vaguely sensed a mysterious connection forming between his body and this orb. This is remarkable, Lin Yu murmured to himself, beginning to take an interest in the gem before him. Above, the beautiful woman in a qipao announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 9th treasure of our auction, the Spirit Pearl. This extraordinary artifact has been passed down since ancient times, a mysterious treasure that our auction house acquired by chance for this event. I trust you can all sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within the Spirit Pearl that I shall not elaborate further. Let the auction commence. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones." As soon as the words left her lips, voices erupted from the crowd. 20,000. I bid 20,000. 40,000. I bid 40,000. I must have this Spirit Pearl. No one dare compete with me. I bid 60,000 spirit stones. This gem shall be mine. Bidders continued to call out, the competition fierce. With each increase by at least 10,000 spirit stones that I in the blink of an eye, the price had surged to 100,000, with eager voices still ringing out in the bustling auction hall. In less than a minute, the price had reached an astronomical figure of 140,000. After this leap, however, the number of bidders began to dwindle, for not everyone could afford such a vast sum of spirit stones. 150,000 at this moment, a voice rang out from the front. The crowd turned to see a young man in a red robe, and upon recognizing him, their expressions shifted slightly. That it was Li Xianfeng of the Li family. They hadn't anticipated him contending for the Spirit Pearl. One person whispered, "It's Li Xianfeng." He stood up, casting a casual glance around the room, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will take this Spirit Pearl, that I hope you will grant the Li family some face and refrain from competing with me. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." I Xuanfeng's words spread throughout the hall, and many who had intended to bid found their faces growing grim. The mere mention of the Li family, the foremost among the 4 great families of Tianfeng Kingdom, made it clear that opposing him would mean standing against the Li family itself. No one in Tianfeng Kingdom dared to challenge them. Thus, after Li Xianfeng spoke, none dared to bid against him. Seeing this unfold, a cold smile crept across Li Xuanfeng's face. The Spirit Pearl was as good as his. "Very well," the woman in the qipao continued. "MRDL, I has bid 150,000 spirit stones. That I ask there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" A profound silence fell over the hall, and no one spoke. 10 seconds remained to consider. "If no one else bids, then the Spirit Pearl will belong to Mr. Li." The qipao-clad beauty reiterated, but still, the hall remained muted. Disappointed, she shook her head and declared, "Since there are no further bids, the Spirit Pearl shall be awarded to Mr. Li. 160,000. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Though soft, it was distinctly heard by all that everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Who dared to challenge Li Xianfeng for the Spirit Pearl? They turned to see the speaker. A young man clad in white, appearing no older than 16 or 17, with a strikingly handsome visage and calm demeanor. Who is this young man? I don't recognize him. He doesn't appear to belong to one of the 4 great families. How audacious to challenge Li Xianfeng. Many whispered among themselves at that moment. The most astonished of all was Zhuge Qing, for the one who had just placed the bid was none other than Lin Yu. Sitting beside him, "Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Zhuge Qing asked, staring intently at Lin Yu. "As you can see, I am bidding for this Spirit Pearl." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly that he had decided upon seeing the Spirit Pearl that he would acquire it, and now felt the time was ripe to make his move. Chapter 53, The Auction of the Spirit Pearl. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhuge Qing was momentarily rendered speechless. "Lin, if I may be frank, do you have the funds? This Spirit Pearl, while quite exceptional, does not come cheaply. Do you possess such a wealth of spirit stones?" Though Lin Yu was exceptionally talented and possessed remarkable strength, his attire and circumstances suggested otherwise. Zhuge Qing couldn't help but doubt Lin Yu's financial capability, especially since he had previously displayed signs of poverty. Lin Yu responded calmly, "You needn't concern yourself with that. I have my ways." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing could only offer a wry smile. That it was clear from Lin Yu's tone that he indeed lacked the necessary funds. "Lin Yu, you are playing with fire, without the means to pay for the treasures of Linglang Pavilion. If you fail to settle the payment upon conclusion, they will undoubtedly deal with you harshly." However, as Lin Yu had already placed his bid, Zhuge Qing could do little but watch and wait. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng, upon noticing Lin Yu's challenge, felt an intense surge of murderous intent. "You again, you little scoundrel, you dared to snatch something I desired at the market, And now you wish to take my spirit pearl? Are you tired of living? Li Xianfeng seethed with rage. Yet Lin Yu appeared unfazed, maintaining a remarkably tranquil demeanor. This gentleman has bid 160,000 spirit stones. Did I ask there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The woman in the qipao inquired sweetly. 17,000. Li Xianfeng retorted, raising the stakes once more. 20,000. Lin Yu countered immediately, raising the bid to an astonishing 20,000 spirit stones. That a gasp swept through the crowd as all eyes turned to Lin Yu. Astonished. The price of the spirit pearl had leaped from 150,000 to 20,000 in a heartbeat, and it seemed this mysterious young man was resolute in opposing Li Xianfeng. Showing no regard for his formidable background, Li Xuanfeng's expression darkened further. 21,000. He gritted through clenched teeth, realizing he had to acquire this exquisite ancient artifact. However, he was reaching the limit of his financial capacity, as he needed to reserve funds for an even more significant treasure yet to be contested to 25,000. Lin Yu interjected, once again raising the bid by several thousand, bringing it to 25,000 spirit stones. Silence enveloped the hall, as every gaze fixated on Lin Yu. No one had anticipated that this enigmatic youth would display such audacity, not only spending lavishly, but openly defying Li Xianfeng for the spirit pearl. You're courting death, Li Xianfeng roared in fury, nearly ready to pounce on Lin Yu and tear him apart. Yet aware that this was Linglang Auction House, he refrained from acting recklessly. Be wary. You may have the funds to bid, but you might not live to claim your prize, he warned ominously. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Li Xianfeng and scoffed. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, step aside. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Very well. You'll regret this, Li Xianfeng spat, his frustration palpable as he reluctantly took his seat, clearly outmatched in this contest. Did I ask there anyone else wishing to bid? If not, the spirit pearl will be awarded to this gentleman. The woman in the qipao proclaimed with a smile, her gaze sparkling with interest in Lin Yu. Originally priced at 150,000, the spirit pearl had now been driven up to 25,000 by this mysterious figure. The auction hall fell silent, no one daring to raise their voice. 25,000 was already a substantial sum. Even the four great families would find it a considerable financial burden. They needed to conserve their spirit stones for the final treasure, yet to be auctioned. After a few moments of silence with no further bids, the woman in the qipao announced, very well, then I declare that the spirit pearl is awarded to this gentleman. As the result was proclaimed, every eye in the auction hall turned toward Lin Yu, the unknown youth who had wrested the spirit pearl from Li Xianfeng. They speculated on his identity and what audacity he possessed to challenge such a powerful figure. Now we shall commence the auction for the final treasure, the piece de resistance of this event. After a brief moment, the enchanting lady in the qipao spoke once again. The moment her words fell, the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned to the beautiful figure on stage, many gazes aflame with fervor, hearts pounding incessantly. Even the prominent figure seated at the front suddenly appeared gravely serious. The coveted item was finally about to be revealed. Zhuge Qing murmured, "What item?" Lin Yu inquired curiously, observing how the atmosphere had shifted into such a hush, with excitement palpable among the crowd that it seemed everyone was deeply invested in this final treasure. Zhuge Qing replied solemnly, "I have long heard that this auction would present a mysterious treasure of great significance. Even the 7 major forces of Tianfeng Kingdom have placed immense importance on it, dispatching representatives to compete for this remarkable item. One could say that the vast majority of attendees here have come with the sole purpose of acquiring this treasure." Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's explanation, Lin Yu's curiosity intensified. "What exactly is this treasure? Please enlighten me." Zhuge Qing offered an awkward smile. "To be honest, I do not know what this treasure is either. All I know is that it is of utmost importance. The fact that it could mobilize all 7 forces signifies that it is certainly not an ordinary artifact. But fret not, it will soon be unveiled. Isn't this just a long-winded way of saying nothing?" Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. That moment, the qipao lady addressed the audience. "This treasure is exceedingly rare. Throughout the northern region, many have sought after it. Our Linglang Auction House has inadvertently acquired some clues regarding this treasure, and we are taking a considerable risk by putting it up for auction that we hope that a fated individual will be able to obtain it. As the qipao lady concluded her speech, she gracefully waved her hand. Subsequently, a young man stepped forward, holding a map. The qipao lady took the map and declared, This final treasure is none other than this Azure Dragon map. You must have heard of the Azure Dragon. A century ago, it descended from the heavens in the northern region. Since ancient times, the Azure Dragon has not graced the continent with its presence, and thus, its appearance sent shockwaves across the land. Countless individuals flocked to investigate the Azure Dragon's whereabouts, but after it landed, it vanished without a trace. For decades, people searched in vain, until eventually, a dragon egg was discovered deep within the northern region. The discovery of the Azure Dragon egg drove many into a frenzy, with millions of experts embarking on a quest to find it. However, when they reached the location of the egg, it suddenly soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace to end the centuries since. Despite continuous attempts to uncover the Azure Dragon egg's location, no one has succeeded. Our auction house has recently pinpointed the egg's precise location and documented it in this map, which we are now auctioning. Whoever acquires this map may have the chance to obtain the Azure Dragon egg, so we wish you all good fortune in securing it. The Chi-Pao lady's lengthy exposition left the audience buzzing with excitement. Thousands of eager eyes fixated on the map, many itching to compete for it. Little did they know, it was a map leading to the Azure Dragon egg. Zhu Guqing remarked, "No wonder there are so many contenders. Even the 7 major forces have arrived, that it's understandable given that this is the map to the Azure Dragon egg." The Azure Dragon. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. The Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts of antiquity, possessed the power to devastate worlds. Whoever obtains the Azure Dragon egg could potentially summon an Azure Dragon, which explained the fervor of the crowd. They were all here for the Azure Dragon egg. Very well, the Chi-Pao lady announced once more. The auction is now officially underway. The starting bid for the Azure Dragon map is set at 10,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 30,000. I bid 30,000. 50,000. I offer 50,000 spirit stones. I must have this Azure Dragon map. 80,000. The Azure Dragon map is mine. Who dares to compete with me? I will not let this go at 80,000 spirit stones. Nonsense. The Azure Dragon map is not something you can simply claim. I bid 100,000. The Azure Dragon map belongs to me. As soon as the auction began, a frenzy of bidding erupted. The number of competitors vying for the Azure Dragon map far exceeded any previous items. The air was filled with shouts and counteroffers, and within a short span, the price soared past 200,000. It was only the beginning, and the final price for the Azure Dragon map was likely to reach astronomical heights that I didn't expect such a throng of bidders for the Azure Dragon map. It seems its allure is quite formidable, Lin Yu commented. Indeed, this is merely the Azure Dragon map, that if the actual Azure Dragon egg were to be presented, it would undoubtedly create a stir across the entire northern region. However, currently, these individuals are merely here to bear witness. They stand no chance of claiming the Azure Dragon map, Zhu Guqing replied. Then who do you think will ultimately secure the Azure Dragon map? Lin Yu surveyed Zhu Guqing. Surely it will be one of the 4 major families, or the 3 prominent sects. Only they possess the means to contend for the Azure Dragon map. Others simply lack the capability. Zhu Guqing stated nonchalantly, "Is that so? We shall see." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Lin Yu and Zhu Guqing conversed. The bidding for the Azure Dragon map escalated once more, now surpassing 300,000 spirit stones. After reaching this figure, the number of bidders noticeably dwindled. It was evident that few could afford such a sum. 350,000. Just then, a voice rang out from the front. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in blue. Sima Lin of the Sima family. The Sima family, Zhu Guqing remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly, that he had previously slain Sima Feng at Fengyan Academy. If he was correct, Sima Feng had also belonged to the Sima family. Now, encountering another member of that family here was not surprising. The 4 major families indeed had a considerable presence. 380,000. The moment Sima Lin spoke, another voice chimed in, this time from a middle-aged man clad in black, his demeanor cold and foreboding. Third elder of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Qiyun, Zhu Guqing introduced. Lin Yu's expression turned frosty. Both the Sima and Shangguan families were nefarious entities, and their presence here to vie for the Azure Dragon map underscored its significance to them. 400,000. Suddenly, another voice emerged, this time belonging to Li Xianfeng of the Li family. At this point, 3 of the 4 major families had entered the fray for the Azure Dragon map. As soon as they made their bids, the venue fell silent, with few daring to continue competing. It was clear to all that they stood no chance against these 3 families. Even if they managed to secure the item, retrieving it from the grasp of the three families would be a trivial matter. Rather than risk their lives for the Azure Dragon map, it was wiser to withdraw 430,000. Sima Lin said coldly 470,000. Sheng Wanqian followed suit 500,000. Li Xianfeng declared. His gaze icy that he had failed to secure the Spirit Pearl earlier, and he was determined to obtain the Azure Dragon map. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of his clan leader. However, the other two families showed no signs of yielding. 530,000, 550,000, 580,000, but the three continued to raise their bids. And within moments, the price for the Azure Dragon map approached 600,000, but the entire assembly was taken aback by this figure. While they understood that the four major families were wealthy and possessed substantial resources, they had not anticipated that the price for the Azure Dragon map would soar so high due to the competition among three families. And still, the bidding continued. 650,000. Li Xianfeng shouted once more, his gaze fixed intently on Sima Lin and Sheng Wanqian, that he could hardly believe that these two would dare to challenge him. Indeed, upon hearing the 650,000 bid, Sheng Wanqian and Sima Lin exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. Although they desired the Azure Dragon map, 600,000 was already their limit, even for their families. Producing such a sum was challenging. Now that Li Xianfeng had raised the bid to 650,000, they were inclined to concede. Moreover, the Li family had established itself as the leading family among the four. Their strength was evidently superior, which instilled a sense of caution in the others that in an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Are there any further bids? If no one is willing to raise their offer, then the Azure Dragon map shall be awarded to young Master Li. The surroundings enveloped in profound silence. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. Even the esteemed families of the Shangguan and Sima clans had relinquished their claims. Let alone the others. After a prolonged period, no one dared to speak. Observing this, the enchanting woman in the Qipao declared, "Very well. In light of the circumstances, I hereby announce that this Qinglong map shall belong to young Master Li." 700,000. However, before the host could finish articulating, a voice echoed once more throughout the hall. Hiss at the sound, the attendees collectively inhaled sharply. Another bid had emerged, and this time it soared directly to 700,000. Who possessed such audacity to bid when both the Sima and Shangguan families had withdrawn? As the crowd turned to investigate, they discovered the audacious bidder was a young man clad in white. It was him again. Upon recognizing the white-clad youth, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, for they realized he was the very same individual who had previously contended with Li Xianfeng for the Spirit Pearl. Not long ago, he had seized the Spirit Pearl, and now he was again vying for the Qinglong map. Who was this audacious figure, daring to snatch both the Spirit Pearl and now the Qinglong map? Such reckless behavior seemed to challenge the three great families outright. To seize the Qinglong map from beneath their noses was utterly insane. Had he lost his mind? Competing for treasures against the four families was tantamount to courting death. I am intrigued to see whether he can truly obtain this Qinglong map. The crowd fixated on the white-clad youth, engaging in fervent discussions, each contemplating his identity. This white-clad young man was none other than Lin Yu. The Qinglong map was indeed a remarkable treasure, and thus, Lin Yu was determined to acquire it, that if he could also obtain the Qinglong egg, it would be a significant gain. After all, it is one of the four divine beasts from ancient times capable of wreaking havoc. Lin, have you lost your mind? Not only did you seize the Spirit Pearl, but now you aim to acquire the Qinglong egg. Are you intent on dismantling the three great families? Beside him, Zhuge Qing's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could not fathom that Lin Yu had once again set his sights on the Qinglong map. The previous contest for the Spirit Pearl had been manageable, given that only Li Xianfeng was in contention. However, the Qinglong map was sought after by the three great families. Lin Yu's attempt to seize the Qinglong map right before their eyes was akin to proclaiming that he held them in utter disdain. In the entire Tianfeng kingdom, no one had dared to act in such a manner. Lin Yu had indeed taken on the audacity of a bear. With an indifferent expression, Lin Yu replied, "I care not who vies for the Qinglong map. It is of no concern to me my objective is to secure the Qinglong map, that if they possess the capability, let them bid. If not, they ought to silence themselves that to him. The so-called three great families were merely a trivial matter." Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Zhuge Qing stared at him in astonishment, followed by a bitter smile. Lin Yu, it seemed, regarded the three great families with utter disregard that I in the entirety of Tianfeng Kingdom. Perhaps only he would dare to speak thus. At that moment, in the foreground, Sima Lin, Shengguan Qiyun, and Li Xianfeng all turned their gazes toward Lin Yu. Upon laying eyes on him, a glint of menace flickered in their expressions. You again! Damn it, you little wretch. Are you deliberately seeking to oppose me today? Li Xianfeng spat furiously. Chapter 55. Lin Yu bids. Previously, Lin Yu had seized his spirit pearl, and he had yet to settle that score. Now, he was audaciously contesting for his Qinglong map. Both items were imperative for him. Lin Yu's continuous attempts to claim two of his treasures signified a complete lack of regard for him. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at the furious Li Xianfeng and replied, It's me. So what? If you have the capability, continue bidding. If not, then leave and cease being an eyesore. Li Xianfeng, consumed by rage, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. That moment, he wished nothing more than to shred this youth into pieces. 71,000. Finally, gritting his teeth, Li Xianfeng raised the bid point 80,000. However, as soon as he uttered this, Lin Yu promptly followed suit, this time raising the bid by a staggering 100,000 to wow. As this figure was announced, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Previously, even the members of the four families had only increased the bid by 1 or 2,000, yet Lin Yu had boldly raised it by 100,000. This was a clear indication of his intent to trample the four families underfoot. Indeed, Sima Lin and Shengguan Qiyun wore expressions of dismay as for Li Xianfeng. His eyes had turned crimson, barely suppressing the urge to leap up and dismember Lin Yu. If mere glares could kill, Lin Yu would have been torn to shreds by now. 85,000. Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth, raising the price once more. The Qinglong map was a mandate from his family. He must secure it at all costs. That if he failed to obtain the Qinglong map today, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment upon his return. Therefore, despite the seething resentment within him, he could only grit his teeth and continue to raise the bid. 100,000. However, as soon as he announced his 85,000 bid, Lin Yu smoothly interjected, casually calling out the price of 100,000 AT. That moment, the entire hall was engulfed in a frenzy. 100,000 spirit stones. This was the first time they had encountered such a staggering price that in the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, only the four great families could afford to produce 100,000 spirit stones. However, even for the four families, 100,000 spirit stones was a colossal expenditure, not something they could easily produce. Yet now, an obscure young man had bid 100,000, but the crowd was left in sheer astonishment. Even Zhuge Qing widened his eyes, staring at Lin Yu in shock. He was left with a singular question. Did Lin Yu truly possess such a sum of spirit stones? If Lin Yu could not produce that amount shortly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Up front, upon hearing the figure of 100,000, Li Xianfeng was seething with rage. While his family had mandated him to secure the Qinglong map, there was still a limit. It could not exceed 100,000. Beyond that, it became unfeasible. Now that Lin Yu had bid 100,000, Li Xianfeng recognized he was left without the means to continue to AT that moment. A singular thought consumed him. Eliminate this little wretch. The Qinglong map, which could have been his for 70,000, had now been forced to a staggering 100,000. He had never suffered such a significant loss before. You wait. I will make you regret this. Li Xianfeng glared intensely at Lin Yu before finally declaring. Lin Yu scoffed. A threat. Those who have threatened me are already dead. What do you think you are? At that moment, the woman in the qipao above also regarded Lin Yu with a mixture of shock and scrutiny. She had not anticipated that today's auction would be so exhilarating. With a young man daring to confront the four great families and, moreover, bidding 100,000 for the Qinglong map. This far exceeded their auction house's estimated price. Now, the woman in the qipao, too, was curious about Lin Yu's identity. After a prolonged silence, the hall remained devoid of any response to AT this juncture. The woman in the qipao announced, in that case, the Qinglong map shall be awarded to this young master. Furthermore, this auction has concluded. Those who have successfully bid may proceed to the back to settle their spirit stones and claim their treasures. Upon her declaration, the auction officially came to an end, and everyone gradually exited the hall. After casting a few venomous glances at Lin Yu, Sima Lin, Shengguan Qiyun, and Li Xianfeng also departed the venue. Lin Yu, however, merely chuckled coldly before rising to head backstage. Just then, Zhuge Qing seized Lin Yu's arm. "What's the matter?" Lin Yu turned, perplexed by Zhuge Qing's actions. Zhuge Qing fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Yu, stating gravely, "Lin, tell me honestly, do you truly possess that many spirit stones?" His skepticism was not towards Lin Yu, but rather the sheer magnitude of over 100,000 spirit stones, a sum that even his Zhuge family might struggle to procure all at once. Did Lin Yu genuinely have such wealth? No, Lin Yu replied directly. "What? You really don't have spirit stones? Then how could you dare to bid for the spirit pearl and the Qinglong map?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Zhuge Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yu truly lacked spirit stones. Was he courting death? To dare deceive the Linglang auction house was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Despite the fact that the Linglang auction house was merely an auction venue, the formidable experts it nurtured were nothing short of terrifying. Across the entire northern region, no one dared to toy with the Linglang auction house. Lin Yu laughed. "Why should I fear? It's just over 1,000,000 spirit stones. They really think they would kill me. Not just that, they would flay your skin, strip your muscles, and dismember you with a dozen blades. Lin, stop joking around. We need to leave immediately. If we don't, you'll be doomed." Zhuge Qing pulled Lin Yu towards the exit. Yet Lin Yu halted, saying, "You go ahead and wait for me at the entrance. I need to retrieve something first. How can I leave without it?" Upon concluding his words, Lin Yu entered the back room. Zhuge Qing stood there, staring blankly at Lin Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yu, has he lost his mind? No spirit stones, and yet he dares to venture into the back room for something. Is he seeking his own demise? In the auction house's backstage, upon Lin Yu's arrival, the lady in the Chi Pao was already awaiting him. "Young master, please follow me," she said with a sweet smile. Lin Yu nodded in response. "May I inquire as to how you wish to be addressed?" She continued. "Lin Yu," he replied. "Young master Lin, you have successfully bid on 2 treasures at our auction house, totaling 1,250,000 spirit stones," the Chi Pao-clad beauty said with a radiant smile. Lin Yu nodded indifferently. "May I ask, young master Lin, how would you like to proceed with the payment? We accept direct payment in spirit stones, or you may use a purple crystal card," the Chi Pao lady explained. The purple crystal card is a means of storing spirit stones, as carrying large quantities of them can be cumbersome. Thus, the card was created to facilitate transactions, allowing for the storage of numerous spirit stones. Typically, those who possess a purple crystal card are individuals of considerable status, as ordinary folk lack the qualifications to acquire one, but the Chi Pao beauty was somewhat curious about how this seemingly ordinary young man would choose to transact. "I don't need any," Lin Yu replied. "What?" The Chi Pao lady's expression changed instantly upon hearing his response. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yu and said, "Young Master Lin, such jest is ill-advised, since our establishment. No one has dared to mock our auction house. Should you truly deceive us into a sham auction, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. I implore you, do not jest." Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "I am not joking. I genuinely have no spirit stones that if you find even 1,000 spirit stones on me, I will concede." He extended his hand, inviting the woman to search him. Upon hearing his words, the Chi Pao lady's expression soured considerably. "If that is the case, I shall summon assistance. Young Master Lin, are you certain you have no spirit stones and are merely toying with us?" Lin Yu calmly stated, "I truly have no spirit stones. However, there is no need for alarm. I wish to meet the owner of your auction house. Kindly summon him." "Why would we summon our owner for you? If you truly lack spirit stones, he will ensure your demise." The Chi Pao lady replied coldly. This young man was audacious to toy with their auction house. The owner would undoubtedly ensure he met a grim fate. "You need not concern yourself with that. Just bring your owner to me. I wish to speak with him directly." The Chi Pao beauty scrutinized Lin Yu carefully before finally nodding. "Very well. Wait here while I fetch the owner. Someone keep a close watch on him. He must not leave." After issuing her orders, she turned and departed. Chapter 56. A transaction 2 to 3 minutes later, the Chi Pao beauty returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man that he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. With a straight posture and a square face, his sharp eyes emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy, a master. Upon the middle-aged man's arrival, Lin Yu instantly sensed his formidable prowess. Approaching Lin Yu, the Chi Pao lady introduced, "This is our auction house's owner, Chen Tian." The man addressed Lin Yu, I hear you have bid on two of our auction house's treasures, the most significant ones at that. Yet you possess not a single spirit stone. Did I ask this true? Yes, Lin Yu acknowledged. Chun Tian's gaze hardened as he stated coldly, there are rules in our line of work that in our auctions, if someone bids on items without payment, they may face dire consequences, including dismemberment. Therefore, young man, I hope you answer seriously. Do not recklessly throw away your life. You are still young. It would be a pity to perish in such a manner. Lin Yu smiled faintly and replied, Boss Chun, I indeed lack spirit stones, yet I wish to propose a transaction that I believe will pique your interest. That a transaction? Pray tell, what kind of transaction? Chun Tian's eyes flickered with intrigue. It is rather inconvenient to discuss here, that I kindly ask you to find another place where we can converse in detail, Lin Yu suggested. After pondering for a moment, Chun Tian replied, Very well, follow me. He led Lin Yu to a refined small room on the second floor of the auction house. Once inside, Chun Tian took a seat and addressed Lin Yu. Speak, what transaction warrants a value of 1,000,000 spirit stones? If you cannot present such a sum, young man, I cannot assist you. The rules of the auction house are firm, and do not blame me for being unkind. Lin Yu smiled gently. Your auction house must conduct numerous auctions annually. Correct? Indeed, we host several auctions each month, auctioning off numerous items, totaling in the thousands over the year, Chun Tian confirmed. Excellent. That if I were to tell you that I could enhance the quality, potency, and purity of the items auctioned by your house, what would you say? Lin Yu proposed. What? Chun Tian's pupils constricted sharply as he scrutinized Lin Yu. Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words, the quality, potency, and spiritual energy contained within an item? Whether a spiritual tool or a medicinal pill, our fixed.to claim you can elevate their strength and potency is preposterous. That I do not jest. The transaction I propose is precisely that if you can enhance the purity, grade, and power of a treasure, your auction house could command a higher price. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu asserted. Naturally, the price of each treasure is influenced by its grade, potency, and purity of spirit energy. The higher the grade, the greater the power, and the purer the energy, the more expensive it becomes. However, no one has the capability to elevate the grade, purity, or potency of a treasure. Even the most powerful masters cannot accomplish such a feat. Are you mocking me? Chun Tian responded coldly. Did I ask the owner of the Lingling auction house? He had encountered many formidable masters. Some top-tier alchemists and weapon masters could indeed enhance the potency of spiritual tools and medicinal pills. But it required immense effort, often exceeding that of crafting a new item from scratch, with a very low success rate. Thus, few pursued such endeavors. They preferred to forge new items rather than attempt to modify existing ones. Lin Yu, however, calmly replied, Whether I can do it is my concern. Whether you wish to engage in this transaction is yours. That I hope, Boss Chun, you will consider carefully and provide me with an answer. Chun Tian fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his mind racing as he contemplated the young man's assertions. He did not believe that Lin Yu possessed such abilities, yet the calmness in Lin Yu's demeanor and the determination in his eyes suggested he was not lying. After a moment of silence, Chun Tian suddenly slammed a sword down on the table. This is an ordinary low-grade profound spiritual tool that if you can indeed elevate its grade, potency, and purity as you claim, then I shall believe you. Lin Yu glanced at the sword on the table, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, but you must leave the room. Why? Chun Tian furrowed his brow. Lin Yu responded coolly. No particular reason. It is my rule that if you refuse to leave, then this transaction shall not proceed. Chun Tian glared at Lin Yu for a moment before gritting his teeth. Fine, young man, I will trust you this once. However, if you fail to elevate its grade or potency, do not blame me for being ruthless. Furthermore, you have 10 minutes. Should you not complete the task within this time frame, you are aware of the consequences. Having spoken, Chun Tian exited the room. Once he departed, only Lin Yu remained within, casting a glance at the long sword resting on the table. Lin Yu shook his head dismissively. It was merely a low-grade mystic artifact. Trivial in his eyes. His refinement capabilities extended far beyond mere human enhancement, that he could refine spiritual weapons, elixirs, spiritual stones, and even a common rock, should he choose to do so. However, Lin Yu had previously refrained from employing such methods, preferring to focus on enhancing human beings, which allowed him to absorb energy and elevate his own power, while also accruing energy points. The purification of spiritual artifacts was, by comparison, a far simpler task than human refinement. Relaxed, Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, idly passing the time. Meanwhile, outside the room, Chen Tian wore a frosty expression that he had resolved that if Lin Yu could not enhance the spiritual artifact as claimed, he would swiftly execute him. The rules of the Lingling auction house were not to be trifled with at that moment. The woman in the qipao, Nailin Yun, approached and inquired, "Boss, can he truly elevate the grade of the spiritual artifact?" "It seems utterly unfathomable, impossible." Chen Tian shook his head, asserting, "No one can enhance the power of a successfully refined spiritual artifact. Even the most skilled artificers cannot achieve this. I am certain this brat is nothing more than a con artist attempting to swindle us out of spiritual stones. How could I fall for his trickery? Ridiculous." "I share your sentiment." Nailin Yun nodded, "that if he truly possessed such an ability, how could he still be merely at the star spirit realm, not even having reached the star master level? Such charlatans abound, but to have deceived us at the Lingling auction house is indeed audacious." Chen Tian replied coldly, "No need for further discussion. I shall enter shortly and eliminate him, as for those two treasures. We shall auction them off another day." "Understood, boss," Nailin Yun acknowledged. Time ticked by, and after approximately 10 minutes, Chen Tian turned and re-entered the room. Upon entering, he beheld Lin Yu lounging on the sofa. On the table before him lay a long sword, shimmering with a silvery light and emanating an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy. That a formidable sword intent surged forth from the blade, enveloping the entire room. When Chen Tian laid eyes on the sword, he was momentarily stunned. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. He immediately recognized this sword as the one he had just set down moments ago. However, it now appeared entirely transformed. Previously, it had been a low-grade mystic artifact, rather lackluster. Yet now, it had ascended to a high-grade mystic artifact, a remarkable elevation of 2 tiers. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within far exceeded that of its former state. Gingerly, Chen Tian lifted the sword from the table. A powerful sword intent radiated from a seasoned expert. He could distinctly perceive the formidable power encapsulated within this blade, that if the sword had previously been regarded as worthless, it could now be deemed a treasure. The price differential between low-grade and high-grade mystic artifacts was astronomical. "You truly accomplished it," Chen Tian stated in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu, disbelief etched across his features. "In less than 10 minutes. This young man had transformed a low-grade mystic artifact into a high-grade one. Boss Chen, what do you think? Shall we proceed with the transaction now?" Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, of course," Chen Tian replied without hesitation. "This capability of yours could yield countless spiritual stones for my auction house. Just imagine, if all the treasures in my auction house were elevated by a tier, I could amass an unimaginable sum of spiritual stones each month. Moreover, this venture requires little effort on my part, a veritable windfall." "Then it is settled," Lin Yu said with a smile. "However, I have one condition." "What condition?" "Speak freely," Chen Tian replied, his spirits lifted and feeling generous. Lin Yu stated, "I will enhance only 3 treasures per month, and you may select which 3." This response caused Chen Tian to furrow his brow slightly. "3 treasures seems a bit scant." Lin Yu's gaze remained resolute. "Only 3. I have other matters to attend to, and cannot devote myself entirely to your auction house. I am not an employee of your establishment. 3 treasures a month is my limit. If Boss Chen agrees, we have a deal. If not, then so be it." "Very well." Chen Tian contemplated for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding. "It is settled, then that I will arrange for the treasures to be delivered to you." "Understood," Lin Yu acknowledged. "May I take my leave now?" Chen Tian raised his gaze, fixing Lin Yu with a penetrating stare. "Young brother, could you enlighten me on how you elevated the artifact's grades? Surely, this is beyond the capabilities of an alchemist or artificer." "Apologies, but that information is classified," Lin Yu replied bluntly. "How presumptuous of me." "Very well, you may go. I have arranged for the spiritual pearl and the azure dragon map to be packaged for you to collect shortly. Additionally, please take this." With that, Chen Tian handed Lin Yu a jade pendant. "What is this?" Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued as he examined the pendant. Chen Tian explained, "This is a VIP badge for our Lingling auction house. We are the largest commercial organization on the continent, with not only an auction house, but also stores for selling spiritual artifacts, elixirs, martial skills, and other goods. With this VIP badge, you are recognized as a guest of our Linglang Chamber of Commerce, and you will receive preferential treatment wherever you go. Furthermore, you will enjoy a 20% discount on purchases.ic. Thank you very much, Lin Yu replied, nodding as he accepted the VIP badge. Now, young brother Lin, do you have any further requests? Our chamber is willing to accommodate, Chen Tian asked once more. None. I am leaving, Lin Yu stated, rising to depart. Young brother Lin, Chen Tian called out as Lin Yu reached the door. What is it, Boss Chen? Lin Yu turned back to face him. Chen Tian's expression grew serious. That I have heard that you seized the spiritual pearl and the azure dragon map from the three great families. The three great families are notoriously ruthless within Tianfeng country, and they will not take kindly to your theft. While they may not dare to act within my auction house, outside its confines, the situation changes so, young brother Lin, please exercise caution, that I understand. Thank you, Lin Yu nodded before turning to leave. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face. Beside him, Nalin Yun remarked, Boss, he took the spiritual pearl and the azure dragon map from us without doing anything, treasures worth over 1 million spiritual stones. Have we not been taken advantage of? What do you know? Chen Tian scoffed. With the abilities he possesses, it would be worth it to pay him not just 1 million spiritual stones, but even 10 million or even 100 million, that I have never witnessed anyone capable of elevating the grade of finished spiritual artifacts. Such an ability is simply terrifying. This young man is a veritable treasure trove. As long as he can continuously enhance our artifacts' grades, the profits we make will far exceed 1 million spiritual stones. This deal is a monumental gain for us. Yes, I understand, Nalin Yun nodded. After a moment of silence, she added, however, given the recent events at the auction house, having taken those two crucial treasures from the three great families, they will likely not let this slide easily, that I wonder if he can handle it. Chen Tian frowned slightly, but he shared her concern. He knew well the ruthlessness of the three great families. Those who opposed them rarely met a good end. Now that Lin Yu had snatched those items from under their noses, the three great families would undoubtedly seek retribution. If Lin Yu were to be slain shortly thereafter, it would be a significant loss for him. Shall we find a skilled protector to discreetly guard him? Nalin Yun suggested. After all, he is now considered a VIP of our Linglang Chamber of Commerce. Chen Tian thought for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. No need that it would be unwise to send someone to follow him covertly. He might misinterpret it. Moreover, I have already warned him that he does not appear overly concerned, suggesting he has his own means of dealing with the situation. We should refrain from meddling further. Understood. Nalin Yun nodded, aware that her employer spoke the truth. However, a sense of curiosity lingered within her. How could Lin Yu, a mere lad at the Star Spirit realm, manage to survive amidst the onslaught of the three prominent families? At that moment, Lin Yu had already departed from the Linglang auction house. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Zhu Geqing. You actually made it out alive, Zhu Geqing exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. What, from your expression, should I have perished inside? Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Geqing and replied, Not at all. Zhu Geqing, puzzled, remarked, I'm merely curious. You didn't possess a single spirit stone, yet you managed to auction off both the spirit pearl and the azure dragon painting. How could those at the Linglang auction house allow you to leave so easily? Given their auction house's reputation, they would undoubtedly have torn you to shreds. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. I have my own methods, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Very well, you truly are a peculiar individual to emerge unscathed. Zhu Geqing sighed before asking, So now, can we return? Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings briefly and said, You may go ahead. I will return shortly. Where are you headed? Zhu Geqing asked, momentarily taken aback, that don't ask too many questions. Just return on your own, that I have matters to attend to, and will head back to Fengyan Academy once I'm done, Lin Yu stated coldly. Zhu Geqing considered for a moment before nodding. All right, take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave. Once Zhu Geqing departed, Lin Yu set off in the direction ahead, his destination not being Fengyan Academy, but rather outside the city. He continued forward for over half an hour. Arriving at the city gates, without a second thought, he exited the city. Outside Tianfeng City lay an expansive landscape, surrounded by towering mountains. The entire Tianfeng City was enveloped by these countless peaks, the most prominent of which was the Tian mountain range. Chapter 58. The three prominent families after leaving Tianfeng City. Lin Yu plunged into the depths of the Tian mountain range. The rationale behind entering this mountainous terrain was straightforward. He needed to enhance his strength. Having severed ties with the three prominent families, Lin Yu realized that his current power was insufficient to contend with them. Thus, it was imperative for him to reach the Star Master realm in the shortest time possible. Training within the Tian mountain range presented itself as the simplest method to bolster his abilities. Additionally, the mountains were teeming with numerous demon beasts, which he could also eliminate to gain energy. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to venture into the Tian mountain range. The Tian mountain range was vast and seemingly endless, filled with towering trees reaching hundreds of meters high and suffused with potent demonic energy. It was rumored that within the core of the mountain range resided demon beasts of the king level. Consequently, most warriors who entered the Tian mountain range dared only to train in its periphery, avoiding the central area at all costs. Upon entering the mountain range, Lin Yu swiftly soared forward, covering several thousand meters in no time. Sensing that he had traveled far enough, he came to a halt. Surrounding him were dense woods. "Come out. Have you not grown weary after following me for so long?" Lin Yu stated coldly, standing still. The forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Observing this, Lin Yu chuckled derisively. "You've been tailing me since I left the auction house and followed me all the way here. Are you hoping to continue lurking? You actually noticed us." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, several figures emerged from behind the towering trees. Around a dozen individuals, all radiating formidable spiritual energy at that moment. The group fixed their icy glares upon Lin Yu, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent. "Speak. After following us for so long, what do you intend to do?" Lin Yu surveyed the group coldly. Since leaving the auction house, Lin Yu had felt the presence of followers, but he had paid them little mind. However, upon entering the Tian mountain range, he realized they had not abandoned their pursuit. He understood that these individuals had come specifically for him, prompting him to halt and await their arrival. At the forefront of the group stood a man in black, who stared intensely at Lin Yu. "You boy, just acquired the Spirit Pearl and the Azure Dragon painting at the auction, correct? Hand over those two items, and you may leave unscathed. Indeed, hand over the two items, and we shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your end here," a white-haired elder on the left declared sternly. "You have followed us for so long merely for those treasures. Hand them over for your own good, or you shall face a gruesome demise." A blue-clad man on the right echoed, equally menacing. Hearing their words, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. "It seems you have come for the Azure Dragon painting and the Spirit Pearl. Naturally, treasures like the Azure Dragon painting and Spirit Pearl are not meant for someone of your caliber to possess. Hand them over, and we will keep them safe for you," the blue-clad man sneered. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the group with indifference. "The Spirit Pearl and the Azure Dragon painting are indeed on me. But do you truly believe you worthless fools can seize my treasures? You must be dreaming." Upon hearing this, the blue-clad man's expression turned decidedly sinister. "So, you refuse to surrender the items? You guessed correctly. Not only will I not relinquish the treasures, but I will also take your lives." Lin Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had been lamenting his lack of energy, and these fools had conveniently presented themselves to him. Seeking death, the blue-clad man bellowed, pointing at Lin Yu, that if you do not hand over the treasures, then prepare to die, attack, and slaughter him to seize the treasures. With his command, the dozen individuals surged towards Lin Yu, all emanating a powerful aura as they charged at him. Seeing them rush forward, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously. In the next instant, he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward. In a flash, he appeared before the blue-clad man. 8 Desolation's demon-subduing palm. A terrifying palm strike surged forth, a fearsome imprint crashing down. "Child's play." The blue-clad man, seeing Lin Yu's immediate assault, scoffed and countered with a palm of his own. Boom! In an instant, their hands collided in midair, and within a heartbeat, the blue-clad man's palm strike was obliterated. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged into his body. With a deafening crash, the blue-clad man's entire form was shattered, blood spraying forth as remnants of his body littered the ground. Ding, refined to second Star Master. Gained 4,400 energy points. As Lin Yu eliminated the blue-clad man, he absorbed all the spiritual energy within him. After slaying one, Lin Yu moved again. Swoosh, Like a phantom, he appeared before the black-clad man, who had clearly braced himself. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, he swiftly drew a long knife and swung it downwards. Die. The black-clad man roared, wielding his knife with ferocity. Crack! However, the moment his knife descended, a wave of icy power surged from all directions, completely freezing the black-clad man in midair, rendering him incapable of movement. Shatter. Lin Yu gently channeled a burst of spiritual energy into the frozen black-clad man, and with a crisp crack, the man's body disintegrated into shards of ice. Ding! Refined to 3rd Star Master, gained 4,600 energy points. That a surge of energy flowed into Lin Yu as the system's voice echoed once more. With yet another adversary slain, Lin Yu did not linger. He plunged into the fray, commencing a massacre. The individuals before him were predominantly at the 2nd and 3rd Star Master realms. Lacking any particularly formidable strength to TO Lin Yu, they were as insignificant as ants. Not to mention 10. Even if 100 were to come, he would regard them with disdain. Summoning the Ling Tian sword, Lin Yu charged into the throng like a demon god. With each swing of his sword, an opponent fell. Wherever the sword light passed, all were cleaved in two, with none able to withstand his strike. Throughout the dense forest, screams of agony echoed continuously. In less than 2 minutes, all of the dozen individuals lay lifeless on the ground, utterly devoid of life. Moreover, nearly all had been dismembered. Not a single body remained intact. After dispatching the entire group, Lin Yu's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the shattered remains scattered across the forest floor. His eyes radiating a chilling fury. Dare to rob me? There is but one fate: death. His voice was frigid and piercing. Since arriving in this world, he had resolved firmly that anyone who dared to oppose him, regardless of their background or strength, would meet their end. That if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to provoke me, I shall annihilate their entire family. This encapsulates his principles of dealing with matters. The over 10 individuals, though not lacking in strength, are merely at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Star Master realm. As Lin Yu extracted the spiritual energy from their bodies, he could distinctly sense the augmentation of his own power, which had become significantly more formidable, comprising entirely of pure spiritual energy. Although he had yet to attain the Star Master realm, ordinary Star Masters were as inconsequential to him as ants, easily dispatched in an instant. Naturally, the process of refining these individuals had also yielded a considerable amount of energy. Collectively, they amounted to nearly 40 to 50,000, an undeniable profit. After eliminating these individuals, Lin Yu did not depart. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently behind him. You all should reveal yourselves now, he stated coldly. The recent few were merely cannon fodder. The true figures had yet to reveal themselves. Lin Yu had long sensed that those trailing him were not limited to these mere 10 individuals, but included even more formidable experts who had yet to show themselves. Indeed, as Lin Yu finished speaking, 3 shadowy figures emerged slowly from the darkened woods. They halted at a distance of 100 meters before Lin Yu. So it is you. Lin Yu's expression turned frigid upon recognizing them. The trio before him were none other than members of the 3 prominent families from the auction house. Shengwan Xian from the Shengwan family, Sima Lin from the Sima family, and Li Xianfeng from the Li family. All 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Lin Yu, brimming with murderous intent. You were able to detect our presence. Kid, Shengwan Xian remarked, scanning Lin Yu with a hint of surprise. The 3 had indeed been following him, yet they were no ordinary individuals. They were powerful masters from their esteemed families. Logically, Lin Yu should not have been able to perceive them. However, the fact that he was aware of their presence took them by surprise. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, saying, I had already surmised that you 3 would not let this matter rest easily. You refrained from striking at the Linglang auction house, waiting instead for an opportunity to kill me and seize the treasures once I left, correct? Quite astute of you, Sima Lin sneered. Now that you are aware of our intentions, hand over the 2 treasures, and I may consider sparing your life. Haha. Lin Yu erupted into raucous laughter. That if memory serves me correctly, a certain Sima Feng made a similar declaration a few days ago. Yet he has since met his demise. You dare? Sima Lin's fury ignited at the mention of Sima Feng, and he bellowed, You killed Sima Feng. My family has long issued a decree to dismember you in vengeance. And now you seek to rob us of our treasures. Lin Yu, today shall be your end. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Yu, he had recognized him as the murderer of Sima Feng. Yet, during the chaos at the auction house, he had been preoccupied with the coveted Qinglong diagram and had no time to confront Lin Yu. Hearing Lin Yu's admission now only intensified his murderous intent. Lin Yu retorted with a scoff, "There are plenty who wish to kill me. What makes you three so special? As for those two treasures, don't even dream of it. You three are nothing but worthless trash." "You insolent wretch, it seems you are courting death," Li Xianfeng seethed, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Previously, Lin Yu had seized a mysterious dagger from him. And at the auction, he had again taken his spiritual pearl and the Qinglong diagram. The treasures that should have been within his grasp had all been snatched away by this wretch, fueling his desire to see Lin Yu utterly destroyed. Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Yu coldly surveyed the three before him. "You three, along with your backing from the three prominent families, are all nothing but scum. I assure you, one day, I shall obliterate all three of your families. Just wait. That day is not far off." He bore no personal grievance against the three families of Tianfeng country, yet they had persistently sought to make his life difficult. The Shangwan family, the Sima family, and the Li family had repeatedly provoked him, even attempting to take his life. That in Lin Yu's heart, these families had long been marked for extinction. It was merely a matter of timing. "You dare, a mere star spirit realm waste, to act so arrogantly before us. Lin Yu, if I do not kill you today, I vow I shall not be a man," Li Xianfeng thundered. "Quit the banter. If you want to fight, then let us do so," Lin Yu replied. "Very well, I shall end you now." With a thunderous roar, Li Xianfeng charged at Lin Yu. Li Xianfeng moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant before unleashing a powerful punch. Furious Sky Fist. In a flash, a purplish-red fist imprint materialized in the air, crashing down ferociously. 8 desolate demon-slaying palm. Lin Yu's expression remained icy as he countered with a palm strike, with a thunderous collision. The two forces met mid-air, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves radiating outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. After several breaths, both forces shattered simultaneously, sending Lin Yu and Li Xianfeng each staggering back 100 meters. "How is this possible?" Li Xianfeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Lin Yu as a fourth-level Star Master. He was not weak even among his peers. Yet here was Lin Yu, a mere star spirit, who had managed to push him back. Meanwhile, Sima Lin and Shangwan Qian, who were spectating from the side, exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. "The talents of the Li family are not to be underestimated," Lin Yu remarked coldly, scanning Li Xianfeng. "Shut your mouth, I will slay you," Li Xianfeng roared, his rage boiling over as he lunged at Lin Yu once more. Sky-splitting slash. With a fierce shout, Li Xianfeng conjured a long blade in his hand, swinging downwards with a force that cleaved through the air, parting the very winds around it, as the imposing blade descended upon Lin Yu. He remained unfazed. Ninth Heaven Indestructible Sword Art. Lin Yu's demeanor was as frosty as ever as he executed his technique. 5 sword lights circled rapidly around him, emitting an overwhelming aura of power. "Annihilate!" Lin Yu shouted, and in an instant, all 5 sword lights surged forth toward Li Xianfeng. Simultaneously, Li Xuanfeng's devastating strike crashed down in a breathtaking instant. The blade and the swords collided with a series of explosive impacts. The Ninth Heaven Indestructible Sword Art struck Li Xuanfeng's long blade with a violent force, and after 5 consecutive blows, the blade shattered into fragments, leaving Li Xuanfeng's weapon in ruins. At that moment, the 6th sword light descended fiercely. With a sickening sound, the 6th sword light cleaved through Li Xuanfeng's arm, severing it cleanly and causing blood to spray forth. Li Xianfeng let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his face as pale as a ghost. "How can this be? How is this possible?" Li Xuanfeng's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, his expression a mix of agony and disbelief. He had been grievously wounded in merely 2 exchanges, losing an arm in the process. Lin Yu, a mere star spirit, should not possess such formidable strength. In that moment, Lin Yu reappeared before him. As soon as he materialized, Lin Yu unleashed a devastating punch. With a thunderous crack, Li Xianfeng was obliterated in an instant. Ding! Extracted a 4th-level Star Master, gaining 4,800 energy points. Upon extracting Li Xianfeng, the system's voice rang in his ears. Not bad. Lin Yu smirked coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied grin, that a fourth-level Star Master yielding nearly 5,000 energy points was indeed a profitable endeavor. Moreover, the pure energy from Li Xianfeng had been completely refined and absorbed by him. At present, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Though his realm had not yet ascended, the strength within his body had reached astonishing heights. With a single punch, he could shatter mountains. The prowess of a fourth-level Star Master posed no challenge to him. Having absorbed countless energies and with the support of 3 Supreme Star Souls, dispatching a fourth-level Star Master was but a trivial task. Now it is your turn. After vanquishing Li Xianfeng, Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the side, where Shangguan Qiyun and Sima Lin stood, both utterly stunned. They never anticipated that Li Xianfeng would be slain by Lin Yu. In their view, given Li Xianfeng's formidable strength, he could easily have dispatched Lin Yu, for one was a fourth-level Star Master while the other was merely a Star Spirit. They were not even in the same league. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Xianfeng had met his demise at Lin Yu's hands, and in a mere 2 or 3 moves at that. What on earth is this little wretch? How could he possess strength far surpassing his own realm? The power he just exhibited undoubtedly reached the 3rd or 4th level of Star Master, despite him clearly being only a Star Spirit. Shangguan Qiyun fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, while Sima Lin also felt puzzled. Though his prevailing sentiment was one of murderous intent. This brat-esque physique is indeed peculiar, enabling him to challenge those of higher ranks. However, it matters not. With Li Xianfeng gone, there will be no one to contest us for the treasures. Let us team up and eliminate this brat, and then we shall divide the spoils equally, just as it should be. Upon hearing Sima Lin's words, Shangguan Qiyun nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 60. Shangguan Qiyun immediately. Both turned their attention toward Lin Yu, and 2 formidable auras surged forth from their beings, an unrelenting torrent of terrifying power directed at Lin Yu. Little wretch, today we shall escort you on your journey to the afterlife. Sima Lin declared sternly. Lin Yu erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, with the likes of you 2 trash, you dare to kill me. Come forth. Today I shall dispatch the worthless scions of your 3 families one by one. Die! With a thunderous shout, Lin Yu surged forward, invoking the 9 Heavens indestructible sword technique. Yes, he shouted once more. 6 radiant sword energies swirled around him, each infused with overwhelming sword intent. Annihilate! With another explosive shout from Lin Yu. The 6 sword energies split apart, all hurtling towards Sima Lin and Shangguan Qiyun. 3 of them were astonishingly powerful. Childish tricks, Sima Lin and Shangguan Qiyun scoffed in unison. They swiftly harnessed their spiritual energy. Invoking the red fire technique, Heavenly Cloud Slash, they both shouted in unison, unleashing their formidable powers in a fierce assault that in an instant. Their energies collided with the 9 Heavens indestructible sword technique, resulting in a cacophonous explosion that echoed through the air. Boom, boom. In mere moments, the 3 forces shattered simultaneously, swish, as the 9 Heavens indestructible sword technique was obliterated. Lin Yu rapidly maneuvered, reappearing behind Sima Lin. Ancient celestial technique, with a shout, a golden sphere of light coalesced in his palm. The ancient celestial technique was a heavenly-level martial art, renowned for its immense power, and Lin Yu had nearly mastered it. Die. As the golden sphere gathered in his hand, Lin Yu bellowed, and the sphere hurtled towards Sima Lin's back with tremendous force. Sima Lin, quick to react, sensed the looming threat behind him and dodged just in time. Boom! The golden sphere struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth and creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep. Sima Lin's scalp prickled. Had that golden sphere struck him, his body would have been obliterated. You dodged quite swiftly. Let us see how long you can evade. Lin Yu sneered, closing the distance to Sima Lin once more. Frost Coalescence. A surge of icy power emanated from Lin Yu, crashing towards Sima Lin. Cloud Sword Technique. Sima Lin's expression turned grave as he formed hand seals, summoning wisps of mist that coalesced into numerous sword energies. Under his control, dozens of sword energies descended upon Lin Yu with ferocity. The Cloud Sword Technique was a treasured martial art of the Sima family, renowned for its might, and was the most powerful technique at his disposal. Lin Yu's eyes swept over the cloud swords in the air, his expression cold. Frost break. The icy power surged upward, and under the dominion of the supreme Ice Star Soul, all the clouds' swords were encased in frost. Shatter! With a thunderous shout from Lin Yu, all the frozen cloud swords exploded into shards. How is this possible? Sima Lin stood in stunned disbelief. His cloud swords had been frozen. What manner of chilling power is this? To be so terrifying that even his cloud swords could be immobilized? Perish! At that moment, Lin Yu flickered and reappeared directly in front of Sima Lin, that a palm imbued with icy power struck Sima Lin's chest with a resounding crash. Crack! 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 In an instant, Sima Lin's body was entirely encased in ice. Simultaneously, under the impetus of Lin Yu's overwhelming force, the frozen Sima Lin shattered into fragments. Sima Lin is dead. Ding. Extracting a 4th-level Star Master grants 4,800 energy points to AS. Sima Lin fell. The system notification echoed once more, bestowing another 4,800 energy points. After dispatching Sima Lin, Lin Yu turned his attention to Shangguan Qiyuan behind him. He had chosen to deal with Sima Lin first due to the latter's comparatively weaker strength, making him the easier target. Now that Sima Lin was dead, confronting Shangguan Qiyuan would be considerably simpler. Shangguan Qiyuan, the 3rd elder of the Shangguan family, was the strongest among the 3, that, however, it mattered little. Come forth, Shangguan family scum. It is your turn now, Lin Yu declared fiercely. You. Shangguan Qiyuan fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Yu, his eyes filled with shock and terror. He could hardly fathom that Lin Yu had so effortlessly dispatched Sima Lin. Despite having attacked simultaneously, Lin Yu had primarily targeted Sima Lin, and within mere moments, he was dead. Now, he was left alone among the 3 deaths staring at Lin Yu. Shangguan Qiyuan was gripped by fear. This young man was nothing short of a demon, capable of effortlessly slaying a 4th-level Star Master. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Die! At that moment, Lin Yu let out a fierce roar and charged forward as he closed in on Shangguan Qiyuan. He activated the Azure Dragon Star Soul, as the 3rd elder of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Qiyuan was indeed formidable, prompting Lin Yu to elevate his strength to its utmost limit, unleashing the supreme Azure Dragon Star Soul in his assault. Roar! A dragon of azure hue erupted from within him, spiraling through the air, radiating an aura of tremendous power. After several rotations, the Azure Dragon hurtled downward toward Shangguan Qiyuan. Azure Annihilation Technique. Seeing the Azure Dragon above, Shangguan Qiyuan's expression turned grave, and he formed hand seals that a massive fireball ignited before him, flames roaring and releasing torrents of fiery energy. Break! With a shout, the colossal fireball hurtled toward the Azure Dragon, which simultaneously charged downwards to collide with the fireball. Boom! The Azure Dragon and fireball collided with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all trees were obliterated by the force of their clash. Frost Coalescence. At that moment, Lin Yu unleashed another explosive shout, the supreme Ice Star Soul surging forth. The icy power bore down on Shangguan Qiyuan, enveloping the surrounding space in a thick frost. What the hell? This brat possesses 2 supreme star souls. Shangguan Qiyuan's expression darkened considerably. The head of the Shangguan family. He was well versed in the extraordinary, and he recognized that Lin Yu wielded both the Azure Dragon and the icy power as supreme star souls. Supreme star souls are the hallmark of genius. For an ordinary individual to possess even one is to be deemed a super genius. Yet this young man possesses 2. He had never heard of anyone in Tianfeng country having 2 supreme star souls. Where on earth did Lin Yu emerge from? At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. The encroaching frost threatened to envelop his entire being. Fire dance of heaven and earth. With a roar, Shangguan Qiyuan unleashed an even more powerful torrent of flames from within, the fiery force threatening to incinerate the entire forest. As the flames blazed, Lin Yu's icy release began to melt away. Shangguan Qiyuan bellowed, "You little wretch, you are indeed strong to possess 2 supreme star souls. However, with your current strength, you are still far from being able to kill me. Today, I will ensure your demise." Lin Yu was truly terrifying. With 2 supreme star souls in his possession, if he were to continue developing, it would not be long before his strength reached an unimaginable level. At that point, attempting to eliminate him would be virtually impossible. Furthermore, the entire Shangguan family could potentially face annihilation at his hands. Thus, It was imperative to eliminate this young man today to prevent future calamity. Was it not? Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Shangwan Qiyun and remarked, "Old fool, are you truly frightened by two supreme star souls? Such weakness is lamentable. Today, I shall show you what true genius looks like." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and slowly began to form a seal. Heavenly demon transformation. With a powerful roar, a surge of demonic energy erupted from him. Enveloping the entire forest in darkness, an endless torrent of demonic mist surged forth, wrapping Lin Yu's entire body in its embrace. Within the mist, Lin Yu underwent a profound transformation that a colossal skeleton materialized above him. Towering several dozen meters high, its entire form suffused with demonic energy, and its eyes glowing a blood-red HUEDIT emanated an aura of terrifying power. And in an instant, the surrounding space of several thousand meters was engulfed by the demonic fog. As the potency of the mist reached its zenith, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. In that moment, two crimson beams of light flashed from his gaze. The heavenly demon star soul, one of the 10 supreme star souls of the wind and cloud continent, was known for its malevolence and bloodlust. Although he had only recently acquired the heavenly demon star soul, he had yet to utilize its power until now, compelled by the presence of the old man before him. The might of the heavenly demon star soul was earth-shattering. An overwhelming force surged forth from it. Annihilate! Lin Yu commanded the colossal skeleton above him to strike. With a thunderous punch, the gigantic skeleton descended from the sky. Its fist carrying the power to shatter mountains and rocks, aimed directly at Shangwan Qiyun. Impossible. That is the heavenly demon supreme, star soul. Shangwan Qiyun, realizing the terrifying skeleton unleashed by Lin Yu was indeed the heavenly demon supreme star soul, was utterly stupefied. This young man possessed the power of 3 supreme star souls. How could that be? Who was he, and why did he wield such extraordinary power? In the entire northern region, there were scarcely any who could claim to possess 3 supreme star souls. Before he could ponder further, the massive skeleton unleashed its assault upon him. Fire Fiend Fist. Shangwan Qiyun roared, striking out with a fist engulfed in flames that surged forth like a raging inferno. The force of his punch was cataclysmic, but the skeleton's demonic fist descended simultaneously. In an instant, their fists collided, that a tremendous explosion resonated through the air as Shangwan Qiyun's fiery fist was obliterated. And with a sickening crack, his entire arm was shattered. The sheer force of the impact sent Shangwan Qiyun hurtling backward like a broken kite. Upon crashing to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as death. What a terrifying power! Just one strike has left me gravely injured. This the might of the heavenly demon star soul. Shangwan Qiyun gazed in horror at the looming skeleton before him. The heavenly demon star soul was exceedingly rare across the continent, and this was his first encounter with it, but he had never anticipated that its power would be so fearsome. Die. At that moment, Lin Yu let out another roar, commanding the colossal skeleton to descend with tremendous force. This punch struck Shangwan Qiyun's already battered body. With immense power behind it, the punch was capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. With a deafening crash, Shangwan Qiyun was utterly obliterated. Shangwan Qiyun is dead. Refined fourfold Star Master, gained 4,800 energy points. Shangwan Qiyun fell. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. His gaze turned cold. Shangwan Qiyun's strength was evidently superior to that of Sima Lin and Li Xianfeng. He was likely nearing the 5th level of Star Master, though he had yet to reach it. After this battle, Lin Yu gained a better understanding of the heavenly demon supreme star soul. This was his first time employing its power, and its might exceeded his expectations. The combat prowess of the gigantic skeleton was indeed terrifying, as even the nearly 5th level Star Master Shangwan Qiyun had been dispatched with just 2 punches. Well, those 3 fools are dead. This harvest is quite satisfactory. I have obtained a significant amount of energy points. It is time to venture forth for further training, Lin Yu mused, including the previous 10 or so reckless individuals, along with Sima Lin, Li Xianfeng, and Shangwan Qiyun. His total energy points surpassed 50,000, an impressive sum indeed. Subsequently, Lin Yu collected the storage rings from Sima Lin, Shangwan Qiyun, and Li Xianfeng before incinerating their remains. These 3 were all members of the 3 major families, and their statuses were not insignificant. The storage rings undoubtedly contained treasures, Upon opening the rings, Lin Yu was astonished to find a plethora of spirit stones, along with various pills, techniques, and spiritual artifacts, all of considerable value. After a brief inspection, he stowed away all 3 storage rings and leaped into the depths of the Tian mountain range. Meanwhile, within the Shangwan family's hall at Tianfeng City, a furious crash echoed as Shangwan Lei smashed a nearby table to pieces. His gaze bore into the assembled crowd. Who is responsible for Shangwan Qian's death? With a thunderous voice, Shangwan Lei radiated an intense, murderous intent. Just moments ago, the guardian of the family's sole jade pendant had relayed the news that Shangwan Qian's pendant had shattered, signifying his demise. Enraged, Shangwan Lei demanded to know who possessed the audacity to kill Shangwan Qian. A third elder of the Shangwan family, an elder named Shangwan Tianfeng, spoke up. Patriarch, according to the last message from Shangwan Qian. He pursued Lin Yu after the auction, believing the Azure Dragon diagram was in his possession, intending to seize it. However, shortly thereafter, he lost contact, and his soul jade pendant shattered. I suspect this is closely related to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, again Lin Yu. Upon hearing that name, Shangwan Lei's fury intensified. This was not the first time he had encountered this name. Previously, Shangwan Yun had perished at this man's hands. Now, with Shangwan Qian also slain, Lin Yu had killed 2 elite members of the Shangwan family. He must be eliminated. Where is that wretch now? Shangwan Lei demanded. Shangwan Tianfeng replied, based on Shangwan Qiyun's last message, he likely entered the Tian mountain range. Excellent. Shangwan Lei growled coldly. Shangwan Tianfeng, I command you to gather men and venture into the Tian mountain range immediately, that we must locate this young man and ensure he meets a gruesome end. In the meantime, at the Li family estate in Tianfeng City, chaos erupted. What? You say Li Xianfeng is dead? How could that be? Who in the Tianfeng kingdom would dare to kill a member of the Li family? Li Yuntian, the patriarch of the Li family, fixed a piercing gaze on the man before him. The man replied, Patriarch, I have just received news that Li Xuanfeng's soul jade pendant is shattered, and he has perished within the Tian mountain range. This information is confirmed. Damn it. Who is it? Li Yuntian bellowed, his voice filled with rage. Who has the audacity to kill a member of my Li family? Have they lost their minds? For decades, no one in Tianfeng has dared to harm my kin. The man continued, Patriarch, based on our findings, it is highly likely that a young man named Lin Yu is responsible for Li Xuanfeng's death. Not long ago, he had a conflict with Li Xianfeng, and during the auction, he seized the Spirit Pearl and the Azure Dragon diagram. It seems Li Xianfeng pursued him, but once they entered the Tian mountain range, he lost contact, after which his soul jade pendant shattered. Therefore, it is highly probable that Lin Yu killed Li Xianfeng. Upon hearing this, Li Yunqian's eyes glinted with fierce murderous intent. I do not care who Lin Yu is or what his background may be. Since he dares to kill a member of my Li family, he is inviting death. Li Yuanzhong, you shall immediately lead a team into the Tian mountain range to locate this Lin Yu and execute him. I desire his head displayed at the entrance of the Li residence, so that all may witness the fate of those who dare to provoke my family. Understood. The man nodded solemnly before turning to depart. Meanwhile, within the Sima family, dozens of core members had gathered in the Grand Hall, their expressions grim. Lin Yu, once again, this wretch has slain 2 of our elite members in succession. Above them, Sima Quantian erupted with a furious roar, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Not long ago, he received news that Sima Lin had been killed, and the perpetrator was none other than Lin Yu. Half a month prior, Lin Yu had slain Sima Feng, and despite several attempts at vengeance, the Sima family had been unable to locate him. Now, Lin Yu had audaciously taken Sima Lin's life as well. Both Sima Feng and Sima Lin were esteemed elites of the Sima family, particularly Sima Lin, a rare prodigy. Yet now, both lay dead at the hands of Lin Yu. Damn it, I shall not rest until Lin Yu is dead. You all shall enter the Tian mountain range and bring this wretch before me. I will dismember him, Sima Quantian roared. Yes, the members of the Sima family bowed their heads in agreement, their indignation palpable. Since the inception of the Sima family, they had never suffered such extensive losses. A mere youth, not yet 20, had continuously decimated their elite members. If he were not dealt with, how could the Sima family maintain its standing in the Tianfeng kingdom? The 3 major families mobilized. Hundreds of individuals surged toward the Tian mountain range, plunging the entire Tianfeng kingdom into chaos. Simultaneously, in a refined courtyard deep within the Fengyun Academy, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white sat quietly beside a pond, observing the small fish swimming within. The golden fish were extraordinarily beautiful. Her gaze was cold, emanating an air of chill. Just as she admired the goldfish, a figure approached. "Vice Dean, I have uncovered Lin Yu's whereabouts." The newcomer, a young man in black, bowed before the white-clad woman. The woman was none other than Murong Bing, the current vice dean of Fengyun Academy. Her eyes flickered slightly before she inquired, "Where is he?" "Vice Dean, I have learned that Lin Yu has seized two treasures, the Spirit Pearl and the Qinglong map, from the three major families at the auction house, and subsequently, he entered the Tian mountain range." The young man in black explained. Murong Bing furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "What does he seek in the Tian mountain range?" "Unknown. However, the three major families and several other unidentified individuals are all tracking him and have entered the Tian mountain range together with him. From the circumstances, it appears that Lin Yu is in a precarious situation. Moreover, inexplicably, a short half-hour ago, the three major families suddenly mobilized a large number of people, all entering the Tian mountain range with ominous intent." Murong Bing spoke in a low voice. "Are you suggesting that Lin Yu has done something within the Tian mountain range that necessitated the three major families' involvement to find him?" The young man in black nodded. "That is the only explanation. However, Lin Yu is but one individual, while those tracking him number at least 20 or 30, including experts from the three major families. I cannot fathom what he could have done to provoke such a response that a glimmer of intrigue crossed Murong Bing's delicate features. I too am curious about what Lin Yu has accomplished in the Tian mountain range. Continue your investigation and report back with every detail of the occurrences within." "Yes." The young man nodded, adding, "If Lin Yu is in trouble or danger, should I intervene to save him?" Murong Bing replied coldly. "Lin Yu is mine. Whoever seeks to harm him shall perish." As she spoke, a powerful aura of killing intent emanated from her. "Understood." The young man nodded emphatically before departing. Once he had left, Murong Bing's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Lin Yu, you must not perish. If you do, who shall I find to take as my disciple?" In that moment, all factions within Tianfeng City mobilized, hundreds rushing into the Tian mountain range. The Tian mountain range had never witnessed such commotion. Everyone was curious about what transpired within, prompting the three major families and others to converge upon it. Only a select few were privy to the details. The events occurring within the Tian mountain range were all linked to one individual, Lin Yu. A monumental upheaval was brewing throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. Meanwhile, deep within the Tian mountain range, Lin Yu continued his vigorous training. Tian mountain range. On the outskirts, a figure darted swiftly through the forest, moving with lightning speed, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. This individual was Lin Yu. Chapter 63. Hunting Demonic Beasts. After dispatching Shengwan Qiyin, Sima Lin, and Li Xianfeng, he had been hunting demonic beasts within the Tian mountain range. For the better part of the day, he encountered several low-level demonic beasts, but they proved of little significance. Therefore, Lin Yu pressed deeper into the mountain range, seeking higher-level beasts. The higher the level of the demonic beasts, the greater the energy he could harvest, which was precisely what he needed. Roar. After moving forward for over 10 minutes, a tremendous roar echoed ahead, reverberating with immense power that a demonic beast approaches. Upon hearing the roar, Lin Yu's pupils constricted as he gazed forward. The sound suggested that the approaching beast was no ordinary foe. Fixing his gaze ahead, he soon spotted a massive red figure materializing in his line of sight. It was a colossal lion, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its fur of vibrant crimson, suffused with potent flames that resembled a lion engulfed in flames that as it approached, a wave of heat washed over Lin Yu. The crimson flame lion, seeing the flame-infused beast before him, Lin Yu's pupils widened. The crimson flame lion was a beast of the demon master level, naturally endowed with formidable firepower, that was said that the flames it wielded were of the crimson flame, far more potent than ordinary flames. Even the most resilient Beihai Xianjing could be melted by its fire. Ordinary warriors encountering the crimson flame lion faced certain death. Many had perished in its fiery embrace. Lin Yu never anticipated encountering a crimson flame lion here, marking his first encounter with a demon master level beast since entering the Tian mountain range. Roar. At that moment, the Crimson Flame Lion let out another fierce roar. Seemingly having detected Lin Yu, its crimson eyes fixated upon him, and the next instant, it surged forward at an astonishing speed that in the blink of an eye, the Crimson Flame Lion was upon Lin Yu, its massive jaws poised to consume him whole. "Come at me." As the lion launched its attack, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, eager to test the veracity of the lion's feared reputation. The powerful Crimson Flame Lion barreled toward him, .8 Desolation's demon-slaying palm. Lin Yu shouted, channeling his inner energy as he struck out with a palm that in an instant, the palm print collided with the lion's head, producing a deafening crack as the massive creature was sent hurtling backward, rolling violently across the ground. Roar, crashing to the ground, the Crimson Flame Lion emitted another ferocious roar, then opened its mouth wide, unleashing several fireballs that hurtled toward Lin Yu. Ice-cold technique. With a frosty demeanor, Lin Yu summoned the power of ice. Crack, crack, crack. The incoming fireballs were all halted by the icy force, becoming encased in ice. Shatter. With a casual exhale, Lin Yu shattered all the fireballs into fragments that in the next moment, he appeared beside the Crimson Flame Lion. Sky-cleaving strike. With a single stroke, Lin Yu severed the lion's head from its body. Simultaneously, he absorbed the powerful fire energy within it. Ding. You have refined a Demon Master-level beast, gaining 4,200 energy points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Not bad. Upon hearing the system's chime, Lin Yu nodded slightly. The Crimson Flame Lion, albeit merely a first-tier beast master, was considered formidable among the beastly ranks, particularly due to its flame power, which surpassed that of ordinary flames by a significant margin. However, for Lin Yu, such a creature posed no challenge whatsoever. He could effortlessly dispatch it with minimal exertion. After slaying the Crimson Flame Lion, Lin Yu pressed onward, seeking the next beast. His objective was straightforward. He would not depart from the Shadow Sky mountain range until he had hunted a sufficient number of beasts and amassed a considerable amount of energy. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Yu finally encountered another beast. That moment, he was concealed atop a grand tree, and several hundred meters below him, a massive silver serpent, over 10 meters long and exuding a powerful aura of cold, was gliding slowly across the ground. The path traversed by the silver serpent was marked by a long trail of frost, with the surrounding grass and trees encased in ice. What an overwhelming chill. Lin Yu mused, his gaze fixed on the serpent below. Even from a distance, he could distinctly sense the frigid energy emanating from the creature, and if I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary Ice Spirit Serpent. He recalled having heard tales of a terrifyingly powerful entity among serpents known as the Ice Spirit Serpent, which wielded formidable ice powers capable of freezing anything in proximity, rendering all who ventured within 10 meters into solid ice. Thus, the Ice Spirit Serpent was regarded as a behemoth among the beasts. To his surprise, he now found himself face to face with this legendary creature. Very well, I shall see whether your ice power is superior, or if my supreme Ice Star Soul reigns supreme. Lin Yu remarked with a cold smirk. Sharing the same ice affinity, he was intrigued to discover if the Ice Spirit Serpent's abilities could rival those of his supreme Ice Star Soul. With that thought, he leaped from the tree, charging swiftly towards the Ice Spirit Serpent with the swiftness of lightning that in the blink of an eye, he stood before the serpent and struck down with a palm. The Ice Spirit Serpent reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly evading to the side as Lin Yu's fist collided with the ground, sending tremors rippling through the earth and unleashing a torrent of powerful spiritual energy in all directions. The Ice Spirit Serpent's eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu, a chilling murderous intent flickering within them. How dare this human attempt a surprise attack? In the Shadow Sky mountain range, it was the beast that hunted, and none had ever dared to challenge it. Now, this audacious human would become its next meal that in an instant. The Ice Spirit Serpent lunged forward, its massive body striking like a whip. Celestial slash. Lin Yu's expression hardened as he swung his sword down. The celestial sword met the Ice Spirit Serpent with a resounding clang, failing to inflict any harm. Instead, the sword vibrated violently from the impact. Such formidable defenses, Lin Yu thought astonished. The celestial sword was a terrestrial-grade spiritual weapon, capable of shattering mountains with ease. Yet now, it had struck the Ice Spirit Serpent and left it unscathed, leaving him quite taken aback. The serpent's body was evidently more resilient than even the terrestrial-grade weapon. Suddenly, the ice spirit serpent surged upward from the ground, moving with lightning speed to close the distance to Lin Yu before opening its maw wide to strike. Its jaws were capable of swallowing a person whole. Frosty grasped as the serpent charged. Lin Yu summoned the power of his supreme Ice Star Soul and met its advance with a palm strike. The two opposing forces of ice clashed violently, each equally potent, the left representing the supreme Ice Star Soul, and the right the Ice Spirit Serpent's innate ice energy. With each collision, the air crackled, and within a radius of several hundred meters, the surrounding forest was encased in ice, transforming the area into a frozen realm. After a fierce engagement lasting several breaths, a deafening explosion resonated as the two forces shattered apart. Lin Yu remained steadfast while the Ice Spirit Serpent was propelled backward, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, the serpent's eyes were filled with disbelief. This human possessed ice powers of his own, and astonishingly, they seemed to eclipse its own innate abilities. The serpent's ice power was a natural, inherent force, far superior to that of ordinary ice. Yet, the ice energy emanating from this human was even more formidable, a fact that defied belief. That it seems the Ice Spirit Serpent is not all that. Lin Yu remarked coolly, surveying the creature. Its ice power possesses a certain level of skill, but when compared to my supreme Ice Star Soul, it falls significantly short. That my power can easily overwhelm its abilities. We are simply not on the same level. The Ice Spirit Serpent clearly comprehended Lin Yu's words, emitting a hissing sound filled with intense, murderous intent. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a blast of frigid air aimed directly at Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, causing the icy breath to dissipate into nothingness. Primordial celestial art. He then formed a seal with his hands, channeling the ancient technique that a golden sphere of light coalesced before him, and upon reaching its zenith of power, he hurled it towards the Ice Spirit Serpent. This golden sphere, imbued with unparalleled might, crashed down upon the already wounded serpent. The Ice Spirit Serpent, in its injured state, lacked the strength to withstand Lin Yu's lethal strike. With a thunderous roar, the Ice Spirit Serpent was obliterated. Ice Spirit Serpent, slain. A notification chimed in his mind, indicating he had harvested 4,400 energy points from the kill. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. With each beast master he vanquished, he garnered over 4,000 energy points to this rate. It wouldn't be long before he amassed the 50,000 experience points needed to unlock the 4th-tier system shop. He was eager to see what treasures awaited him there. After resting momentarily, Lin Yu resumed his quest for more beasts. Over the course of nearly 3 days, he traversed the Shadow Sky mountain range, hunting down numerous beasts, over 100 in total. The majority were spirit beasts, with a select few reaching the status of beast masters. Every creature he encountered fell to his might. By the end of the 3 days, he had amassed countless energy points, though he had yet to tally the exact total. However, it was reasonable to assume he had accumulated several tens of thousands to that moment. As he rested, a sudden and powerful tremor resonated from ahead, sending ripples through the forest. Alongside the shockwave, an overwhelming spiritual energy surged outward. What a potent energy fluctuation! What could be happening ahead? Lin Yu's pupils constricted, sensing that a fierce battle was being waged nearby, with a formidable opponent unleashing such tremendous energy. Who dares to engage in such a tumultuous conflict? In Lin Yu's gaze, a flicker of curiosity danced momentarily. After a brief contemplation, his figure flickered, and he swiftly surged forward. Merely a minute later, Lin Yu arrived at the source of the energy emanating from ahead. As he peered into the distance, his eyes abruptly sharpened. Before him loomed 2 extraordinarily massive beasts, engaged in a frenzied battle. Each creature was more terrifying than the last. To the left stood a gigantic ape, towering at 5 to 6 meters, its entire body a brilliant white, exuding a formidable aura of demonic energy, with terrifying strength radiating from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble with each punch it threw. On the right was a colossal wolf, stretching dozens of meters in length and standing 3 to 4 meters tall. This wolf was imbued with dark energy, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely, and within a radius of several hundred meters. The potent demonic energy it released corroded countless trees around it. These 2 beasts, each more intimidating than the other, were locked in a fierce struggle in a vast, open area ahead. The air was thick with their terrifying auras, extending their battle range for tens of thousands of meters. Each strike they made held the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Lin Yu stood several kilometers away, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the fierce clash of these two creatures. It was the windstorm demon wolf and the celestial giant ape. These two formidable beasts, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The windstorm demon wolf and the celestial giant ape were both peak demon masters, reigning as sovereigns within the entire Intian mountain range. Their peak mastery was sufficient to dominate the entire northern territory. Chapter 65. The Seven-Colored Snow Lotus. How could these terrifying beasts be engaged in such a life-and-death struggle here? Lin Yu was both astonished and curious. The windstorm demon wolf and the celestial giant ape were among the most elite of demon beasts within the Intian mountain range. Generally, beasts of such caliber would not engage in such reckless attacks. Yet, the ferocity of their assaults suggested a desperate struggle for each other's lives. Lin Yu puzzled over why these two creatures were intent on mutual annihilation. At that moment, Lin Yu's gaze was drawn to a shimmering pool of water several hundred meters ahead, where colorful orbs of light danced that a powerful spiritual energy emanated from the pool. And more importantly, despite their fierce battle, both the windstorm demon wolf and the celestial giant ape occasionally cast glances toward that water. Could it be that the reason for their conflict lay within the pool? Lin Yu murmured to himself that in contemplation. Lin Yu released his spiritual awareness toward the pool. Indeed, as his perception approached, he immediately sensed an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the water. Upon feeling this energy, Lin Yu distinctly noticed a subtle tremor in his dantian. What could possess such potent spiritual energy? Lin Yu was astounded that he had never encountered such a terrifying energy before. What secrets lay hidden within this pool? As the two beasts continued their fierce confrontation, Lin Yu surmised that the reason for their life-and-death struggle might be related to whatever was concealed within the pool. Without further ado, he cautiously approached the water, concealing all traces of his presence to avoid detection by the two beasts. Seizing the moment while they were distracted in battle, Lin Yu leaped into the pool. The air within the pool was thick with spiritual energy. Upon his descent, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming influx of energy pouring into his body. His form was ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. As he absorbed this energy, he sensed his dantian beginning to revolve slowly, indicating the potential for a breakthrough. Curiosity surged within him. What secrets did this pool harbor? Descending further, at a depth of 20 to 30 meters, Lin Yu reached the bottom of the pool. There, at the very center, he beheld a flower of stunning beauty, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors and exuding pure spiritual energy. The entire pool's essence seemed to emanate from this flower, the seven-colored snow lotus. Lin Yu was taken aback by the sight of this resplendent flower. The seven-colored snow lotus was a rare treasure of the world, containing immense spiritual energy. Legend had it that consuming the seven-colored snow lotus could elevate an ordinary mortal to the realm of a star spirit warrior in an instant. For those already training, ingesting the lotus could elevate their cultivation by 3 to 4 levels, or even 5 to 6 for those with exceptional talent. To martial artists, the seven-colored snow lotus was an invaluable treasure, especially for those facing bottlenecks in their progress, as it could dissolve any barriers to advancement. Lin Yu had heard tales of this mysterious lotus, but had never laid eyes upon one, especially since it was said to have not graced the continent for thousands of years. The last known appearance was a millennium ago. To find one here, in the Intian Mountains, was beyond belief. No wonder those two beasts were battling fiercely. They were undoubtedly fighting for the seven-colored snow lotus, for whoever obtained it would experience immense enhancement. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fortune favored him this time. The seven-colored snow lotus, as a supreme divine medicine, would greatly benefit him as well, that if he could consume it, he was certain his strength would see a remarkable increase. With a smile, Lin Yu reached out to pluck the seven-colored snow lotus. However, just as his hand was about to touch the flower, two overwhelming forces surged from above. He turned to see the windstorm demon wolf and the celestial giant ape plunging into the pool, charging directly at him with ferocity. "You dare to steal my seven-colored snow lotus, you despicable human!" bellowed the celestial giant ape, its voice thunderous. "Attempting to take advantage of our battle to pilfer the lotus. You are courting death. The windstorm demon wolf swiftly followed suit, snarling. In mere moments you, a worthless creature who hasn't even reached the Star Master level, dare to claim my treasure in the Intian Mountains? You are inviting your own demise. In an instant, both beasts had reached Lin Yu, their terrifying powers locking onto him. Under the weight of their formidable auras, Lin Yu felt his body tremble, the oppressive energy rendering even the slightest movement a challenge. What a terrifying force! Lin Yu furrowed his brows, his countenance grave. The celestial demon ape and the Gale demon wolf were both terrifying beasts at the pinnacle of the demon master realm. Each possessed formidable strength. With both of them attacking simultaneously, Lin Yu was acutely aware that he was no match for these two demonic creatures. Contemplating this, he swiftly plucked a seven-colored snow lotus from nearby, then leaped into the air. Racing towards the surface of the water pool with remarkable speed, he burst forth from the pool and, upon emerging, chose a direction to continue his flight, moving through the forest like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, within the water pool, upon witnessing Lin Yu seize the seven-colored snow lotus, both the Gale demon wolf and the celestial demon ape were instantly consumed by rage. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Yu's retreating figure, and they let out a furious roar. "You little beast! Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will catch you and tear you to shreds," bellowed the celestial demon ape. Without further ado, the Gale demon wolf soared out of the water pool, hot on Lin Yu's heels. Thus, the two beasts relentlessly pursued Lin Yu, who was darting ahead with all his might. Lin Yu exerted every ounce of his strength to propel himself forward. As he glanced back at the rapidly approaching Gale demon wolf and celestial demon ape, a frigid expression crossed his face. "Just wait, I will eventually slay you both," he declared sternly. Currently, he was merely at the star spirit level. While these two beasts had reached the peak of the demon master realm, at present, he was not their match. However, it would not be long before he would annihilate these two brutes behind him. The celestial demon ape and Gale demon wolf seemed to comprehend Lin Yu's words, intensifying their pursuit. Their speed escalated, exuding a murderous intent, as if vowing not to rest until Lin Yu was dead. Yet, in terms of strength, Lin Yu was temporarily inferior to these two formidable beasts. Nevertheless, when it came to speed, the Gale demon wolf and celestial demon ape were utterly incapable of catching up to Lin Yu. He moved with a ghostly swiftness through the forest, and despite the beasts chasing him for half a day, they found themselves growing increasingly distant from him. What is happening with this kid? Why is his speed so astonishing? He is merely a waste at the star spirit level. He shouldn't be capable of such velocity, the Gale demon wolf mused, perplexed. His own speed was already quite remarkable among demon beasts, and few could surpass him in the entire Intian mountain range. Yet, this human lad before him was faster than he could comprehend. The celestial demon ape, on the other hand, wore a sinister expression. Its eyes locked onto Lin Yu, filled with a fierce desire to kill. "Today, if I do not slay this human, I shall not be considered a being." They both pursued him with fervor, at that moment. Lin Yu, employing his ultimate agility, was steadily widening the gap between them. After a considerable time, Lin Yu had successfully evaded the two demon beasts. However, he did not allow himself to relax. He continued to run for a while before finally halting. Just then, he spotted a cave ahead. That a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes as he dashed into the cave. After setting up a barrier at the entrance, Lin Yu ventured deeper into the cave. The cave was quite profound, extending about 100 meters in depth. Upon reaching the innermost part, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground. "This place is quite suitable," he mused as he surveyed his surroundings. A powerful aura of spiritual energy emanated from the cave, suggesting that a faint spiritual vein lay beneath it. "Excellent. I shall break through here," Lin Yu thought to himself. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the star spirit level, and he had previously sensed several opportunities to break through, yet he had refrained from doing so, but he was not in a rush. After all, his current strength was sufficient to handle warriors at the Star Master level, and there was no pressing need for a breakthrough. Furthermore, he wished to linger longer at the Star Spirit level to solidify his foundation. Now, however, the moment had come for him to advance. Lin Yu retrieved the seven-colored snow lotus he had just acquired. Waves of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged forth from the lotus, filling the cave with a rich essence. Indeed, the seven-colored snow lotus is remarkable. I wonder how many realms it can help me transcend. Lin Yu thought, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, that he then swallowed the seven-colored snow lotus in one gulp. Buzz! The moment the lotus entered his mouth, an explosion of pure spiritual energy erupted within him. This power was vast and exceedingly pure, flooding through his veins and bones. Under the impetus of this potent spiritual energy, Lin Yu could distinctly feel his body undergoing tremendous transformations. His veins, bones, strength, and every aspect of his being were continuously strengthening. In the briefest of moments, his entire physique had undergone a profound metamorphosis. After this transformation, the surging spiritual energy flowed toward his dantian, crashing into it with immense force that as the energy surged into his dantian. It radiated with golden light. The dantian rapidly spun as it absorbed the spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power from within. Lin Yu's strength was steadily ascending. Once he sensed that his internal situation was nearing completion, Lin Yu suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Break for me!" With a resounding roar, he concentrated all his spiritual power and charged at the barrier within his dantian. This barrier represented the dividing line between the Star Spirit and Star Master realms. Once he broke through this barrier, he would successfully ascend to the Star Master level. Boom! Under the impact of his formidable strength, the barrier shattered almost instantaneously. Lin Yu hardly exerted any effort, yet his power successfully reached the Star Master realm. Moreover, after achieving this level, the force within him continued to surge forth. Chapter 67. Star Master Level 3. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. He had long anticipated that the seven-colored snow lotus would not merely allow him to break through one level. With his own strength, he would have smoothly ascended to the Star Master realm. Now, combined with the seven-colored snow lotus, the energy he had accumulated was tremendously formidable. Thus, breaking through the Star Master level was just the beginning. Boom! As the potent spiritual energy coursed through him, Lin Yu's realm continued to rise, from Star Spirit Level 9 to Star Master Level 1, then from Level 1 to Level 2, and finally from Level 2 to Level 3. He ascended 3 levels in a mere instant. Furthermore, even after reaching Star Master Level 3, the power of the seven-colored snow lotus had yet to be fully expended. The energy still sought to surge further. However, Lin Yu did not choose to continue pushing through. Instead, he gathered all the power back into his dantian, focusing on comprehending the Star Master realm he had just attained. The most significant difference between the Star Master and Star Spirit realms lay in the understanding of the stars. Warriors at the Star Master level could harness the power of the stars for their own use, employing it in their attacks. The star power was the most potent and mysterious force in the world. Only after reaching the Star Master realm could one begin to grasp the essence of star power. At this moment, Lin Yu could distinctly sense the star power radiating through the surrounding air. The star power resonated with his star soul, which began to circulate slowly. Upon sensing the star power, Lin Yu realized that his strength had become purer and more formidable than before. Previously, he had merely possessed ordinary spiritual energy, but now he had tapped into the more powerful star power. Utilizing star power in combat would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities. This cultivation lasted for 3 full days, after which Lin Yu finally awakened from his meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, as soon as he did, 2 beams of brilliance flickered within his gaze. Waves of terrifyingly powerful and pure energy surged forth from his body. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. He could shatter a 100-meter-high mountain with a single punch. Moreover, he could clearly sense the mysterious star power from the surrounding space. Is this the Star Master realm? How powerful! Feeling an immense power within, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible force coursing through his entire being. With a casual strike, he demonstrated the might capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Lin Yu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and with a resounding boom, the cave ahead was left with a deep pit extending several dozen meters. With my current strength, my punch must have reached a force of 200,000 pounds. Lin Yu murmured to himself. The power of an ordinary Star Master is merely 50,000 pounds, yet now he undoubtedly possessed strength amounting to 200,000 pounds. This was still in a normal state. Should he activate the Supreme Star Soul, his power would only intensify. In summary, compared to before, he had become significantly more formidable, and his realm had ascended to the 3rd stage of Star Master. A smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also sensed the power of the stars. Now that he had reached the Star Master realm, he could entirely contend with those higher-level Star Master warriors. Li family, Shangguan family, Sima family, just wait for me. It won't be long before I annihilate all three of your clans, Lin Yu declared fiercely. Found him. He is here. Hurry and summon others. I've located that little beast Lin Yu. He is inside this cave. Bring people immediately and surround this cave. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time. That is Lin Yu was cultivating. A cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the cave. Hearing these sounds, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Who was calling out outside the cave? At that moment, dozens of individuals surrounded the cave, blocking all exits. At the center stood a young man in blue, saying, Lu Nan. What is the situation? Have you notified the elder? Is he on his way? Another youth replied, I have already informed the elder. He will arrive shortly. Good. The young man in blue fixed his gaze on the cave, his eyes glinting with malice. But we must not allow that little beast Lin Yu to escape this time. Capture him, and I will have him torn apart by blades, the youth beside him assured. He is currently inside the cave, and we have the cave completely surrounded. Rest assured, Sima Gongzi, he cannot escape. Today he is doomed, indeed. The young man in blue nodded that he was Sima Alfeng, a core member of the Sima family. And all those with him were also from the Sima clan. Moments later, an elder accompanied by dozens of people appeared outside the cave. Elder, you've finally arrived. Lin Yu is right inside this cave. Upon seeing the elder, Sima Alfeng exclaimed in delight. The elder, clad in white, emanated an incredibly powerful aura, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the cave. Are you certain that the little beast Lin Yu is inside this cave? Absolutely, Sima Alfeng nodded emphatically. Elder, we just sensed his presence inside. We have been guarding the entrance, and he must be within, without a doubt. Good. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the elder's eyes. In that case, let us not waste any more words that go in and bring this little brat out. Yes, Sima Alfeng nodded, leading his group toward the cave. Just as they approached the entrance, the cave's mouth suddenly shattered. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from within. The figure was a young man, around 20 years old, with a cold expression and a powerful aura. It was Lin Yu did so it's you. Upon seeing Lin Yu step out of the cave, Sima Alfeng laughed maniacally. Lin Yu, you worthless fool, you finally emerged from your cave. I thought you would hide in there like a turtle forever. Lin Yu, with a frigid gaze, surveyed the crowd before him and asked, which family among the three major clans do you belong to? State your name. We are from the Sima family, Lin Yu. Today, you are as good as dead, Sima Alfeng declared sharply. The Sima family, is it? Lin Yu scoffed. You Sima family truly have a short memory. Sima Lin and Sima Feng both perished at my hands. Yet here you are, daring to seek me out again. Do you wish to deliver more lives to me? Shut your mouth, Sima Alfeng roared, pointing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you killed two elite members of my Sima family, Sima Lin and Sima Feng, that if I do not kill you today, I vow I will not be human. Is that so? Lin Yu replied coldly, Do you think you have the capability to kill me? Are you worthy? Damn it, you seek death. Sima Alfeng, now infuriated, shouted, You little beast, I will end your life right now. With that, Sima Alfeng's foot slammed against the ground, propelling him rapidly toward Lin Yu. That he moved with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before Lin Yu, and unleashed a punch that a golden fist imprint formed before him. And as he struck down, the surrounding space trembled slightly. This punch was immensely powerful. Sima Alfeng's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was confident that, with his strength, this punch could easily obliterate the youth before him. The punch reached Lin Yu in an instant. However, Lin Yu stood his ground, unyielding. Boom! The moment Sima Alfeng's punch landed on Lin Yu, a terrifying force erupted from within Lin Yu's body. Sima Alfeng's punch was instantly shattered by this force. Simultaneously, this power struck Sima Alfeng, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Sima Alfeng instantly lost his breath. Sima Alfeng is dead. Ding! Refined to the third stage of Star Master. Gained 4,600 energy points. The system's voice rang out as Sima Alfeng fell. How is this possible? The members of the Sima family nearby widened their eyes in shock. Sima Alfeng had been slain by Lin Yu in an instant. And he was the one who initiated the attack. That it was known that Sima Alfing was also an elite of the Sima family. At the third stage of Star Master, undeniably powerful, yet he had been defeated so swiftly. Sima Xian, the elder of the Sima family, watched in disbelief as his pupils constricted. He had previously heard that Lin Yu was merely at the spirit realm. But now, the strength Lin Yu displayed was undoubtedly that of a Star Master, and moreover, a third-stage Star Master. How could this be? Just 3 days ago, he was merely at the spirit realm. How could he have ascended to the third stage of Star Master in such a short time? Sima Xian's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's gaze shifted once more to Sima Xian. Among the many members of the Sima family present, he recognized that the strongest among them was this elder. There was an overwhelming power emanating from the white-clad elder. This man was the core figure of the Sima family. What is your relationship to the Sima family? Lin Yu inquired. I am the fourth elder of the Sima family. Sima Xian, the elder, replied. Oh, Lin Yu nodded. Oh, you are the elder of the Sima family. No wonder you possess such formidable energy. Sima Xian glared at Lin Yu icily. Lin Yu, you are quite audacious. You have killed several elite members of my Sima family, and now you have slain Sima Alfing. 3 direct members of the Sima family have perished at your hands. You must pay for this. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. Those were your Sima family members who sought their own demise, one by one, insisting on troubling me, that if they had not sought me out, would I have any reason to kill them? I am a simple person. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if one does offend me, I will annihilate their entire family. Since your Sima family has offended me, prepare for your destruction. Mark my words, your Sima family will soon meet its end at my hands, and all of you shall perish. As he spoke, a wave of killing intent surged from him, a fierce aura radiating outward. The surrounding members of the Sima family felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Yu, their bodies trembling slightly. They sensed that what Lin Yu said seemed to hold a grain of truth. It would not be long before the Sima family truly faced annihilation at his hands. Arrogant, Sima Xian scolded, pointing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, my Sima family has dominated the Tianfeng kingdom for hundreds of years, and even holds a prominent position in the entire northern region. How could a worthless person like you claim to extinguish us at will? Since I am here today, I will ensure you do not leave alive. Anyone who dares to oppose my Sima family must die. Sima Xian's entire being radiated a terrifying aura. Did I ask that so? Lin Yu retorted with a cold smile. You wish to kill me. Do you possess that capability? You are the fourth elder of the Sima family. Is that right? Very well. Let me see just how capable you truly are. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yu's body swiftly charged forward, directly approaching Sima Xian. Having just broken through to the Star Master realm, he was eager to find someone to test his newfound strength, and now, Sima Xian was the perfect subject for his experiment. He intended to eliminate him first. Seeing Lin Yu take the initiative to attack, a glint of ferocity flashed in Sima Xian's eyes. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a formidable surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, crashing towards Lin Yu with a thunderous roar. Lin Yu struck the wave of spiritual energy with his fist, resulting in a massive explosion as the two forces violently collided. The overwhelming impact forced Lin Yu to retreat a few steps, and his palm tingled slightly. Sima Xian was at the 6th level of the Star Master realm. Lin Yu surveyed Sima Xian with astonishment. This level of power was quite formidable, even in the entirety of Tianfeng City, typically only attainable by the elders of the 4 great families. Indeed, Sima Xian possessed considerable prowess. Xiantian Palm, die! At that moment, Sima Xian bellowed, swiftly closing the distance between them, and with a powerful strike, he summoned a blood-red palm imprint in the air. Infused with terrifying energy, the 8 Desolation Demon-slaying palm. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he channeled his own spiritual power, meeting Sima Xian's attack with a counterpalm. In an instant, the 2 palm imprints collided mid-air with a thunderous crash. The clash of their fierce powers unleashed a terrifying shockwave, obliterating all trees within a radius of several hundred meters. The onlookers from the Sima family stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing at the overwhelming aura emanating from the 2 combatants. With a deafening explosion, the 2 palm imprints shattered simultaneously, sending Lin Yu and Sima Xian hurtling backward 100 meters. 9th Heaven Indestructible Sword Technique. As Lin Yu stumbled back, he formed a hand seal, causing dozens of long swords to slowly rotate around him, each containing a terrifying sword intent. Chapter 69. Slaying Sima, his ninth heaven indestructible sword technique had reached the seventh layer, granting it tenfold the power of the sixth layer, if not more. Although only 7 swords were present, each one was imbued with an immense sword force capable of splitting mountains and shattering the heavens. 7 sword lights, each a different hue, spiraled around Lin Yu, emanating powerful energy with every rotation. Perish! Lin Yu suddenly shouted, unleashing the 7 sword lights towards Sima Qian. Celestial fire slash. Upon witnessing the oncoming sword lights, Sima Qian's expression hardened that a fiery long knife materialized in his hands. Ablaze with fierce flames, with a thunderous roar, Sima Qian swung the flaming knife downward, creating a fiery arc that surged forward. The fiery blade collided with the ninth heaven indestructible sword technique in an explosive clash. Both forces incredibly potent. The surrounding space trembled as the violent energies clashed, creating an overwhelming aura that rippled through the air. With a resounding crash, both the sword lights and the flaming blade shattered, dissipating in a brilliant display. The overwhelming force sent Sima Qian reeling back several hundred meters. How is this possible? Sima Qian stared incredulously at Lin Yu, disbelief etched across his face. This young man, despite only being at the 3rd level of the Star Master realm, exhibited strength far beyond that level. Even he found it difficult to contend with. Kid, what is your true strength? Sima Qian glared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression remained icy as he replied, for a Star Master at the 6th level, you truly are a waste if you cannot discern my strength. You brat, don't think I don't know. Your Star Soul must be extraordinary. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess the capability to challenge those above your level, that if I'm not mistaken, your Star Soul should at least be of the Earth level, right? Sima Qian fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. Earth level? Lin Yu scoffed. Sima Qian had the audacity to assume he was merely an Earth-level Star Soul. Such narrow-mindedness. Today, he would show him precisely what level his Star Soul truly was. With that, Lin Yu began to channel his Celestial Demon Star Soul. Celestial Demon Annihilation. With a thunderous roar, a colossal skeleton appeared above Lin Yu's head. Towering several dozen meters high, the massive skeleton was shrouded in black mist. Its eyes glowing crimson, exuding a malevolent aura, as the giant skeleton manifested. A dark mist enveloped the surrounding area, causing trees to wither and flowers to wither away, the very space trembling with dread. The Celestial Demon Supreme Star Soul. This is the Celestial Demon Supreme Star Soul. Sima Qian's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the colossal skeleton, disbelief flooding his expression. The Supreme Star Soul was the pinnacle among all Star Souls across the continent. In the entire northern region, few possessed such an extraordinary Star Soul, and no wonder this young man possessed such formidable power, enabling him to challenge those above his level. It was all due to the Celestial Demon Supreme Star Soul. Do you see now? Am I merely an Earth-level Star Soul? Lin Yu sneered coldly from midair. You, Lin Yu, must die today, Sima Qian howled in rage. The talent of this young man was terrifying. In less than 3 days, he had ascended from the Star Spirit realm to the 3rd level of the Star Master realm, and now revealed his Celestial Demon Star Soul. Such talent was unparalleled even in the northern region. If he were not eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Given Lin Yu's potential, it wouldn't be long before he reached a terrifying level of power, endangering the entire Sima family. Thus, he had to be dealt with today. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sima Qian, Lin Yu chuckled derisively. Do you really think you have the capability to kill me, old man? Today, I have no intention of sparing you. I will eradicate you and the entire Sima family, so you can learn the consequences of opposing me. Lin Yu, die. Sima Qian roared, leaping into the air, wielding the flaming long knife to strike down once more. Celestial Demon Annihilation. Lin Yu's expression remained frosty as he commanded the skeleton to deliver a crushing blow. The skeletal fist collided violently with the fiery blade, resulting in a deafening explosion as the dark fist obliterated the fiery arc entirely. After shattering the flaming blade, the skeletal fist continued its relentless assault towards Sima Qian. How ran Tiangang? Sima Qian shouted, forming a hand seal that conjured a sphere of golden energy before him. The golden sphere, infused with pure energy, hurtled towards the skeleton to end the next moment. The two forces collided with tremendous ferocity, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that ravaged everything within a radius of several hundred meters. After a few breaths, the skeleton raised its other fist, slamming it into the golden sphere. With a resounding boom, the sphere was obliterated, yet the skeletal fist maintained its momentum, heading straight for Sima Qian. How can this be? Sima Qian's face twisted in shock as he witnessed his full-powered Hao Ran Tianyang being easily shattered by the skeleton. That moment, the terrifying skeletal imprint loomed before him. Not good. Sima Qian's expression changed drastically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The fist imbued with overwhelming demonic power struck him with tremendous force. The impact sent Sima Qian spewing blood. His body soaring through the air like a kite cut from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. As he landed, he coughed up more blood, his face as pale as a sheet. The blow from the celestial demon skeleton had left him grievously injured. Buzz! Just then, the celestial demon skeleton raised its gigantic fist once more, preparing to strike down upon Sima Qian with even greater force that if this punch landed, Sima Qian would undoubtedly perish. Fear gripped Sima Qian's heart as he trembled at the impending doom. At that moment, Lin Yu waved his hand, retracting the heavenly demon star soul, that he approached Sima Qian, fixing him with a cold stare, and declared, Sima Qian, a member of the Sima family, you have troubled me time and again. Today, I shall first dispatch you to collect a bit of interest, and then I will annihilate your entire clan, erasing the Sima family from this continent. Chapter 70. Leaving none behind, he was not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. However, the Sima family had indeed been a source of disgrace. First, there was Sima Feng, who attempted to seize his martial arts and followed him with murderous intent to steal his treasures. Then came Sima Lin, who trailed him relentlessly, seeking to rob him of the precious Azure Dragon map and spirit pearls he had acquired at great expense. Now, it was Sima Qian, accompanied by dozens of others, seeking to provoke him yet again. Lin Yu had never harbored any grievances against the Sima family, nor had he wronged them in any way. Yet, these individuals from the Sima family repeatedly sought conflict that if he did not eliminate these scoundrels, they would truly believe they could provoke him at will. Lin Yu, you wretched creature, let me assure you, even if you kill me, the Sima family will never spare you. Anyone who dares oppose the Sima family ultimately meets a dead end. Sima Qian's eyes were locked onto Lin Yu as he roared defiantly, that's so? Unfortunately, you will not live to see it. Just wait. It won't be long before I make the entire Sima family accompany you to the grave. Lin Yu retorted with a cold laugh before striking down with his palm. Sima Qian, already gravely injured, had no strength left to resist Lin Yu's assault. With a single strike, he was dispatched. Simultaneously, the pure spiritual energy within him was fully extracted, continuously flowing into Lin Yu's body. In an instant, Lin Yu felt his power surge once more. Ding! Refining sixfold Star Master grants 5,200 energy points. Once the process was complete, the system's voice rang out. Excellent! Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Sima Qian was a sixfold Star Master, and his energy points exceeded 5,000, that if killing one person yielded 5,000 energy points, it would not be long before he amassed the 50,000 needed to exchange for something truly valuable. After slaying Sima Qian, Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the remaining members of the Sima family scattered around. Sima Qian was not the only one who sought his life. Dozens more had accompanied him. Now that Sima Qian was dead, these individuals stood frozen in shock, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Lin Yu. The sight of Sima Qian, the fourth elder of the Sima family, lying dead at Lin Yu's feet was enough to instill fear in them all. Faced with Lin Yu's approach, panic swept over the remaining members of the Sima family. Run! Seeing Lin Yu advance, the group of dozens bolted in all directions, their speed akin to lightning. Do you think you can escape? Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile that he leapt into the air, darting into the crowd, and began his ruthless slaughter. These individuals were merely ordinary martial artists, with the strongest among them barely at the second or third Star Master level, while the weaker ones were merely at the Star Spirit level. Such feeble power posed no challenge to him. As Lin Yu plunged into the throng, he resembled a ravenous wolf entering a pen of sheep. With each punch, he dispatched his foes, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Most falling in a single blow as he killed them. He also refined their bodies, extracting the pure spiritual energy that surged into him. In a short span, he had slain 30 or so individuals. Blood flowed like rivers, the ground littered with corpses, while more continued to perish. Approximately 10 minutes later, the remaining 20 or so martial artists were also vanquished. Thus, all the martial artists of the Sima family within the Shadow Sky mountain range had been eliminated. Lin Yu had accomplished this feat with hardly any effort, dispatching nearly 50 individuals without breaking a sweat. After ensuring all were slain, Lin Yu coldly surveyed the dozens of corpses on the ground. This is the price of opposing me. From this day forth, anyone who dares to trouble me shall meet the same fate. With the near 50 slain, Lin Yu reaped a substantial amount of energy points. Though he did not calculate precisely, he estimated around 300,000 that afterward, he planned to find a suitable time to check his energy points and see how much he still needed. Subsequently, Lin Yu searched the bodies for storage rings and spirit stones, leaving no trace behind before departing. Once he had completed his tasks, Lin Yu leapt into the dense forest. Shortly after his departure, two groups, totaling several hundred individuals, arrived at the site where Lin Yu had recently been. These hundreds exuded an imposing aura, their intent to kill palpable. Among them, two men radiated a particularly terrifying spiritual energy. They were members of the Shangguan family and the Li family, led by Shangguan Tianfeng, the second elder of the Shangguan family, and Li Yuanzhong, the second elder of the Li family. The two prominent families, already allied, had entered the Shadow Sky mountain range together. Their singular objective was Lin Yu. However, despite searching for quite some time, they had found no trace of him. It was only moments ago that they felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from ahead, indicating a fierce battle with numerous participants. Thus, they hastened to investigate. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely, remnants of limbs scattered about, and many bodies mangled beyond recognition. In stunned silence, the members of the Shangguan and Li families stood aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief as they took in the horrific scene. Even elders like Shangguan Tianfeng and Li Yuanzhong were momentarily rendered speechless. The Sima family has been completely wiped out, including the corpse of Sima Xian, the fourth elder. Shangguan Tianfeng remarked darkly that Li Yuanzhong's expression mirrored his own, his gaze sweeping over the fallen bodies. Who could have done this? Over 50 elite members of the Sima family lie dead here, including Sima Xian, who possesses the strength to annihilate the Sima family with such efficiency. Both families were among the four great clans of Tianfeng Nation, well aware of the Sima family's formidable capabilities. Each of the more than 50 corpses was no weakling. Could it be Lin Yu? One voice murmured nearby. Chapter 71. The fourth level shop impossible, came the immediate retort. I heard Lin Yu is merely at the Star Spirit level. How could a Star Spirit possibly kill so many Star Masters? Sima Xian is a six-fold Star Master. That waste Lin Yu would never have the strength to take him down. Indeed, it cannot be Lin Yu. Another chimed in that we all know his strength rests at the pinnacle of Star Spirit, and no matter how talented he is, he could only contend with those at the first or second Star Master levels. And even then he is outmatched, let alone Sima Xian. Among these corpses are even those at the third or fourth Star Master levels, who could easily have slain him. Therefore, it certainly cannot be Lin Yu. If not Lin Yu, then who else could have slain so many of the Sima family's experts? We arrived the moment we heard the commotion, yet he still managed to escape. Another pondered aloud. I don't know who it was, but it definitely wasn't Lin Yu, came the consensus among the group, who debated the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the massacre of so many Sima family experts. After much deliberation, they could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Enough. Shangguan Tianfeng suddenly barked, silencing the crowd. We need not waste breath. With our Shangguan family's method of divination, we can ascertain what transpired here and identify the culprit. Upon concluding his words, Shangguan Tianfeng slowly gestured with his hands, weaving a complex seal. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed a vivid scene materializing in midair. Within the depiction, amidst a dense forest, dozens of martial artists were engaged in combat with a young man clad in white. This white-clad youth single-handedly confronted 10, even dozens of adversaries. Upon plunging into the throng, he commenced a frenzied slaughter, leaving all the martial artists lifeless in his wake. Following this carnage, the white-clad youth gracefully departed. As the spectators comprehended the unfolding imagery, their expressions turned grim, For the figure depicted was none other than Lin Yu. The slain were members of the Sima clan, with Lin Yu having just eradicated a substantial number of them, including Sima Xian. Those who had previously speculated that Lin Yu would not take action now felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. They had insisted it could not possibly be Lin Yu. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. He was the perpetrator. How could this be? Lin Yu was merely at the Star Spirit realm. How could he possess such formidable strength? The elite members of the Sima clan had all perished at his hands. An inconceivable reality, Point One murmured. From the prowess he demonstrated in the imagery, it is evident that he is no longer at the Star Spirit realm. His strength must have significantly increased, and not merely by a slight margin. Yet it has only been 3 days. In such a short span, he has ascended from Star Spirit to slaying those at the 6-star master level. How terrifying! The faces of the crowd bore solemnity. At that moment, Shangwan Tianfeng coldly remarked, "That wretched Lin Yu has indeed slain so many from the Sima clan. It appears he is no longer the feeble figure of legend." Yuanzhong scoffed, declaring, "And so what? To us, he remains but a worthless fool. The Sima clan's trash could not even eliminate a single Lin Yu. What a disgrace. This is fortuitous. I shall personally capture that wretched creature and execute him." Shangwan Tianfeng nodded. "Indeed, the Sima clan's incompetence is appalling. That it falls upon our 2 great families to take action. This time, he shall not escape. Elder Li, I have heard that your Li family possesses a unique tracking technique that allows pursuit under any circumstance. Is that correct?" Li Yuanzhong cast a cold glance at Shangwan Tianfeng. "You certainly know quite a bit." Shangwan Tianfeng smiled. "After all, we are the 4 great families. We must have some mutual understanding. Very well. I shall now utilize our Li family's exclusive tracking technique to locate that wretched creature. He will not evade us." Having spoken, Li Yuanzhong slowly began to weave a seal with his hands. As he did so, an enigmatic force surged forth from his being. Moments later, his spiritual energy coalesced into the form of a butterfly, which then floated towards the right front. "Follow me," Li Yuanzhong bellowed as he swiftly surged towards the indicated direction, with Shangwan Tianfeng and the others from the 2 families in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was deep within the Yintian Mountains, searching for demonic beasts that he had already ventured into the core region of the mountains. After eliminating those from the Sima clan, he pressed deeper into the wilderness, seeking to hunt demonic beasts. Although he had accrued a considerable amount of energy points from the Sima clan, it was still insufficient. He required more. Thus, he continued his hunt for demonic beasts. The creatures in the core of the Yintian Mountains were significantly stronger than those on the outskirts, some reaching the 5th or 6th levels of demonic mastery, or even higher. Without exception, every demonic beast he encountered met their demise at his hands. After half a day's effort, he had hunted 5 demonic beasts, all around the 5th level of demonic mastery, reaping substantial rewards that I should have gathered a sufficient amount of energy points by now, Lin Yu mused, sitting cross-legged in an open area. After collecting for so long, I wonder how many energy points I have accrued. System, check my energy points. Energy points, 530,000, the system's voice quickly relayed. Indeed. A smile crept across Lin Yu's face upon hearing the system's response that I have surpassed 530,000 energy points. Open the 4th level shop for me. The 4th level system shop is now opening. 4th level system shop successfully opened. Yes, the system's voice rang out. Lin Yu immediately entered the system shop. Upon entry, he was astonished to find that the 4th level shop was somewhat smaller than the 3rd level. Yet the items within were increasingly precious. Grade 5 Heavenly Spirit Pill, Heavenly Grade Low-Tier Technique, Blood Drink 13 Blades, Heavenly Grade Talisman, Explosive Talisman, Heavenly Grade Low-Tier Spiritual Weapon, Cloud Sky Sword. The 4th level shop was brimming with a plethora of high-level items, all of Heavenly Grade. Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with a WAS expected of the 4th level system shop. It is filled with heavenly treasures. Impressive, he was elated. Heavenly Grade spiritual weapons and techniques were exceedingly powerful within Tianfeng Kingdom, and even in the northern region. Even the 4 great families might not possess such Heavenly Grade techniques. The abundance of Heavenly Grade techniques in the system shop was indeed a tremendous boon. Of course, these treasures required energy points for exchange. Lin Yu noted that a single Heavenly Grade technique or spiritual weapon demanded nearly 500,000 energy points, a staggering amount that he sighed. The 500,000 energy points he had painstakingly accumulated seemed barely enough to procure a single item, be it a heavenly grade technique, a spiritual weapon, or even a pill or talisman. After some contemplation, Lin Yu ultimately decided to exchange for a heavenly grade technique. His current Ling Tian sword, while a terrestrial grade spiritual weapon, still wielded considerable power. Thus, he would postpone acquiring another weapon for now and prioritize a heavenly grade technique, which was far more critical to him. After surveying the 4th level system shop, he finally opted for the indestructible Divine Soul Palm, a heavenly grade low-tier technique that in truth. The shop primarily featured heavenly grade low-tier techniques, and Lin Yu spent considerable time searching but could not find a single heavenly grade mid-tier technique. So he had no choice but to select from the low-tier offerings. The indestructible Divine Soul Palm was an exceptionally powerful technique, capable of concentrating all 1's strength into a single palm strike, potentially shattering an opponent's soul. With one blow, it could claim a life. The indestructible Divine Soul Palm complemented his current Heavenly Demon Supreme Star Soul well, thus Lin Yu opted to exchange for it. With my current strength, the power of this indestructible Divine Soul Palm should be quite formidable. He murmured to himself that he initially intended to practice the indestructible Divine Soul Palm immediately, but reconsidered. The timing was not right. The Intian Mountains teemed with demonic beasts, especially in the core region, where formidable creatures lurked that if he were to be disturbed while cultivating, it would spell trouble. Therefore, he resolved to wait until he left before practicing, that he would continue to hone his skills, bolstering his strength in the days leading up to his fateful duel with Shangguan Bing on the life and death platform. This time, he was determined to make a lasting impression that a month prior, Shangguan Bing had challenged him to a duel on the life and death platform. Shangguan Bing was the second son of the Shangguan clan and ranked among the top 3 geniuses in the Wind and Cloud Academy's lower house. His prowess was formidable, and this life and death battle would attract countless spectators from the academy, with the outcome potentially altering the dynamics of the lower house. Thus, Lin Yu regarded it with great seriousness. If he could slay Shangguan Bing on the life and death platform, he would secure his position within the Wind and Cloud Academy. With only a few days remaining, he planned to train diligently to solidify his realm. Just as Lin Yu prepared to resume his search for demonic beasts, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the front, accompanied by a multitude of approaching presences. The surrounding colossal trees trembled violently. Someone was advancing towards him, and in considerable numbers. Sensing the myriad of energies, Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly. Why were there so many people suddenly converging in the Intian Mountains? Moreover, their aura was fierce, seemingly directed straight towards his location. Lin Yu chose not to flee, but remained at his position, eager to ascertain who these individuals were. Moments later, hundreds of figures surrounded him. Upon their arrival, they swiftly encircled him. The 2 leaders among them fixed their unwavering gazes upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, wretched creature, we have finally found you. Shangguan Tianfeng let out a sinister laugh and said, after pursuing for so long. I finally caught up to this scoundrel. Beside him, Li Yuanzhong's gaze was equally filled with a fierce intent to kill. Hundreds of powerful auras surrounded Lin Yu, an overwhelming force continuously surging towards him. Lin Yu found himself enveloped by these auras. Any slight movement would provoke an immediate attack from them. Who are you, and what do you want from me? Lin Yu coldly surveyed the individuals before him. You little beast, you don't even know who we are? I am Shangguan Tianfeng, an elder of the Shangguan family, and this is Li Yuanzhong, an elder of the Li family. Do you recognize us now? Shangguan Tianfeng said with a menacing grin. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quietly acknowledged his suspicion. From the moment these individuals appeared, he had an inkling that they were likely members of the Shangguan and Li families. The pursuit he faced was not merely from the Sima family alone. Now, both of these powerful families had arrived. Lin Yu casually glanced at Shangguan Tianfeng and Li Yuanzhong and asked, Do you 2 have business with me? It seems we are not well acquainted. You think there's no business? You killed members of the Shangguan family and stole our treasures. How do you propose to settle this account? Shangguan Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with malice. Li Yuanzhong, more direct, said coldly, Hand over the Qinglong map, and I will spare your life. Huh. Lin Yu scoffed, The Qinglong map is something I purchased with my own money. Why should I give it to you? Furthermore, the reason I killed members of your families is that you provoked me first. Should I simply await my own demise? Silence. Shangguan Tianfeng barked. With your slick tongue, No one in the entire Tianfeng kingdom dares to touch our Shangguan family. The moment you laid a hand on one of my kin, your fate was sealed. You will die. Now, hand over the Qinglong map and the spirit pearl, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, you shall suffer a fate worse than death. You truly are formidable, all of you wishing for my demise. Sima Xian said the same thing before, yet now he lies as a corpse, Lin Yu said indifferently. What is Sima Xian compared to us? Li Yuanzhong sneered. The Sima family ranks at the bottom among the four great families. Although Sima Xian is an elder, his strength is merely that of a lowly star master at the 6th level. He is not worthy of comparison with us. The do you think killing him grants you the power to contend with us? How naive. Enough, Lin Yu coldly waved his hand, and no need for further words. If you desire the Qinglong map and the spirit pearl, come and take them. These treasures are on my person. If you have the capability, come and retrieve them. Refusing a toast and opting for a punishment. You seek death. A glint of menace crossed Li Yuanzhong's eyes as he waved his hand. That Li Shiyu go. Kill him and retrieve the Qinglong map and the spirit pearl. Yes, upon Li Yuanzhong's command. A young man dressed in purple stepped forward from behind him, slowly approaching Lin Yu. The young man's eyes were sharp and his demeanor icy, emanating an aura of formidable spiritual power. That as he walked closer, the surrounding space trembled subtly. This is Li Shiyu, a standout among the younger generation of the Li family. Reputed to have reached the 5th level of Star Master by the age of 20. Truly impressive. I have heard of this Li Shiyu as well. His star soul is said to be exceptionally high level. Thanks to his powerful star soul, he possesses the ability to challenge opponents above his rank, surpassing many Star Masters at the 6th level. One person murmured that Li Yuanzhong, sending Li Shiyu to deal with Lin Yu indicates his intent to swiftly and decisively eliminate Lin Yu. With Li Shiyu's intervention, Lin Yu was undoubtedly doomed. It was estimated that 3 moves would suffice for Li Shiyu to vanquish him. That as the crowd observed Li Shiyu, expressions of awe flickered in their eyes. At this moment, Li Shiyu had already arrived before Lin Yu. He coldly surveyed Lin Yu and said, "You have quite the audacity, daring to oppose the Li family and kill our people. Are you tired of living? Speak. How do you wish to die? I shall grant you the means." That Li Shiyu's pride was palpable, as if Lin Yu were merely an ant beneath his feet, easily crushable with a mere gesture. Lin Yu smirked and replied, "Are all members of the Li family so self-assured?" The previous Li Xianfeng said the same, yet he is now a corpse. Humph. Li Xianfeng was merely an ordinary member of the Li family. How could he compare to me? I will now demonstrate the power of the Li family's prodigies. Upon finishing his words, Li Shiyu stepped forward, instantly appearing before Lin Yu soon as he materialized. He launched a punch, a golden fist imprint coalescing before him. With this punch, Lin Yu found himself entirely locked in place, the overwhelming force surging towards him. "Come at me." Lin Yu's eyes flashed with intensity as he retaliated with a palm strike. Boom! In an instant, their fist and palm collided violently, the immense force erupting in a thunderous explosion. Lin Yu stood firm, while Li Shiyu was sent staggering back several dozen meters. Shintian destruction, with a swift motion. Lin Yu propelled himself forward, appearing before Li Shiyu in a flash. Without hesitation, he unleashed another palm strike. Overlord Fist. Li Shiyu gritted his teeth and countered with a punch of his own. Once again, their fists clashed with tremendous force that a resounding explosion echoed as the two powers collided, sending shockwaves through the air in mere moments. The air filled with a cacophony of energy surging around them. The atmosphere thick with a murderous aura. Boom! Just 2 or 3 breaths later, a deafening sound reverberated as the fist energy unleashed by Li Shiyu was instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, a formidable spiritual force struck him. Puff! The impact forced Li Shiyu to spit a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward. How is this possible? Lying on the ground, Li Shiyu's face turned pale, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu with disbelief. He was at the 5th level of Star Master and possessed a powerful star soul, allowing him to defeat even 6th level Star Masters. Yet, this youth before him, clearly at the 3rd level of Star Master, had injured him in just 2 moves. What on earth is happening? Swish! In that instant, Lin Yu had once again appeared before him, coldly surveying Li Shiyu and saying, "Is this the prowess of the Li family's prodigies? Truly impressive, to be defeated in just 2 moves. Shut your mouth." Hearing Lin Yu's taunts, Li Shiyu roared in fury. A genius from one of the four great families. He could not endure being mocked by a mere third-level Star Master. I'll fight you to the end. With a thunderous shout, Li Shiyu soared into the air. Leaping high in midair, he began to form a hand seal. Blood Demon Kill. With a fierce shout, a blood-red long knife materialized in his grasp. Then, wielding the long knife, he slashed down fiercely. Swish. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson light stretching for several dozen meters, swiftly aimed at Lin Yu. Ninth Heaven Indestructible Sword Technique. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he began to form his own hand seals. The Ninth Heaven Indestructible Sword Technique activated. 7 differently colored sword lights began to swirl around him, each infused with immense sword intent. Annihilate, commanding the 7 sword lights, Lin Yu shouted, and in an instant, they all surged towards Li Shiyu. Simultaneously, Li Shiyu's domineering strike descended in midair. The 7 sword lights clashed violently with the blood-red blade light, shaking the very forest. Crack! Mere moments later, a crisp sound echoed as Li Shiyu's blood-red long knife cracked, and the next instant, it was shattered. The Ninth Heaven Indestructible Sword Technique continued unabated. The 7 sword lights surged towards Li Shiyu's body. In an instant, the 7 sword lights pierced through Li Shiyu, leaving countless bloody holes in his body. Li Shiyu was now utterly riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth from the gaping holes a few breaths later. He crashed heavily to the ground. Li Shiyu was dead. Ding. 5th level Star Master refined. Gained 5,000 energy points. Li Shiyu fell. The system's voice echoed. Trash. Lin Yu coldly surveyed Li Shiyu's lifeless body, his gaze frigid. Such a waste dared to act arrogantly before him, truly seeking death. These scions of noble families, their strength lacking, yet their arrogance knew no bounds. Lin Yu, you are audacious. At the very moment Lin Yu executed Li Shiyu. Ahead of him, Li Yuanzhong bellowed furiously, pointing at Lin Yu with a voice laden with indignation. You dare to slay Li Shiyu, you scoundrel. Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Li Yuanzhong and retorted. It was you who sent him here to meet his demise, that if I spare him, wouldn't that be a slight against you? If there are others from the Li family who wish to come and offer their lives, let them come. I shall be here waiting. The audacity. Li Yuanzhong was consumed by rage. Li Shiyu was considered an elite of the Li family, yet he met such a fate at the hands of Lin Yu. He could not return home to explain. Moreover, Lin Yu's arrogance was insufferable. He regarded the Li family with utter disdain. If Lin Yu were not vanquished today, how could the Li family maintain their standing in Tianfeng City in the future? This was a calamity of their own making. A fierce, killing intent flickered in Li Yuanzhong's eyes. East, south, west, north. You go and ensure his demise. I want him to die a death without a complete corpse. Li Yuanzhong commanded sternly. Understood. As soon as Li Yuanzhong's voice fell, 4 young men emerged from the ranks of the Li family, clad in garments of varying colors, yet strikingly similar in appearance. These 4 exuded an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Were these the famed 4 brothers of the Li family? It was said they were quadruplets, possessing identical talents, all having reached the pinnacle of the Xian level. And their minds were in perfect harmony, doubling their offensive capabilities. Even warriors several ranks above them would find them formidable opponents. The gathered spectators beheld these 4 remarkably similar figures. One murmured, I have heard tales of them. While individually, they may not be the strongest within the Li family, united, they stand as a top-tier force within the entirety of Tianfeng Nation. Their presence elicited awe from the onlookers. The Li family's 4 brothers were renowned throughout Tianfeng Nation, and to witness them here was unexpected. This moment, the 4 brothers, Li Dong, Li Shi, Li Nan, and Li Bei, had encircled Lin Yu from 4 distinct directions. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from them, Lin Yu scoffed. What is one not sufficient, so you send 4? He observed that these 4 were indeed brothers, their energies strikingly similar and unmistakably united. Each of them possessed the strength of a 5th-layer Star Master. Yet together they exuded an overwhelming pressure that far exceeded their individual capabilities. How intriguing. It is my first encounter with 4 such identical opponents. Let us see how much prowess you truly possess. Lin Yu remarked with a cold smile. Death. At that moment, Li Dong, Li Shi, Li Nan, and Li Bei unleashed a unified battle cry and charged toward Lin Yu. Their bodies radiated four terrifying auras, and the overwhelming force surged toward Lin Yu. Unfazed, he surged forward to meet them head-on. In an instant, the five collided, their fierce energies clashing violently. The entire forest trembled beneath the weight of their combined spiritual forces. Point 8 Desolation Palm. Lin Yu struck forth with a powerful palm. In response, the four brothers unleashed their own formidable energies. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu's palm imprint was immediately shattered, and under the might of their combined assault, he was sent tumbling back several hundred meters. Landing on the ground with a tremor that reverberated through the earth, he raised his head, a grave expression sweeping over him as he assessed the four adversaries. Their combined strength was indeed formidable. It likely surpassed the power of a sixth-layer Star Master. Truly, the Li family's four brothers were a force to be reckoned with. Not far away, Shengwan Tianfeng observed the fierce battle unfolding before him. Astonishment flickering in his gaze as he spoke. I have long heard of the names of the Li family's four brothers, but this is my first time witnessing them in action. Their initial strike had successfully subdued Lin Yu. Clearly demonstrating their prowess, Yuan Zhong wore a proud expression as he proclaimed, "Among our many kin, the East, South, West, and North brothers undoubtedly rank within the top 10. Their minds are in perfect sync. When united, they can contend with even the most elite talents of Tianfeng Nation. That wretch Lin Yu, deluding himself into thinking he possesses strength, is about to learn that there are always greater powers beyond his own." Indeed, Shengwan Tianfeng nodded in agreement, stating from the very outset, Lin Yu has been thoroughly outmatched by the four of them. The disparity in their strengths is glaringly evident. He stands no chance against your Li family's four prodigies. This time he cannot escape. With a chilling laugh, Li Yuan Zhong replied, "Rest assured, Shengwan brother. Once we have dispatched Lin Yu, I shall ensure you receive a trophy in the form of one of his legs. A fitting offering to your Shengwan family." "Ha, I thank you, Li brother." Shengwan Tianfeng laughed heartily that he too had been tasked with eliminating Lin Yu, although it mattered not who delivered the final blow as long as Lin Yu perished. The mission would be deemed successful. However, dying at the hands of the Li family bore a different significance than at his own. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the front lines upon hearing the thunderous sound. The crowd immediately turned their gazes toward the spectacle. Before their eyes, Lin Yu and the four brothers were once again embroiled in a fierce clash. Each of the four brothers radiated a potent spiritual energy, and as they unleashed their powers in unison against Lin Yu, he stood resolute at the center of their onslaught, his gaze unwavering. Primordial celestial art. Lin Yu bellowed, activating the full extent of his spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual essence coalesced before him, and moments later, a golden sphere of light materialized at his forefront, imbued with terrifying power. Annihilate! With a fierce cry, Lin Yu propelled the golden sphere toward the four converging forces. In the next instant, the four energies collided violently with the golden sphere, creating a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the space around them. The primordial celestial art was a heavenly-grade martial technique, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities.